Chapter 1. What to do when you find yourself in the wrong world. In New York, within a bustling street-side barbecue establishment. Shawarma, oh shawarma, oh shawarma. A girl, clad in a staff uniform and seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age, hummed cheerfully while deftly assembling meat, fries, sauces, and wraps at the counter. Her hands moved with such speed that they appeared to leave traces behind. "Hey, race yours, take it." She handed over the prepared meal while her other hand skillfully swept across the counter, gathering scattered coins. "Next," the girl shouted in a fluent British accent. The individual before her rambled on in a language that sounded like Spanish. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned slightly. "Let us speak English." The queue outside the shop was long, yet the girl's pace in serving was even swifter, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. While the crowd marveled at her incredible speed, none noticed the knives levitating beneath the counter, the fries leaping into the fryer, or the flying flatbreads. As the sun dipped below the horizon. Phew! The girl exhaled deeply, finally having sent off the last batch of customers. "Let me assess my proficiency with the confundus charm and levitation charm indeed. I have improved considerably," she mused, a look of delight brightening her face. Hermione. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a tall chef's hat approached her. "You've worked hard today, hey, raise your pay." He handed her an envelope. Without even glancing at it, she accepted the envelope, revealing a sunny and charming smile. "Thank you, uncle. Goodbye." Waving her hand, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun, the girl skipped away. Indeed, the girl's name was Hermione. Hermione Granger, a traveler between worlds. Her previous name held little significance, for there were matters of greater importance. Why on earth did I transform from a dashing young man into a 12-year-old Hermione? And even if I have become Hermione, shouldn't I be in the Harry Potter universe? Why am I in the realm of Marvel? Hermione frantically rubbed her face, gazing into the mirror at a visage strikingly similar to that of her former self. Emma, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. Though she had cherished the Harry Potter series in her past life, she never anticipated awakening to find herself as an actual character from a narrative. "I merely admired this character. I never wished to become her." Just as she had reluctantly come to terms with this harsh reality, eagerly searching for an owl and her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, she was aghast to discover that this was not London, but rather New York, particularly when she spotted an advertisement featuring Stark Industries alongside a picture of Robert Downey Jr. Her mind went blank. Her memories confirmed that she indeed resided in Greater London, with both parents present, yet it was the 1990s, and that world lacked Stark. Moreover, she had just received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. This meant that, in her memories, there truly existed the world of Harry Potter. Yet in the Marvel Universe, it was the year 2008, and she held no identity whatsoever, a complete shadow. After engaging in another round of brainstorming and organizing her original memories, Hermione arrived at an evident conclusion. When individuals are attired correctly, the world is not. However, fortunately, as her thoughts returned, Hermione's consciousness sank deeper. In her mind, an ancient tome, adorned with intricate engravings, slowly emerged. It bore a striking resemblance to the classic spellbooks found in literary works. With a mere thought, the book gently opened under her command. The cover revealed several lines of text accompanied by various icons. Hermione Jane Granger. Magic level, LV11321000. She sequentially activated all the icons, which were categorized into 7 distinct types. Spells, dark magic, ancient magic, alchemy, potions, magical creatures, curiosities. Upon selecting the first icon, the book automatically turned its pages, displaying several lines of text alongside the icons. Spells. Levitation charm LV14531000. Repairing charm LV11481000. Ignition charm LV16511000. Confundus charm LV13881000. Next, she turned to the second icon. Dark magic. Dark harvest talent. Reap souls to gain energy. The pages corresponding to the remaining 5 icons were blank. Indeed, this enigmatic grimoire within her mind was her golden key. Ever since discovering its presence amidst her despair, Hermione had comprehended its capabilities. It could scan the spells recorded within its pages and directly replicate any spells previously wielded by others, categorizing them appropriately. The recorded magic could be learned by Hermione directly, however. The proficiency of different spells would require repeated use to enhance, concurrently augmenting her own magical power. Moreover, regardless of innate talent, as long as she persisted in utilizing the spells and accumulating proficiency, the spells could be upgraded, enhancing their effectiveness. Though the mechanism was simple Its impact was undeniably formidable, akin to a tool for cheating. In theory, Hermione could effortlessly master any spell without constraints. The same principle applied to ancient magic, alchemy, and potions. As for the final categories of magical creatures and curiosities, she remained utterly perplexed. Indeed, the deity of transmigration shows favor upon every traveler, particularly those like her who have made sacrifices for their kin, granting them exceptionally potent golden keys, whether in the Marvel Universe or the realm of Harry Potter. In these worlds imbued with superhuman elements, one ultimately relies on the power of words. Do not overlook the ordinary individuals in the Marvel world who, despite appearing to lead lives akin to those in her previous world, are surrounded by an abundance of superhumans, extraterrestrials, and dimensional intrusions. This world is akin to the epicenter of a cosmic whirlpool, where ordinary people might unwittingly encounter peril at every turn. The mysterious grimoire also provided Hermione with the confidence to navigate this world. Yet the spells I can currently access are still far too few, and I am entirely unable to explore the other categories or collect illustrations. Furthermore, Hermione's gaze returned to the only illuminated icon within dark magic. Dark Harvest. This is also something that the magical tome does not elucidate explicitly. Harvesting souls to acquire energy does not sound like a commendable phrase, Hermione pondered, her gaze fixated on the soul emblem on the page dedicated to dark magic. Aside from this brief description, no further information was provided. Yet, she harbored an inkling of understanding within her. I shall endeavor to experiment at an opportune moment, but for now, it must be nearly time for the commencement of the school year over there. It is time to depart. With that thought, she willed the magical tome to flip to its final page. Two symbols materialized before her. One was a capital M, and the other resembled castle. The M was rendered in shades of gray, while the castle was vibrant and colorful. Her consciousness gravitated towards the castle. In the next instant, an overwhelming sensation of vertigo engulfed her. When Hermione opened her eyes once more, she found herself in a familiar yet antiquated room, where an owl perched on the windowsill, its head cocked as it stared intently at her. A faint smile danced upon the corners of Hermione's lips. What if she had stumbled into the wrong world? Fear not, she could always return. Chapter 2. Arrival at Hogwarts. As she retrieved the envelope from the owl's beak, Hermione turned to comfort her cat, who had once again fluffed up in alarm at the appearance of the bird. Opening the envelope, she read, "Dear Hermione Jean Granger, thank you for your thoughtfulness. I wish you a delightful new term at Hogwarts. Signed, Minerva McGonagall." Hermione mused. Goodness, Professor McGonagall is quite courteous. When she had initially received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, Hermione had written a brief thank you note to the owl that delivered it, merely out of politeness, never anticipating a response from Professor McGonagall. Shaking her head, Hermione's gaze wandered about the room. This was indeed the space belonging to the original owner within the Harry Potter universe. The reason for her presence here was tied to the final page of a spell book she had discovered in the Marvel Universe. After regaining her composure, Hermione realized something significant. She was in the Marvel world. Although Hogwarts had accepted her, attending school was impossible under her current circumstances. How could she possibly learn spells in such a predicament? Furthermore, as a 12-year-old orphan girl, survival itself posed a challenge. Undeterred, Hermione flipped through the spellbook, only to find two icons on the last page, an M and a castle. The M was gray and unresponsive to her touch, while the castle was vibrant with color. Without hesitation, Hermione made direct contact with the castle icon, and in an instant, she found herself back in the HP universe. The castle icon turned gray, while the M became colorful, accompanied by the emergence of a progress bar. In that moment, Hermione understood. After numerous attempts, she confirmed that the spellbook could traverse between the Marvel and Harry Potter worlds, albeit with a cooldown period. Each journey required approximately 12 hours of waiting before she could cross again. Thus, after purchasing a wand and some books in Diagon Alley, Hermione immediately began to inscribe the spells she could access, racing back to the Marvel world to practice. Separated by a universe, she reasoned that even the Ministry of Magic would be incapable of tracking her erratic use of magic. After packing her belongings and declining her parents' offer to see her off, Hermione made her way to King's Cross Station. More specifically, she sought the concealed Platform 9, which served as the gateway for students returning to Hogwarts. Upon reaching the platform, Hermione observed the obliviousness of the surrounding muggles to the sight of students walking through walls. It became clear to her that some form of enchantment was at play, obscuring the muggles' perception. Otherwise, such a spectacle of students colliding with walls would have left bystanders utterly astounded. Recalling the time limitations for accessing the platform, Hermione felt a sense of urgency. Gripping her ticket tightly, she proceeded to walk through the barrier. Delaying would result in a rather embarrassing collision. As she emerged on the other side, a bright and expansive scene greeted her. She had evidently arrived at a special platform, not far off. A steampunk-styled train stood quietly, while numerous young witches and wizards were busily loading their luggage. After boarding, Hermione found an empty compartment and settled into her seat. She leaned against the car window, her lovely visage reflected in the glass. Although she appeared to be merely an 11 or 12-year-old girl, there was a depth of maturity in her gaze that belied her age. A mountain of thoughts weighed heavily upon her mind. Harry Potter, Marvel, Dumbledore, Voldemort, S.H.I.E.L.D. The Avengers, a mysterious tome of magic lingered in her thoughts. And then, time travel. Just as she became lost in contemplation, the door to the compartment was suddenly pulled open. Oh, it seemed someone was there. A bespectacled boy, upon seeing Hermione, began to apologize profusely. I'm so sorry, but all the other compartments are full. May I sit here? Hermione glanced at him, remaining silent, but giving a slight nod. Thank you. The boy took a seat. Hermione recognized him immediately. Harry Potter? Why was he here without Ron? Or had he accidentally entered the compartment meant for the two of them? Such questions did not concern her. The original works, both film and novel, only portrayed a fraction of this world. She had no knowledge of where the two boys were originally meant to sit. She was uncertain about her own intended place as well. Shortly thereafter, a red-haired boy entered the compartment, inquiring with the same words. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter stole a glance at Hermione and, seeing her unresponsive demeanor, nodded and patted the seat beside him. That Scar, you are Harry Potter. Just as in the original story, Ron exclaimed in astonishment upon discovering Harry's identity. The wealthy Harry showcased a display of his financial prowess, leaving the impoverished Ron utterly astonished, and thus, they began to forge a budding friendship reminiscent of the original tale. Once the excitement subsided, both boys turned their attention to Hermione. It was then they noticed that the seemingly aloof girl before them showed no reaction whatsoever to the name Harry Potter. One must understand that, due to the Dark Lord, Harry was a household name within the wizarding world. Feeling their gaze, Hermione glanced at Harry, her eyes ultimately resting on his glasses, which were now restored to their original state. With a flick of her wand, she cast a repair spell, mending the crack in his glasses as a form of greeting and simultaneously alleviating her own compulsions. Proficiency in the repairing charm, level 1. Harry and Ron gasped in surprise, completely unprepared for the sight of a first-year student wielding spells with such finesse even before the school year had begun. Hermione turned her gaze back to the window, choosing to ignore the two boys. In the presence of Harry Potter, she felt no sense of wonder or enthusiasm like other young witches and wizards. Firstly, having read the original works and watched the films in her previous life, she was already well acquainted with these two. Secondly, she simply did not enjoy playing make-believe with children, even if her current form was that of a young girl. As night fell, the train finally arrived. Disembarking, they boarded a small boat, and under Hagrid's guidance, the new students traversed the waterway to Hogwarts. Gazing upon the magnificent castle before her, even Hermione, who had witnessed countless towering structures in her previous life, could not help but express genuine awe. Indeed, experiencing it firsthand was far more profound than merely seeing it on a screen. They ascended the steps and entered the Great Hall. Without a doubt, Professor McGonagall stood at the edge of the staircase, clad in her emerald robes and pointed wizard's hat. Just as depicted in the original narrative, faint sounds of commotion emanated from the grand doors behind her. Ron and Draco Malfoy were still exchanging hostile glances, engaging in a spirited verbal spar, inadvertently drawing Harry into their skirmish. Following this minor disturbance, everyone filed in. As they passed by Professor McGonagall, she cast her gaze upon Hermione and suddenly spoke. Miss Granger. Hermione paused, her mind racing. Unlike her usual position at the forefront, she was now at the back, anxious to avoid drawing attention. To her surprise, she had still been noticed. Hermione turned to McGonagall, greeting her with, "Good evening, Professor McGonagall." The professor regarded her for a moment, then offered a warm smile. "Miss Granger, thank you for your concern. I wish you a delightful new term." The same words as in her previous correspondence. Hermione realized it was due to the letter she had written earlier. "Thank you for your kind wishes. I hope your teaching goes smoothly as well," she replied with a standard smile. Upon reaching the center of the Great Hall, aside from the upperclassmen on either side, the most striking sight was the row of professors at the head table, particularly the elderly gentleman in the center, resembling Gandalf with his white beard. He rose, surveying the room, his gaze lingering on Harry Potter for a brief moment before shifting directly to Hermione at the back. Hermione. Chapter 3 Slytherin? Gryffindor. Bush Gorman? What is going on with you two? Hermione's expression faltered, and she managed a stiff smile. Compared to the bizarre superheroes and organizations of the Marvel Universe, she found herself more reluctant to engage with the seemingly safe yet inherently perilous professors at Hogwarts. Although she did not believe they would pose any threat to a 12-year-old girl, the matters of time travel and enchanted tomes remained her most profound secret, one she wished to keep hidden from all. At Hogwarts, There were masters of legilimency lurking everywhere, particularly Dumbledore. While it was unlikely he would direct such scrutiny towards a first-year student, the risk still lingered. Yet, she had no choice. Her desire to systematically learn magic necessitated her presence at Hogwarts, the most accessible option. A moment later, Dumbledore averted his gaze, as if the previous moment had been merely coincidental. Am I overthinking this? Hermione mused, feeling a chill run down her spine. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she sensed something peculiar in the final glance he cast her way. Shaking her head, she dismissed the unnecessary thoughts and focused on the present. In due course, Dumbledore began to recommend the must-visit attractions of Hogwarts to the new students, the Forbidden Forest, before announcing the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall, holding the list, began to call out names in succession, publicly marking each student. Hannah Abbott, the steadfast Hannah, Draco Malfoy, Susan Bones, Ron Weasley, Harry Potter. The name echoed, and the Great Hall erupted into a cacophony once more. As a well-known figure for having thwarted Voldemort, Harry Potter's name was already widely recognized. After an exchange with the Sorting Hat, he was ultimately placed in Gryffindor, eliciting cheers from the lion-hearted students. Ha ha, Harry Potter is one of us in Gryffindor. Finally, it was Hermione Granger's turn. Though she was unsure why she, who should have been sorted before Harry, was called last, this was not the moment to dwell on it. She swiftly stepped forward and placed the sorting hat atop her head. The hat seemed to hesitate, lingering in contemplation. This was only the second time it had taken so long to respond, following Harry Potter. Courage, resilience, intellect, ambition, it appeared she possessed them all. Yet ambition seemed to dominate after what felt like an eternity. The sorting hat whispered in a voice audible only to Hermione. Then it shall be Sly. Silence. Gryffindor. Hermione interrupted its thoughts in her mind. First choice, no deviations. Goodness, a journey through time nearly landed her directly in the Serpent House. Fortunately, her quick thinking saved her. Do I truly appear to possess the potential for dark wizardry? Hermione thought in exasperation. While Slytherin might align with her personality, it was undoubtedly unsuitable for her. Hermione was acutely aware of the disdain Slytherin students harbored towards wizards of Muggle descent. If she were to be placed there, she would undoubtedly find herself in conflict with most of her peers by the very next day. It wasn't that she couldn't handle those brats. It was merely a matter of considerable inconvenience. Moreover, there exists a significant reason for selecting Gryffindor. It allows her to keep a watchful eye on Harry Potter and, being well acquainted with the original storyline, she understands that once he begins to stir trouble, she can take advantage of the situation. This advantage is not possessed by the other three houses. Very well, very well. The Sorting Hat's tone carries a hint of resignation. Although it can discern intellect and character, it ultimately must respect the individual's wishes. Subsequently, with a resounding call, it declared, Gryffindor. Another new student was welcomed, and the house erupted in cheers. Ron nudged Harry beside him. Hey, look, that aloof girl from the box is actually in Gryffindor. She can wield spells so adeptly even before her enrollment. I thought such a prodigy would be sorted into Ravenclaw. Harry pressed his forehead, managing a faint smile, his gaze persistently drifting towards the head table. Hermione recognized that it was likely the scar left by Voldemort reacting to Quirrell. Yet Harry's attention was fixed on Snape beside him. The first day of school, and you're already taking the fall. Truly, it is you. Ron clapped his hands on the empty seat next to him, gesturing repeatedly to Hermione. She graciously accepted the invitation, sitting beside the two, allowing herself the time to observe the front more closely. Snape, draped in his black robes, indeed resembled a great bat. The shortest must be Flitwick. Dumbledore. Goodness, how did you transform from Jude Law into your current self? What have you experienced over the years? The professor teaching broomstick flying, what was his name? Forgotten. And Hermione's gaze landed on the last individual, dressed like a mob boss, though lacking a speaker in his hat, only Voldemort's presence. The defense against the dark arts professor, willingly parasitized by Voldemort, Quirinus Quirrell. Voldemort, the antagonist of the first year, attempting to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, only to meet his downfall at the hands of first-year wizards. Both life and reputation lost. Tragic, Quirrell, tragic. Anticipating your performance, Hermione withdrew her gaze. As the sorting concluded amidst laughter and merriment, the feast commenced. Dumbledore raised his goblet, smiling in Harry's direction, who nodded gently in return. Yet, Hermione couldn't shake the feeling that he might actually be looking at her, seated beside Harry. Pretending not to notice, she focused intently on her dinner. The following day, Hermione awoke early, borrowing several books from the library before hastily making her way to the classroom. The traversal function had fully recharged the previous night. Yet she chose not to return to the Marvel Universe, instead opting to remain in her dormitory. Otherwise, she would miss the first magic lesson at Hogwarts. The distinction of attending class was negligible for her, but she did not wish to leave any peculiar impression on the professors, particularly during her developmental years. While the Marvel realm was still under consideration, at Hogwarts, Hermione had already established her persona, and now she simply needed to masquerade according to that identity. The first lesson of the day was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Hermione arrived early, adhering to the customary practice of her previous life, and promptly took a seat in the last row, a privilege reserved for early risers. She opened the book in her hands, titled Hogwarts, A History. The content of the book mirrored its title, chronicling the establishment of Hogwarts, including the founders of the four houses, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Her choice of this particular book stemmed not only from a desire to delve deeper into this enchanting world, but also from personal motives. Regarding the classification of ancient magic within the magical tomes, although the original text contained relevant information, her immediate association was with the game Hogwarts Legacy. She pondered whether elements of Hogwarts Legacy might be discernible within these pages. While she was engrossed in her reading, the freshmen trickled into the classroom in small groups. It seemed that, after a night's time, the students had begun to form their own small circles. Some attempted to approach Hermione upon noticing her, but, sensing the palpable aura of solitude that enveloped her, they ultimately retreated. At that moment, a gray and white cat gracefully leaped onto the desk, striding elegantly towards Hermione. Chapter 4, Transfiguration. Hermione lifted her gaze towards the feline figure. A cat? No, it was Professor McGonagall. For a fleeting moment, Hermione was taken aback, but she quickly comprehended the true identity of the cat before her, not due to a nebulous recollection from the original text, but rather the sudden tremor of the spellbook in her mind. Spell, Transfiguration, Animagus cat, acquired. The unexpected turn of events caused a subtle shift in Hermione's expression, as a flicker of confusion and surprise briefly crossed her features, only to return to normal in the next instant. Oh, could it be that Mr. Filch's cat has gone astray? Hermione murmured to herself, then shook her head and resumed her reading. She chose to disregard the creature entirely. McGonagall was unfazed by this. In her eyes, Hermione had never been particularly inclined towards furry little animals. It was entirely normal for her not to pet it, and her surprise likely stemmed from her bewilderment at the presence of a cat in the classroom. Little did she realize that her carefully crafted disguise had been effortlessly penetrated by the young witch before her. The feline professor seemed particularly intrigued by Hermione, prancing around beside her hand. After a moment, it peered down at the open book on the desk, its gaze revealing a human-like curiosity. Hogwarts, A History? McGonagall pondered, perplexed by the creature's interest in such a tome. While it was indeed essential knowledge for every new student, and even covered in their history of magic class, most first years typically gravitated towards more practical subjects like charms or potions, rarely showing an inclination towards historical accounts. What an intriguing little creature, McGonagall mused. Noticing Hermione engrossed in her reading, McGonagall refrained from further interruption and leapt gracefully onto the podium, casting her gaze over the students below. Shortly thereafter, the bell rang, enveloping the classroom in an instant silence. It was evident that this was a school of wizards. Everyone was diligently engaged in their studies. Hermione reflected as she listened to the soft rustling of pages around her. Even the trio of troublemakers not far away were earnestly poring over their books. They might be mischief makers, but they were certainly not inept. The only exception. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind as the classroom door swung open. Harry and Ron burst into the room, breathless, and upon not spotting Professor McGonagall, they simultaneously sighed in relief. Thank goodness we made it just in time. Otherwise, being late would surely invoke the wrath of Professor McGonagall. Ron whispered to Harry. Though their voices were hushed, they were still distinctly audible in the quiet classroom. The other first years exchanged glances. Even Malfoy rolled his eyes in disdain. In the next moment, to their astonishment, the cat on the podium leaped down and transformed mid-air into the figure of Professor McGonagall. Ron and Harry stood agape. The expressions of the surrounding first years mirrored their astonishment. They had not realized that the cat was indeed Professor McGonagall, and were simultaneously relieved that they had not arrived late or engaged in any inappropriate behavior, such as petting the cat. Only Hermione remained unfazed. That was truly remarkable, Ron finally exclaimed, though the embarrassment etched on his face belied his inner thoughts. Thank you for your assessment, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall stated with a stoic expression. Perhaps I should transform you and Mr. Potter into a pocket watch, so at least one of you could adhere to the concept of time. Harry quietly countered, we got lost. Then you should become a map. Observing Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor, the two wisely sealed their lips. Please take your seats. Upon hearing McGonagall's words, they felt as if a great weight had been lifted, glanced around, and suddenly brightened, making their way directly to Hermione's side, seating themselves familiarly beside her. Hermione, not lifting her gaze, remained oblivious, while they unabashedly craned their necks to peer at the book in her hands. Although Hermione's demeanor was aloof, she was, after all, the most familiar figure to them among the new students, besides each other. In regards to transfiguration, Professor McGonagall did not conduct any practical teaching. Rather, she provided a general overview of the fundamental principles and various branches of transfiguration: animagi, conjuration, transformation, cross-species transfiguration, and human transfiguration, among others. She demonstrated a small feat, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the young wizards. Thus, the first class concluded on a pleasant note. After class, the young wizards engaged in animated discussions about the extraordinary phenomena they had just witnessed. "Did you see that? A mouse transformed into a glass," Ron exclaimed excitedly to Harry. Harry, equally astounded, felt a sense of wonder, as this was his first genuine experience of the real magical world. Noticing Hermione's continued composure, he couldn't help but ask, "Hermione, don't you think what Professor McGonagall just did was impressive?" He was puzzled as to why this enchanting girl maintained a serene expression in every situation, despite being of a similar age to them. Suddenly, an idea struck Harry. Could it be that you, like Ron, come from a wizarding family? Hermione shook her head. "No, my parents are both muggles." At this, Ron's expression faltered, feeling somewhat wounded. Here he was, hailing from a prestigious wizarding lineage, while this girl, who had never encountered magic before, appeared far more knowledgeable than he. "Well," Hermione paused, pondering for a moment. "It is indeed impressive, but once you learn it, you come to realize it's not that extraordinary." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Ron, feeling defiant, retorted, "That sounds as though you can do it too." "Well, I certainly can," Hermione nodded. The two were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening as if they had heard an incredible tale. Ron, irritated by Hermione's dismissive attitude, had merely intended to provoke her, but was taken aback by her straightforward admission. This left him at a loss for words. Although Harry remained silent, skepticism filled his gaze. Hermione, noticing their disbelief, said with a hint of amusement, "What if I truly could?" Ron scoffed. "Humph, then I would just eat Harry's quill, and that would satisfy me." "Right?" Harry replied. "Wait, why should your bed involve my belongings?" "All right then." Hermione said little, merely nodding gently before drawing her wand and directing it towards the quill in Harry's hand. "Transfigure." As the incantation echoed, a flash of light emanated from the tip of her wand, and before the astonished eyes of the two boys, the quill gradually transformed, sprouting a head, claws, and a tail, ultimately taking on the shape of a mouse. The resemblance to a quill had vanished entirely. The mouse leapt from Harry's hand, seemingly imbued with life, and scampered a few steps onto Ron's lap. The two stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them, particularly Ron, whose gaping mouth seemed capable of accommodating an egg. He was thoroughly astonished by this display of magic. Observing their reaction, Hermione's lips curled slightly into a smirk as she softly uttered two words, "Eat up." Chapter 5. Studying potions is no match for history, really? You can do that? Ron exclaimed, bewildered, as he watched the mouse scurry around him. He swallowed hard, casting a pleading glance at Harry. Harry swiftly stepped back, averting his gaze, making his stance unmistakably clear. "The wager you made is of no concern to me. Do not involve me in this." The fragile vessel of friendship could capsize at any moment. The thought of consuming that mouse churned Ron's stomach, not only because it was a living creature, but also because he had an affection for mice, having even kept one named Peter, no, Scabbers, as a pet. Hermione, though perplexed, showed her respect. With a flick of her wand, she reverted the mouse back to a quill, which then floated to the ground. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she turned away, not looking back. Ron and Harry exchanged astounded glances, each recognizing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. They were acutely aware that none of the books available for purchase in Diagon Alley prior to their enrollment contained any teachings on transfiguration. This meant that Hermione had learned the spell merely by observing Professor McGonagall perform it once. How could they not be astonished? Even Ron, hailing from a wizarding family, found this far beyond comprehension. What does this signify? A prodigy? Gazing at Hermione's receding figure, Harry and Ron hurriedly chased after her, hearing their footsteps behind her. Hermione did not pause, but instead focused on the spell book in her mind. Having established her authority over the two boys, she was now more concerned with the two transfiguration spells she had just recorded. Transfiguration Level 1, 1000, Transfiguration, Animagus, Cat. She had just employed the first spell, thereby increasing her proficiency slightly. She sensed that Level 1 Transfiguration could only alter small objects and had a limited duration. The rise in proficiency would enhance the effects, yet it could not transcend these boundaries. It seemed that only upon reaching Level 2 could she unlock further capabilities, achieving a qualitative transformation. The latter, however, remained untested. The term Animagus referred to a wizard capable of transforming into a specific animal while retaining their magical abilities. One crucial rule was that the animal one could transform into was intrinsically linked to the wizard's physicality and personality, leaving no room for choice. Moreover, one could only become one animal for life, with no possibility of change. This transformation was notoriously difficult to master and fraught with dangers during the training process. The fact that only 7 individuals registered as animagi throughout the entire 20th century in the Harry Potter universe is indicative of its rarity. From the description in her spellbook, Hermione surmised that she should be able to transform directly into a cat, much like Professor McGonagall, as the animagus form was permanent and did not require proficiency. However, this also implied that she could potentially collect other animagus transformations. Contemplating this, Hermione strode forward, flanked by her 2 companions, who now resembled bodyguards. Not a moment was spent mourning the blows to their pride. The battlefield they were heading towards was none other than the potions classroom. In any classroom, the last row corner is a coveted battleground. Hermione has garnered 2 decades of experience in this regard. Yet, at this moment, this seemingly inconspicuous corner has become the focal point for the new students. Severus Snape, clad in his black robes, is fixated on Harry's eyes, his expression ominous. "Mr. Potter, the illustrious newcomer, tell me, what would happen if one were to add daffodil root powder to the infusion of mugwort?" Harry feels a sense of discomfort at Snape's manner of speaking and glances helplessly at Ron. Ron, however, simply slumps over the desk, feigning death. "I don't know, Professor," Harry replies, exasperated. "Where might one find Dugstone?" "I don't know." Snape continues, "Then, what is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane?" "I apologize. It is evident that mere notoriety is insufficient." A flicker of disappointment passes through Snape's eyes as he retorts in a sardonic tone. "Isn't that right, Mr. Potter?" His mocking words, coupled with his indifferent demeanor, disheveled black hair, and pronounced hooked nose, perpetually exude an air of malevolence. The classroom remains eerily silent. Harry, already harboring a poor opinion of Snape, cannot help but react defensively after such blatant targeting, countering, clearly, Hermione knows the answer. Yet you seem intent on eliciting a response from those who do not. The young wizards widen their eyes in astonishment. How bold is he to confront a professor on the very first day, especially one as difficult as Snape? All eyes simultaneously shift to Hermione, who leans against the stone pillar in the corner. Hermione thinks, "What? Are you out of your mind? I've retreated to this corner and have shown no signs of raising my hand, yet you still drag me into this." This time, Hermione misjudges Harry. He genuinely believes she possesses the knowledge. After all, her prior display of transfiguration left a profound impression on him, and coupled with her aloof and haughty demeanor, he has begun to feel that Hermione is indeed omniscient. Upon hearing this, Snape instinctively glances at Hermione. "Since Mr. Potter claims you, foolish girl, are knowledgeable about this, then you shall answer. If you err, points will be deducted from Gryffindor." "What are you looking at?" Snape's gaze falls upon the book on Hermione's desk, his brow furrowing. "A History of Hogwarts?" Upon seeing the title, Snape short-circuits for 2 seconds before erupting in a sardonic laugh. "Miss Granger, are you reading a history book in my potions class? Are you certain your eyes are functioning correctly and you haven't brought the wrong book? Or perhaps my potions class has become an unworthy subject for you to study." This is, in fact, true. The entire compendium of potions contained within the textbook has already been inscribed in her spellbook, as long as she follows the prescribed procedures, with the assistance of her spellbook. Success is assured, devoid of any element of chance. Unless there exists a more advanced text or Snape personally demonstrates something not covered in the curriculum, the first-year potions class holds little appeal for her compared to history. At this, the Slytherin students cannot help but revel in glee, erupting in mocking laughter. Indeed, Gryffindor produces nothing but warriors. The Sorting Hat does not deceive me. Hermione gazed at Snape's countenance, as somber as the depths of a cauldron, and let out a soft sigh before calmly articulating, "The essence of daffodil roots and mugwort can be combined to concoct the potion known as the Living Hell's Brew. Excrement stones, extracted from the stomach of a goat, possess the ability to neutralize the majority of poisons. The boat-shaped and wolfsbane aconite are indeed of the same botanical species. Am I correct, Professor?" She lifted her gaze to meet Snape's eyes. Although magical tomes are solely devoted to the art of potion-making, Hermione's innate talent remains unparalleled. Coupled with the rigorous education of her past life, her memory is nothing short of prodigious. This fundamental knowledge is effortlessly retained with a mere glance. In a single utterance, she effectively silenced any forthcoming derision from Snape. Chapter 6, Regression Indeed. Snape reluctantly uttered these words, casting a fleeting glance at Hermione that momentarily reflected satisfaction. However, he soon seemed lost in thought, as if recalling something, before shaking himself back to reality with a dismissive grunt. Gryffindor's lack of respect for authority warranted a deduction of 5 points. Yet, he refrained from mentioning her extracurricular reading, tacitly accepting it, though he forcibly penalized Gryffindor. The young witches and wizards discerned that it was Snape who was truly at a disadvantage. This incident firmly etching Hermione Granger's name into the minds of the first years, particularly the Slytherins, who shared in the embarrassment of their head of house, and felt quite discontented. Throughout the rest of the lesson, Snape frequently stole glances in Hermione's direction, seemingly harboring a lingering resentment, perhaps in search of trouble. This was the consensus among all present. Yet, only Hermione understood that his gaze was not truly aimed at her. Her eyes are quite enchanting, aren't they? In the days that followed, Hermione maintained her routine, attending classes punctually and spending most of her free time in the library. She had mastered all the spells from the first-year textbooks. As for defense against the dark arts, despite Quirrell's outwardly timid demeanor, he still possessed a certain level of competence and was earnest in his teaching. Hermione managed to glean numerous spells from him. Perhaps due to Harry's immense fame and his connection to the notorious Dark Lord, the first years were primarily curious about him, aside from Ron. Few sought to engage with him. Nevertheless, neither Harry nor Ron had any intention of expanding their social circle. As for Hermione, though she might appear somewhat aloof, she would still respond patiently if they approached her for help. They could be considered half-friends, while the others remained mere acquaintances. Notably, after deciphering the schedule for potions classes, Hermione finally found an opportunity when the classroom was deserted. On a moonless night, she cast an Alohomora to stealthily unlock the classroom door. In a corner of the room, she discovered an old potions textbook. Upon opening the first page, she was greeted by an elegant inscription: "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." A genuine smile spread across Hermione's face at the sight of these words. The magical book responded once more. Dark Magic. Disarming Charm LV1, 1-1000. Reverse Spell LV1, 1-1000. Half an hour later, having thoroughly mastered the disarming charm and several advanced potion recipes, she returned the textbook to its place and exited the classroom. A month swiftly passed, and the first-year students gradually acclimatized to life at Hogwarts. Initially, Hermione attended her classes diligently, but upon realizing that a routine approach yielded little knowledge, she began to skip classes more frequently. Aside from her keen interest in history of magic, which often led her to engage in private discussions with Professor Binns, she attended her other classes only minimally. This left her professors somewhat exasperated, yet unable to harbor any resentment towards her. The young girl possesses an extraordinary aptitude for learning, effortlessly grasping any subject after a single demonstration, earning her the title of a magical genius. Over time, this remarkable ability became commonplace. Alas, it is an unchanging truth that educators tend to favor and show leniency towards diligent students. Hermione, often solitary and enigmatic, particularly relished her time in the library, immersing herself in the chronicles of the school's history, which led to her acquiring 2 titles among her peers, the Library Witch and the Enthusiast of School History. As for the original trio, they transformed from being led by the indomitable Harry Potter into the Library Witch and her 2 devoted followers. In the Marvel Universe, within a shadowy alley, a petite figure materializes out of thin air. She has finally returned. Hermione takes a deep breath. She spent nearly a month gathering every spell and potion she could access in the library, mastering most of the practical magic to a proficient level. Unless she dares to venture into the restricted section, her potential for rapid growth seems limited for the time being. However, she suspects that her spells have not progressed from level 1 to level 2 primarily due to her magical power remaining at the first level, thus capping her current spell capabilities. As for the traces of ancient magic, she has little information to go on at the moment. After a month of diligent study, she is no longer a novice. She has developed a profound understanding of the wizarding world. Take herself, for instance, with her innate talent. Her magical power would naturally increase with age, only to slow down and stabilize once she reaches adulthood. Each practice session with spells, especially those of higher difficulty, contributes to her overall progress. This growth is reflected in the numerical values of her magical book, where her magical level and experience points are recorded. As her experience nears completion, the rate of growth diminishes. Previously, practicing a spell 10 times would yield an increase of 5 magical experience points. But now it only grants her a single point. Unlike video games, wizards do not have a visible mana bar, yet excessive casting can leave one feeling utterly drained, particularly mentally fatigued, necessitating rest, which further constrains Hermione's training. Though she could still level up with a bit more perseverance, she finds the pace unsatisfactory. Both the worlds of Harry Potter and Marvel evoke a sense of insecurity in her. She feels an urgent need to enhance her strength swiftly. At least, she resonates deeply with Voldemort's assertion, magic equates to power. Fortunately, the magical tome within her mind has provided Hermione with an alternative route for rapid advancement. Unable to conduct experiments at Hogwarts, she prepares to return to the Marvel Universe after a month of preparation. Yet, upon her return, she ponders, where should she go? Hermione murmurs to herself as she departs the alley, heading in a particular direction. The Marvel Universe is also cloaked in night, the same hour as in Harry Potter, differing only by the date. Although she has spent a few days here, New York remains unfamiliar to her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for where to proceed. As she passes by a building, she faintly hears the sound of shouting emanating from within. Curious, she pauses. As Hermione lifted her gaze, she realized that this was the very establishment where she had previously worked as a child laborer at the kebab shop. Although the law ostensibly prohibits the employment of minors, there exists a considerable gray area. However, it would be rather conspicuous for her to commence work so brazenly in public. Yet, due to the effects of the confundus charm, Hermione had deliberately caused those around her to overlook this fact. After all, it was currently 2008, and she could hardly utilize currency from 1991, let alone a mere pound sterling. She needed to earn some local currency that would serve her purpose. The proprietor of the kebab shop, Uncle Elvin, had treated her quite well, offering her a relatively high starting wage and exhibiting a kind demeanor that helped her swiftly acclimate to her new reality, a stroke of fortune in her arrival. However, what was the commotion emanating from the shop? Had they mistakenly added tomatoes to the shawarma? Hermione furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, and she hurriedly made her way inside. Chapter 7. The initial encounter with the Dark Harvest upon arriving at the store's entrance. Hermione lightly waved her wand at the locked door, causing the lock to fall to the ground with a satisfying clatter, enveloping herself in an invisibility charm. She gently stepped inside. In the depths of the room, by the bar, two figures were locked in confrontation, with a window having been pried open nearby. One was the familiar Uncle Elvin, while the other stood opposite him, a gun in hand, a man of African descent. Hermione understood instantly, a classic case of $0 shopping, a hallmark of American tradition. Uncle Elvin raised his hands, his expression tense, repeatedly assuring, "Don't shoot, I'll fetch the money right away." He began to move towards the counter. The armed man, however, shouted ferociously, "Hand over the money." I said hand it over. "Don't move," I said don't move. "Hurry up and get the money." His gun wavered slightly, as if ready to discharge at any moment. Hermione listened to the nonsensical demands and could only lament the intellectual caliber of the $0 shopper, which was indeed consistent with the stereotype. Just as Uncle Elvin hesitated between complying or retrieving the money, the assailant, seemingly incensed by Elvin's indecision, escalated his threats, his finger tightening on the trigger. Seeing this, Hermione made her decision. Pointing her wand forward, she whispered, "Fly away." In an instant, an invisible force struck the assailant squarely in the chest, propelling him backward with a resounding crash against the wall. The impact was so forceful that it left cracks in the surface. Hermione felt a sense of satisfaction, though it was merely a level 1 repelling charm. Her mastery rendered it akin to a powerful strike from a top-tier martial artist, far surpassing her peers of the same year. Even some upperclassmen might not wield the repelling charm with such efficacy. "Ow, help me," groaned the assailant, sprawled on the ground, feeling as if his insides had been rearranged, unsure how many ribs he had broken. Still alive. Hermione raised her wand once more. Shatter. A transparent wave sliced through the air, landing at the man's neck. In the next moment, a gaping wound appeared, exposing bone as it severed his throat. Blood gushed forth, pooling around him. Uncle Elvin, rendered speechless by terror, observed as the man, clearly in a state of delirium, prepared to fight him. However, inexplicably, he was sent crashing into the wall, followed by his neck snapping. It was akin to a scene from a horror film. Trembling uncontrollably, Elvin dared not move, questioning whether it was his own state of mind that had spiraled out of control. Seizing the moment of Uncle Elvin's shock, Hermione discreetly cast a summoning charm, drawing the handgun from the floor into her possession, and without a backward glance, she exited the store. In the shadowy alley, Hermione gazed at the transformation of the magical tome before her, her heart brimming with delight. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. The Dark Harvest could siphon power through death. Upon acquiring this soul energy, she immediately comprehended its application. She could infuse it directly into her being to enhance her magical prowess or utilize it to bolster her spellcasting proficiency. Each unit of energy could elevate a corresponding attribute by 1 point. Was this not compelling her to embrace the role of a nefarious dark sorceress? A smile of mischief danced at the corners of Hermione's lips. Indeed, upon her return to the Marvel Universe tonight, she harbored but a singular ambition: to kill. As the Dark Harvest required death to reap soul energy, and with no one nearby to perish, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. Naturally, her targets were not chosen indiscriminately. While she bore no aversion to bloodshed, she was reluctant to prey upon innocent bystanders. That would certainly cross a line. Even though this world was not the blue planet of her previous life, she regarded everything as a mere game and did not wish to act thus. Throughout both her past and present, Hermione was not inherently benevolent, yet neither was she a chaotic and malevolent psychopath. Moreover, there existed a paramount reason for her restraint. Hermione had meticulously crafted her persona within the Marvel realm. Should she engage in indiscriminate killing, it would undoubtedly provoke a coalition of superheroes, a consequence that would far outweigh any potential gain. She aspired to treat the Marvel Universe as a stable arena for experimentation and personal growth, and thus could not afford to render herself a target of universal enmity. Just as now, although she had taken a life, it was that of a robber intent on treachery, a notable act of heroism. This allowed her to legitimize her actions, given her age. Even a paragon of virtue like Captain America would not chastise her. After all, which superhero had not engaged in the act of killing, provided it was done under the banner of justice? Hermione Jane Granger, Magic Level LV1, 988-1000. As she absorbed the soul energy, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body, and Hermione felt her magical power noticeably amplify. 1 point of soul energy equated to a day's worth of diligent effort. How exhilarating! The Marvel Universe was indeed perfectly suited for her. Ha ha ha. Hermione could not help but stifle a laugh within her heart. 3 hours later. It was indeed you, America. Standing in the area known as Hell's Kitchen, Hermione observed her experience points, just 2 away from completion, and marveled at her fortune. After departing from a barbecue joint, she inquired with passers-by about New York's most chaotic and crime-ridden neighborhoods, and promptly hailed a cab to her destination. She still recalled the incredulous expression of the driver upon hearing her intended location, as if to say, "What business does a child have there?" True to her expectations, in a mere 3 hours, she witnessed a litany of spectacles, including but not limited to drug trafficking, highway robbery, $0 purchases, and indiscriminate shootings. Strangely, the bystanders appeared unfazed. Truly, this was the land of the free. Cloaked in the disillusionment charm, Hermione transformed into the sovereign of assassination, deliberately targeting the most heinous criminals to practice her spells, converting them into soul energy through the dark harvest. In the course of her endeavors, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a murder scene. Discovering that it was not imperative for her to take action personally, as long as someone nearby met their demise, she could fulfill her harvesting. What should she do now? After toiling for so long, Hermione felt somewhat fatigued. Although she was a witch, her physical strength was not significantly greater than that of an ordinary individual. Especially considering she was still a growing young girl, sleep remained a necessity. The individuals in the vicinity that needed to be dealt with had been thoroughly dispatched, and at least 8 hours remained before the next opportunity for her to traverse. If only she could fly or apparate, Hermione mused. 3 hours of travel solely on foot was a daunting test of both stamina and perseverance. Fortunately, flying lessons commenced next week, alleviating her sense of urgency. Hermione surveyed her surroundings. Despite being in Hell's Kitchen, she was unaware if gold coins existed in this world. Even if they did, she had no intention of engaging with them, as it did not align with the persona she had crafted for herself. Moreover, what standing did a small-time thug from the underworld have to warrant a wizard's attention? She merely inferred from Tony Stark's visage that she was likely in the MCU cinematic universe, and the term Iron Man had yet to emerge, suggesting the timeline was set before Tony's abduction. Wait. As she pondered, Hermione suddenly recognized a critical detail. It was the summer of 2008. And with Iron Man yet to be born, did that imply a wealthy playboy had just been kidnapped? Chapter 8. On how to ride a broomstick without causing discomfort, in other words. Could one seize the opportunity to acquire shares at a bargain during the tumultuous decline of Stark Industries in the wake of Tony Stark's disappearance? Hermione felt a fleeting surge of excitement, only to have her spirits dampened once more. Setting aside the lack of funds, she was at a loss as to how to even make such a purchase. Even if she possessed the means, what relevance would it hold for someone like her, an individual devoid of any formal identity? How frustrating. She internally reminded herself thrice that money is but an external concern, and with a heavy heart, Hermione sought refuge in a modest inn, placing several crisp bills, salvaged from the criminals, upon the table. The proprietor, having never encountered such a young guest, hesitated momentarily but, recognizing the allure of the currency, ultimately agreed to provide her with a room. Only then did Hermione discreetly lower her wand from her sleeve. Having prepared herself for the possibility of lethal force, to her surprise, the proprietor harbored no ill intentions toward her youthful demeanor. How dull. The following morning, a cadre of men clad in black suits, their expressions inscrutable, arrived at the inn. The leader brandished his identification, and soon, a middle-aged balding man approached Hermione's door, gently rapping on it before cautiously stepping back. After a prolonged silence, with no response emanating from within, the balding man furrowed his brow, retrieved the key provided by the innkeeper, and swiftly entered the room. The space was devoid of any occupants. The balding man scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one lay hidden within, and gingerly touched the disheveled bedding. There was still warmth present. Not having ventured far, he commanded his companions, "You all, search the vicinity." The black-clad figures immediately sprang into action. 10 minutes later, they returned one by one, shaking their heads at the balding man. Observing their response, he promptly produced his mobile phone and made a call. Upon connection, he stated, The subject has just vanished, yet did not leave the room. I suspect they may possess some form of teleportation ability. After receiving a response from the other end, the balding man nodded, affirming, "Yes, sir," before terminating the call and departing. Meanwhile, in a spacious office, a bald African-American man wearing an eye patch placed the phone down, contemplating the documents spread before him. A knock resounded at the door. "Enter." A young woman, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of efficiency akin to that of a secretary, stepped inside, handing the bald man a folder. "Director, last night, a barbecue joint in a New York neighborhood received an emergency call reporting a homicide, but the details are rather peculiar. Our surveillance team detected anomalies and deemed it necessary to bring it to your attention." The bald man perused the information for a moment before placing it on the desk. At the center of the documents lay a photograph of a young girl. On the grassy grounds before Hogwarts Castle, dozens of young wizards stood in 2 rows, facing one another, each with a broomstick at their feet. Today marked Madame Hooch's flying lesson. Observing the eager Slytherin students before her, Hermione could not help but roll her eyes. Who devised the schedule that necessitated Gryffindor and Slytherin to be paired together? Even before the lesson commenced, tensions were already flaring between the 2 groups. The 2 sides glared at each other, neither willing to yield, embodying a palpable tension reminiscent of a standoff. The professors were certainly aware that Gryffindor and Slytherin have never been on amicable terms. Let us not pretend this is a form of motivational teaching. Perhaps this is merely a tradition of Hogwarts. When Hermione previously read the Harry Potter series, she felt a distinct notion that the chaos within the wizarding world might stem from a certain object known as the Sorting Hat. If she were to assign blame for the series' main antagonist, she would prefer to do so to the Sorting Hat rather than Voldemort. Throughout the 7 installments, has this cursed object served any purpose other than fostering cliques among wizards? The first act of young wizards arriving at Hogwarts is to don the hat. You go to Gryffindor, you go to Slytherin. Those in the know recognize it as house division. Those who do not might think it akin to the recruitment process of a gang. If you must sort by personality, at least tailor the education accordingly. Yet, there is nothing of the sort. Everyone attends the same classes, and aside from the labels that exacerbate conflict, what is the point? It seems as though they are eager for confrontation. In Hermione's view, although Voldemort was not a virtuous character, the current state of affairs could be attributed in part to Hogwarts itself. Growing up in the environment of Slytherin, how could one's character possibly be the same as those from the other 3 houses? Nonetheless, despite her complaints, Hermione held no strong objections. After all, this arrangement conveniently grouped together those whom she found difficult to interact with, sparing her the effort of seeking them out individually. Ultimately, it was not she who was ensnared in this predicament. Just as Hermione was lost in thought, Madame Hooch finally made her entrance. "Good afternoon, students." Her robust voice resonated. "Good afternoon, Madame Hooch." The young witches and wizards responded in unison. "Welcome to our first flying lesson. As you all know, flying is of paramount importance for a wizard. Especially, following the customary introduction filled with facts and safety precautions, Madame Hooch, noticing the eager expressions on the faces of the young wizards, finally declared, "All right. Now place your right hand above your broomstick and say up." Instantly, a chorus of voices erupted across the lawn. Hermione joined in, softly uttering up. Nothing happened. Let's try again. Up. The broom rolled slightly, but showed no inclination to soar. "Come on, rise," Hermione thought, exasperated. Though Hermione was nearly a prodigy in all areas, flying a broomstick was not among her exceptional talents. It was not that she could not grasp the concept. Rather, in comparison to her other outstanding abilities, her prowess with a broomstick was merely commendable. The elusive skill had not been included in her mysterious spellbook, leaving her to practice gradually. Meanwhile, Harry, who had summoned his broomstick to his palm with ease, was taken aback to witness Hermione's struggle for the first time. At last, on her 3rd attempt, the broomstick successfully lifted off and was firmly grasped in Hermione's hands. "Add some feeling." Seeing that many young wizards had yet to succeed, Madame Hooch admonished them loudly. After much effort, everyone finally managed to complete the summoning. Satisfied, Madame Hooch nodded and said, "Now, at my command, everyone mount your brooms and hold on tightly. Do not let yourself slip off." Hermione observed those around her straddling their brooms, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Surely, with such slender broomsticks, wouldn't this posture be quite uncomfortable? Would it not cause some distress? However, in the next moment, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Indeed, she had nearly forgotten. She truly could not. Blast. Filled with indignation, Hermione ultimately chose not to sit astride the broom, but instead positioned herself sideways upon it. Noticing this, Ron leaned closer and whispered, "Hermione, Madame Hooch instructed us to ride." "Be quiet," she retorted. "Oh." Chapter 9. MD, go and confront him. Ron received a scolding and sullenly shut his mouth. Harry, who desired to speak, wisely refrained from doing so. Since their acquaintance, Hermione had consistently displayed a calm demeanor. devoid of emotional turbulence. It was the first time she revealed such an expression of vexation. Fortunately, Madam Hooch did not notice this minor incident and instead called out loudly, "When I blow the whistle, you will push off hard from the ground, steady the broom." And after ascending, circle a few times before leaning slightly forward to return to the ground. Before she could finish, Madam Hooch's eyes widened, for she saw Neville Longbottom, at some point, had already floated several feet off the ground, wobbling precariously in midair. "Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing? Come down at once." Neville, feeling himself rising further from the ground, panic-stricken, shouted in a trembling voice, "Down, down." Unfortunately, the broom paid no heed to his commands and insisted on climbing higher, having soared to several dozen meters in mere moments. Amid Neville's terrified cries, the broom acted like a wild, unbridled creature, darting about in the sky with reckless abandon. As if it possessed a life of its own, it disregarded Neville's plight and repeatedly crashed against the castle's outer walls, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. Ultimately, after a chaotic flight, Neville found himself hanging above a ledge on the castle wall. With a resounding rip, his robe could no longer bear his weight and tore apart, sending him plummeting from several stories high. Instantly, gasps of horror echoed from below. The more faint-hearted wizards averted their gazes, unwilling to witness the impending spectacle. At this height, even a wizard, blessed with a constitution distinct from a muggle's, would suffer severe injury upon impact. Surely, this could be deemed a teaching accident. Hermione was left speechless. Were it not for wizards' extraordinary healing abilities, countless lives would be lost yearly simply from obtaining a license. Amidst the screams, Neville plummeted towards the ground. Just as everyone braced themselves for the tragedy, a clear voice rang out from behind. Depulso. As the spell took effect, Neville's descent drastically slowed, as if he were enveloped by a powerful cushion, halting his fall within mere inches of the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds before they realized the gravity of the situation and collectively turned to look. There stood Hermione, wand raised, aimed resolutely ahead. Thus, the potential disaster was averted. Madam Hooch finally grasped the situation and quietly exhaled in relief, her gaze towards Hermione brimming with gratitude. Although such incidents often occurred during flying lessons, unavoidable as they were, she felt a profound sense of responsibility for not keeping a closer watch on the young ones. Nonetheless, that young witch displayed astonishing reflexes. Was the slowing charm truly a spell one could master in the first year? Given her proficiency, it was likely that even many upperclassmen preparing for their OWLs would not wield it with such finesse. Yet, considering her status, Madam Hooch was not overly surprised. She also heard from other professors that this year, Gryffindor welcomed a new student named Hermione Granger, whose brilliance was simply beyond imagination. It was astonishing that a witch from a Muggle family could possess such extraordinary talent. Hermione dispelled the spell and retracted her wand. Neville's feet touched the ground, and with a loud crack, he twisted his ankle and suffered a fracture on the spot. Hermione's lips twitched, feeling that her efforts had been in vain. "You are truly foolish," she thought. Madame Pomfrey hurried over to examine him and shook her head, saying, "Mr. Longbottom, you ought to sincerely thank Miss Granger. Otherwise, it would not merely be a fracture." She then addressed the crowd, "Do not move from your spots. I will escort Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. If I see anyone flying during this time, he will miss Quidditch and will be expelled." After issuing her warning, Madame Pomfrey took the limping Neville away. Once the two were out of sight, the Gryffindor students surged forward, surrounding Hermione, all clamoring, "Hermione, what spell was that? So cool. Where did you learn it? Could you teach us? Hermione, you are truly amazing." Overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the children, Hermione felt a bit flustered and quickly replied, "I learned it all from the library. You should go find it yourselves." With that, she fell silent, taking a step back to shield Harry and Ron behind her. The library? It suddenly dawned on them that the aloof girl before them was also known as the Library Witch. Indeed, her reputation was well-deserved. In stark contrast to Gryffindor's enthusiasm, Slytherin remained much more aloof, with most wearing displeased expressions, even among a few who appeared slightly intrigued and considered approaching Hermione. The prevailing atmosphere caused them to reconsider. Hermione noticed this and understood well. Had it been anyone else, Slytherin might not have reacted so harshly. But the fact that a witch of Muggle descent possessed such capabilities undoubtedly irked these pureblood elitists. Even their common room's entrance password was pureblood themed, highlighting their biases. However, they preferred to avoid provoking her. Over the past few days, there had indeed been some who dared to seek trouble, only to be met with Hermione's ultimate weapon, reporting to the teachers, resulting in severe repercussions for them. Most of the Hogwarts professors were kind individuals, free from prejudice against Muggleborns, and coupled with the favorable view of Hermione as a model student, any miscreant she reported faced significant penalties, leaving them in despair. After a few incidents, no one dared to harass her again. While everyone was gathered around Hermione, Draco Malfoy, with keen eyes, picked something up from the ground. "Huh, this is Longbottom's memory ball. If that fellow squeezes this, he might even remember landing on his backside, Malfoy boastfully declared, holding the translucent sphere aloft. The attention of the crowd was drawn towards them, with several students erupting in laughter. While they dared not provoke the formidable Hermione, Neville, being perceived as the most timid and foolish in Gryffindor, naturally became a prime target for bullying, particularly by Draco and his cronies from Slytherin. A sense of justice surged in Harry's heart as he stepped forward and firmly declared, "Hand over the ball, Malfoy." Upon recognizing Harry, Malfoy scoffed, "No, I intend to hide the ball and let Longbottom search for it." With that, he mounted his broomstick and soared into the air, clenching his own broom. Harry's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Malfoy, yet he did not take further action. After a prolonged moment of inaction, Hermione could no longer contain herself and poked him in the back. "What are you waiting for? Can you really tolerate this? For heaven's sake, go after him." Harry. Chapter 10. Stay spirited. Well done. Don't lose face, however, Mrs. Hooch remarked. Upon hearing this, Harry found himself wavering. Originally, it should have been Hermione dissuading him, while he was resolute in his decision to go. Yet now, with Hermione encouraging him to act boldly, Harry had become unexpectedly calm. He was not the exemplary student that Hermione was. Even if he transgressed some rules, he would not be easily forgiven. What if he were truly expelled? Having tasted the joys of the magical world, he could not bear the thought of returning to his aunt's house to endure a life of misery. On the other side, Malfoy, noticing Harry's hesitation, mockingly declared from his elevated position, I knew you wouldn't dare. It seems Longbottom is destined to retrieve his memory ball all by himself." Witnessing Malfoy's taunting expression, Hermione felt a sudden urge to confront the insufferable brat. In that moment, she was grateful not to have been sorted into Slytherin. Otherwise, enduring the sight of such a little wretch flaunting himself before her would be unbearable, and she would feel justified in knocking him down multiple times a day. Frustrated by Harry's indecision, Hermione urged, "Go on. What are you afraid of? It's just expulsion. You've already faced the Dark Lord. Surely you can handle a mere Malfoy. If you can't, don't ever let anyone know you're acquainted with me. I refuse to lose face over this." Hermione continued to stoke the flames of courage within him. Ultimately still a child, Harry felt emboldened by Hermione's prodding and the eager gazes of those around him. He steeled himself and mounted his broom. In his eyes, Malfoy's figure momentarily fused with that of his cousin Dudley, who had bullied him relentlessly. With a determined push, he soared into the air, fueled by his anger. "Harry, remember, we survived the Dark Lord. We emerged from the very wand he wielded. Let us not disgrace ourselves." Hermione called out loudly. "That's right. Stay spirited. Well done." The Gryffindors echoed in unison. Realizing Harry was in pursuit, Malfoy swiftly turned and fled. It must be acknowledged that Harry's talent for flying on a broomstick was indeed remarkable, and he quickly caught up to Malfoy. To Malfoy's surprise, rather than panicking, he wore a sly grin. He threw the memory ball toward Professor McGonagall's office. Without a second thought, Harry accelerated past Malfoy in pursuit of the memory ball. At last, in front of Professor McGonagall's window, he succeeded in intercepting it, executing a gymnastic maneuver with a swift turn and abrupt halt. "Goodness!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Observing this, Malfoy, instead of feeling alarmed, stealthily descended. Indeed, this scene had been meticulously orchestrated by Malfoy. After hearing Mrs. Hooch's warning about expulsion, he devised this scheme to have Harry expelled from the school, using his provocations to entice Harry into giving chase, all the while ensuring that the professors witnessed his airborne antics. Even if he couldn't achieve Harry's expulsion, he aimed to ensure he received a severe punishment. As for Malfoy himself, his father was a Hogwarts governor, so expulsion was out of the question. He would merely face a few reprimands at most. Unfortunately, while his plan was clever, it overlooked two critical factors. First, Dumbledore's protective stance ensured that Harry would never be expelled for this. Second, Harry's extraordinary flying skills and exceptional talent for catching the ball led Professor McGonagall to recognize him as a Quidditch prodigy. Indeed, Professor McGonagall promptly arrived at the lawn. Her expression grave. "Harry Potter." At the sound of that familiar voice, Harry's boiling blood instantly turned to ice. It was over. Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor conveyed a clear message. "Mr. Potter, come with me." Malfoy chuckled with malicious glee. This time, expulsion was a certainty. A wave of dread washed over Harry. What would he do now? There was no way he could return to Aunt Petunia's home. Perhaps he would be left to rely on Hagrid. Observing Hermione, who appeared blissfully indifferent while whistling and gazing at the sky, Harry's myriad of emotions coalesced into a singular thought. "Hermione, you've gotten me into this mess." Noticing Harry's gaze, Professor McGonagall turned to Hermione and suddenly stated, "I almost forgot about you, Miss Granger. You're coming along as well." "Hermione? What?" She was momentarily taken aback. She understood that McGonagall had recognized Harry's Quidditch talent and intended to recommend him to the team, But why was she involving her? Was it possible she had discovered some hidden potential? Although puzzled, Hermione was not overly concerned and followed Professor McGonagall with an air of nonchalance. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Overwhelmed by the accusatory glares directed at them, Hermione could no longer contain herself and whispered, "You're not going to get expelled. Look at how scared you are, you coward." At that moment, Harry also realized that if expulsion were truly on the table, they would be seeking out Professor Dumbledore, not heading to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. This thought brought him some solace, allowing him to finally contemplate what Professor McGonagall intended to do. Professor McGonagall slightly leaned in, addressing the class where Quirrell was teaching. "I apologize for interrupting your lesson, Professor Quirrell. May I borrow wood for a moment?" Quirrell nodded weakly. Hermione peered in as well. Goodness, it was a rare opportunity to witness Voldemort personally teaching defense against the dark arts. Quite amusing indeed. She felt a twinge of regret for skipping this class. She should have attended more frequently. Soon, a handsome young man emerged. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood," Professor McGonagall exclaimed with evident excitement. "Wood, I found you a seeker." Harry, holding his broom, was utterly bewildered. Noticing his confusion, Hermione playfully smacked him on the head. "You've just been selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Hurry and thank Professor McGonagall." That was close. She almost let it slip. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could utter a word, McGonagall continued, "I've also found you a beater." She turned her gaze toward Hermione. Hermione's shock was palpable. "Wait, are you serious? What have I done to deserve this?" This time, she was genuinely perplexed. Hermione understood that as her time at Hogwarts lengthened, the potential for certain changes would increase. However, this scene felt utterly absurd. She was merely a spectator and yet found herself embroiled in it. Had she displayed any remarkable Quidditch talent? Observing Hermione's incredulous expression, Professor McGonagall chuckled. "Mr. Potter possesses exceptional talent in both flying and vision, making him ideally suited for the role of Seeker. As for you, Miss Granger, you are characterized by a seemingly amiable exterior, yet harbor a cunning heart, adept at exploiting your advantages to pinpoint the weaknesses of your adversaries and strike with precision. You are exceedingly well suited to serve as a beater. To put it plainly, a beater is akin to a bodyguard for one's own team while simultaneously creating trouble for the opponents." Hermione's countenance darkened. "Are you certain this is meant as a compliment?" she inquired. "However, it appears that I have unwittingly cultivated this image in the eyes of my teachers. It seems my recent endeavors in dealing with Slytherin have garnered their attention. Well then, is this not a double blessing?" Professor McGonagall joyfully rubbed her hands together, seemingly delighted at the discovery of two promising talents. Double blessing? Wood's expression soured, his face reflecting the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Chapter 11. Hermione's Indomitable Tactics. Professor McGonagall, is this perhaps a bit? Wood's expression was one of incredulity. As the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he did not doubt McGonagall's judgment. After all, she was once a distinguished player who had earned Quidditch medals. However, even the most promising talents were merely two first-year wizards, likely just having begun their flying lessons. Could they truly be competent in such pivotal positions? Gryffindor's Quidditch team had certainly been at a disadvantage for years, continually overshadowed by Slytherin, and with only a month or two until the official matches, it was improbable that they could surpass the seasoned upperclassmen, regardless of their innate abilities. Moreover, they were newcomers, two at once. If there had been only one, they might have managed to guide him, but with two, defeat seemed inevitable. Although victory had never been a realistic expectation, a humiliating loss was equally unacceptable. Yet, witnessing McGonagall lost in her dreams of glory would ultimately chose silence. Offering a smile to Hermione and Harry, "Welcome to the Quidditch team, young ones." Harry's face radiated excitement, while Hermione merely shrugged. After Professor McGonagall departed, Wood pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? After class, I'll take you outside to explain the rules of Quidditch, and you'll have a chance to experience it firsthand." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the field lay empty, with students having long dispersed. Hermione and Harry followed Wood to the center of the pitch, where a box hovered before them. Hermione lifted the charm, and with a thud, the box fell heavily to the ground. Following class, Wood had promptly taken them to apply for use of the field and retrieve the Quidditch box. Seeing Wood panting from exertion, Harry rushed to assist in lifting it. Out of chivalry, the two refrained from asking Hermione, being mindful of her stature. However, halfway through, Hermione could no longer hold her tongue. Wood, you do realize we are wizards, right?" "Of course, why?" Wood replied, perplexed. "Then surely we need not labor so hard. We could simply use a spell, like this." Hermione raised her wand. "Wingardium Leviosa." In an instant, both Harry and Wood felt the burden in their hands lighten considerably. They exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Wood cleared his throat. "While it's true we are wizards, we don't have to rely solely on spells. It's also essential to exercise our bodies from time to time." Hermione regarded him skeptically. "All right, I concede. Wood admitted, pinching his nose. It was evident that he seldom resorted to incantations. However, Hermione, your ability to levitate such a heavy box and move it considerable distance is quite remarkable for a first year. Wood expressed his astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering two of the most renowned first years in Quidditch, the boy who lived and the witch of the library. Opening the box revealed 3 balls arranged before them, with the central one noticeably larger than the other 2. The rules of Quidditch are quite straightforward, Wood began, explaining patiently. Through Wood's explanation, Hermione gained a basic understanding of Quidditch. This enchanting sport involves wizards riding flying broomsticks in a celestial game, distinguished by the simultaneous use of 3 different balls. Each team comprises 7 players, including a goalkeeper, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, and a seeker. The chasers are tasked with passing the quaffle, aiming to score through the opposing team's hoops, akin to a basketball shot. The beaters defend their teammates from the aggressive bludgers that dart across the field, while also directing them towards the adversaries. The seeker is responsible for locating and capturing the elusive golden snitch, the smallest and fastest ball on the field. The role of the goalkeeper is self-explanatory, as everyone comprehends its significance. Wood is the goalkeeper for the Gryffindor team. As he spoke, Wood produced the largest ball from the center, explaining that this is the quaffle, which scores 10 points upon successful entry. He then handed Hermione a bat-like object, stating, "You are the beater, tasked with striking these 2 bludgers." The remaining 2 slightly smaller balls were restlessly bouncing in the box, and if not for the chains binding them, they would likely have soared into the sky. Wood released one of the restraints, causing the bludger to immediately leap into the air, flitting about erratically. "Remember, protect our players from the bludgers," Wood cautioned as Hermione swung her bat with fervor. Seeing Hermione's vigorous stance, Wood chuckled and dashed away several meters, with Harry mimicking him. Watching Hermione's vigorous swings, Harry thought it looked less like she was playing a game and more like she was preparing for a brawl. As the ball approached, a flicker of excitement crossed Hermione's face, and she swung with all her might. A loud crack echoed as the bludger was sent soaring, heading straight for the 2 onlookers. Harry gasped, his eyes widening as he ducked just in time, the bludger whizzing past his scalp. Unfortunately, Wood was not so fortunate. He was struck squarely in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching his stomach like a boiled lobster. Harry rushed over to ensure Wood was unharmed, quietly exhaling in relief, though still shaken. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been decapitated. Struggling to rise, Wood remarked, You have quite a swing there. But could you aim a bit more accurately?" Hermione expressed a hint of remorse. Suddenly, Harry shouted, "Hermione, behind you!" Instantly alert, Hermione felt a rush of wind at the back of her head and instinctively swung her bat again. Oh no! As another dark shadow hurtled towards them like a cannonball. Harry and Wood barely had time to utter an exclamation before they both dropped to the ground. "Look at what you've protected!" Wood silently screamed in frustration. Yet, Hermione remained deep in thought, and after a moment, a spark of inspiration struck her. "Wood, I've conceived a foolproof strategy." "What?" Wood replied, momentarily taken aback. "Let us make an adjustment. Instead of pursuing the chasers and the keeper, we shall deploy 6 batters solely focused on targeting the opposing players, leaving just 1 seeker to capture the golden snitch." Hermione seemed to have struck upon a brilliant idea, proudly declaring, "I shall name this strategy Invincible 6 Protect 1. Wood's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Each position has a designated number of players. The rules cannot be altered at whim." Hermione's voice faltered with disappointment, but then her eyes sparkled with renewed inspiration. "What if we could use spells to bring down the opponents? Or perhaps directly summon the golden snitch with a summoning charm?" Wood swallowed hard. "Well, that, too, would be against the rules. The use of magic is prohibited in Quidditch matches, and all 3 types of balls are enchanted to be immune to spells." After a moment of contemplation, Hermione looked up once more. "Could I perhaps bring a few knives onto the field to throw at the opponents, or simply wield a bat?" Hermione gestured with her stick, closing one eye as she aimed at Wood's head, "if you catch my drift." Wood was drenched in sweat. Chapter 12. The advancement of magical power. In the ensuing practice, Hermione directed nearly every ball towards her peers, although she vehemently swore it was unintentional. The scene was undeniably terrifying. Wood, wearing an expression of anguish throughout, began to comprehend Professor McGonagall's rationale for recommending her as a beater. It was utterly alarming. "Harry, the golden snitch is the ball you, as the seeker, are tasked with locating and capturing. Once seized, it awards 150 points and concludes the match instantly. You may practice first. I have matters to attend to," Wood instructed, swiftly retrieving a hazelnut-sized winged golden sphere from the box and thrusting it into Harry's hands before hastily departing. This left Harry standing in stunned silence. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hermione drew the curtains while her roommates, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, were still absent, and immediately consulted her spellbook. As she sought Harry's guidance on broomstick flying, the book trembled, revealing that her magical experience had unexpectedly reached its zenith. It turned out that riding a broomstick counted as a form of magical control training. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Hermione delved into meditation. In the next moment, a surge of magical energy erupted within her, coursing through her limbs and invigorating her spirit, as if she had ascended to a new realm of existence. She felt entirely rejuvenated. Hermione Jane Granger, magical level, LV2, 110,000. Eagerly glancing at her spellbook, she discovered that her magical level had indeed ascended to LV2. Hermione distinctly sensed the torrent of magic flowing more powerfully within her, and her perception and control over it had become considerably more refined. She then scrutinized other sections of the book. Spells, Levitation Charm LV2, 110,000. Repelling Charm LV2, 110,000. Full Body Bind Curse LV2, 110,000. Ironclad Charm LV2, 110,000. Dark Magic, Dark Harvest, Talent. Disarming Charm LV2, 110,000. Hanging Charm LV1, 138,1000. As anticipated, upon reaching magical level LV2, her spells that had already reached maximum proficiency naturally advanced alongside her. Shatter. A flash of blue light surged forth, and a vase in the room shattered in response. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the LV1 Shattering Charm, the LV2 variant displayed notably greater potency. Previously, objects would only fracture into several pieces, but now they could be reduced to a granular state in one go. Furthermore, she sensed enhancements in her casting speed, range, and the maximum size of her target. Estimating her newfound power, Hermione surmised her current proficiency level. She was akin to a fifth-year student, but below an adult wizard. The magical power of first to fourth-year students likely fell within the LV1 spectrum, with only a select few exceptional witches and wizards reaching LV2. Fifth to seventh-year students typically possessed LV2 magical ability, while adult wizards generally culminated at LV3. Among adult practitioners, those of considerable strength, as well as ordinary ROARRs in the Ministry of Magic, approached LV4 standards, with renowned elite ROARRs capable of achieving LV4. Regarding Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald, it remains uncertain at this point. Hermione's current prowess does not permit a proper assessment. Although she is merely a first-year student, she has mastered an impressive array of spells, amounting to dozens. As long as her proficiency aligns with her magical potential, she can fully harness the power at her current magical limit, rendering her capabilities almost superhuman compared to her peers. Even the most renowned prodigious wizards pale in comparison. It is crucial to note that even among those with level 3 magic, the efficacy of spellcasting varies significantly. Factors such as physical constitution, affinity for specific types of magic, and practice contribute to some individuals being able to wield most of their spells to their full potential or even surpass their level, while others may perform at a mere student level. This disparity leads to considerable differences in combat capability. Take, for instance, the infamous Gilderoy Lockhart, who is utterly inept in most forms of magic, yet possesses an extraordinary skill in the Forgetfulness Charm, possibly exceeding his own magical limitations. Or consider the Weasley family's unique aptitude for the Shattering spell. In the original text, young Barty Crouch Jr., also known as the Imposter Moody, remarked that, given the student's abilities, even casting the killing curse against him would only result in a mere nosebleed. With the aid of her spellbooks, given some time, Hermione could master any magic to its peak, with no weaknesses to speak of. A versatile talent, she excels in everything. Assessing her current strength, Hermione restored the vase and entered the restroom stall, silently invoking her ability to traverse dimensions. In the next moment, she found herself in her hotel room. Hermione surveyed her surroundings. Thankfully, the room was unoccupied by new guests. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant inconvenience. Previously, in her haste to return to Hogwarts for class, she had arrived late and had no time to ponder, directly traversing back from the Marvel Hotel. Next time, I shall choose a more suitable location for my return, Hermione mused. She had confirmed multiple times that wherever she traversed from, she would invariably return to the same place. Pushing open the door and traversing the corridor, Hermione approached the front desk. The hotel proprietor, upon seeing her emerge, widened his eyes and stood up abruptly. "Young lady, how did you?" "Oh, I merely left something behind in the room and returned to retrieve it," Hermione replied nonchalantly. The hotel owner appeared conflicted, as if he wished to say something but refrained. "Is something wrong?" Noticing his unusual demeanor, Hermione inquired. The proprietor glanced around and, summoning his courage, leaned in to say, "Young lady, I am unaware of the trouble you may have stirred, but a few days ago, FBI agents came here searching for your whereabouts. If you have any knowledge of the situation, it would be prudent to resolve it swiftly." "Huh?" Hermione was taken aback. The FBI was looking for her? Could it be that her actions from a few nights ago had been discovered? That seemed unlikely. She had maintained her disillusionment charm throughout, and even if there were inquiries, they should not lead to a 12-year-old girl like her. Wait, Fabola. Could it be? A shiver ran through Hermione as she seemed to recall something. She remembered that most of the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. concealed their identities as Fabola operatives. It appears you are aware of the situation. The innkeeper noticed the change in Hermione's expression. Hermione nodded and replied, I understand now. It's nothing of great significance, but I appreciate the warning. You are quite kind. She produced a few bills as a token of her gratitude, and then strode out of the inn with confidence. Half an hour later, Hermione found herself seated in a quaint sidewalk CAF, leaning against the window, delicately sipping her cappuccino, lost in her thoughts. At this hour, the CAF was rather quiet, with hardly any patrons aside from Hermione. Just then, a young couple entered, arm in arm, laughing and chatting. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, they surveyed the surroundings before settling at a table not far from Hermione. Chapter 13. The emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D. A young couple, evidently enamored with one another, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter punctuating the air with a sweet scent of romance. Hermione rolled her eyes, silently finishing the remnants of her coffee before rising to approach the pair. Make some space for me, she commanded, nudging the young man aside. In their bewildered gaze, she promptly seated herself in his former spot. Hermione turned her attention to the woman before her. The lady, likely in her 20s, possessed a curvaceous figure and striking beauty. Her form accentuated by form-fitting attire that highlighted her sensual silhouette. Her softly curled, auburn tresses added an alluring charm, captivating all who beheld her. Unfortunately, Hermione, now a budding beauty herself, felt a sense of powerlessness in the face of such allure. Excuse me, but what is it you seek? The red-haired beauty inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. Before she could finish her thought, Hermione interjected, let us skip the pretense. What brings you here? The young man, furrowing his brow, retorted, what do you mean by seeking you? Why are you sitting in my seat? I have no spare change to give you. His implication was clear. He believed Hermione to be a beggar. Unfazed, Hermione observed the pair, muttering to herself, could they be sent by the ministry? Yet, they emit no trace of magical energy. Why would the ministry dispatch 2 muggles? These people are perplexing. Her voice dripped with confusion. She had already crafted her persona within this Marvel universe, a clever little witch, imbued with a sense of justice, yet possessing a cunning nature and an enigmatic, profound background. Now, her only task was to maintain this facade and impress these individuals. You. The young man, irritated by Hermione's disregard for him and her seemingly incoherent mutterings, raised his voice. Be quiet. Hermione produced her wand and tapped it lightly against his forehead, then turned to the red-haired beauty, stating, if you have business, speak. If not, I shall take my leave. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A professionally trained adult. Reduced to being tapped on the head by a mere child wielding a stick, the young man could hardly believe his predicament. As he regained his composure, he attempted to voice his thoughts, but was halted by the red-haired beauty's raised hand. Agent Jansen, please exit. I can handle this. His expression shifted from anger to resignation. As if the preceding emotions had been an act, he rose gently and departed the CAF, muttering, how could I be outsmarted by such a small girl? Once the man had left, the red-haired beauty finally spoke. Miss Granger, may I address you as such? Hermione was not taken aback, responding with a cheerful smile. You may call me Hermione. After all, the sight of a beautiful woman could elevate one's spirits, even if Hermione felt she had missed her chance at such companionship. The red-haired beauty's eyes sparkled with a hint of delight, suggesting that her target was more amenable than anticipated. Very well, little sister Hermione, she replied. The red-haired beauty pondered for a moment before posing her most pressing question. How did you see through our disguises? In truth, she shared the same curiosity as the departing male agent. As a top-tier operative, she held absolute confidence in her ability to conceal herself, convinced that she had not revealed her true identity. If it weren't for her utter confusion, she would never have set aside her mission to prioritize this inquiry. For a fleeting instant, she even questioned whether the girl before her was a spy cultivated by some clandestine organization from a tender age. Hermione displayed a look of bewilderment. Are you not aware that wizards are particularly sensitive to gazes? Since your arrival, dear sister, you have covertly glanced at me 6 times. And that brother over there has stolen glances 11 times. Is this how you conduct your courtship? Even the couples on the brink of breakup at Hogwarts show more care for one another. The red-haired beauty was taken aback. Are today as children truly this perceptive? Able to sense a mere gaze? Hermione chuckled inwardly. The notion of sensitivity to gaze was sheer nonsense. She recognized the other solely because of her prior knowledge. Having seen her countless times on screen in her previous life, she was all too familiar. Natasha Romanoff, the premier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., codename Black Widow. Natasha paused for a moment, reflecting on Hermione's earlier words, and suddenly a jolt of realization struck her as she grasped a pivotal phrase. What did she just say? A wizard. In her previous remarks, the child had conveyed a singular message. She was indeed a wizard. Simultaneously, within the confines of a tall building, in a spacious office, a one-eyed bald African-American man felt a similar shock in his pupils as he glanced down at the girl's dossier. Several photographs lay on the desk, depicting Hermione working outside a barbecue restaurant, the corpse of an African-American robber, and the gruesome fates of several Hell's Kitchen criminals. Natasha chuckled softly. Dear Hermione, it's not a wise habit for young children to tell lies. Prior to her arrival, she had reviewed the target's information, which indicated that she was merely a girl with some peculiar abilities. Though the mention of wizards astonished her, upon further reflection, it was likely just a child's fanciful imagination following the acquisition of extraordinary powers. She had no faith in anything regarding wizards or magic. However, Hermione's subsequent reaction took Natasha by surprise. She had anticipated a display of anger upon having her lie exposed, or perhaps a childish tantrum. Instead, Hermione furrowed her brow, her previously cheerful demeanor shifting to one of perplexity. Oh, not even this. Could it be that you aren't really sent by the Ministry of Magic to monitor me? Hermione's expression suddenly grew serious as she anxiously scratched her head. Oh no, I've really messed up now. Having discussed this with two muggles, I fear I'll be lectured by Dumbledore upon returning. Natasha fixed her gaze intently on Hermione, her expression becoming somewhat rigid. She endeavored to discern any traces of performance in Hermione's reaction, but alas, she failed. Either this little girl was deeply immersed in her role, unable to distinguish between fantasy and reality, or she was speaking the truth. How exceedingly vexing. Hermione wore a frown as she leaned over the table, absent-mindedly toying with her wand when a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Of course, before the Ministry of Magic discovers anything, I shall erase your memories, ensuring that no one learns of my revelation regarding the existence of wizards to muggles. Hermione's spirits lifted, and she clapped her hands in excitement. Yes, let us do just that. Haha, I truly am a genius. What? Erasing memories? Natasha felt a shiver run down her spine upon hearing Hermione's words. The small stick in her adversary's hand pointed menacingly towards her, and as Natasha noticed the tip of the wand begin to glow, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through her. This was the instinct of a top-tier agent. Wait. Recalling the purpose of her mission, Natasha summoned immense willpower to suppress her instinctive urge to draw her weapon and exclaimed, Don't you want to know who we are? This query seemed to pique Hermione's curiosity. She gradually lowered her wand and inquired, Beautiful sister, if you are not sent by the Ministry of Magic, then who are you, and what brings you to me? As the sense of impending doom began to dissipate, Natasha exhaled deeply, realizing that her back was completely drenched, though she was unaware of when it had happened. Chapter 14 Deception. Natasha, what happened? A voice tinged with anxiety resonated through the earpiece. It's nothing. I can handle it, Natasha replied, her voice lowered as she pressed the device against her ear. Her gaze shifted back to Hermione, and she spoke with earnest intent. I hail from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. You may call me Natasha. I have come to inquire about certain matters concerning your sister. Though English had seamlessly become the mother tongue of this body, Hermione's mind temporarily faltered upon hearing such an extensive title. It occurred to her that S-H-I-E-L-D had yet to adopt an abbreviation. What department? Natasha was no stranger to such reactions. She had long urged Fury to choose a more memorable name, yet no changes had been made. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Natasha patiently reiterated. What logistics? Hermione pressed. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. What logistics? Natasha, gazing into Hermione's clear eyes, found herself at a loss for words for the first time. Perhaps you should write it down. Recognizing Natasha's exasperation, Hermione proposed a solution. Very well, I shall have a colleague bring paper and a pen. Natasha began, but was abruptly interrupted by Hermione. No need for such trouble. With that, Hermione raised her wand and gently waved it towards a nearby coffee cup. Flavito. In the next instant, to Natasha's astonishment, the coffee cup twisted and transformed into a sheet of white paper and a pen. This is... Natasha looked up, incredulous, at Hermione. Her initial reaction was to suspect she had been drugged and was hallucinating. She reached out, grasping the paper and pen, running her fingers over them repeatedly until she confirmed that what lay before her was indeed real. It was astonishingly true. How did you do that? Natasha stared intently at Hermione. Hermione shrugged. It's merely a simple transfiguration spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The coffee cup before Natasha levitated, gliding beyond the table's edge before crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. Reparo. The broken cup reassembled itself in an anti-physical manner, returning to its original state without a trace of damage. See? Hermione placed her hands on her hips, a triumphant expression adorning her face. Having witnessed this remarkable sequence of events, Natasha was rendered numb with shock. She had encountered various superhumans before, those who could manipulate fire, control water, or enhance their strength, all of which could be explained scientifically and were rather singular in nature. Yet, within such a brief encounter, Hermione had demonstrated at least 3 distinct abilities: material alteration, telekinesis, and temporal reversal. These phenomena were beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Magic. Magic truly exists. Ultimately, as a top-tier agent, Natasha forcibly quelled the astonishment swelling within her, resolutely accepting this newfound reality. Reconstructing her shattered worldview, Natasha remarked, "We discovered that a series of unusual deaths occurred nearby a few nights ago. I primarily wish to inquire if you have any knowledge regarding these events." She braced herself for Hermione's anticipated denial. To her astonishment, Hermione nodded decisively. "Oh yes, of course, I killed them all." Natasha's pupils constricted. Before she could respond, Hermione continued, "What was it? The Bureau of Magic? Never mind, I can't recall. Let's just call you S.H.I.D.L.D. As you must be the enforcement agency for Muggles, right? I eliminated the villains. Shouldn't there be a reward for that?" She wore an expression of unapologetic righteousness. What on earth was wrong with this child? Natasha's expression turned grave. Tentatively, she asked Hermione, "At your young age, doesn't taking a life leave you with any discomfort?" Hermione tilted her head innocently. "But I only kill bad people. Doesn't the book say we should punish the wicked and reward the good? That's how it plays out on TV, right? The protagonists always eliminate the villains. And no one ever says they are wrong." Natasha's lips twitched involuntarily. Truly, her moral compass was astonishingly simplistic. However, just as she was about to speak again, a voice crackled through her earpiece. "Do not discuss morality with her. Simply inquire about the wizards." Natasha inhaled deeply, once more donning a smile. "Could you tell us about yourself? How did such a delightful child as you acquire these abilities? I am genuinely curious." She assumed a demeanor of eager curiosity. Through their previous interactions, she had discerned a fair measure of this child's character. "How I acquired them?" Hermione appeared perplexed, pondering how to articulate her answer. "The professors at school teach us, so that's how I learned. What other way could there be?" She seemed genuinely baffled by the question. Natasha and the person on the other end of the line simultaneously voiced their confusion. "Wait, the school teaches that? Are you jesting? Which institution is so remarkable?" Yet in the next moment, both realized the truth. No, Hermione was not referring to any school they knew, but rather a specialized school of magic. A school capable of producing wizards. In an instant, they grasped the more ominous implications. If wizards have schools, it follows that there must be numerous student wizards. And the teachers instructing these students would undoubtedly be wizards themselves. Coupled with Hermione's mention of the Ministry of Magic, it was easy to deduce that there were many wizards, and they seemed to possess their own societal structure. The existence of such a group endowed with supernatural powers hidden within society, unbeknownst to S.H.I.E.L.D., was a chilling thought. Natasha's hands trembled at the realization. The individual on the other end of the line was no better off, their expression dark as night, betraying no emotion. Yet their quivering lips hinted at inner turmoil. Observing Natasha's silence, Hermione displayed a look of dissatisfaction. "Hey, I've answered so many of your questions. It's time for me to ask one. Professors seldom pose inquiries as astutely as you do." Natasha regained her composure, forcing a smile. "You may proceed with your question." Hermione cupped her chin in her hands, blinking thoughtfully. "When I vanquished the villains, I was under the influence of the disillusionment charm. Theoretically, you ought not to have been able to see me. How, then, can you be certain it was I who acted?" "We did not assert it was you," Hermione replied, a hint of impatience in her tone. "I may be young, but I am not a fool." Realizing she could not deceive Hermione, Natasha reluctantly decided to speak the truth. There were witnesses present. "Uncle Elvin?" Hermione shook her head. "That is impossible, being a muggle. He could not possibly penetrate my disillusionment charm." Natasha nodded in acknowledgement. "We are aware of that, but there were also surveillance cameras on site." Chapter 15. Lame surveillance? Nonsense. The level 2 illusion spell is imperceptible even to thermal imaging. How could you claim to have been caught on camera? Hermione, now confronted with Black Widow yet still unwilling to speak the truth, felt a surge of irritation. With a cold smirk, she questioned, "Do you truly believe those trivial devices can penetrate my enchantments?" Sensing the girl's discontent, Natasha hastily clarified, "It was not during the night of the crime, while executing justice, but rather when you were working in the store prior to that. Based on Erwin's testimony and the evidence at the scene, we deduced the involvement of someone with special abilities. Therefore, we accessed the street surveillance directly facing the shop, hoping to uncover any clues, only to inadvertently discover your presence while you were employed there. You see, the law ostensibly prohibits the employment of minors, yet not only were you working in the store, But you also appeared brazenly before everyone without anyone raising an eyebrow. We even specifically inquired with Erwin. He knows this law and acknowledges you are a child. Yet he showed no disapproval regarding your employment, as if his perception had been manipulated. Hermione suddenly understood. So you believe I must possess some unique ability. And since two illogical events occurred in the shop, there must be a connection. Natasha affirmed, precisely. Thus, we utilized facial recognition software to search for your identity in the database, but to no avail, until just a few days ago, when your visage emerged in Hell's Kitchen. Unfortunately, by the time we dispatched someone to communicate, it was too late. You had already departed, only to reappear today. Oh, I see. As long as there are no flaws in my magic, I need not fear being exposed by a muggle. The mere thought of being ridiculed by the others from the other 3 houses is unbearable. Hermione gently patted her chest, seemingly relieved, and remarked, humph, a mere muggle. Surprisingly competent. Receiving praise from a child, despite her being a witch, left Natasha with mixed feelings. Well then, I have answered your questions. It is now time to erase your memories. Hermione raised her wand once more, her voice resonating with authority. Wait, we were having such a delightful conversation, and I thought we had become quite acquainted. Why must you erase my memories? Natasha internally protested. Why are children these days so difficult to engage with? Must they forsake their original intentions? So, your purpose in addressing my inquiries was merely to ensure my oblivion, was it? Thank you very much, dear sister. Damn it. Even someone as seasoned as Natasha felt momentarily shaken, on the verge of expletives. Having already accepted the existence of wizards, she now had no doubt that Hermione possessed the means to erase memories. Taking a deep breath, Natasha spoke earnestly. Hermione, dear, I know you are a good child, which is why you take it upon yourself to eliminate those evildoers, and I am pleased. However, you must understand that not only you, but we ordinary folk are also striving to maintain peace in the world. Our homeland, shoddy, exists specifically to assist the good in combating the wicked. We are equally partners in justice. Perhaps you should reconsider. Hermione nearly lost her composure. This moment was undoubtedly the ultimate test of her acting prowess. Since we are united by a common goal, it seems a tad excessive for you to erase the memories of your comrades, does it not? Conversely, retaining our memories would enable us to collaborate more effectively as noble allies in the pursuit of justice. Your assistance to us is, in essence, assistance to yourself. Is it not? Natasha coaxed gently, drawing upon every bit of her experience in comforting children. However, the Ministry of Magic strictly forbids disclosing the existence of the wizarding world to muggles. If anyone were to learn of it, you too would face memory erasure at the hands of the Ministry, and I assure you, the agents dispatched would not be as accommodating as I am. Moreover, I would face Dumbledore's ire. Hermione felt a flicker of temptation, her face betraying a hint of conflict. Rest assured, our organization, SHIELD, possesses formidable confidentiality capabilities. Even in the unlikely event of discovery, it would never be revealed that you were the source of our knowledge. Besides, if you don't speak of it, and I don't either, who would ever know? Are you certain? I still wish to hear what Hydra has to say about this. Hermione mused inwardly. Seeing that Hermione was on the verge of capitulation, Natasha seized the moment to stoke the flames further. What if we consider this matter a shared secret between us, a symbol of our alliance as champions of justice? A shared secret. Hermione bit her lip, as if having resolved something within herself. Very well, but we must seal it with a promise. Vowing never to betray one another. A promise. Natasha silently chuckled, realizing that even a witch like her could still be childlike enough to believe in such a method of secrecy. Through her interactions with Hermione, Natasha felt she had completely discerned her character. Although endowed with marvelous magic, Hermione was, after all, still a child, reveling in admiration and praise, exhibiting the whimsical nature of youth, a touch of eccentricity, and a degree of youthful idealism and dreams. Unlike ordinary children, however, she possessed the ability to manifest those thoughts into reality, albeit influenced by excessive television viewing or the cultural nuances of the wizarding community that rendered her worldview slightly askew, leading her to embrace a mindset uncharacteristic of her age in certain matters, such as the notion of killing without remorse. All right, we have a deal. Natasha extended her pinky, linking it with Hermione's. Pinky swear, for 100 years, never to change. Deal. Natasha playfully ruffled Hermione's hair. In that moment, she took the opportunity to observe Hermione more closely. With her chestnut curls, charming visage, and pure, bright eyes, she would undoubtedly blossom into a beautiful young lady in a few years. Unable to resist, she pinched Hermione's cheek. Hermione endured it, thinking, fine. Since you are the Black Widow, I'll let you have this. I'll step outside to make a call and report this matter to our director. He will surely be delighted upon hearing it. Reluctantly releasing her grip, Natasha rose to leave. assuring Hermione, "I'll be back shortly." Hermione nodded. Just then, a sudden remark from her caused Natasha's emotions to tighten once more. "Indeed, just now, while invoking the charm, I have cast a spell. Those who fail to abide by the pact shall meet a fate most dire," Hermione declared with an unsettling glee. Natasha froze momentarily. "I'm just jesting. I have faith in you, dear sister Natasha." Hermione's visage transformed into that of a mischievous imp, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Natasha turned back with a faint smile, uttering nothing, and quietly exited through the door, releasing a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Conversing with this little rascal proved to be more exhausting than confronting a terrorist. Upon reaching the CAF's exterior, Natasha pressed her ear and whispered, "Director, did you hear everything? What shall we do next?" Chapter 16. The gateway to the magical world. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, the agent Romanoff inquired. "You are on site. Your judgment is likely more accurate than mine. What approach do you believe we should take towards her? Does she pose a threat that necessitates her forcible apprehension?" Without hesitation, Natasha replied, "Absolutely not. We must maintain a cordial relationship with her while gradually winning her over." The voice on the other end was unsurprised and asked, "What is your rationale?" "Firstly, she is the only wizard we can currently engage with, serving as our sole conduit into the enigmatic world of sorcery. Secondly, her mysterious magical abilities merit our study. They may potentially integrate with our technology to yield unforeseen results. Thirdly, while her demeanor is rather peculiar, diverging from that of an ordinary child, her overall behavior still aligns with a sense of justice. There is no need to drive her into opposition, and her background appears substantial. Acting otherwise would be counterproductive." Moreover, Natasha hesitated. "She is merely a child." "It seems you have a favorable impression of her," the voice noted. Natasha nodded, revealing her thoughts candidly. "Indeed. Although interacting with Hermione can be somewhat exhausting, I genuinely hold a fondness for this little girl and wish to avoid any excessive actions against her." The voice responded, now imbued with a tone of affirmation. "Then let us proceed as you suggest. While fostering a good rapport, we shall subtly influence and guide her perceptions, leveraging her childhood innocence. Invite her to our headquarters. I wish to meet her personally and gather intelligence about the wizarding realm." "Understood, sir." As Natasha turned to depart, a thought struck her. "Oh, Nick, there's one more thing." She paused. "The name Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics is rather cumbersome. I believe Hermione's suggestion of SHIELD is quite fitting. Perhaps you might consider it?" After a prolonged silence, the voice finally replied, "Very well, we shall adopt that name." A smile graced Natasha's lips, surprised that Hermione's first contribution to their cause was the creation of such a suitable title. Upon returning to the CAF, Natasha halted. "Where is Hermione?" she exclaimed, glancing around in alarm, only to discover the entire hall devoid of patrons. Rushing to the table, she noticed the blank sheet of paper lying quietly on the surface, now adorned with additional writing. "Dear Sister Natasha, I have classes at school tomorrow morning, so I will return to rest now. See you another day." Grasping the note, Natasha hastily pressed the button on her earpiece. "Why did you not report when Hermione left?" Soon, several voices responded in unison, "We did not see her." Immediately retrieved the surrounding surveillance footage, Natasha commanded. Shortly thereafter, a man in a black suit and sunglasses presented her with a tablet. The screen displayed live footage from inside and outside the CAF. It revealed that just as Natasha was conversing at the door, Hermione had stood up from the table, pushed open the door, and confidently walked away. Strangely, the agents surrounding the area chose to ignore her entirely. Even more chilling was the fact that, before departing, she bid farewell to Natasha, who waved her off, watching her leave. In the office, Nick Fury observed this terrifying scene, a shiver running down his spine. Back in her dormitory, Hermione lay on her bed, astonished that SHIELD had discovered her so early. Although she had been prepared, this was rather swift. She had underestimated these individuals, being the most formidable intelligence agency in the Marvel Universe. Rife with supernatural beings, they certainly possessed their own strengths. Yet, she still held the upper hand. The bait had been cast, she merely awaited the catch. She was certain that while conversing with Natasha, that old schemer Nick Fury was undoubtedly eavesdropping. The fragmented information left behind was sufficient to ignite their imaginations, a mysterious portal to a magical world slowly opening before them. Such power was enough to draw them in like moths to a flame, especially since the key to this portal was firmly in her grasp. As the only wizard they could access, indeed, the only wizard in this world, her value was immensely magnified. Moreover, Hermione had crafted a persona for herself as a child of noble background, possessing little cunning but a hint of righteousness, which would not provoke any sense of threat. She was the perfect subject for collaboration, or rather, exploitation. Coincidentally, Hermione shared this sentiment. However, the question of who would ultimately manipulate whom remained uncertain. Fortunately, Her magical abilities had successfully advanced to the second tier. While her sheer power might not rival that of beings like the Hulk, her methods were diverse. In the early days of the Marvel Universe, as long as she avoided provoking hidden monstrosities and exercised caution, she could adequately navigate the current situation. As for her dark harvesting, having just made contact with SHIELD, she decided to pause for the time being. If all went as expected, a significant opportunity would soon present itself. In the following days, Hermione dedicated herself to practicing spells at Hogwarts, striving to enhance her proficiency. While also engaging in daily Quidditch practice with Wood and the others, her skills improving steadily. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. In the Great Hall, a group of young wizards sat at the long table, enjoying their lunch. With rabbit eyes and harp's whispers, let this pure water transform into fine wine. Beside Hermione, a student clad in Gryffindor robes waved his wand, reciting incantations as he flicked it toward the cup before him. It resembled less of a spell and more of a rhythmic tapping, as if such motions could somehow amplify his magical prowess. What on earth are you doing? Hermione furrowed her delicate brows, shifting slightly away, wary of his wand potentially poking her eye. At that moment, Neville stood up from a distance, approached Hermione, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to speak. Hermione, thank you for what you did last time. If it weren't for your timely slowing charm, I would surely still be lying in the hospital. Hermione glanced up at him, replied with a soft HM, and then returned to her meal. Neville remained indifferent, as everyone had come to understand Hermione's character over the years. She was typically aloof and reticent, only slightly more familiar with Harry and Ron, coupled with her evident disdain for being disturbed, even though she possessed striking beauty. Young boys who wished to approach her quickly retreated, sensing her formidable aura. This time, after expressing his gratitude to Harry for standing up to Malfoy, Neville, encouraged by Harry, decided to personally convey his thanks. I shall take my leave now. Hermione, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I will certainly comply. Neville asserted with conviction. Just as he turned to depart, Hermione suddenly called out to him. Wait. Neville halted in his tracks. I just remembered. There is indeed something I need your assistance with. What is it? Glancing at the nearby Seamus Finnegan, Hermione slowly continued. If you wouldn't mind, could we perhaps switch seats? Chapter 17. The Secret Keeper. Neville was taken aback by Hermione's unexpected request, momentarily stunned before nodding repeatedly. Oh, yes, of course. Hermione stood up and proceeded to sit down at Neville's previous seat. She then cast 2 floating charms to switch the positions of their plates. Harry, Ron, and the others were puzzled, but given Hermione's peculiar behavior was not a novelty, they had grown accustomed to it. Do not inquire. It is simply her way of thinking. With rabbit-like eyes and a gentle harp, transforming clear water into exquisite wine, Seamus Finnegan remained oblivious to the changes around him, wholly absorbed in his rhythmic tapping. Across from him, Harry observed for a moment before glancing at Ron and quietly asking, what does Seamus intend to do with that cup of water? Seamus had been at it all afternoon, and Harry, unable to decipher the situation, felt increasingly bewildered. Am I in the wrong house? Gryffindor is filled with oddities. Harry mused to himself. Ron, stifling a laugh behind his hand, whispered, he wants to turn that cup of water into wine. Yesterday he managed to conjure tea, and then... Boom. Before he could finish, a thunderous sound erupted. Suddenly, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone was startled, turning their gazes towards the source of the noise. There stood Seamus, his expression dazed, his face charred black, and smoke billowing from the cup before him. The next moment, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Hermione, struggling to contain herself, lightly covered her mouth, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Although she had known from the past that Seamus was one of Gryffindor's many eccentrics, capable of producing explosive results from any spell, seeing it firsthand was still astonishing. He truly possessed an innate talent for explosive magic, a gift that allowed him to wield spells beyond his magical capacity. Fortunately, Hermione had sensed the impending danger and had made her escape in advance. Alas, poor Neville, seated closest to Seamus, was caught in the blast, his face similarly darkened, and a patch of his hair singed away. Noticing the resentful gaze Neville cast her way, Hermione averted her eyes, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Harry and the nearby group of young wizards, who had noticed the seating shuffle, could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. You never fail to impress, Hermione. Amidst the sounds of mirth, the great doors swung open, and a flurry of owls swooped in from outside. Countless owls, honing in on their targets, flew overhead, dropping parcels they clutched in their talons, creating a scene of delightful chaos, accompanied by cheers. It was time for the bi-weekly delivery of packages. At this moment, parents would send numerous items to their children studying at Hogwarts, ranging from clothing and daily necessities to magical artifacts. The variety was endless. Notably, Hermione and Harry received the largest parcels among everyone, indicating their contents must be quite special. The crowd's attention was drawn to them, eagerly assisting in unwrapping the packages. Everyone keen to discover what treasures awaited. Soon, two brand new broomsticks emerged before their eyes. This is astonishing. Harry stood frozen. Hermione, equally surprised, realized that it was the new Nimbus 2000 broomstick that Professor McGonagall had gifted to Harry. How could it also be for her? Oh, she remembered. She had joined the Quidditch team as well. So, it was of no consequence. Wow, Ron exclaimed. This is no ordinary broom. It's the latest model. The Nimbus 2000. The top of the broom was inscribed with the words Nimbus 2000. A wave of awe swept through the surrounding young wizards, all casting envious glances. This object was exceedingly expensive, holding a status in the wizarding world akin to that of a supercar in the Muggle realm. Ron bent down to caress the broom. Captivated and enraptured, Hermione knew that one of Ron's dreams was to be a member of the Quidditch team and to win the Quidditch Cup. Even the vision he saw in the mirror of Eris depicted him as captain, holding the Quidditch Cup on the podium. Unfortunately, he lacked any Quidditch talent and could only watch longingly as Hermione and Harry played. Though Harry was taken aback by this immense surprise, he remained composed. Furrowing his brow, who is it? On the podium, Professor McGonagall was stroking her owl, casting a knowing glance at the two. Only then did Harry come to his senses, breaking into a smile and nodding in acknowledgement, feeling a profound warmth in his heart. Hermione rose and gracefully performed a wizarding bow towards the podium, her elegant demeanor drawing admiring glances. What poise! Her perfect bow left no room for criticism. Could she truly be of Muggle origin? Perhaps this exemplifies the divide between the ordinary and the extraordinary. The surrounding whispers began to subside as the commotion caused by the two Nimbus 2000s settled down, and everyone began to unwrap their packages. Ron continued to fondle Harry's broom, unable to let it go, while Harry, resigned, helped him unwrap his gift. It turned out that Ron had received the latest edition of the newspaper. Wizarding newspapers were quite similar to those of the ordinary world, except that the pictures were animated, providing a more vivid understanding of events. Harry opened the newspaper and began to read. Moments later, he let out a soft gasp. He tapped Ron on the shoulder and pointed to an article. Someone has illegally entered Gringotts. Ron's attention was immediately drawn back, looking at Harry with concern. Gringotts. The only wizarding bank was run by goblins and specifically catered to the financial needs of wizards. The Weasley family, already in a state of financial strain, felt a wave of anxiety at the news, fearing that their meager savings might be stolen. Don't worry, it's not your family, Harry quickly reassured him. The incident occurred at Vault 713, but that vault had been emptied long before the incident, so nothing was lost. Wait. He finally realized that it wasn't about him and Hagrid, was it? Harry murmured, just before coming to Hogwarts. I went with Hagrid to retrieve the money left by my parents, and Hagrid made a trip to Vault 713 to collect something, instructing me not to tell anyone about it. Oh no. At last, Harry, having inadvertently let slip a secret, hurriedly covered his mouth. Glancing around to ensure no one had noticed, he finally exhaled in relief. Hermione remarked, "So, you are indeed tight-lipped." However, after 2 months of campus life, the main storyline is set to unfold. Hermione was well aware of what Hagrid had taken, the Philosopher's Stone. This alchemical creation by Nicholas Flamel, forged centuries ago, is the only one of its kind in existence. Its greatest power lies in its ability to concoct a potion that transcends the limitations of mortality, granting eternal life. Typically safeguarded by Flamel's friend, Dumbledore, within the vaults of Gringotts, it was only due to a forewarning of an impending theft that Hagrid retrieved it in advance. As for the current whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, is there any other option aside from the world's safest school, Hogwarts? Chapter 18. Coulson as for the individual who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione was well aware it was none other than the esteemed professor of defense against the dark arts, Quirinus Quirrell. In his earlier years, Quirrell traveled far and wide, eventually encountering the lingering soul of Voldemort in the forests of Albania. In his pursuit of greater power, he willingly aligned himself with Voldemort, allowing the dark entity to possess his very being. However, those who fell under Voldemort's possession gradually succumbed to weakness and decay, ultimately leading to death. Thus, Quirrell set his sights on the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact capable of granting immortality. This quest formed the central narrative of the first book in the Harry Potter series. Hermione was nearly cognizant of all the details surrounding this affair, yet she refrained from alerting Harry, choosing instead to await the unfolding of events, biding her time for the opportune moment. That evening, Hermione once more ventured to the lavatory. With a mere thought, the surrounding space shifted, transporting her back to the Marvel Universe. With the Nimbus 2000 now at her disposal, she had acquired the ability to traverse distances with remarkable speed, significantly enhancing her mobility. The interface of the magical tome materialized within her mind. Hermione Jean Granger, magic level, LV2, 1463 10,000. Through her recent practice with spells and the flying broomstick, her magical experience had seen substantial growth, though she remained far from reaching LV3. Unlike the transition from LV1 to LV2, ascending from LV2 to LV3 necessitated a daunting 10,000 experience points, a tenfold increase. This stark contrast illustrated the considerable divide between adult and juvenile wizards. Many wizards spend their entire lives striving to overcome this hurdle. Nevertheless, Hermione harbored no concerns regarding this matter. Her exceptional talent, coupled with the power of the magical tome, imbued her with unwavering confidence. Surprisingly, it was not her magical prowess that had undergone the most remarkable transformation, but rather an unexpected addition in the artifacts section of her magical tome, which now displayed an icon of a broomstick. Artifacts, flying broomstick, Nimbus 2000, fully analyzed, collected. With a mere thought, a broomstick materialized in Hermione's hand. The first artifact she had collected turned out to be a flying broomstick, a revelation that pleasantly astonished her. Once an item is recognized as an artifact, the magical tome automatically deconstructs its composition, revealing its crafting methods and necessary materials. Provided these components are available, the magical tome could synthesize the collected artifact. In essence, Hermione could now, with her own hands, create an identical flying broomstick, assuming she possessed the requisite materials. Craftsmanship was entirely unnecessary. Fortunately, wands were not classified as artifacts. Otherwise, given her wand-making efficiency, Mr. Ollivander would likely find himself in a state of utter despair. However, the analysis of artifacts required time. The flying broomstick, being a commonplace item, was fully analyzed within just an afternoon. In contrast, the analysis of rarer items demanded significantly longer periods. Another advantage was that once an item was cataloged as an artifact, it could be stored as an icon within the magical tome, allowing Hermione to summon it at will through communication with the tome, a unique form of storage. This feature proved to be exceedingly convenient for Hermione, alleviating the burden of carrying the broomstick around. With the broomstick returned to the tome, Hermione exited the alleyway. She purchased an apple from a street vendor and leaned against the wall, munching away. The street felt unusually tranquil today, devoid of any agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., a stark contrast to Hogwarts. Perhaps all the operatives had been dispatched elsewhere. The Philosopher's Stone remained secure, and Dumbledore was diligently working on its protection. You must persevere, Hermione. The magical energy you have accumulated is not in vain. As long as you keep moving forward, the path will continue to unfold. Just then, a sleek black luxury car came racing from afar, screeching to a halt before Hermione. Apologies, there will be no gunfight. A bald man with a Mediterranean hairstyle emerged from the vehicle, wearing a friendly smile. Miss Granger, greetings. I am Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. He introduced himself willingly. Although he needn't have, Hermione recognized him immediately. She nodded and inquired, "Where's Natasha?" "Agent Romanoff has sustained some injuries during her mission and is temporarily unable to be deployed. I have come in her stead. My apologies." Coulson's eyes reflected a hint of regret. This was no falsehood. It was indeed the truth. After Hermione's departure, Natasha had been assigned another task to confront an armed smuggler. Although she succeeded in apprehending him, she incurred some injuries and was now recuperating at headquarters. Hermione understood. Despite Black Widow's formidable reputation as a future member of the Avengers, she remained, at her core, an exceptionally skilled individual, unable to guarantee her safety in every operation. Natasha is injured? What happened? Hermione's eyes conveyed just the right amount of concern and worry. Observing her genuine emotion, Coulson felt reassured. Indeed, Agent Romanoff's assignments were executed flawlessly, and it seemed she had developed a strong rapport with this witch. This mission was originally intended for Natasha, but due to her injuries, the director had to substitute him as the first alternate. Having established a connection with the witch, every interaction must be approached with utmost caution. Among the senior agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the bespectacled Indian agent Sitwell had an unsavory appearance, while the menacing Crossbones would likely frighten any child. Others were preoccupied with their own duties, making Coulson the most suitable for this task. Some individuals possess an inherently trustworthy demeanor, and Coulson was a quintessential example. Sporting the face of a quintessential friendly neighbor. "Miss Granger, rest assured, Natasha's injuries are minor and not life-threatening. She merely requires a period of inactivity to recover." Coulson reassured her. Hermione gently patted her chest, exhaling in relief. Seeing her response, Coulson felt even more at ease, stating forthrightly, "The purpose of my visit is to facilitate communication on behalf of our director, who wishes to share intelligence with you as partners. I hope you will agree." "Very well." Hermione readily agreed, having long anticipated her encounter with this enigmatic figure. However, she insisted on visiting Aunt Natasha first. Her persona must remain intact. Coulson nodded, fully aware that such a scenario was anticipated. "Please, get in the car. We shall escort you there. Hermione promptly climbed into the vehicle, exuding an air of nonchalance. After all, she was still a child, devoid of any skepticism. Coulson sighed inwardly, noting that the S-H-I-E-L-D had no ill intentions this time. The innocence of youth is both a blessing and a curse. It facilitates guidance yet renders one susceptible to manipulation by others. It is imperative to keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring she does not fall prey to deceit. The car halted before a towering edifice. Hermione disembarked and gazed upward in awe. This was a magnificent structure, nearly 100 stories high, exuding a profound sense of technological advancement. S-H-I-E-L. DS Triquarchy headquarters. Upon entering the building, Hermione attracted a multitude of curious glances. The existence of wizards was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few within S-H-I-E-L-D. Thus, when a little girl draped in a black cloak accompanied Coulson, the right hand of the director, to the headquarters, the agents were taken aback. They ascended in the elevator, arriving at the medical floor designated for agents, where Coulson guided Hermione into a lavish hospital room. Chapter 19 Meeting with the Black-Boiled Egg Sister Natasha. Upon seeing Natasha on the hospital bed, Hermione rushed over and threw herself into her embrace. Her little head affectionately nuzzled against Natasha's chest, relishing the essence of her past life's dream of the Black Widow's cleansing milk. Natasha winced from the sudden impact, pain coursing through her, her complexion pale and her lips twitching slightly. Yet, gazing at the exuberant girl in her arms, all her tumultuous emotions ultimately morphed into a bittersweet smile. After a brief moment of affection, Hermione pulled away and scrutinized Natasha from head to toe. Sister Natasha, where are you hurt? Let me see. Natasha shook her head slightly. It's better if you don't. The wound is quite gruesome. I fear it may frighten you. Hermione replied. You seem to have forgotten that I once slashed the throat of a certain gentleman during a zero-cost purchase and took down a dozen men in one night. Nonetheless, she could empathize. Anyone would feel a surge of affection upon seeing such an adorable little girl. No, I want to see. Hermione feigned annoyance. All right then. Unable to resist her persistence, Natasha reluctantly pulled back the covers and slowly lifted her shirt, revealing her side. Coulson, sensing the moment, turned away. As she unwrapped the bandage, a deep, bone-revealing gash traversed her side, stark against her fair skin. The surrounding blood had been cleaned up, yet the sutured scars still glimmered with a dark crimson hue. Ah, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Natasha reassured her. She spoke truthfully. Compared to the penetrating wound left by the Winter Soldier, this indeed seemed trivial. Sister Natasha, how long will it take for you to recover? Hermione suddenly inquired. Natasha pondered for a moment and replied, such an injury will take at least 2 or 3 months to heal. Can it be quicker? Natasha, somewhat exasperated, countered. Do you think healing occurs by mere will? There was no alternative. Injuries heal at their own pace, governed by nature's immutable laws. No worries. I have a solution. Hermione declared suddenly. Natasha was taken aback, then chuckled softly, dismissing it as youthful naivety, presuming that a child who knew a bit about medicine would think it applicable everywhere. You don't believe me. Seeing Natasha's nonchalant demeanor, Hermione puffed her cheeks, looking adorably indignant. All right. What do you propose I do to recover faster? Natasha, slightly exasperated, decided to entertain her idea. She was curious to hear what Hermione might suggest, hoping it wouldn't be something as simplistic as drink more hot water. Hermione retrieved her wand, stating, these stitches are a bit bothersome. They need to be removed first, and it might sting a little. The wand is rather large, so brace yourself. Natasha, alarmed, exclaimed, wait, what are you about to do? Initially, she had thought Hermione would merely share some common wisdom on healing. But who could have anticipated that she would take matters into her own hands and directly remove her stitches? Leviosa, without allowing Natasha to question further, Hermione waved her wand and recited the incantation. As some spells ascended to the second level, certain incantations no longer required the complete recitation of their phrases to be conjured. Take, for instance, the levitation charm. As the spell was invoked, the sutures on either side of the wand began to unravel, as if drawn by an unseen mystical force, gradually extracting themselves from the wound. Hiss. Compared to a professional physician, Hermione's technique could be deemed rather brusque. Natasha winced, her cheek twitching in pain. Yet she stifled any sound, maintaining her composure for the sake of her image. Once the threads were entirely removed, the wound began to ooze a considerable amount of blood, staining the entire bedspread crimson. Upon hearing the moan behind him, Coulson sensed an imminent disaster and hastily turned to intervene. Heal as before. In the next moment, Hermione recited the incantation again, her wand tip gently gliding over the gaping wound. As the wand moved, the flesh surrounding the injury seemed to possess a life of its own, drawing together and aligning seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, the entire wound had miraculously mended. Natasha stared in bewilderment at the scene before her, then swiftly grabbed a towel to dry her abdomen. Her fair skin, exposed to the air, appeared smooth and unblemished, devoid of any scars. Coulson's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape in astonishment. At that moment, Natasha recalled that the individual before her was no ordinary girl, but a bona fide witch, a practitioner of magic. "Is this your magic as well?" she exclaimed, her excitement leading her to utter a rather foolish remark. "What else could it be?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Are you suddenly awakening some self-healing superpower?" Realizing her blunder, Natasha offered an awkward smile. Leaping to the ground and relishing her body, which felt as normal as ever, her spirits lifted. Coulson, now comprehending the gravity of the situation, was profoundly astonished by the reality of magic, simultaneously elevating Hermione's significance in his mind several notches. "By the way, should we address that scar?" Hermione gestured to the wound on Natasha's waist, well aware that it was inflicted by Bucky's bullet, forever marking the end of the Black Widow's bikini days. "Can that be healed as well?" Natasha's eyes sparkled with hope. Without a word, Hermione cast a gentle shatter spell upon the scar, immediately followed by a healing charm. The scar vanished. Overcome with excitement, Natasha enveloped Hermione in a tight embrace, subjecting her to yet another experience akin to a cleansing ritual. While such scars were not typically the primary concern of an operative of her caliber, who among women does not cherish beauty. 10 minutes later, Natasha and Coulson escorted Hermione towards the director's office. Along the way, DS medical personnel gazed at the lively and agile Black Widow with expressions of sheer disbelief. After traversing an indeterminate distance, the trio finally arrived at a door. Upon pushing it open, they found a figure standing with their back to them, gazing out the expansive window. The stark, bald head was undeniably hard to overlook. "Welcome to SHIELD, Miss Witch." The figure turned around and introduced himself. "Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. A black man, bald and one-eyed." "Indeed, it is you, Black Egg," exclaimed Hermione, tilting her head as she gazed at him. "Are you Natasha's superior?" Nick Fury nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Hermione blinked and said, "Well, I trust Aunt Natasha. You are her superior, and she believes in you, so you must be a good person." Nick Fury felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, nearly rendered speechless by Hermione's innocent logic. What could he possibly say? "No, you misunderstand. I am not that good." Coulson and Natasha observed Fury's awkward expression, barely suppressing their laughter. It was the first time they had witnessed such a look on Fury's face. Truly, sincerity proved to be the most formidable weapon, as an innocent child effortlessly outmaneuvered the cunning king of spies. Chapter 20. Searching for Tony indeed. "I consider myself a virtuous individual." The expression in the dark sorcerer's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of unease. Even he felt a shiver run down his spine as he uttered those words. However, he did not dwell on this matter for long and straightforwardly inquired, "Miss Witch, might I ask how many sorcerers like yourself exist in this world?" Nick Fury posed the most pressing question. "I am not entirely certain, but Hogwarts alone has approximately 1,000 students. Adding to that, there are Durmstrang in Northern Europe, Beauxbatons in France, and Ilvermorny in America." "Oh dear. With so many magical schools, how could I possibly know? This question is far too challenging." Hermione pouted, appearing somewhat wounded by her inability to provide an answer. Nick Fury, Natasha, and Coulson exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment in the other's eyes. Magical schools, it seemed, were not limited to just one. The names Hogwarts, Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and Ilvermorny sounded distinctly like those of different institutions. Suddenly, Nick Fury realized something. What did the witch just say? Ilvermorny in America? The existence of a magical school in America was indeed a revelation. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, Nick Fury continued, "Then what of the Ministry of Magic? What is the organizational structure of the Wizarding Society?" Natasha furrowed her brow slightly. Nick's inquiry was somewhat hasty, and it might have been wise to establish a better rapport before delving into such topics. Yet, she understood his urgency. Previously, Nick had meticulously analyzed their conversation and had formed certain hypotheses. After all, the information inadvertently revealed last time was astonishing in its magnitude. He was eager to seek Hermione's confirmation of his speculations. However, since Hermione had last departed, she had not reappeared, and despite deploying all resources of SHIELD, they had been unable to locate any trace of her. It was only today that she reemerged on the surveillance, prompting Nick to immediately dispatch Coulson to retrieve her. Fortunately, Hermione did not seem particularly resistant to this. The Ministry of Magic. It should be akin to your Muggle government departments, maintaining order in the wizarding world. The names of the ministries differ from country to country. For instance, your American ministry is referred to as the Magical Congress. As for the organizational structure, I am not well versed in that. I am merely a student, after all. However, I suppose it might be somewhat similar to yours. You could inquire with Dumbledore. How could I possibly know? Natasha interjected, you Americans. Hermione, are you not American? Hermione was taken aback, thinking to herself, with my authentic London accent, what leads you to assume I am American? I am a student of Hogwarts, undoubtedly English. Hermione appeared utterly perplexed. Natasha chuckled awkwardly. In her fascination with the enigmatic magical world and Hermione's extraordinary abilities, she had indeed overlooked this obvious detail. Hermione proceeded to elucidate some basic knowledge about the magical realm. Nick Fury squinted his eyes. His conjectures were proving to be remarkably accurate. Muggles, as it turned out, were the term wizards used to refer to ordinary people. Wizards invoke their spells through a magical implement known as a wand, uttering incantations that yield a variety of mystical effects. The realm of wizards has existed for millennia, shrouded in magic and thus imperceptible to ordinary individuals and technological means. This perhaps elucidates why the existence of wizards has remained undiscovered for so long, although there are many enigmas surrounding this phenomenon. Every inquiry directed at Hermione is met with a simple retort, it is magic, leaving Nick Fury speechless. When asked how one might gain entry into the Wizarding Society, Hermione's response is even more succinct, you cannot. Under the influence of magic, even if an ordinary person knows the precise location of the entrance, they would merely find themselves wandering in circles upon arrival. Why is it that whenever you appear, you are here with us? Black Egghead has discerned the truth. The Ministry of Magic has placed restrictions on my person, forbidding me from leaving Hogwarts, and this place falls under the jurisdiction of the Wizarding Council, beyond the Ministry's surveillance. Dumbledore discreetly provided me a means of escape, which transports me directly to New York. Why? Nick Fury has already learned that Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts. Yet he cannot fathom why the Ministry would impose personal restrictions on a child. It is perplexing to consider under what circumstances S.H.I.E.L.D. would surveil an ordinary child around the clock and curtail their freedom. He recalls that during their initial encounter with Black Widow, Hermione had once asked if the Ministry had sent someone to monitor her. At the time, it struck him as odd. But now it seems there must be a hidden secret behind it all. As Hermione opens her mouth to speak, she suddenly falls silent. After a prolonged pause, she finally states, I do not wish to discuss it. Nick Fury and the others are taken aback. This is their first encounter with such a definitive refusal from Hermione. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the room, the three are increasingly convinced that although the girl before them is merely a student, her status within the wizarding world is undoubtedly significant, concealing profound secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury refrains from pressing further. Today's discussions have already yielded substantial insights. There is no need to provoke Hermione's displeasure. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current priority is not to delve into the secrets among wizards, but rather to ascertain their capabilities and potential threats. The groundwork has been laid, and a sly smile spreads across Hermione's face. In the Marvel Universe, she stands as the sole wizard, free to weave her narrative as she pleases. The wizarding world is indeed real, and she harbors no fear of inconsistencies in her words, for she possesses countless pieces of evidence to substantiate her claims. By the way, the reason for inviting the young witch today was not merely for discussion. I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Nick Fury transitions his tone. Yes? What is it? Hermione inquires, taken aback by this unexpected turn. With a wave of his hand, Nick Fury illuminates the wall-mounted screen, revealing a photograph. The individual in question is named Tony Stark, the heir to the Stark Industries conglomerate. 2 months prior, while on a business trip to Afghanistan, he mysteriously vanished, and all personnel escorting him perished. Currently, we suspect he may have been abducted by unknown assailants. Yet to date, no information has surfaced. Nick Fury stated, thus, I wish to enlist the assistance of the sorceress to ascertain whether she can uncover his whereabouts. Hermione gazed at the familiar image on the screen, her mind brimming with questions. Wait, why would you think of asking me to help locate Tony Stark? Do you presume I am some sort of intelligence agency? Even if I were aware that he had been kidnapped by terrorists, who knows which cave he might be languishing in? However, in the next moment, Hermione experienced a revelation. Of course, this individual had approached her with a gamble, testing her capabilities. Even if he were to remain unfound, it mattered not. Should she succeed in locating him, it would not only resolve the abduction dilemma, but also reveal her newfound abilities. Well played, you cunning trickster. Chapter 21. Hermione's prophetic arts. Hermione turned her gaze towards Nick Fury. Is this Stark fellow a good person? Nick Fury hesitated for a moment before decisively nodding. Indeed, he is a good man. Although he deals in arms, entertains women, and exhibits a certain arrogance, he is fundamentally a good person. As one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the only son of Howard Stark, coupled with his reputation as a brilliant scientist, Tony Stark is someone we must save. Even though he has been kidnapped by the military, SHIELD is fully cooperating in the rescue efforts. Hermione nodded. All right, then I shall assist you. You have a way? Nick Fury asked, surprised. He had merely been testing the waters, not expecting a genuine response. I cannot locate him, Hermione stated plainly. This was the truth. The films only indicated that he had been abducted in a cave within the Afghan desert, but they never specified the exact location. Then you. Nick Fury began, puzzled. Before he could finish, Hermione interrupted. However, I can foresee his future. Perhaps I can glean some insights from future visions. Although I will require your assistance. What? The trio gasped in disbelief. Foreseeing the future? Nick Fury, Natasha, and Coulson simultaneously trembled, staring incredulously at Hermione. Each time they believed they had grasped Hermione's abilities, she managed to astonish them anew. What do we need to do? Nick Fury was the first to respond. Prepare a crystal ball for me, one that is clear and transparent, devoid of any impurities, Hermione instructed. A crystal ball? The image of fortune tellers with their mystical orbs flashed in their minds, leading them to wonder if Hermione would mimic such charlatans. However, they quickly dismissed this notion. Despite her youth, she was a bona fide witch, incomparable to those frauds. What else do you require? My magical power is insufficient to predict the future of someone I have not encountered. Therefore, to cast the prophetic spell, I need the individual to be present. Only then can I perceive their future. Nick Fury responded incredulously, Miss Witch, are you jesting? If I could bring Tony himself to you for a prediction of his whereabouts, would I even need your prophecy? What are you implying? Realizing the impropriety of her words, Hermione sheepishly scratched her head and stuck out her adorable little tongue. I apologize for not being clearer. While I cannot see Stark's future directly, you could find someone very close to him. Predicting her future would yield the same results. The three of them suddenly grasped Hermione's intention. By foreseeing the future of someone close to Tony Stark, if he appeared in those visions, it would signify that he was safe. Although they could not directly ascertain his whereabouts, they would indirectly confirm his future safety. The outcome was effectively the same. Nick Fury's face flushed, though the darkness of his complexion concealed any change. They have yet to find a little girl with a clever mind. Indeed, has frequent exposure to magic rendered people foolish? The intimate circle of Tony Stark. Natasha furrowed her brow. With his parents long deceased and no siblings, coupled with his arrogant demeanor and disdain for others, it is perplexing who could possibly be close to him. Surely he wouldn't resort to a former cover girl with whom he had an affair. Suddenly, Natasha seemed to have an epiphany, whispering something in Fury's ear. Nick Fury nodded in response. Then let us invite her. Once it was confirmed that no further assistance was required, Coulson hastily summoned preparations. A short while later, an agent entered, carrying a crystal ball. Just place it on the table, Hermione said coolly. The agent glanced at Fury, who replied directly, do as she says. The agent departed. After another interval, a striking woman clad in a tailored suit, appearing somewhat weary, was ushered into the room. I heard you can locate Tony? She inquired immediately upon entering. Nick Fury replied, indeed, we can, but we will need your cooperation, Ms. Potts. Pepper Potts nodded, her expression tinged with excitement. As long as we can find Tony, I am willing to assist in any way. I only ask that you bring him back safely as soon as possible. An indescribable weariness lingered in her features. As Tony Stark's personal secretary, she had been consumed with worry during his absence. Losing sleep each night, while reaching out through numerous connections in hopes of finding him, all to no avail. Balancing her concern for Tony with the demands of managing the company had left Pepper, a formidable businesswoman, physically and emotionally drained, desperately wishing for his safe return. Moreover, she understood that their connection transcended the mere professional relationship of employer and secretary. Rest assured, Ms. Potts, Nick Fury said, since we at SHIELD have made this statement, we possess a measure of confidence. However, we are not the primary force in this search. We, like you, are merely assisting. Oh, if not you, then who? Pepper asked, surprised. Who else, if not an intelligence agency like SHIELD, could possess such capability? The military? If they were reliable, Tony would not have been abducted in the first place. Nick Fury gestured towards Hermione, who was still examining the crystal ball. Pepper was taken aback. A girl seemingly no more than 11 or 12 appeared before her, clad in a black robe. Was she cosplaying as an evil sorceress from some animated series? Are you saying she is the one searching for Tony? Pepper gazed at Nick Fury in disbelief. How will she find him? Doubt gradually crept into her eyes. With magic. Nick Fury replied unfazed. Taking a deep breath, Pepper suppressed the urge to turn and leave, replying coldly, I have no inclination to engage in jest. Nick Fury, though somewhat exasperated, could only endure and replied, it is indeed her, along with her magic, more precisely, her prophetic abilities, that can locate Stark. If your purpose in seeking me here is merely for amusement, then congratulations on your success. There remains a plethora of tasks within the organization. And unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. A profound disappointment welled up in Pepper's eyes as she turned to depart. Just as she approached the doorway, the entrance slammed shut with a resounding thud. In a fit of anger, Pepper spun around, only to find the young girl clad in wizard attire pointing a small black wand at her. Freeze. In the next instant, an inexplicable force immobilized her entirely. Though her thoughts remained clear, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not move an inch, as if her entire being had been pressed on the pause button. Chapter 22. A glimpse of the future. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Nick Fury lamented, "Miss Potts, we do not wish for this either. But if you seek to locate Stark, I advise you to heed our counsel. Surely, you do not wish for Stark to be." Hermione silently completed the thought in her mind. With a gentle flick of her wand, she dispelled the paralysis charm, allowing Pepper to regain her mobility, albeit unsteadily, nearly stumbling. Yet, she paid no heed to such trifles. Instead, she hastened towards Hermione, crouching before her and enveloping her arms around her in hopeful anticipation. "Child, no. Miss Witch, you possess a means to find Tony, do you not?" Pepper's acceptance came swiftly. Hermione nodded slowly, responding, "Beautiful sister, you need only to remain still here." Pepper eagerly bobbed her head like a chick pecking at grains. The others turned their gaze to Hermione, only to realize that she had closed her eyes. Her wand pointed skyward, gently swirling as she murmured incomprehensible incantations. Balabala, Makabaka, Bakabaka, Makabaka, Gunalara, God of Darkness. A kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the room, casting a reflection of the cosmic starry sky upon the ceiling. The mysterious ambience and ceremonial essence heightened their tension, their eyes fixated on the scene, fearful of missing any transformation. A minute later, Hermione opened her eyes and looked at Pepper. "It is done." Just like that? The four present were momentarily bewildered. They had anticipated a remarkable vision to manifest, yet nothing had occurred. It seemed to have concluded abruptly. "But there is nothing here." Pepper pointed to the crystal ball, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Wasn't it supposed to be like we imagined, with a grand display? And then the images slowly emerging within the crystal?" Hermione, discerning their thoughts, rolled her eyes dramatically. "The art of divination is performed by me, not the crystal ball. I perceive the future within my mind. How could it possibly project an image?" The group fell silent, grappling with her logical assertion, rendered momentarily speechless. "So then, how does this apparatus?" Hermione, with an exasperated expression, replied, "The visions within my mind. What do you propose to view them with?" "Naturally. We need the crystal ball. It is the only medium capable of withstanding your magic and revealing what I see." Natasha interjected, "Well, a television could suffice. But I feel the crystal ball has a certain flair." Hermione lowered her gaze, her fingertips delicately touching each other, her toes tracing patterns on the ground, displaying a hint of embarrassment. "Black egg. Natasha. Coulson. Pepper. So the crystal ball must be perfectly transparent and flawless because..." Hermione pondered, simply because it looks better." Having spoken, Hermione seemed apprehensive that Fury might reconsider, clutching the crystal ball tightly. "I do not care. This item belongs to me now. Am I to understand that I have been deceived out of funds?" Fury's expression froze for a moment. After years of serving as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had always been the one to extract funds from others. This was the first time he found himself on the receiving end of a financial ruse. Calm down, calm down." Nick Fury took a deep breath, suppressing the anguish of having squandered an exorbitant amount on an extravagant trinket, silently reminding himself that she was merely a child. Hermione stroked the crystal ball, seemingly enamored with the object. The expression on the dark-skinned man's face grew increasingly grim. "Hold on, let me pull the images from my mind first." Hermione, sensing the moment was ripe, pointed her wand at her temple and slowly extracted several glowing strands, extending them towards the crystal ball. The luminous threads floated like willow fluff in the air, settling upon the surface of the crystal ball and merging into it. In the next moment, the crystal ball emitted a radiant glow, reminiscent of a phone powering on. One image after another materialized. Noticing that all the scenes revolved around her, Pepper couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, as if her privacy had been laid bare before an audience. Most crucially, she was certain she had never experienced any of these events. Prophecy. Could this be a glimpse of what was to come? The others, witnessing this unfathomable spectacle, were equally lost in their thoughts. "Tony, I see Tony." Suddenly, Pepper exclaimed. Everyone snapped to attention. In one of the images, Pepper was seen wearing a white women's suit at the airport, her face etched with anxiety, as if awaiting someone. The scene shifted, revealing a figure disembarking from a plane across the tarmac, one hand bandaged, suggesting an injury, yet he appeared to be in good spirits. It was none other than Tony Stark. Though merely fragmented glimpses, they were sufficient for them to deduce the situation. Did this imply? Pepper cast a questioning glance towards Hermione, seeking her affirmation. Hermione nodded, refraining from further jesting. Rest assured, he will be fine, or even if he encounters troubles now, he will ultimately emerge unscathed. After all, this was the future. Hermione spread her arms wide, mimicking a gesture of embracing the sun. Quite theatrical. Yet, at that moment, no one paid heed to her antics. After a collective sigh of relief, an overwhelming sense of shock, and all washed over them. The other magic exhibited by this wizard girl was, to some extent, within the realm of Nick Fury and the others' comprehension, but the emergence of prophecy left him utterly unsettled. To foresee the future. It may not sound inherently dangerous, but in many respects, it was the most formidable ability. With such power, what intelligence could the S-H-I-E-L-D lack? Regrettably, only wizards possess such capabilities. No matter how formidable Hermione might be, she ultimately was not a member of S-H-I-E-L-D. If only S-H-I-E-L-D could have its own wizard. At this thought, Nick Fury shuddered, and a notion began to take root in his mind. His gaze towards Hermione grew somewhat fervent, resembling that of a peculiar uncle fixated on a young girl, causing Hermione to feel a chill. As for the prophecy, it was non-existent. Even if it were, it was not something Hermione could wield at this moment. She merely extracted and projected fragments of memories from her past life, specifically from Iron Man. Though it may sound sophisticated, it is merely the most rudimentary application of the art of memory extraction. Alas, memory extraction is one of the most advanced forms of magic. A rare amalgamation that encompasses various techniques such as memory retrieval, projection, invasion, telepathy, disguise, and cerebral sealing. In the library, only texts on memory retrieval and projection are available for study. Memory extraction, fragment projection, extracts a portion of one's memories and displays them on a reflective medium. There is not even a classification for it. However, even this simplistic application suffices to deceive the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. After all, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the cinematic imagery, in a sense, represents their true future. Pepper, who had just experienced a moment of joy, seemed to recall something and fell back into worry. It is one thing to know that Tony will ultimately be saved, but another entirely to discern how to accomplish that. We must proceed as though today's events never transpired. Hermione interjected suddenly. Above all, do not presume upon your knowledge of the future to act inappropriately, nor to neglect actions that ought to be taken simply because the future appears predetermined. We must not allow prophecy to influence our reality. Her expression was grave, a stark contrast to her usual buoyant demeanor. It is essential to recognize that the future is not immutable. Chapter 23. The art of suffering. The lesser the correlation between prophecy and reality, the more fixed the future becomes, and the more accurate one's perceptions are. Although Hermione's statement may seem somewhat cryptic, the assembled individuals, all of notable stature, quickly grasped her meaning. The moment the future is known, it has already begun to shift. Thus, one must strive to maintain the original trajectory of the future to ensure that desired outcomes in certain matters remain unchanged. In essence, the S-H-I-E-L-D agents should pursue the standard protocol for rescuing Stark, avoiding unnecessary actions while remaining vigilant. Fury's thoughts were clear. This approach would surely lead to the discovery of Stark's whereabouts, the proper notification of military forces for rescue, and ultimately, his successful retrieval. In summary, they should proceed with their tasks as though nothing unusual had transpired. Bingo. Hermione wore an expression of youthful wisdom, causing Fury's lips to twitch slightly. Yet, how long must they wait? Pepper remained a touch anxious. Having witnessed Hermione's remarkable abilities, she could not afford to be complacent, especially when Tony's life was at stake. To her surprise, the conclusion they reached was to simply wait. Hermione pondered. My current magical capacity allows me to foresee events approximately a month into the future. If all proceeds smoothly, the scene I just witnessed will undoubtedly unfold within that time frame. The others exchanged glances, their hearts steadied. A month was a duration they could endure. Seeing that the rest had accepted her assertion, Hermione felt a wave of relief. Although she was slightly misleading them, she did not wish to disrupt the future that was meant to transpire due to an unforeseen butterfly effect. The memory of the future was one of her significant advantages. Moreover, who could say whether meddling with such crucial junctures might invoke some formidable force of world while seeking to eliminate her? Until she attained absolute strength, she was not prepared to tamper with the narrative. Furthermore, Hermione had her own plans concerning Tony Stark. Whether he perished or failed to become Iron Man would represent a substantial loss for her. While the others discussed the finer details, Hermione suddenly winced, clutching her head in apparent agony. What is wrong? Natasha and Pepper rushed to support her. Hermione's complexion had turned pale, Her body swayed unsteadily. Her face contorted as if she were enduring great pain, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She had overstepped. Hermione managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. The others were taken aback. Could it be that the art of prophecy was, in fact, detrimental to one's health? The young witch was sacrificing for their sake. They felt a surge of emotion. Prophecy had always been regarded as one of the forbidden arts. The burden of magical power was secondary. If misused, it could inflict severe harm upon the body. Otherwise, individuals would casually foretell the future, plunging the world into chaos. Hermione explained in fragmented sentences. Throughout the entire history of wizardry, few have managed to master the art of prophecy. At this point, she lifted her head, seemingly quite proud. Yet, paired with her pale and frail visage, one could not help but feel a mix of speechlessness and compassion. How could she still seek attention in such a state? A sense of helplessness washed over a few. Natasha and Pepper, two women with a naturally low resistance to the charms of such an adorable girl, were instantly stirred by the maternal instinct within them, gently embracing Hermione and refusing to let go. Particularly Pepper, whose heart brimmed with guilt. Had it not been for the endeavor to assist in locating Tony, they would never have allowed such a delightful child to endure such hardship. With that thought, resentment towards Tony surged within Pepper. It was all his fault. When he returned, she would ensure he personally expressed his gratitude and made amends to the young witch, even if it meant allowing her to deliver a well-deserved reprimand. Fury contemplated. This young witch was injured while aiding S.H.I.E.L.D. Should she ever require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, and we shall do our utmost. Initially, Old Coin's first reaction was to suspect it was a ruse, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Judging by Hermione's pallor, this backlash from her prophecy had indeed inflicted considerable harm, and it was evidently not feigned. Besides, she was merely a simple child, devoid of such cunning. Really? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fury felt a sense of foreboding. I require the heartstring of a dragon, the feather of a phoenix, the blood of a unicorn, and the venom of an eight-eyed giant spider. Hermione enumerated with unwavering candor. Indeed, she was attempting to exploit the situation. Wait. Upon hearing Hermione's lofty demands, Black Egg immediately intervened. Where on earth was he to procure dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns? These creatures were clearly from the realm of the mystical. You are putting S.H.I.E.L.D. in a precarious position. Alas, Hermione's eyes dimmed, disappointment evident on her face. Her pitiful expression struck a chord with Pepper's sensitive nature. She had already transformed into this state for their sake. Could they not fulfill even this modest wish? This modest wish. Nick Fury's lips twitched. Would you care to hear what she desires? However, observing Pepper's overflowing compassion, Fury knew reason would fall on deaf ears. He sighed and said, I regret to inform you, young witch, that what you seek exceeds our capabilities. However, how about this? As long as it does not pertain to such extraordinary items, we will exert our utmost effort to assist you in finding anything else you may need on Earth. What say you? Fury felt a sense of resignation. After today's events, it would be challenging to gain anything from this young witch in the future, and even Natasha would likely oppose such notions. A sly smile crept across Hermione's face. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is effortless. Having tasted the convenience and wonder of witchcraft, she had no fear of their potential downfall. Could they think of escaping her now? If they desired her assistance in the future, they should be prepared to work tirelessly for her. Feigning a moment of composure, Hermione stood, and a broomstick materialized in her hand. Under the astonished gazes of 4 pairs of eyes, she mounted the broom, grasped a crystal ball, and soared out the window. You can fly? Black Egg gaped in astonishment. Can you walk? Hermione inquired. Black Egg nodded. Hermione gazed at him with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Why would you assume that, as a witch, I am incapable of flying? Black Egg. Goodbye, Sister Pepper, Sister Natasha. As Black Egg pondered the intricacies of life, Hermione waved her hand, and her broom soared into the sky, swiftly diminishing into a mere speck and vanishing into the distance. Once Hermione had departed, Pepper and Natasha exchanged glances, particularly Natasha, who scrutinized Pepper from head to toe. Despite her weary appearance, there was no denying that she possessed an extraordinary elegance, exuding a unique charm in her every gesture. Furthermore, it appeared that Pepper held a deep fondness for Hermione as well. This revelation sparked an inexplicable sense of unease within Natasha. Little Hermione had always been fond of beautiful older sisters. Would she be at risk of losing her to Pepper? Chapter 24. The troll attack at Hogwarts. The annual Halloween celebration had finally arrived, and as per tradition, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was hosting a delightful feast. Hermione gazed at the table laden with confections, her mouth twitching slightly. With her magical education still incomplete, it seemed she might succumb to diabetes before mastering any spells. At that moment, the doors of the hall swung open abruptly, and Quirrell rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming loudly, Troll! There's a troll in the dungeons! In the next instant, Quirrell's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. A moment of silence ensued, followed by a cacophony of terrified screams echoing throughout the hall. The young witches and wizards were utterly horrified by the news. What a joke it was to claim that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. Amidst the chaos, Hermione delicately dabbed her mouth, her movements measured and graceful. Has it finally arrived? Casting a glance at Quirrell sprawled on the ground, she shook her head slightly. Such theatrics were far too exaggerated. No matter how timid his demeanor, he was still the defense against the dark arts professor, whose curriculum included strategies for confronting trolls and other dark creatures. Yet here he was, paralyzed with fear at the mere thought of a troll. If she were Dumbledore, she would have begun to harbor doubts. No, as this thought crossed her mind, Hermione squinted slightly. Perhaps he had already been suspicious for quite some time. Observing Quirrell's fallen form, with the levitating scarf still intact, an idea struck her. What would happen if she yanked that scarf away right now? Silence. A commanding shout resonated throughout the hall. Dumbledore slowly rose to his feet. Heads of houses, please escort your students back to their dormitories. The faculty and I will proceed to the dungeons. Hearing his calm yet authoritative voice, the students instinctively ceased their shrieking, a sense of reassurance washing over them. Gryffindor. Follow me. Percy Weasley, Ron's elder brother, called out. A throng of students followed him out of the hall. Observing this, other houses mimicked the action. Hufflepuff, this way. Ravenclaw, follow me. Slytherin. Suppressing her impulsive urge, Hermione blended into the crowd as they exited. The atmosphere was decidedly somber. How could a troll have entered? Finally, Harry could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered, how did it get in? Trolls are rather dim-witted. They wouldn't find their way to Hogwarts without assistance. Perhaps someone is playing a prank, Ron replied nonchalantly. Would you like to know more? Hermione suddenly inquired. Harry nodded vigorously, and then his eyes brightened. Hermione, do you know something? Hermione glanced at the line ahead, deliberately slowing her pace as she signaled to the two boys. Harry and Ron caught her meaning. Before long, the three of them successfully lagged behind the group. Let us go find out, Hermione said, flipping her hair and revealing a mysterious smile. But enough chatter. Are you two coming or not? We're coming. With a slight smirk, Hermione turned and strode toward the corridor. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, unfazed by Hermione's sudden determination, and shrugged as they quickly followed her. The rain poured heavily outside, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The corridor lay empty and desolate, exuding a chilling eeriness. Hermione, Ron stammered, feeling a twinge of fear. Perhaps we should just leave. Fine, you can go. Hermione replied, nodding, yet her steps remained unyielding as she strode purposefully forward, embodying the urgency of being late for class. Harry glanced at Ron, his curiosity overpowering his apprehension, and chose to follow her. Ron hesitated momentarily, but as he saw the two moving further away, he steeled himself and hurried after them. Upon rounding a corner, Hermione abruptly halted. Just as Ron was about to inquire about the sudden stop, he noticed Harry's eyes widening in alarm, who quickly placed a finger over his lips. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a gigantic shadow lurking at the end of the corridor. The shadow towered, towering over them as if it were the combined height of 2 or 3 adults, its massive form nearly filling the passage, dragging a colossal wooden club behind it. I think the troll has emerged from the dungeons, Ron murmured. It's headed for the girls' bathroom. Wait, Hermione, what are you doing? Seeing Hermione charge towards the restroom while drawing her wand, Harry was taken aback. Before he could protest, he gritted his teeth and followed her inside. You two are insane, Ron muttered, yet his feet obediently followed suit. Sensing movement behind it, the troll slowly turned around, spotting the 3 diminutive figures before it. Fear etched itself onto Harry and Ron's faces as the troll's instinct to destroy kicked in, raising its club, which was as thick as a barrel. As the club descended with a menacing whoosh, Harry and Ron felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. Hermione, you've doomed us. In that fleeting moment, regret consumed them. They lamented their decision to accompany Hermione, whose exterior might seem aloof but whose inner madness was now evident. They wished they had never spoken to her from the very first day of school, let alone shared a carriage with her. Just as they teetered on the brink of disaster, Protego, a resounding crash echoed above them. Expecting to be crushed, the two slowly opened their eyes to find a translucent, spherical shield shimmering around them. Hermione's wand was raised, emitting pulsating waves. The club struck the barrier's edge, unable to breach it despite the troll's brute force. Its simple mind evidently baffled by the thwarting of its actions. Humph, Hermione scoffed quietly, enraged by being disregarded by this seemingly insignificant human. The troll roared and lifted its club once more. Leviosa. The spell took effect, and the club slipped from the troll's grip, soaring above its head. With a flourish of her wand, Hermione orchestrated the club's descent, akin to a Quidditch match. Thwack! The club crashed down upon the troll's head, seemingly under her control. Hermione swung her wand again, delivering another powerful blow to the troll's temple. Having practiced as a Quidditch seeker for a month, all her skills came into play today. Thwack. Another hit. Thwack. Another. Thwack. 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 A merciless onslaught ensued, leaving the giant as a mere puddle of flesh, blood streaming from its orifices. Collapsing to the ground in a motionless heap, it was tragically bludgeoned to death. Harry and Ron clung to one another, trembling in fear, apprehensive that Hermione, in her fervor, might inadvertently direct her wrath upon them as well. With her wand stowed away, Hermione retrieved a syringe from her robes, turning her back to the two as she plunged it into the giant's body. As the blood was drawn, the syringe gradually faded into nothingness. Magical creatures, dark creatures, troll, collected. Immense strength, violent temperament, low intelligence, simultaneously, dark magic, dark harvest, talent. Current soul energy, 10. Well, the journey proved worthwhile. As she gazed at the spellbook in her mind, Hermione felt a surge of joy, just as she was about to utter something to the two. Hurried footsteps approached from behind. Professor McGonagall was seen hastily leading a group of teachers toward them. Chapter 25. The Forbidden Forest. Seeing that Hermione and the others were unharmed, Professor McGonagall let out a sigh of relief before turning her gaze forward. The scene was a chaotic mess, and when she laid eyes upon the grotesque, mud-like corpse of the troll, her pupils constricted sharply. Behind her, both Snape and Quirrell wore grim expressions. "Can anyone explain to me what transpired here?" McGonagall inquired, directing her attention to the three students. Hermione was about to speak when Ron interjected. "It was my idea. I wanted to see what a troll looked like, so I dragged them both along." Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Catching Ron's gaze, Harry chimed in. "Yes, that's right. What about the troll's corpse?" Snape pointed out the glaring inconsistency. A large club, belonging to the troll and smeared with blood, lay on the ground, indicating that it had perished by its own weapon. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, then turned their eyes to Hermione, realizing they could not explain this. "It was me," Hermione stated succinctly. Snape scoffed. "You, a first-year student, possess such capability? Be honest about the truth, and perhaps I might reconsider deducting points for Gryffindor." Hermione shrugged, raised her hand, and softly uttered a spell. A club, as thick as a person's arm, slowly levitated into the air, deftly maneuvering left and right under Hermione's control, seemingly mocking Snape's earlier remarks. Snape's expression darkened, though he chose to remain silent. Professor McGonagall gazed at Hermione in astonishment. However, the next moment, her expression hardened as she coldly remarked, "A thoroughly foolish act. I hope you realize how fortunate you are, particularly you, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter. If it were not for Miss Granger's presence, you are well aware of the dire consequences." She then turned her attention to Hermione. "And you, Miss Granger, I had thought you always acted with prudence. Yet here you are, violating the rules alongside them. Each of you shall lose 5 points for Gryffindor." Professor McGonagall was genuinely angered. It was astonishing that such young students could be so reckless, treating their lives as a jest. However, she swiftly changed her tone, nonetheless. Miss Granger's defeat of the troll ensured the safety of other Hogwarts students and demonstrated remarkable magical prowess. Thus Gryffindor shall gain 10 points. "I knew it," Hermione thought, rolling her eyes inwardly. It was evident that Professor McGonagall favored Gryffindor. Yet, as a consequence for breaching school rules, you three will assist Hagrid. Before McGonagall could finish her sentence, the caretaker, Filch, appeared, dragging someone toward them. Filch unceremoniously tossed Malfoy to the ground, exclaiming, "This fellow was lurking nearby, sneaking a look over here, and I caught him red-handed." It seemed Malfoy had noticed Harry straying from the group and had stealthily followed to cause some trouble. Observing Malfoy's despondent expression, Hermione mused. It appeared that another student had disregarded the rules. Thus, Slytherin would lose 5 points. "And the 4 of you are to be punished by helping Hagrid tonight," McGonagall decreed. Malfoy looked utterly defeated, while Harry shrugged, accustomed to such scenarios. Hermione was rather indifferent. She figured that no matter how much she was penalized, Dumbledore would always find a way to restore her points. Would she truly exert herself like a primary school student from her past life, desperately striving to earn little red stars? As she made her way to Hagrid's, she disregarded the incessant banter between Malfoy and Harry, focusing instead on her spellbook. Much like the curiosities, once she collected the blood of magical creatures, she could unlock the corresponding compendium. This was precisely why she had embarked on this journey today, as it was one of the rare opportunities to engage with magical creatures at Hogwarts, and she certainly would not let it slip by. What astonished her further was the revelation that she could use the blood of magical creatures to alter similar beings, bestowing upon them magical properties as well. Another delightful surprise came when she discovered that defeating a troll yielded a hefty 10 points of soul energy. Could it be that the higher the quality of the harvested souls, the greater the energy obtained? Just as she pondered this, Ron stealthily approached her. Hermione. "Yes? You see, I've sort of taken the fall for you today. Could you promise me one thing?" Seeing Ron's fidgety demeanor, Hermione immediately grew wary. You're not about to confess, are you? She was aware that the original Hermione and Ron were a couple, but now she was Hermione. And she found herself utterly unprepared for such matters. Wasn't it better for young ladies to embrace a more expansive heart? Fortunately, Ron soon revealed his true intention. So, considering today as circumstances, could I borrow your Firebolt 2000 for a few days? Oh, so you merely wish to borrow a broomstick. Are you waiting here for me? Well, that's fine then. Yes, I can lend it to you. Given your loyalty, when Quidditch concludes, I shall gift you a matching one. Ron's eyes widened in surprise. Just as he was about to say more, they arrived at Hagrid's hut. After explaining the situation to Hagrid, he glanced down at the small ones at his feet and shook his head in resignation. You lot really know how to get into trouble. Perfect timing. As I need to venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight, you may accompany me. As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, one of Hagrid's duties was to prevent students from wandering into the Forbidden Forest unaccompanied. However, the school had strict prohibitions against students entering the forest. Upon hearing the term Forbidden Forest, Malfoy immediately shrank back. Hagrid reassured them, do not fret. We'll only be investigating the outskirts of the forest. I am well versed in the situation there, and it poses no danger. Then why are you still loading the crossbow? Don't concern yourself with such trivial matters. The group fell silent. The Forbidden Forest, though deemed a place of danger, was essentially a haven for various dark creatures. For an adult wizard, it posed little threat, as there were far more perilous places in the wizarding world, but for younger students, it was certainly not a suitable environment. As Hagrid led the way, he suddenly spotted something and hurried ahead. What is this? Harry gazed at a puddle of liquid that shimmered like mercury. Unicorn blood, Hagrid said gravely. This is exactly what we came for. Recently, I stumbled upon a deceased unicorn, a victim of foul play. Concerned for the safety of others, I made it a point to patrol the vicinity daily, and to my astonishment, I encountered another. It appeared this one was merely injured, not yet lifeless. So we began searching the area. As I observed Hagrid and the others depart, Hermione crouched down, retrieving a syringe. Ah, a serendipitous discovery, she remarked. Malfoy furrowed his brow, inquiring, what are you doing? Harry adamantly refused to team up with him, and Ron echoed his sentiments. Thus, the loathed Malfoy was left with no choice but to accompany Hermione. She paid him no mind, focusing instead on collecting a vial of blood. Magical creatures. Unicorn collected. A symbol of purity, adorned with a singular horn upon its brow. Its blood possesses the power to prolong life. Chapter 26. The Chaos of Voldemort's Demise. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Can you hear me? Malfoy exclaimed, visibly irritated. He, the illustrious Malfoy, heir to one of the sacred 28 pure-blood wizarding families, had commanded authority among the first-year Slytherins since his arrival, with nearly everyone eager to curry favor with him. Except for that detestable Harry Potter, it was the first time someone dared to disregard him so brazenly. I heard you. Stop shouting, Hermione replied, not lifting her gaze. If you keep talking, I'll leave you here by yourself. A sudden chill swept through the air, and feeling the eerie atmosphere around him, Malfoy shuddered, instinctively inching closer to Hermione. Yet, in the next moment, he appeared to regain his pride and retorted stubbornly, if we're searching for unicorns now, I won't hold it against you. But once we return, you'd better be prepared for a wizard duel. Oh, are you sure about that? Hermione shot him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with amusement. Malfoy's expression stiffened as he recalled that she was no ordinary witch. The vivid memory of Hermione ruthlessly dispatching a troll lingered in his mind. Not only was he aware that even most upperclassmen were evidently no match for her, but also that a single ironclad curse had left him utterly powerless. Who knew how she had mastered such advanced spells merely through her studies? Let us go. I believe I've found the right direction, Hermione announced, rising to her feet. Through her analysis of the surrounding traces, she could surmise the path the injured unicorn had taken. She glanced toward the direction Hagrid and the others had departed, feeling exasperated. They had completely gone the wrong way. Most wizards focused solely on magic, neglecting the fundamental skills of observation and reasoning. After years of being a gamekeeper, it was no wonder he had made no progress. It was baffling how he could be ensnared twice in the same incident, even after so much time had passed since the Chamber of Secrets. After walking for a while in silence, Malfoy's confidence began to swell once more. How do you know the unicorn would flee this way? Are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? You're not leading us astray, are you? I should have stayed put instead of listening to you, waiting for Potter and the others to return. You. Hermione was thoroughly annoyed by his incessant prattling and turned to glare at him. What is it to you? Be quiet. With your intellect, it's challenging to explain anything. If you don't want to walk, then go back on your own and stop whining here. Stunned by Hermione's fierce reprimand, Malfoy froze in place. How dare she scold me? She actually dared to scold me? Throughout my life, not even my father. No. Aside from my father, no one has ever reprimanded me. Stop reveling in your own importance. You are nothing but a lowly. The next moment, his words lodged in his throat, For Malfoy beheld a figure shrouded in black robes, resembling a specter, looming over a feeble unicorn, greedily drinking its blood. Silver liquid trickled from the corner of the half-hidden face beneath the hood. Malfoy let out a terrified scream, attracted by the sound. The figure in the black robe lifted its head and glided towards the two like a wraith. Malfoy turned to flee but was ensnared by creeping vines. Forced to retreat slowly until his back collided with a tree, helplessly watching as the dark-robed creature drew nearer. Just as the figure was about to pounce, a thunderous crack reverberated through the sky of the forbidden forest. The black-robed figure faltered momentarily and then stumbled to the ground, unable to maintain its ethereal form. A series of gunshots rang out as Hermione brandished a handgun, firing multiple rounds into the shadow, swiftly emptying the magazine. The shadow convulsed violently, emitting a pained growl, before twitching a few times and lying still. Glock wand, pure steel core, 9mm magic. My dear boy, never seen one like this, have you? This very firearm was taken after I dispatched the black assailant who attempted to rob me. Who knew it would prove so effective? Hermione calmly retrieved a new magazine, loading golden bullets one by one. She then aimed the handgun at the lifeless body. Damn it! The shadow, seeing its fate, could no longer hold its composure. Uttering a desperate curse before rolling over and scrambling away with a speed rivaling that of both. I knew you were just pretending to be dead. Hermione scoffed. Choosing not to fire again, she had no intention of killing it, and she suspected it would not be so easily dispatched. Once the shadow vanished into the depths of the forbidden forest, Hermione turned her attention to the crumpled Malfoy, aiming the gun at his head. By the way, what were you saying earlier? I didn't quite catch it. Malfoy swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Hermione. She slowly withdrew her handgun, realizing that further intimidation might cause him to soil himself. Harry, this is far more effective than a wand. At that moment, Hagrid and Harry rushed over from a distance. What happened? Hagrid immediately inquired upon their meeting. They had heard the loud explosion from afar and, worried for Hermione's safety, hurried to the scene, encountering a dark figure fleeing in panic along the way. Harry suddenly felt a sharp pain in his scar. It's nothing. Just ran into the assailant of the unicorn and chased it off, Hermione replied nonchalantly. I see. Harry and Ron accepted this explanation instantly. Having witnessed Hermione's ferocity, they felt an inexplicable confidence in her. A mere assailant, not even half as formidable as Hermione, was rightly frightened away. Compared to that, Hermione gestured with her chin. Following her gaze, Hagrid spotted the corpse of the unicorn and shook his head after inspecting it. Who could the killer be? Hagrid ground his teeth in frustration. Voldemort. Who else could it be? Hermione mused inwardly, intentionally releasing a troll into the school to create an opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone from the third-floor restricted area. But Snape had discovered and thwarted the plan. Failing to succeed, the culprit resorted to the Forbidden Forest to survive by consuming the blood of unicorns. It remains unclear whether it was Quirrell or Voldemort himself who employed such tactics, or if it was due to the properties of unicorn blood. But to endure so many gunshots and still be alive is indeed remarkable. What has happened to him? Harry then noticed the petrified Malfoy, whose timid nature had evidently rendered him utterly frightened. Hermione, with a resigned gesture, expressed her exasperation. Both Harry and Ron cast contemptuous glances in his direction. The despicable murderer! Hagrid exclaimed bitterly, while Quirrell earned another mark against him. At that moment, Hermione realized that the soul energy stored within her spellbook had inexplicably increased by a staggering 500 points. It appeared that when Quirrell had slain the unicorn, she had inadvertently triggered the dark harvest nearby. How splendid! You bear the blame while I reap the benefits. What a benevolent soul, Hermione thought, deeply touched, as she wiped away non-existent tears. However, the notion that one unicorn could yield 500 points made her wonder if she could slay 20. Wouldn't that be? Stop right there, Hermione. She forcefully banished this perilous thought as she quietly followed the larger group away. Chapter 27. The return of Stark. It is worth noting that Malfoy was escorted away from the Forbidden Forest by Harry and Ron, his legs trembling to the point of being unable to walk unaided, his mouth quivering in silence. Upon witnessing this, Snape was filled with fury, unleashing a tirade at Hagrid, claiming he would report the matter to Dumbledore, while simultaneously delivering his usual cryptic remarks to Harry. As Hermione caught a glimpse of Malfoy's fearful gaze directed towards her, she could only shake her head in resignation. The terror inflicted upon the child was lamentable. Voldemort, you are truly heinous. Harry, however, did not offer much resistance. Rather, he appeared to have made a realization, gazing thoughtfully at Snape. New York. Hardly a minute had passed since her return when her phone began to ring. Answering the call, the voice of Black Widow resonated on the other end. Little Hermione, Stark was located several weeks ago. Thank you for your assistance. I intended to inform you, but I've been unable to reach you lately. It's all right. The school has been quite demanding these days, so I haven't had much time to venture out, Hermione explained, and after a moment of contemplation, she added with a touch of vulnerability, Natasha, you won't hold it against me, will you? On the other end, Black Widow felt a slight quiver in her heart upon hearing the young girl's tender voice. Hastily reassuring her, why would I blame you? I simply miss you. When will you come to SHIELD for a visit? After ending the call, Black Widow sighed. Indeed, forging a deep connection was not as simple as it seemed. She had come to realize that although the girl was youthful and innocent, she was far from naive, exhibiting a remarkable shrewdness to a certain degree. To call her a little fox would not be an exaggeration. Despite their seemingly close relationship, Hermione seldom shared her life. Even Black Widow remained unaware of what occupied her time, until she became an individual of absolute trust for Hermione. Akin to Dumbledore in her eyes, the girl would not divulge her thoughts and feelings. Fortunately, SHIELD had tailored a phone specifically for Hermione. Otherwise, even reaching out to her would have been challenging. After hanging up, Hermione scoffed softly. It's not that you miss me. It's likely that the Black Egg is attempting to extract information again. And do they think I'm oblivious to the surveillance device in my phone? Truly, a leopard cannot change its spots. However, it matters little. Separated by two worlds, even the most advanced technology cannot penetrate this distance. Hermione retrieved another phone, and instantly, dozens of messages popped up. A cursory glance revealed that, aside from notifying her of Tony's safety, the messages were predominantly expressions of gratitude and inquiries about her well-being. Hermione scrolled through her contacts, locating the sole entry, and dialed back. This phone was also a gift from another, but not from SHIELD. It had been discreetly given to her by Pepper Potts during one of their meetings. Pepper, I'm back. Hermione greeted energetically once the call connected. Little Hermione. On the other end, Pepper's voice was tinged with surprise. I haven't been able to reach you these past few days. I was beginning to worry something had happened. I inquired at SHIELD, but they told me they were uncertain and just advised me not to worry. Though you possess extraordinary abilities, you are still but a child. Can I refrain from worrying? A warmth spread through Hermione's heart. Natasha's kindness towards her was genuine, albeit tinged with the complexities of SHIELD missions. While Hermione understood this, it did not mean she could wholeheartedly accept it. In contrast, Pepper's sincerity was refreshing, beyond her gratitude. Hermione sensed a genuine concern for her well-being. Do not worry, sister. I have returned to Hogwarts for a while due to the numerous matters at school and have not ventured out much, Hermione replied. This was indeed true. With the Quidditch match approaching, she and Harry were engrossed in intensive training, under the relentless scrutiny of Wood. To be precise, it was Wood who tormented Harry daily. While Hermione returned the favor to Wood, the moniker Torturous which was beginning to take shape. Hogwarts? What sort of place is that? Pepper inquired, surprised. And where exactly do you attend school? I cannot find your name amidst the numerous institutions in New York. Nick Fury, you rascal. Hermione muttered under her breath. The personnel situation was utterly ridiculous. Knowing Pepper was concerned for her, she had revealed nothing, leaving her to fret without cause. Humph. I shall explain everything when we meet. It is a long story. Where are you now? I will come find you. Pepper declared immediately. Hermione scratched her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. I am not quite sure myself. Perhaps I should come to you instead. Please hold on for a moment. With that, she summoned her broomstick, mounted it, and cast a disillusionment charm before soaring upwards, heading straight for Stark Tower. Stark Tower, the executive office. Pepper held the phone, speaking incessantly. The last thing she heard was Hermione's voice. I am coming to find you. After that, no matter what she said, Hermione did not respond. The line was filled with the sound of fierce winds. Just as she was contemplating whether to hang up, a series of knocks echoed from behind her, as if someone were tapping on the glass. Startled, Pepper thought she must have misheard. This was dozens of stories high, hundreds of meters above ground. She was alone in the office, and apart from the floor-to-ceiling windows, there was nothing behind her. How could anyone be knocking on the glass? Turning around, she was astonished to see a petite figure in a black cloak perched on a broomstick, hovering outside the window. Upon seeing her, the figure smiled and waved. With a charming face, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled, complemented by a sweet smile and two adorable dimples, radiating cuteness. In that instant, Pepper felt her heart melt. Little Hermione. She gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Sister Pepper. Came a faint call from outside, with Hermione's lips moving as if she were speaking. Pepper was puzzled. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, causing the broomstick to shake violently. Hermione lost her balance and plummeted alongside the broom. Ah! Pepper screamed. Before she could react, Hermione floated back up, albeit awkwardly, with her legs entangled around the broomstick, hanging upside down in a rather comical manner. Hermione pointed to herself and then gestured towards the room. Pepper finally understood and promptly opened the window. In an instant, Hermione mounted her broom and soared into the room. Her movements fluid and graceful. As she landed softly, before she could utter a word, Pepper rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "You reckless child," Pepper exclaimed, her eyes glistening with concern. "How could you engage in such a perilous act?" "Perilous?" Hermione replied, her expression one of confusion. She had performed far more daring feats during her Quidditch training, yet upon seeing the worry etched on Pepper's face, she gently acquiesced. "Oh." Observing Hermione's apparent indifference, Pepper sighed softly. "I wonder what sort of upbringing this child has had." Chapter 28. The first encounter with Iron Man. "Where have you been these days? I couldn't reach you by phone, and you haven't replied to my messages," Pepper finally inquired after cradling Hermione for a while. "Of course, I've been at school. But I've checked. The school's in New York." "I'm not attending school in New York. I'm at Hogwarts," Hermione clarified, pausing momentarily before adding, "the wizarding school." "Oh. So it's a wizarding school," Pepper nodded, suddenly exclaiming, "What? A wizarding school?" Hermione tilted her head and replied, "I'm a witch. Of course I attend a wizarding school. Otherwise, where would my magic come from?" Pepper was taken aback. During her time at S.H.I.E.L.D., she had referred to Hermione as Miss Witch solely because of her attire, which resembled that of a wizard from television, never truly believing she was an actual witch. Initially, she had thought of Hermione as merely a child with some extraordinary abilities, attributing it to youthful imagination and calling it magic. But now it seemed. Could it be true? "You're not joking, are you? There are really witches?" Pepper asked, incredulous. Hermione sighed. After demonstrating a few spells, Pepper finally accepted the reality. "So, you spend your time in, Hogwarts, and only return when you're not in class?" Hermione nodded, enlightening her about the wizarding world and its mysteries, the information being quite similar to what she had conveyed to S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit with more detail. Pepper took a moment to absorb this paradigm-shifting revelation. Eventually, she appeared somewhat apologetic. "I'm sorry, little Hermione. I should have had Tony personally thank you after he returned safely, but I couldn't reach you. Plus, Tony doesn't believe in precognition. He thought it was some trick devised by S.H.I.E.L.D. to manipulate me. He has been entirely focused on developing his armor in the lab, which is why he hasn't expressed his gratitude until now." Hermione nodded, understanding this was quintessential Tony Stark. Yet, she bore no resentment. Indeed, she comprehended his perspective. After all, she hadn't done much. From Tony's standpoint, having been kidnapped for so long and enduring torment, he had ultimately escaped through the very armor he crafted himself, with Ethan's assistance, who had even sacrificed himself in the process. Upon returning, if someone told him that his escape was solely due to a prophecy and that his future safety was guaranteed, with no credit to his own efforts, it would be hard for anyone to accept. "Now that you're back, when Tony returns from testing the armor in the Middle East, I'll make sure he personally thanks you." As she spoke, Pepper's expression reflected evident frustration. During Tony's absence, she had been consumed with worry for him while tirelessly ensuring the company ran smoothly. She had anticipated that upon his return, Tony would be more subdued. Instead, he not only wished to shut down the weapons development division but also became aloof, engrossed in his armors, leaving her to deal with the aftermath. This had rendered her even more overwhelmed than before. She understood that the armors had saved his life, but nonetheless, it was undeniably a burden on her. "I am merely your secretary, not your caretaker." Wait, the speaker may be indifferent, but the listener is perceptive. "Has Stark gone to the Middle East?" Hermione suddenly inquired. Pepper nodded. Indeed, this morning he seemed inexplicably compelled to venture into such a perilous place. He has only just escaped danger, yet he is determined to plunge back in. Hermione understood. The plot had progressed to this extent. When Tony was kidnapped, he witnessed firsthand the terrorists utilizing Stark Industries weaponry, leading him to reflect upon the misuse of his armaments that had caused countless casualties, prompting his decision to shut down the weapons division. However, this move threatened the interests of many, particularly that of his uncle, Obadiah Stane. The latter, secretly continuing to sell weapons behind Tony's back, was discovered by him. And upon realizing that terrorists were still employing Stark Industries arms, Tony transformed into Iron Man and unleashed a devastating counterattack using the Mark III suit. Hermione's eyes darted, and she abruptly declared, "Sister Pepper, I have a matter to attend to. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for Pepper to respond, she mounted her flying broom and vanished in the blink of an eye. Pepper was left in silence. Once airborne, Hermione soared through the skies, circling the entire city before heading in a specific direction. Before long, a figure adorned in gold and crimson streaked through the firmament towards her. Hermione's heart leaped with excitement. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Iron Man's armor. Due to the disillusionment charm, Tony Stark remained oblivious to Hermione's presence, adjusting her broom to fly parallel to the suit. Hermione could not resist reaching out to touch the armor. In her past life, She had owned Iron Man figurines and had often fantasized about donning the suit and soaring through the skies. Now, the genuine article was before her. And how could she not feel elated? Although she had ascended to a higher echelon of power, her adoration for mechanized suits had never waned. After all, mecha was the very essence of childhood fantasy. Inside the suit, Tony was contemplating improvements for his return. He had just tested the suit at the terrorist camp, achieving satisfactory results. Yet he recognized numerous areas needing enhancement. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the voice of his artificial intelligence, JARVIS. Sir, there might be a sensor malfunction, but I believe it is imperative to inform you. Tony paused. What is it? Just a moment ago, something appeared to be touching the exterior of your suit. JARVIS reported candidly. What? Tony's face contorted in confusion. Are you certain it isn't some bird colliding with it? Negative. JARVIS replied promptly. Based on temperature and shape distribution, it appears to be. Appears to be what? Tony's patience waned as he sensed hesitation from JARVIS, who had never behaved this way before. A human hand. What? Tony was initially startled, but then relaxed, decisively stating, impossible. You must be mistaken. We're 1,000 meters in the air. Where would a hand come from to touch my suit? Besides, I'm not blind. If someone were up here, I would have seen them long ago. However, the data indicates otherwise. JARVIS insisted. That is indeed a data error, Tony remarked nonchalantly. It seems that certain components malfunctioned during the recent skirmish. Jarvis fell silent. After a moment, his voice resonated once more. Sir, while your reasoning holds merit, there is a caveat? Tony furrowed his brow. What was amiss with Jarvis today? Was the suit not the problem, but rather its very consciousness? However, it appeared that the hand had been incessantly exploring, scrutinizing every inch of the armor, as if to unearth its very essence. Tony interjected, What nonsense are you spouting? It is undoubtedly your fault, Jarvis. Upon my return, I shall thoroughly inspect your code. He sighed. Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected event caused his heart to constrict sharply, nearly halting his breath. A melodious voice chimed in from beside him. Jarvis has made no errors. I am right here beside you. Chapter 29. Aerial Combat. Tony turned his head rigidly, his pupils dilating in an instant. There, he beheld a young girl clad in a black robe, soaring alongside him on a broomstick, merely a few feet apart, her garments billowing violently in the wind. Jarvis abruptly interjected, Sir, I have just detected a heat source. To your right, there is a humanoid being at a distance of. I have already seen it. Tony interjected quietly. Sir, analysis indicates that this being is the same one that just made contact with your armor. Enough with the analysis, Tony replied, a hint of fatigue in his voice. It's evident at first glance. Although he was witnessing the extraordinary, he still found it hard to believe what lay before him. A girl of 11 or 12, dressed as a wizard from a cosplay animation, flying through the air on a broomstick, and she had even touched his suit? Moreover, she had been at it for quite a while, and he had remained completely oblivious. Preposterous. Hello. Hermione waved cheerfully. She even greeted him. Taking a deep breath, Tony spent a full minute calming his chaotic mind before daring to inquire, Who are you? Hermione extended a finger, poking her own cheek, her eyes drifting upward in contemplation. This question is rather difficult to answer. Are you inquiring about my name, my identity, or why I am here? I want to ask all of those. Tony silently screamed within. My name is Hermione Granger. I am 12 years old, reside in the northern suburbs of London, am a witch, and I attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I return to my dormitory no later than 8 o'clock, refrain from consuming sweets, occasionally enjoy a drink, retire to bed by 11 at night, ensuring I have a full 8 hours of sleep. I drink a warm glass of milk before bed, followed by 20 minutes of spell practice to warm up. The professors all say I am quite normal. Hermione began her self-introduction. What a jumble of nonsense. Tony was utterly bewildered. Hermione. That name sounded somewhat familiar. He felt he had heard it somewhere before. And a witch. Wait, wasn't this the seer that Pepper mentioned from SHIELD? Observing Hermione casually flying beside him, Tony's worldview began to tremble. Could it be that magic truly existed? Even he, a genius, required high-tech armor to fly. How was this young girl managing it? No. Tony shook his head. Magic absolutely could not exist. There was nothing science could not explain. There must be something he was overlooking. His gaze swept across the broomstick upon which Hermione was seated, and suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. Of course, this broomstick must be a clandestinely developed high-tech flying apparatus, cleverly disguised to resemble a broom to deceive onlookers. So that was the secret. All notions of magic were mere fabrications. Yet, there remained unexplained phenomena. They were thousands of meters in the air. traveling at speeds of at least hundreds of kilometers per hour. How could this little girl withstand such fierce winds, maintaining the ability to converse and breathe so leisurely? Her voice resoundingly clear? And what about the technology that had just obscured heat signatures and rendered her invisible? Observing Tony as he muttered to himself, Hermione realized he had succumbed to a state of obsession. Hey. Hermione waved her hand in front of Tony's eyes, prompting him to snap back to reality, regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you perhaps an agent trained by shoddy since childhood? The current governmental agencies are truly despicable, even enlisting such young children for their dirty work. With a sigh, Tony continued, at your age, you shouldn't be engaged in such tasks. Pepper often speaks highly of you. It seems she holds you in great affection. Otherwise, you ought to withdraw from that ridiculous shoddy and allow Stark Industries to cover your future tuition, so you can attend school and pursue your studies properly. Hermione scoffed, dismissing his words, shoddy. They can't afford to support me. Before Tony could respond further, the long silent JARVIS suddenly came online. Sir, Colonel Rhodes is calling. It appears there is an urgent matter. After a moment of contemplation, Tony resignedly replied, connect the call. On the other end of the line was his friend, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes. Rhodes, what are you up to? Why such a racket? Speak plainly. A terrorist stronghold has been destroyed, located just a few kilometers from where you were kidnapped. Do you have any leads? It seemed someone had taken action on their behalf. Sensing something amiss, Rhodes cautiously inquired. Is there truly nothing you need to tell me? Nothing at all. Why do you ask? Because I have something in front of me that is about to be blown to smithereens. Just as Rhodes finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed from behind Tony. Sir, 2F-22 fighter jets are rapidly approaching from behind. JARVIS, timely alerted. Thank you for yet another belated warning. Startled, Tony accelerated, attempting to evade the aircraft. However, in the next moment, both jets launched a missile, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Incoming missile. A massive, glowing red alert flashed across the suit screen. Tony contemplated releasing a decoy to preemptively detonate the missile, but suddenly recalled Hermione was behind him. He swiftly veered back, intending to divert the missile away from her. Watching the supersonic Tony fly farther away, Hermione puffed her cheeks in frustration. Flying fast is quite impressive. The Nimbus 2000, though the latest model of flying broomsticks, had a maximum speed of only 200 kilometers per hour, while it was indeed swift. It paled in comparison to the Iron Man suit. As she raised her wand, preparing to trip Tony up, she noticed him abruptly reverse course, gesturing for her to move aside. Hermione instantly recognized something was amiss behind her, and upon glancing back, she saw a missile rapidly closing in. Rather than panicking, she took a moment to think and quickly understood the situation. It appeared Tony had initially intended to flee but returned, concerned for her safety. He still possesses a sense of conscience. For Pepper's sake, I shall lend you a hand. Hermione accelerated, darting past Tony to position herself behind him. As Tony prepared to leave, relieved to see Hermione safe, he suddenly realized that a missile was perilously close, about to strike and detonate. There was no time left to evade. Damn it, this little girl has doomed me, Tony lamented inwardly. With the defensive capabilities of the Mark III armor already stretched to their limits against tank shells, it could only withstand the shockwave of a missile explosion at close range. There was no way it could endure the full force of a direct hit. Blast it, this is it. Just as Tony braced himself for the impact, he heard a loud shout from behind. Armor, protect us. Tony whipped around to see Hermione right behind him, her wand glowing faintly at its tip, as a shimmering, translucent spherical shield enveloped them both in an instant. Chapter 30. The disdained Tony. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a blinding flash of flames. The protective shield was instantly riddled with cracks, shattering into pieces a moment later. Tony was hurled 100 meters away by the shockwave before regaining his composure. He scarcely had time to ponder the nature of the shield that had just failed, immediately searching for Hermione's whereabouts. Unfortunately, despite scanning his surroundings, he found no trace of her, not even a remnant of her clothing. Tony's eyes blazed with fury, reddening with distress as he fixed his gaze on the two fighter jets. Though Hermione was affiliated with shoddy, she bore him no ill will and was certainly not a villain. Most crucially, she was just a child. Now, she had been struck directly by a missile. Even he, clad in his iron suit, had narrowly escaped death, let alone Hermione, who was utterly defenseless. It was likely that she had perished. In that moment, a profound sense of regret welled up within Tony. If only he had not been so ostentatious, parading in the sky and drawing the military's attention, Hermione would not have been endangered. He had already caused Ethan's death in the cave, and now suddenly, a voice broke the silence behind Tony. He turned in astonishment, his eyes widening in delight as a familiar figure emerged. Clad in black robes, wielding a broom, it was the adorable Hermione. She patted her chest in relief, her expression one of fright. Thankfully, the iron suit had absorbed much of the blast's force. Otherwise, they would have surely crashed. However, the defensive limit of the level 2 iron armor charm had nearly been reached, though it had only withstood the impact momentarily before being obliterated by the missile. It had nonetheless absorbed a significant portion of the power. "You're not dead," Tony exclaimed. Hermione shot him a fierce glare. "You might as well be. What are you saying? If it weren't for helping you, would I be in such a predicament? The missile wasn't targeting me." Yet she recognized Tony's earlier actions and understood that he had returned to assist her. Her resentment diminished considerably, and her demeanor softened. "Rhodey." Tony quickly contacted Rhodey. And upon connecting, his first words were, "What you saw in the sky was me. I was flying in the armor. Quickly order the jets to cease their attack. There's a child with me." After a brief moment of shock, Rhodey replied, "My goodness, it's you in that humanoid flying device. You always manage to concoct something new. But what child? I see no one else on the radar besides you. That's impossible." She was right here. Tony turned around only to find the space behind him empty. Hermione had vanished once more. Feeling a sudden, heavy pat on his shoulder, he instantly realized what was happening. Damn it, not this again. Pulverized, pulverized, pulverized. He heard a low chant from beside him. And suddenly the fighter jet nearby emitted a series of creaks before, to Tony's astonishment, it disintegrated mid-air. The pilot was left with nothing but the seat beneath him, utterly bewildered as if caught in a state of undress. In the next moment, the parachute deployed, and the pilot swayed gently as he descended. "Tony, what are you doing?" On the other end, Rhodey was exasperated. He had already halted the assault of the fighter jets, yet an F-22 had suddenly disintegrated mid-air without warning. This was an F-22, not some worthless toy. How could it possibly fall apart so abruptly? With only Tony present, it was evident that he must have been involved. In retaliation for the missile earlier, Tony, who found himself unjustly blamed, quickly responded, "I will compensate for all your losses this time." With that, he decisively hung up the phone. Another aircraft hovered momentarily, seemingly receiving some command, before changing direction and leaving. Tentatively, Tony called out, "Hermione? I'm here." A melodious voice floated through the air, and her figure gradually materialized beside him, although Tony was unaware of the circumstances. Recalling the earlier events made it clear that Hermione had played a part in it. Reflecting on the sudden appearance of the transparent shield, he inquired, "What did you do earlier? Why did the fighter jet suddenly break apart? What was that energy shield technology that could withstand a missile attack? And your invisibility?" "You were truly obstinate." Hermione shot him a look, stating, "I told you, I am a wizard. Everything that just happened was magic. Do you not understand human speech?" As she spoke, her wand pointed at Tony. Restored to its original state, Tony heard a series of delicate sounds, and to his astonishment, he noticed the damaged areas of his suit gradually mending. Moments later, it appeared as good as new. "Sir, the damage to the suit has been repaired due to unknown reasons. It is currently at 100 integrity," Jarvis's voice chimed in. After all the events that had transpired, Tony was beginning to waver. This miraculous phenomenon, akin to a reset of his state, ultimately became the final straw that broke his resolve. Magic truly existed. How could there be wizards and magic in this world? This was impossible. Tony murmured to himself, his worldview shaken to its core. What is so strange? There are countless things you do not understand. You haven't even fully grasped science, yet you dare to speak of the mystical, Hermione remarked. Pepper is right. You are indeed arrogant. After a while, Tony finally came to terms with it, exhaling deeply. "I now believe that you are not with S.H.I.E.L.D. They could never afford someone like you, a wizard. I am Hermione Granger," she introduced herself. Tony nodded. Tony Stark. After a moment's thought, feeling that merely stating his name lacked substance and that he was somewhat overshadowed by this young wizard, he quickly added, "Renowned genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist." Hermione gave him a bemused look and added nonchalantly, "and narcissist." A critical blow. Tony's mouth twitched. All his previous accolades seemed insignificant in the eyes of this enigmatic young witch. In her gaze, he often sensed that he was merely a child, reveling in what he believed to be impressive accomplishments, which, in the eyes of adults, were but a source of amusement. He, Tony Stark, the heir of Stark Industries and a brilliant scientist, was looked down upon by a mere child, considered to possess a limited perspective. This left the typically envied Tony Stark, who was always the center of attention wherever he went, feeling quite uncomfortable, yet he had no means to vent his frustration, leaving him to endure the indignity in silence. The two of them flew silently towards Stark Tower. Suddenly, Tony made an intriguing observation. The young wizard before him, while soaring on his broomstick, appeared to be flying at a speed that seemed to pale in comparison to that of his suit. With this realization, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. and a sly smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 31. The Race? The Challenge of Artifacts. Hey, little wizard, Tony suddenly exclaimed. How about a race to see whose magic is more formidable, yours or my suit? Observing his eager demeanor, Hermione felt a wave of exasperation. Clearly, he was seeking to reclaim his dignity after her earlier jibes, despite being the head of a top military-industrial conglomerate and nearing 40. Why was he behaving like a child? Seeing Tony's youthful exuberance, Hermione nodded and said, All right, but the loser must loudly declare I am a little dog 3 times in front of Pepper. If you agree, I will race with you. If not, you can amuse yourself. Deal. With a spark of playfulness ignited within him, Tony felt a sense of liberation, as no one had dared to address him in such a manner since he became the leader of the conglomerate. Rediscovering a semblance of childhood joy made him feel considerably lighter and merrier. Given that you have pleased this genius, I shall allow you a slight advantage. I won't let you lose too miserably, he mused. Hermione, aware of the confidence radiating from Tony, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This was entirely of his own making. To Stark Tower as the finish line, the first to arrive is victorious. With that declaration, the iron suit surged forward, breaking the sound barrier in a cacophony of sonic booms. Hermione understood that no matter how fast her flying broom accelerated, it could never match the speed of the iron suit. Yet, she remained unfazed, for her magic encompassed far more than mere flight. As the iron suit approached, Hermione raised her wand and pointed it at the back of Tony. Flying at high speed, Tony reveled in the distance he had put between himself and Hermione. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, it seemed that your magic was not as omnipotent as you believed. My suit is superior. In the next heartbeat, however, Tony's body jerked, as if an inexplicable force was pulling him backward. Though he continued to fly forward, his velocity plummeted, returning to the speed of sound. Sir, something is exerting a backward force on the suit. Jarvis's delayed alert chimed in. Thanks for the useless reminder. I had already sensed it, Tony retorted, turning to discover that not only had he slowed down, but Hermione had inexplicably gained considerable speed. It felt as though an invisible tether connected his suit to her, as if he were dragging her along in flight. What on earth is happening? The distance between them gradually diminished, and Hermione's figure became increasingly distinct. Noticing the enigmatic smile on her face, Tony quickly realized and shouted, Cheating. You're using magic to cheat. With a light huff, Hermione pointed her wand at her throat, casting an amplification spell, and said, You said you wanted to see whether my magic or your suit was superior. Why do you retract your words now that I've employed magic? It seems that the great genius Stark cannot handle a little competition. Tony was left speechless. He had intended to race purely on speed, yet he had overlooked the fact that Hermione's magical prowess extended far beyond mere flight. The clash between magic and technology was a notion he himself had articulated. Hermione's actions could hardly be deemed transgressive. He found himself unable to counter her assertion, resigning himself to an irksome defeat. Witnessing Tony's predicament, Hermione felt a surge of delight. The sheer power of the Iron Man suit rendered her level 2 summoning charm ineffective. She could neither summon it nor compel it to halt, only managed to significantly reduce its speed. Yet, there was no necessity for an actual summoning. As long as the spell remained unbroken and the summoning result was not achieved, the charm would persist, akin to a stronger entity maintaining its grasp on a weaker one. Thus, the Iron Man suit inadvertently propelled Hermione forward, allowing her to benefit from the situation, a rather unexpected application of the summoning charm. Although it was a simple spell, it posed a formidable challenge for Tony in that moment. Observing the distance she maintained yet failed to close, Tony gritted his teeth and commanded, Jarvis, divert all power to the thrusters. Even if this little girl has some tricks up her sleeve, she can only keep her distance. She cannot truly catch up to me. As long as I reach Stark Tower first, victory is mine. With that, the suit's exhaust flames intensified, propelling him even faster. Moments later, seeing Hermione trailing far behind yet unable to gain on him, Tony donned a smug grin. After all, merely a few tricks cannot hold sway in the face of absolute disparity. This statement held a grain of truth. Hermione could only maintain her position without being left behind. But overtaking was beyond her reach. However, she had never truly contemplated catching up. Those familiar with the animated series Four-Wheel Brothers understand that winning a race encompasses more than simply outpacing one's opponent. Causing the adversary to slow down is also a viable strategy. For instance, a sudden mishap, a tire flying off, or an engine failure. The devilish commander exclaimed with admiration. A smile gradually spread across Hermione's face. Witnessing this, Tony's amusement began to fade. Hermione slowly raised her wand. Tony's eyes widened in apprehension. Here it comes again, with obstacles looming. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Tony felt the suit collide with something, jolting him and causing his speed to diminish. Had he collided with a bird? Regaining his composure, he swiftly inquired, Jarvis, what was that? The AI promptly replied, No, sir, No obstacles detected ahead. Just as Tony was about to ask further, another thud resounded. Obstacles abound. Thud. Another impact. Obstacles abound. Thud. Obstacles abound. Thud. Poor Tony found himself repeatedly crashing into invisible barriers, careening through the empty skies as if ensnared in a glitch of an online game. Enduring the most exasperating race of his life, he vowed that once it was over, he would travel to Monaco to find a proper Formula One car and reacquaint himself with what a genuine race should feel like. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until at last, the Stark Tower emerged into view. Tony, tears streaming down his face, was poised to make a decisive leap towards victory when he realized, to his astonishment, that Hermione had inexplicably appeared beside him. Without hesitation, she sprinted ahead, darting into the president's office. Dismounting her enchanted broomstick, she turned to Tony, waved cheerfully, and flashed a sweet smile. The sight of that infuriating grin nearly caused Tony to choke. In a moment of reckless abandon, he collided with the tempered glass. Crashing into the room, chaos erupted within. Papers scattered like autumn leaves, walls cracked, and furniture flew about, just as Pepper entered to witness the pandemonium. Tony Stark. Pepper's voice pierced through the air with a sharpness that was quickly followed by an enraged roar. Lifting his helmet's visor, Tony glanced at Pepper, his expression ashen, his mouth opening as if to utter a word. Yet, the moment passed, and instead, he inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Woof, woof, woof," before turning on his heel and fleeing the scene with remarkable speed. Pepper? Chapter 32. Hermione, can I kill him? In the Middle East. At the Ten Rings gang camp, several sleek black luxury cars rolled into the compound and came to a halt. From the vehicles emerged a bald man clad in a tailored suit, accompanied by a cadre of individuals who, rather than mere aides, resembled a band of mercenaries. The members of the Ten Rings gang observed them warily. At that moment, another imposing bald man emerged from a tent, flanked by two subordinates. Unlike the suited man, this bald giant exuded a menacing aura, his body reeking of blood and half of his face marred by scars. A figure clearly accustomed to teetering on the brink of life and death. The two bald men stood face to face, with the muscular one speaking first. "Welcome." The man in the suit nodded in response, uttering, "Leza." If Hermione were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly scoff at the absurdity of the name. What a dreadful moniker. Leza, indeed, one would think, with such a cursed name, who could survive? Obadiah, the bald brute replied. The newcomer was none other than Obadiah Stane, a major shareholder of Stark Industries, a friend of Howard Stark, Tony's father, and a paternal figure to Tony. He was also the mastermind behind the attempts to bring about Tony's demise, the arch-villain in Iron Man. In a bid to monopolize the company, he had conspired with the Ten Rings gang to eliminate Tony during his trip to the Middle East. Fortunately, Leza, the gang leader, deemed the deal too disadvantageous and opted to pivot from murder to kidnapping, intending to coerce Tony into constructing missiles, thus leading to the creation of Iron Man and all subsequent events. "Ah, so you are the cornerstone of the Marvel Universe, bald brother. Nick Fury ought to pay you his respects for the Avengers' existence." Leza gestured to his scarred face, stating, "This is a gift from Tony Stark." Obadiah scoffed, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Had you adhered to the original plan and killed him, you wouldn't have this disfigurement." After a moment of silence, Leza remarked, "Your offered price is too low." Obadiah, unwilling to engage in further debate on the matter, waved his hand dismissively. "Take me to see the weapons." Aware of his own shortcomings, Leza refrained from pursuing the issue any further. After all, both men had business to conduct and wished to avoid any undue embarrassment. The two bald titans entered the tent while their lackeys stood guard outside. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a silver-gray suit of armor. "Markai," Leza proudly proclaimed, "this is what Tony Stark left behind when he escaped. My men have gathered the fragments and reassembled it." As Leza reveled in his triumph, a glimmer of awe flickered in Obadiah's eyes. Though it was merely a crude creation from a cave, it represented the embryonic form of something far greater, full of potential. Noticing the longing in Obadiah's expression, Leza smirked. "Once we possess a dozen of these armors, we will dominate all of Asia." "Dream on," Obadiah muttered. "With this scrap, even the locals of New York might not be able to prevail, let alone rule Asia." Unfortunately, neither Leza nor Obadiah comprehended the depths of the world's complexities, and they continued to indulge in their fantasies of wielding the armors, envisioning themselves as conquerors, with nations bowing before them. Obadiah regained his composure and turned to Leza. Nodding in agreement, "Let us engage in a transaction." Leza revealed a sinister smile. "I can give you this battle armor for free, but in return, once you have achieved results, I require you to provide me with a steel soldier." Obadiah patted his shoulder while discreetly pressing the sonic paralysis device concealed in his hand. Leza's eyes widened in shock as his body succumbed uncontrollably to the chair, his complexion paling and the veins on his neck bulging. He found himself momentarily immobilized. At that moment, Obadiah finally displayed a knowing smile. He had never intended for a fair exchange. His purpose in coming was both to engage in treachery and to eliminate witnesses. As he exited the tent, a barrage of gunfire erupted, silencing all members of the Ten Rings. Under the night sky, the black convoy departed as if it had never existed. At Stark Tower, in the laboratory, Tony was modifying his suit while glancing at Hermione, who lay on the adjacent sofa, fiddling with the controller. So, you wizards have a dedicated school for magic. What is it called? Ho ho. Hogwarts, Hermione corrected. There are many wizarding schools, not just Hogwarts, but it is the most renowned. Akin to your Stanford or MIT. Tony expressed surprise. So, you are also an alumnus of a prestigious institution, quite impressive. Although it pales in comparison to my own, it is still a commendable achievement for an ordinary individual. Hermione rolled her eyes, observing Pepper, who had just entered with a fruit platter, and flatly remarked, Sister Pepper, may I eliminate him? Pepper, having overheard Tony's earlier comment, wore a helpless expression and sent Hermione an apologetic glance. She was well aware of Tony's nature. Despite some changes following the recent kidnapping incident, his character was not easily altered. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to it, though she worried that Hermione might feel displeased. Fortunately, young Hermione merely expressed her frustration without taking any action, clearly understanding the essence of Tony's character. Approaching Hermione, Pepper gently patted her head. Do not lie down while playing games. It is detrimental to your eyes. Come, have some fruit. Hermione complied, springing up like a fish. Mouth agape. Young ladies should refrain from such crude gestures. Be cautious, or you may find it difficult to attract a suitor. Pepper remarked with a hint of exasperation. Before offering a slice of cantaloupe to Hermione, her gaze filled with affection. Upon hearing Pepper's words, Hermione's expression darkened, and the cantaloupe suddenly lost its sweetness. I am quite handsome. Never mind. Tony observed the closeness between the two with a twinge of jealousy. Pepper had never shown him such endearment. Since Hermione's arrival, his status had plummeted, leaving him to seek solace in upgrading his suit. After losing the last competition, Pepper eventually discovered the reason behind his canine mimicry, which elicited a fit of laughter from her. Seeing his assistant so joyously amused after such a long time, Tony held his breath and endured the moment. From that moment on, Pepper frequently invited Hermione to spend time together, even compelling Tony to express his gratitude, which left him somewhat exasperated. After all, it was his own efforts and sweat that allowed him to escape. How could it be attributed to this clever little girl? However, upon hearing that Hermione had made significant sacrifices for the prophecy, even to the detriment of her health, Tony fell into a contemplative silence. Eventually, he complied and offered his thanks. During these days, Hermione's visits became more frequent, and their relationship flourished. Although the girl's sharp tongue occasionally infuriated him to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to don his armor and confront her, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as he observed her comfortably resting her head on Pepper's lap. By the way, what is the underlying principle of your wizardry? Why must spells be spoken aloud, and how are they released from these so-called wands? Tony inquired once more, his lips curling in a slight smirk, revealing a hint of admiration in his gaze. Chapter 33 Divergence. It is essentially the manipulation of one's own magical energy as a catalyst to influence the world's rules, and as for the wand, it serves to deliver that energy more reliably. Never mind. Explaining such concepts to you muggles is far too tedious. I'll bring you a first-year textbook on the fundamentals of magical theory. Being the genius you are, you should be able to comprehend it, right? Hermione remarked absently. Tony's lips twitched. Damn it. Once again, he had been looked down upon by this little brat. Sooner or later, he would unravel the principles of magic and construct an anti-wizard battle suit. Just wait until then, and he would make you cry for your mother. Tony muttered to himself. By the way, Pepper, are you busy lately? I need your help with something. After a moment of silence, Tony seemed to have recalled something, abruptly halting his work and looking up at Pepper. What? Tony handed her a device resembling a USB drive. I need you to go to my office. Hack into the company's servers and retrieve all the recent shipping lists. They should be in the execution documents or perhaps on the Phantom drive. He had come to the realization that Stark Industries weapons could only have fallen into the hands of terrorists if someone within the company was secretly selling them. He wanted to uncover the transaction evidence and identify this individual. As Tony continued to elaborate on the details, Pepper suddenly interrupted, her demeanor shifting. If I retrieve the information, what do you intend to do? Her expression grew serious, her gaze fixed intently on Tony. Regrettably, Tony was oblivious to the change in Pepper's demeanor. Continuing unabated, it's the same plan. They are operating in the shadows, and I must stop them, locate my weapons, and destroy them. Pepper's eyes clouded, her voice gradually lowering. Tony, you know I would do anything for you, but if you persist in this reckless behavior, don't blame me for being unable to assist you. The atmosphere had inexplicably grown heavy. Hermione quietly extricated herself from Pepper's embrace, remaining silent as her gaze darted between the two. Whether he was unaware of the suffocating tension or chose to disregard it, Tony pressed on. Aside from this, there is nothing else. No art exhibitions, no charity galas, no signing events. All I have is this one task, nothing more. His tone turned increasingly cold, his expression somewhat menacing as he suddenly glared at Pepper, seemingly enraged by her refusal. However, Pepper was not intimidated. Instead, her eyes reflected disappointment and sorrow. Is that so? She said softly. Then I resign. Tony exclaimed vehemently. After all these years, you have stood by my side, witnessing my weapons inflict harm on the innocent. And now that I wish to protect those endangered because of me, you want to leave? Pepper shook her head. You will destroy yourself, Tony. I don't care. Tony's voice was tinged with hysteria. Pepper remained silent, merely casting a deep look at him before turning to leave. Hermione, having risen at some point, shook her head slightly. Hermione, are you leaving too? Tony's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness, the life winner adorned with countless accolades evoking a peculiar pity within her. Tony, what makes you think I would choose you over Pepper? Hermione understood that his mindset had deteriorated and sighed inwardly, deciding to administer a dose of harsh truth. If you don't care, then go perish, but do not drag others down with you. Seemingly taken aback by Hermione's sudden ruthlessness, Tony's mind momentarily short-circuited, and even Pepper, who had just reached the door, halted her steps and hurriedly exclaimed, Hermione, extending her hand in an attempt to pull her back. Pepper, you need not speak. Hermione lifted her head, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority as she calmly regarded Tony. If you wish to be your superhero, saving the world, that is acceptable. However, what you fail to realize is that during your absence, Pepper has been tirelessly supporting your company through its trials, enduring hardships day in and day out. Not only are you oblivious to this, but upon your return, you have never even inquired about it, nor expressed gratitude even once. You merely bury yourself in your ridiculous armor to numb your own feelings. I had hoped that upon your return, she might find some respite, but due to your negligence, she has been shouldering untold pressures daily, caring for your needs while managing the company, devoid of any time to rest. My frequent visits to you are not out of fondness for your company, but because only in my presence can Pepper find a moment to relax. If you suspect there are traitors within the organization, you may investigate it yourself. That way, should you be discovered, it won't implicate others. Pepper is merely an assistant, not your girlfriend or wife, nor a superhero like you. She is an ordinary person risking her life solely out of her feelings for you. Even for her efforts and sacrifices, you should cherish the life you have, which Ethan fought so hard to save. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Tony's complexion turned ashen. Do you genuinely wish to protect the world, or are you merely attempting to self-destruct out of guilt? If it is the latter, I can assist you right now. With a swift motion, Hermione unleashed an immense, invisible strike that instantly severed the table beside them in two. I, Tony stammered, extending his hand and stepping forward, wanting to say something. In the next moment, her wand was poised against his chest. Hermione's expression remained indifferent, her wizard's robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, her eyes glowing with a haunting blue light. A violent whirlwind spiraled around her, causing the items within the room to tremble violently and explode one after another. She emanated an aura of terror and an unparalleled sense of oppression. Hermione's ordinarily charming visage and youthful demeanor often led them to underestimate her power. Yet now, for the first time, they felt the true weight of the word wizard. Flames blazed fiercely. Columns of fire, as thick as barrels, erupted from the tip of the wand, and under Hermione's deft control, they danced like living serpents, encircling Tony and creating a formidable barrier. The raging flames consumed everything within the laboratory. Having accomplished this, Hermione turned to Pepper and said, "Let him ponder alone what he truly desires." She then grasped Pepper's wrist and led her outward. Pepper opened her mouth, yet ultimately remained silent, merely gazing at Tony within the fiery circle, calmly stating, "I will help you obtain the documents." Upon reaching the threshold, her steps faltered. Then, she resigned. As Pepper and Hermione vanished beyond the door, Tony felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Collapsing onto the floor, his expression despondent, lost in contemplation of the armored suit engulfed in flames. Outside, Pepper could no longer contain her concern and glanced back into the room, her expression tinged with worry. Hermione, will the flames pose any danger to Tony? Chapter 34. Tony, as long as I can reach that place. Hermione shook her head and smiled. Do not worry. It won't harm him. I am not using any dark magic like fiend fire, just ordinary flames that will extinguish themselves shortly. Dark magic. Pepper initially sighed in relief, but then realized she had heard something significant and dared not contemplate further. Although this was the first time she witnessed Hermione's fiery side, Pepper did not feel fear. Rather, her eyes reflected a newfound admiration. She never imagined that the one who understood Hermione best and stood up for her would be this child. Tony sighed. Pepper exhaled deeply. Hermione, too, shook her head in silence. Such is the burden that friends and family of superheroes must bear. At least Pepper was the only one in the Marvel universe who genuinely cared for her without ulterior motives. She did not wish for Tony to torment her daily in his current state, so she intervened, hoping he would recognize the problem sooner. With that thought, Hermione chuckled softly and leaned in closer, whispering, "Sister Pepper, are you still thinking about that narcissist? Oh, do you like him?" The secret was laid bare so bluntly that Pepper's heart skipped a beat. Realizing Hermione's teasing smile, she shot her a glare and retorted, "You little imp." Teasing adults at such a young age. Despite her words, Pepper felt her cheeks warm. Hermione rolled her eyes and muttered, as if no one could see through it. "In this entire building, you are the only one who thinks you are hiding it well." Pepper felt more flustered. After a moment, she turned to Hermione again. "Do you think what we just discussed was too harsh?" Hermione understood she was referring to the matter of Ethan's demise and gently shook her head. "Not at all. Why not?" Curious at Hermione's certainty, Pepper pressed further. "Someone like him can only be cured with a strong remedy. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take for him to change on his own?" Hermione replied calmly, "Rest assured, he will be fine. And Sister Pepper, have you forgotten?" At this, Hermione raised her gaze to Pepper and spoke deliberately. "I have already seen the future." That night, feeling despondent, Tony collapsed onto the large sofa, leaning back and gazing up at the ceiling of their opulent abode, which towered 2 or 3 stories high. The events of the day had left him profoundly shaken. He was not oblivious to Pepper's feelings, nor did he fail to recognize that she was concerned for his safety. In the past, he indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, deliberately avoiding his true emotions amidst a whirlwind of glamorous parties and cover girls. However, Hermione's blunt insights forced him to confront the truth he could no longer evade. In that moment, Tony realized how much Pepper had silently sacrificed for him, sacrifices he had failed to appreciate. He had not only let her down, but had also put her in peril, involving her in matters that were not her concern. He truly was an incorrigible scoundrel. Moreover, Pepper's concerns were not unfounded. He too had sensed the self-destructive tendencies lurking within him since the kidnapping incident. Each time Tony reflects on Ethan's desperate final moments or the lives lost due to his weaponry, a sharp pang of anguish grips his heart. He yearns to atone for his sins with his own life, which drives him to tirelessly innovate his battle suits and relentlessly eradicate terrorists, disregarding his own mortality. He believes that perhaps only through this path can his guilt be alleviated. Resolving to find an opportunity to express his apologies, Tony rises and wipes his face. However, in the next moment, his eyes widen in shock, and he collapses to the floor. A familiar face looms before him. "Relax, Tony," Obadiah says, retracting the sonic incapacitation device. "This little gadget proves quite useful, wouldn't you agree? It's a pity the government hasn't approved mass production." His tone remains light as he recalls ordering Tony's assassination, pulling out an extractor from his pocket, seemingly concerned about killing a golden goose. Tony stares at Obadiah in disbelief. He never imagined that this uncle, whom he had always held in high esteem, was, in fact, a traitor within Stark Industries and truly wished for his demise. Obadiah aims the extractor at the miniature arc reactor in Tony's chest and yanks it out. "But what I didn't expect was that your life is not yet forfeit. You still have one last golden egg to lay for me." He lifts the fist-sized reactor, entranced by its azure glow. As the reactor is removed, Tony trembles. Pain etched across his face. After a prolonged silence, Obadiah suddenly smacks his forehead and tucks the reactor away, chuckling. "I almost forgot you can no longer speak. It was ill-advised for you to have Pepper seek evidence of my clandestine arms dealings. She possesses quite the business acumen. I had intended to keep her around." Upon hearing this, Tony's expression shifts to one of intense agitation, veins bulging, regret flooding his eyes. Observing Tony's struggle for survival, Obadiah shakes his head and departs. Minutes later, Tony regains some mobility, but due to the prolonged loss of the reactor's magnetic force, shards of metal are piercing toward his heart, rendering him unable to stand. He can only crawl desperately outward. He knows that if he does not replace the reactor soon, the shards will completely penetrate his heart, sealing his fate. Fortunately, Obadiah has overlooked the makeshift reactor he created in the cave, which should suffice. Recalling Hermione's earlier words and Pepper's disappointed gaze, Tony has never felt such an overwhelming desire to survive. Most critically, Pepper is in danger, and he must rescue her. Struggling to reach the storage room, he spots the reactor on the shelf and reaches out with all his might. If only he can reach it. If only he can reach it. Yet, at that moment, his body finally reaches its limit, as if all strength has been instantaneously siphoned away. He collapses to the ground, gazing helplessly at the reactor within arm's reach, feeling his life ebb away. Just as despair threatens to engulf him, a voice suddenly pierces through the silence. "Need a hand?" As the night deepened, Hermione gracefully approached Tony, who was on the verge of collapse, riding her enchanted broom with an air of tranquility. With a playful smile, she inquired, "Need some assistance?" The voice, often a source of irritation that ignited his desire for witty repartee, now resonated in Tony's heart like a celestial melody. Leviosa. With a flick of her wand, the reactor levitated and was deftly inserted into the gaping wound in Tony's chest. The reactor illuminated, and moments later, Tony sprang upright, gasping for air. It appeared he had been granted a second chance at life. What a close call. Tony silently rejoiced, scarcely finding the time to express his gratitude or ponder Hermione's unexpected presence. He urgently exclaimed, "Hermione, Obadiah is the one who seeks my demise. He has discovered Pepper's peril. I must don my suit immediately. Please, you must go save her first. I acknowledge my mistakes, but now, I can only implore you for help." Chapter 35. Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. What a surprise to hear an apology from your lips, Frogfun remarked, astonished. Hermione's expression was one of disbelief. Tony, with an anxious demeanor, responded, "If you enjoy hearing it, I could recite it 10 times a day, but right now, there is simply no time." Hermione waved her hand dismissively, assuring him, "Do not fret. I care for Pepper more than you do. She is currently accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and is relatively safe." After a brief pause, she continued, "It's not that Pepper is worried about you after discovering Obadiah's scheme. She sent me to check on you, and I didn't expect to find you in such a disheveled state. I should have thought to record this moment, haha." Tony's expression stiffened at her words, but he felt a sense of relief. As long as Pepper was unharmed, that was what mattered. In that case, I shall confront Obadiah and settle the score. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Descending to the lower level, Tony, with J.A.R.V.I.S.S. assistance, donned his suit in no time. Hermione nodded in approval, unable to deny that the gold and red armored suit looked undeniably striking. "Are you certain you don't require assistance?" she inquired, observing only his face peeking out from the suit. "Adult conflicts are not for children to meddle in. You should return to your Pepper and help look after her," he retorted confidently, the gleam of assurance evident in his eyes. Hermione rolled her eyes. "The sun is out. The rain has stopped, and suddenly you feel invincible. It's rather amusing, considering who was just pretending to be Dio. Very well, take care of yourself. Be wary of being beaten like a dog, and then don't hesitate to call for my help," she quipped, leaping onto her broom and soaring away. That troublesome girl. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, Tony felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Engaging in conversation with her always left him exasperated. He couldn't fathom why she was so sweet-tempered with Pepper yet so sharp-tongued with him. If Hermione were to discover this thought, she would undoubtedly scoff at him. "Pepper is a beautiful sister of great grace, while you are merely a peculiar uncle. Why should I be docile towards you?" Later that night, the New York sky erupted with resounding booms and explosions, accompanied by flashes of fire and the clamor of clashing steel. Citizens caught sight of 2 humanoid mechs, a large one and a smaller one, engaged in fierce combat on the streets. From a distance, Pepper, Coulson, and others gazed anxiously at the rising flames, their hearts heavy with concern. They were already aware of Obadiah's nefarious plot and knew he had constructed a colossal iron beast, even more formidable than Tony's suit. Unable to ascertain the battlefield situation due to the distance, they could only infer the intensity of the battle from the cacophony. "Tony, please be safe," Pepper murmured. Coulson, feeling helpless, recognized that S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed the means to neutralize the iron monstrosity. Yet given its location in the city and the multitude of civilians nearby, certain measures were simply impractical. They had no choice but to await good news from Tony. "Pepper, I'm back." Hermione's voice rang out from behind. Pepper's face lit up with joy as she rushed towards Hermione. Coulson stepped forward with a smile and said, "Miss Witch, it is a pleasure to see you again. I remember you. Your name is, Hermione, right?" Hermione furrowed her brow in concentration. "Coulson, yes, that's it," she exclaimed, clapping her hands. Coulson smiled slightly, evidently pleased that Hermione recalled his name. "How is Tony? Is he all right?" Pepper inquired, voicing her greatest concern. "I don't know. He is too proud to accept my help. He insists on handling everything himself, so I had no choice but to return," Hermione replied, crossing her arms and leaning against her broom with a shrug of resignation. A heavy silence enveloped the group. After a moment, Pepper suddenly said, "I'm quite worried about Tony. Can we get a bit closer? I want to see how he is doing." Coulson appeared troubled. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that it posed considerable difficulty. Despite being elite agents, they were still mere mortals, certainly not a match for Ironmonger, and the risk of approaching was exceedingly high. It was not fear of death that concerned them, but the inability to protect Pepper. Pepper's pleading gaze turned to Hermione. Hermione nodded, "No problem. However, my apparition skills are not very refined. Taking someone with me for a spatial leap can lead to unforeseen accidents. So I hope you don't mind sitting on it, Pepper. She patted her broom. Coulson's eyes widened in surprise as he silently noted the terms apparition and spatial leap. The information was overwhelming. Pepper, however, paid little heed, nodding and promptly sitting down. To her surprise, she found it surprisingly comfortable, as if a unique force held her in place, akin to sitting in a car seat. Wait, Miss Witch, Coulson suddenly exclaimed, realizing the implications. While the young witch possessed remarkable abilities, the information gathered by S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated that they were not combat-oriented. The only semblance of offensive capability she had, akin to a cutting technique, would likely prove ineffective against steel. He was genuinely concerned that Hermione might be caught in the fray between the two armored suits, risking injury or even death. That would not only be a significant loss for S.H.I.E.L.D., but could also incite animosity with the perilous wizarding world. Regrettably, Hermione was not inclined to heed his warnings, and in an instant, the enchanted broom soared into the sky with both of them aboard. Seeing this, Coulson steeled himself and hurriedly led his team of agents toward the battlefield. Well, Pepper exclaimed, exhilarated by the thrilling mode of flight. Once she adjusted, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Hermione, look, Tony is over there. After only a brief moment of enjoyment, Pepper's focus shifted to locating the battlefield. Quickly pinpointing Tony's position, Hermione maneuvered the broom closer until they could discern the unfolding conflict. A colossal mech, towering 2 to 3 stories high, was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Tony, who was clad in his Iron Man suit. It was Ironmonger, an oversized and crude imitation of Tony's armor, with the original pilot inside, relying solely on the arc reactor that had been extracted from Tony's chest. Without that device, Ironmonger would be utterly immobile. Two individuals clashed upon the street, exchanging blows, a punch from one, a kick from the other. They swung at motorcycles and smashed cars, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. After an extended melee, they merely left each other with minor scrapes, while the innocent bystanders bore the brunt of the chaos. For 30 years, I have steadfastly supported you. As Obadiah unleashed a furious assault on Tony, he bellowed with rage, proclaiming that he built this company from the ground up, and no one would obstruct his path, especially not you. As he spoke, a missile, as thick as a forearm, rose from behind Ironmonger and launched towards Tony. Boom. Though Tony remained unharmed within his suit, he was momentarily disoriented by the explosion, swaying in midair until he finally regained his composure and resumed flight. Chapter 36. The Frigid Freeze. It appears you have enhanced your armor. Obadiah exclaimed with a hint of surprise, but he soon shouted, I too have made improvements. As his words fell, a tremendous blaze erupted beneath the Ironmonger, propelling his massive form skyward like a rocket. Sir, it seems he can fly, came Jarvis's voice from within the steel suit. Thank you for your futile warning, Tony exclaimed as he gazed at the approaching Ironmonger, letting out a strange cry. The two ascended higher, and as they beheld the billowing smoke, Hermione felt speechless. What have you improved? Did you merely increase the displacement? The two battled from the heavens to the earth and back again, eventually landing in an unoccupied expanse. At last, Tony knelt on the ground, unable to rise again. It was not defeat that held him down, but rather a temporary energy shortage in the reactor, leaving the suit devoid of power. In layman's terms, I'm out of juice. Ha 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 ha. Tony, my armor is clearly superior. Obadiah's maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky. Tony lifted his gaze, glaring at his opponent with resentment. No, your superiority is utterly nonsensical, Hermione thought, brimming with a myriad of retorts. Aside from increasing the displacement and thickening the armor, what else have you done? The core reactor is not yours, nor is the soul of the artificial intelligence integrated. You simply boast of having ample power. With such meager skills, if Stark Industries were entrusted to you, it would surely meet its doom. This is a truly disgraceful performance, from both sides. Unable to contain herself, Hermione muttered quietly. Pepper, consumed by concern for the battlefield, felt an overwhelming anxiety as she witnessed Tony's predicament and turned to Hermione. Meeting Pepper's pleading gaze, Hermione gave a slight nod, signaling her reassurance. Just as Tony found himself at a loss, helplessly watching Obadiah raise his enormous fist to deliver a fatal blow, a voice rang out from above. Thunderous explosion. Boom. Suddenly, without warning, a violent explosion erupted from the Ironmonger's chest. A colossal fireball ascending into the sky. The immense shockwave caused Obadiah to stumble and fall to the ground. Then, to Tony's astonishment, Hermione descended on her broomstick. Diving down to the earth, Pepper hurried to Tony's side, relieved to see he was unharmed. Embarrassed by his own disheveled state, Tony wished to vanish into the ground. Yet he quickly collected himself and, disregarding his dignity, shouted at Pepper, What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay far away? He then turned to Hermione. Pepper immediately replied, Don't blame Hermione. I insisted she bring me to assist you. At that moment, Coulson and the others finally arrived. And upon seeing the group safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, look at you, pretending to be fine while in such a predicament. Claiming it's an adult battle. Your facade has crumbled, hasn't it? Hermione lifted her chin, watching the flustered Tony as if it were a comedy. Tony's expression darkened. Turning his attention to Obadiah, Hermione eagerly suggested, allow me to handle him. As Hermione approached the ironmonger, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd. While Pepper and Tony remained somewhat assured, having witnessed Hermione's fierce side, Coulson was engulfed in dread, fearing for Hermione's safety. At that moment, Obadiah had regained his footing, only to confront a small girl clad in a black robe, who boldly proclaimed her intent to eliminate him. Initially taken aback, he soon erupted into maniacal laughter. Haha, where did this child come from? Could she be the illegitimate daughter of you and Pepper, Tony? Hermione let out a soft sigh and raised her wand. The explosive spell had not inflicted any substantial damage on the ironmonger. It merely singed the armor on his chest. It seemed that the layered armor had proven somewhat effective, at least resilient. Obadiah, perplexed by the girl brandishing a short stick at him, wondered what her intentions were. Was she planning to bludgeon him to death with it? I heard everything you just said, old man. Hermione pointed at Tony. First of all, I have no desire to be the daughter of this narcissist. Tony's expression darkened further. Secondly, Hermione continued, after hearing your words, I can only conclude one thing. What? Obadiah instinctively asked. How can someone as foolish as you exist in this world? Hermione shook her head, a look of incredulity on her face, clearly exasperated. What did you say? Obadiah bellowed in fury. Hermione, her face devoid of emotion, replied, you can't even create a reactor, yet you fantasize about selling armored suits. The very thing on your chest was taken from him, and you wish to kill the only person who understands how to create it. I merely wish to know. Once Tony is dead, what will you use to mass-produce those suits? Moreover, after causing such a ruckus tonight, even if you manage to kill Tony, how do you intend to resolve the situation? Did you think you could continue as the captain of Stark Industries? You might find yourself in prison for life. Have you lost your mind? Even a child like me understands this logic, yet you continue to dream. If someone like you can hold a high position in Stark Industries, I believe I could do so as well. Hermione ruthlessly mocked him. Hey, you little brat, you will pay for this. Each of Hermione's words struck a nerve, inciting Obadiah's fury as he raised his fist to strike. Watching Obadiah's enraged reaction, Tony felt a sense of exhilaration at hearing Hermione speak. However, as he noticed the ironmonger's movements, he immediately shouted, be careful. Obstacles ahead. The charging ironmonger stumbled as if tripped by the air itself, crashing to the ground. The onlookers were left speechless. Obadiah, bewildered, got back up, shook his head, and continued his advance toward Hermione. Yet, he fell again. Was there a malfunction in the circuitry? Obadiah was perplexed. He rose again, only to fall once more. Watching this eerily familiar scene unfold, Tony felt a surge of memories he would rather forget. His eyes widening in realization. It's happening, it's happening. That familiar sensation has returned. After repeated attempts, even someone as foolish as Obadiah finally grasped the situation. Pointing at Hermione, he bellowed, it's you. What have you done? He stumbled as he walked, transformed from a robust iron titan into a figure resembling someone half paralyzed. Such a bizarre scene instilled a creeping sense of dread within Obadiah. It seemed you were not intending to come over. With a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic, Hermione replied, in that case, you may as well remain where you are. Ice freeze. Hermione uttered with a commanding tone, and instantly, a thick layer of ice enveloped the Iron Titan. Within a 5-meter radius centered around his battle suit, all objects were encased in ice. And even those nearby felt the chilling aura emanating from the front. This, despite being within the confines of the battle suit, Obadiah sensed his blood nearly freezing. Yet, what terrified him even more was the realization that this young girl possessed such power. What on earth was this? Magic? Superpowers? Is it cold? Observing Obadiah, who was on the verge of being frozen, Hermione coldly remarked, then let me warm you up a bit more. Flames roared to life. Columns of fire, as thick as water barrels, erupted from the tip of her wand, transforming into serpentine flames that surged towards Obadiah from all directions. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by the blazing fire, casting light upon the surrounding night. Chapter 37, Disarm. The flames danced wildly, scorching the iron tyrant, rapidly turning the silver-gray armor a deep crimson, with the outer layer beginning to melt away. The searing heat in the air enveloped everyone, rendering their breaths labored and heavy. While they struggled to cope, the cries of agony emanating from Obadiah's armor were even more harrowing, pleading for mercy to cease the inferno. No more burning, spare me, please. Coulson's gaze towards Hermione transformed repeatedly. He had initially believed that the young witch was inept in combat, her magic merely of auxiliary nature. But today he realized how profoundly mistaken he was. Not only was there the inexplicable trip, but the initial explosion, followed by the icy blast, and culminating in the flames. Each spell wielded unparalleled might, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Is this what a witch is capable of? Coulson mused inwardly. Hermione's expression remained impassive, her silhouette illuminated by the flames resembling a sorceress of fire. The onlookers could only watch in silence, none daring to utter a sound. After a moment, Hermione lifted the freezing and fiery curses, plunging the night back into darkness. Disarm. As her words fell, the Iron Tyrant exploded with a thunderous bang, disassembling into myriad parts that scattered in all directions, leaving Obadiah, now stripped of his armor, standing there in shock, feeling the cool breeze sweep around him. A barely conscious Obadiah forced himself to focus, eyes wide in disbelief. Where is the Iron Tyrant? My colossal Iron Tyrant? Not only Obadiah, but Hermione also widened her eyes in astonishment, inwardly exclaiming in shock. Was there a specialized disarm spell for steel armor? Had she known, she would have simply cast the disarm spell from the start, avoiding all this hassle. For an ordinary person, the disarm spell merely disarms knives, guns, or wands. But for a full-body armored suit considered a weapon, it was akin to a divine nemesis. With a single utterance, the armor had disintegrated into nothingness. She could already envision the scene where she would use this spell on Tony, leaving him standing there, bewildered and bare. Disarm, 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 remove, remove, remove. The scene was utterly ludicrous, and Hermione nearly burst into laughter. Tony, too, widened his eyes in shock. What sort of magic is this? He internally screamed. Compared to the earlier flames and ice, this silent spell that accomplished the feat of disarming left him feeling a chill run down his spine. It was more efficient than Jarvis removing the armor. Would this mean he would be subject to her whims in the future? That could not be allowed. Well, is that all the power it possesses? Hermione's expression seemed slightly dissatisfied. Had Dumbledore not forbidden me from using dark magic, this heap of scrap would have long since been reduced to ashes. Heap of scrap. Tony felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. I suspect you were subtly insulting me. Is this what you call a mere fraction of power? This is already quite terrifying. Thank you very much. Coulson forced a smile, but the next moment, he appeared to grasp a deeper implication, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Dark magic? The term does not evoke a favorable impression. Could it be akin to the dark sorcery he had envisioned? Coulson inhaled deeply and approached, stating, Miss Sorceress, since you are unharmed, I must return to the Bureau to report. I shall not intrude further. We will arrange the follow-up matters, so please do not worry. With this, he gestured for everyone to depart. The volume of information acquired today was overwhelming, necessitating a significant update to the Bureau's intelligence regarding Miss Sorceress. Initially, it was anticipated that the evening belonged to Tony Stark and his armored suit, yet unexpectedly, it became Hermione's domain. Once Coulson and his companions had left, Tony, aided by Pepper, approached Obadiah, whose lifeless body bore an expression of deep resentment. It appeared he had not perished by fire, but rather from sheer fury. Hermione received a notification. Dark sorcery, harvest of darkness, talent, current soul energy, 50. To her astonishment, Obadiah, an ordinary man, had amassed 50 points of soul energy, rivaling that of 5 trolls. Although it paled in comparison to a unicorn, it was significantly superior to the meager single point typically found in an average human. However, Obadiah was not a formidable individual. One could not attribute such energy to mere brute strength. Perhaps it was not solely his innate qualities, but rather the importance of his existence in the world that played a role. Hermione mused silently. Minutes later, Pepper observed Tony from a distance. Concern etched upon her face. He had removed his armor and stood lost in thought not far away. The events of the night required careful contemplation. Obadiah, Pepper, Ethan, Stark Industries, the iron suit, and himself. Gently patting Pepper's hand, Hermione offered her a reassuring glance before stepping forward to stand beside Tony. I am a man who should have perished long ago. As if sensing that the newcomer was not Pepper, Tony spoke first. Had it not been for that abduction, I would still be the oblivious playboy, unaware of my own shortcomings. Before Ethan's demise, I promised him I would not squander my second chance at life, which is why I tirelessly devoted myself to the development of the suit, to saving lives, without pause. Without that purpose, I would have found it impossible to carry on. I have not lost my mind. I have simply come to understand my mission, and deep down, I know that this path is the right one. His tone conveyed a profound loneliness. Hermione shrugged. Then you must live well to fulfill that purpose. Those who play games know the adage, one must be alive to contribute. Tony nodded. You are correct. Regarding today's events, thank you, truly, for awakening me with your words. What are you even saying? Hermione shot him a look. Were it not for Pepper's concern for you, I would hardly be inclined to entertain your narcissism. You should direct your gratitude toward her. I will, Tony replied. As if a realization had dawned upon him, he turned to Hermione. Let us reintroduce ourselves. Tony Stark, he paused. Genius, playboy, billionaire, philanthropist. Observing Tony's outstretched hand, Hermione reciprocated with a gentle tap on his palm, introducing herself. Hermione Jean Granger, hailing from Hogwarts, an ordinary witch. After a brief pause, a thought struck her. She tilted her head and squinted at Tony. Ah, I recall someone mentioning that you owe me 10 apologies in the future. Let us commence now. I do enjoy hearing them. Come on, apologize. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your armor daily. With that, she brandished her wand, shaking it playfully as a gesture of threat. Tony's cheeks twitched in response. You little imp. It's still the same Hermione, capable of inciting exasperation in mere moments. Truly, we are not meant to coexist. The following day, Tony mused, Iron Man, a name I quite fancy. While perusing the newspaper, he allowed Pepper to assist him with his makeup. However, to be precise, the armor was crafted from titanium alloy, not iron. Just then, Coulson entered, handing Tony a card. Simply recite what is written here. We have managed the concluding arrangements. Just state that what appeared yesterday was your robotic bodyguard. The spectacle from last night was too explosive. The public requires an explanation, but fortunately, shoddy has devised a narrative. Chapter 38. Commanding Tony with chili peppers today marks the day of the press conference that Tony has arranged regarding last night's incident. By merely relaying the statements on the card to the reporters, he can successfully navigate through the situation. Pepper rises to assist Tony in adjusting his suit, playfully remarking, After all, you are not Iron Man. Why bother caring about this? Tony nods affirmatively. Indeed, were he Iron Man, his girlfriend, aware of his true identity, would surely be consumed by anxiety, fearing for his life each day. Gazing at Pepper, Tony suddenly inquires, What were you thinking that night? What night? The night we danced together, the one on the rooftop. As the conversation reaches this point, both Pepper and Tony fall silent, sharing a deep gaze, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. The atmosphere in the room grows quiet, imbued with a hint of romantic tension. Coulson averts his gaze, feeling awkward as he stares at the ceiling. What a ceiling it is. Suddenly, a rustling sound disrupts the stillness of the room. What is that noise? Tony frowns, scanning the area but finding nothing. The sound persists, almost as if it's emanating from below. Pepper and Tony exchange glances and lower their heads. In the midst of them stands Hermione, clutching a large apple and munching away. Realizing she has caught their attention, she looks up briefly. When did you arrive? Tony exclaims in astonishment. Hermione, equally shocked, replies, Oh my gosh, I came with both of you this morning. I was sitting between you and the car. Are you blind? Tony shakes his head, incredulous. How could he have failed to notice? It had indeed been just him and Pepper the entire way. Hermione is equally bewildered. You seem as if you've been hit by a confusion charm, and I certainly didn't cast any spell. Her gaze shifts back and forth between Tony and Pepper, recalling the intensity of their earlier exchange, and suddenly, she comprehends the situation, her temper flaring. Well, Tony Stark, it seems you only have eyes for Sister Pepper. Don't you? You're utterly devoid of regard for anyone else. Had she known, she would not have rescued him. In an instant, Pepper turns her head away, her face reflecting utter embarrassment. Amidst Hermione's fury, the intimate atmosphere dissipates, and Pepper regains her composure, adjusting her collar. It's about time. You should be heading out. Having missed his opportunity, Tony glares at Hermione. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You absolutely did. With a playful grimace, Hermione sticks out her tongue in response. Hermione Granger. With a declaration of I am Iron Man, Tony ultimately succumbs to the urge to reveal his identity to the world. Watching the television, Hermione cannot help but roll her eyes at the smug expression on his face. Pepper believed that Hermione was still upset about earlier events, and she gently embraced her, whispering words of comfort. Tony is just like that, you know it well, so there's no need to hold it against him. Noticing Hermione's silence as she listlessly twirled her wand in her palm, Pepper sighed. This time, you not only saved his life, but also transformed Tony's future. He ought to express his gratitude to you. By the way, do you desire anything? Feel free to ask. I will ensure he complies. Hermione lifted her head, her eyes brightening. Pepper hastily added, excluding dragon heartstrings and phoenix feathers, of course. She recalled Hermione's previous words at shoddy. Oh. Hermione's head sank back into Pepper's embrace. To prevent Hermione from overthinking, Pepper clarified, It's not that I don't wish to help. It's just that we've never encountered such items, and it would take time to procure them. Well, there is one thing. Could you have Tony modify my broomstick? I'd like to add some little components. The moment of harvest was upon them. After pretending for days to win the approval of these superheroes and feigning the role of a good person, Hermione was acutely aware that she was not a genuinely benevolent individual. A favor bestowed necessitated a return, or her true nature would reveal itself. After all the effort, Whether in cultivating her relationship with Pepper or assisting Tony through his challenges, Hermione had undoubtedly secured a significant place in Tony's esteem. Even if she were to do nothing, Tony would merely bicker with her, yet his regard for her had never waned. The plan was indeed successful. A smirk danced on Hermione's lips. Half of Stark Industries was already hers. By leveraging Pepper to influence Tony, that worker bee would now be at her service indefinitely. Emerging from the conference hall, Tony was in high spirits. Pepper, Hermione, today marks the official birth of the superhero Iron Man. Let us find a place to celebrate. Pepper cast an inquiring glance at Hermione. Is there something you wish to eat? After a moment's thought, Hermione replied, Chinese cuisine, perhaps. After such a lengthy journey, she found herself yearning for the flavors of her homeland. The meals at Hogwarts were not unpleasant, yet they were somewhat British, as one might expect. Pepper nodded in agreement, as she too craved the Cantonese dishes from East University. Oh, wait, Hermione suddenly remembered, adding, if we're going to eat, let us have the authentic stuff. No General Tso's chicken or that sort of nonsense. I cannot fathom how you Americans can stomach such things. As a Brit, Tony couldn't help but silently critique her statement, both he and Pepper sharing a moment of exasperation. I am from East University, you know. Never mind, never mind. Hermione could easily discern their thoughts, their unspoken frustrations evident. After a brief contemplation, Tony proposed, how about this? No need to go out. I'll have the chef brought to Stark Tower to prepare dinner specifically for us tonight. The capitalist and Hermione scoffed at the notion. Yet, all right, she exclaimed. That evening, atop Stark Tower, the man donned a formal evening suit, while the woman remained resplendent in her immaculate white ensemble, and the child, as ever, was clad in a wizard's robe. Pepper, dressed in purest white, expressed a desire for Cantonese cuisine. The two raised their glasses, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Hermione, unable to bear the scene any longer, buried her head in her plate, choosing to ignore the spectacle before her. She yearned to indulge in a bit of wine amidst the commotion, but Pepper, quick of hand and keen of eye, restrained her, disregarding Hermione's resentful glare, merely stating that children are not permitted to drink alcohol. After the meal, the group made their way back to Tony's residence. In the Marvel Universe, Hermione found herself in a precarious position, lacking both funds and a place to stay, prompting Pepper to invite her to reside with her. Given that Pepper and Tony had officially confirmed their relationship, it was only natural for Hermione to make her home there as well. Just as they crossed the threshold, Hermione abruptly halted, her gaze drawn to the darkened center of the hall. Chapter 39, The Avengers Plan What Happened? Pepper inquired softly upon noticing the peculiar atmosphere. Hermione remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. At that moment, Tony too sensed the disquiet, instinctively positioning Pepper behind him. He believed their wizarding companion possessed an explosive temperament. Yet her skills were undeniably formidable. Something was amiss ahead. Do not worry, it's an acquaintance. There's no need to be anxious, Hermione said with a slight smile as she raised her wand. Illumination as bright as day. In an instant, the entire hall radiated with light, revealing a figure cloaked in black from head to toe, frozen mid-motion. The figure, caught off guard by the sudden brightness, found itself awkwardly suspended between charging towards the sofa and remaining still, utterly exposed before the onlookers. A starkly bald black head stood out conspicuously in the spacious hall. It was none other than the Black Egg. Unable to contain herself, Hermione let out a soft laugh. She clearly understood the Black Egg's intentions. Infiltrate Tony's home early. Await the agents outside to signal Tony's return, then dramatically take a seat on the sofa, illuminating the room to shock Tony into oblivion, creating an air of mystery, showcasing power, and seizing the initiative. Such was the modus operandi of agents on television, and the Black Egg was no exception. However, he had not anticipated being discovered by Hermione beforehand, leading to his embarrassing exposure before he could even settle into position. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Tony demanded, his expression darkening. Pepper recognized the intruder as well, but her disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D's audacity to intrude upon their home allowed Tony to take the lead without her intervention. After a fleeting moment of awkwardness, the Black Egg quickly composed himself, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and strolled towards Tony. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury stated, his demeanor unflappable. Truly, a person of leadership, with a resilience unmatched. Hermione internally scoffed at his audacity. I am here to discuss the matter of revenge, Fury began, but was abruptly interrupted by Tony. Not interested. Whoever you are, leave my house at once. It seemed he would need to enhance the security measures. Obadiah too. How could anyone just waltz in? Mr. Stark, I still advise you to listen, Fury said, his brow furrowing, maintaining his composure. He understood Tony's disposition. Despite the rocky start, the mission must continue. As Tony prepared to retort, Hermione interjected with a wave of her hand. Hello, Egg. Good evening, Miss Wizard, Fury replied upon recognizing Hermione, weighing her presence against Tony's. She evidently held greater priority. The term egg soon clicked in Fury's mind, causing a slight twitch in his cheek. What brings you here? Where is Sister Natasha? Hermione asked. Agent Romanoff is on a mission. Oh, Hermione nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Nick Fury's expression momentarily faltered. Is that all? What on earth? This reaction is not right. Isn't Natasha your most beloved, beautiful sister? How could you know she was on a mission and not even express concern? His gaze caught a glimpse of Pepper, who was holding hands with Hermione, and Fury felt a jolt in his eyes. Blast. The worst has come to pass. Our home has been infiltrated. No matter how formidable a wizard may be, they remain but a child, and children are often fickle, gravitating towards those who treat them kindly. It is no wonder that Hermione has not been visiting S.H.I.E.L.D. lately, but has been spending her days with Tony Stark. Initially, he believed her bond with Stark was strong enough to alleviate his worries, for no matter how close they were, Stark could never fulfill Natasha's role. However, it now appeared they had misjudged the situation. It was Pepper Potts who shared a close connection with Hermione. Stark was merely a bystander, a strategic blunder of monumental proportions. Tony, perhaps we should listen first. Pepper gently patted Tony's back. Regardless, when you were kidnapped, they did everything they could to assist. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D., I could not have confirmed your safety, nor would I have had the pleasure of meeting young Hermione. Listening to Pepper's words, Fury recognized her good intentions, yet he could not shake a peculiar feeling. It was as if the current partner of a former lover was expressing gratitude to that former lover, suggesting that without them, they would not have met, all while drawing their current partner closer. Indeed, we should heed the words of the wise, Hermione added. After all, they did ensure Pepper's safety last night. Fury felt a wave of despair wash over him. Young Hermione was clearly in too deep. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning the mission altogether, recalling Natasha and devising a way to address Hermione's situation first. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed, with both Pepper and Hermione advocating for the conversation. Tony begrudgingly prepared to hear Fury out. Fury steadied himself and declared, I have come today to discuss matters concerning the Avengers. The Avengers? Tony's brow furrowed. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. looking for vengeance? Fury paused before continuing. Not vengeance, but rather a plan to assemble a task force, a team composed of individuals with extraordinary abilities, to address potential crises that ordinary people cannot manage. I have dubbed this initiative the Avengers Initiative. What a ridiculous name, Tony muttered. Yet he soon grasped the implication. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was clearly here to recruit him. It seemed that his identity as Iron Man held considerable weight. With that thought, he resumed his confident demeanor. You have good taste, Tony declared, puffing his chest. However, Iron Man alone is sufficient to safeguard the world. There is no need to join your so-called team of extraordinary boys. Fury responded calmly. That's quite all right, Tony Stark. I anticipated as much. Is that so? Fury remarked coolly. Then why was the seemingly invincible Iron Man, last night, reduced to such a state by Obadiah? Ultimately relying on the formidable magic of Miss, which to save his life? Tony inhaled sharply. The one-eyed man had struck a precise blow to his vulnerability. It was a difficult statement to refute, for it was the truth. Without Hermione's presence, he and Pepper would likely have perished at Obadiah's hands. Well, that is also because Obadiah stole my work, essentially using my own suit against me, Tony retorted stubbornly, insisting that, in the end, it was still Iron Man who triumphed. At that moment, Pepper tugged at his arm, her expression turning serious. Tony, I believe you should seriously consider his suggestion. Chapter 40, The Mysterious Consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony gazed at Pepper in astonishment. I cannot handle everything on my own, he admitted. Pepper replied earnestly, the iron suit is indeed formidable. Yet you are not the suit itself. You are susceptible to errors and oversights. Should another situation arise akin to Obadiah's, there may not be time to save you. She wished for him to have a circle of allies to rely upon, fearing that he might be left to fight alone. This not only would enhance his safety, but also alleviate his solitude. Tony fell silent. In truth, he had come to a realization the previous night. The iron suit could effortlessly overpower ordinary adversaries, such as terrorists, but once faced with foes of supernatural caliber or those with similar powers, the suit would prove to be rather inadequate. Take the Ironmonger, for instance. Miss Potts was correct. Fury remarked, this world is far larger than you can fathom, filled with numerous unknown entities lurking beneath the surface. We must unite. Consider the sorceress, had it not been for her. We would remain oblivious to the existence of magic and the mysteries of the wizarding realm. I have a premonition that something awaits us in the future, making the formation of the Avengers essential. Listening intently, Hermione could not help but reflect on the uncanny intuition of the black egg. Despite its sinister nature, Its perceptiveness and insight had reached the limits of human potential. Whether it was establishing the Avengers, being the first to detect issues within the Insight Project and SHIELD, or orchestrating the secret recovery of the helicarrier to resolve the urgent situation in Sokovia, it was all evident. I need to contemplate this, Tony stated after a moment of silence, his resistance waning. Fury nodded, aware that he had not anticipated immediate success. Today was merely a preamble. Moreover, there was another matter. Fury diplomatically extended an invitation for Tony to serve as a technological consultant for SHIELD. Tony scoffed lightly, "You cannot afford my salary." Yet, he swiftly changed his tone. "However, given your discernment, I might offer my assistance out of friendship." He added, "Do not misconstrue my acceptance. I'm merely reciprocating for your protection of Pepper last night and your efforts during the rescue." Despite his insistence on this rationale, an air of unwarranted pride lingered. With Tony somewhat appeased, the Black Egg turned to Hermione. "Sorceress, regarding the Avengers." Before he could finish, Tony instantly became alert, his expression turning hostile. "What now, SHIELD? Cannot spare even a child? We adults cannot safeguard the world, and you expect a child to risk life and death for you?" Fury thought to himself that he would prefer otherwise, but seeing how seriously they regarded Hermione, such an opportunity seemed unlikely. In truth, he merely made that remark. Aside from the impracticality of relying on Hermione, the adults' expressions were far too grim. Even if she were capable, Natasha and Coulson would not agree. Regardless of Hermione's strength, she remained merely a 12-year-old girl, and the notion of sending her into battle was something many could not reconcile with their conscience. The concept of conscience exists, albeit in limited measure. "You have misunderstood, Mr. Stark," Fury clarified. "I merely wish to invite the sorceress to serve as a consultant for our SHIELD. Not in the realm of technology as you might expect, but rather as an expert in the arcane arts." "Oh, what about my role?" Hermione inquired, surprised as she pointed to herself. "Indeed," Fury replied, "the sorceress, hailing from the wizarding world, possesses knowledge of the mystical that is vital for global security. With your assistance, SHIELD would undoubtedly be more adept at safeguarding the populace, combating evil, and upholding justice. Regardless, let's don the high hat first." "Only a consultant?" Tony questioned, skepticism evident in his eyes. "I assure you, once the sorceress joins, she will enjoy considerable autonomy and will solely impart knowledge." Hermione's interest piqued. "So, I could teach others just like the professors at Hogwarts?" She rubbed her hands together, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable excitement, reminiscent of a child finally given the chance to instruct others. Fury nodded. "Of course, that is entirely possible. Can I discipline foolish students?" Hermione displayed a devilish grin. Fury. He suddenly felt that recruiting Hermione might not have been the wisest decision. "As long as you don't endanger our agents." Fury hesitated, his tone wavering. He ventured, "It would be splendid if you could teach them a spell or two." The truth revealed itself. Hermione shook her head. "It's not that I am unwilling to teach, but those with magical abilities are exceedingly rare. The Ministry of Magic has specific methods to monitor the world. And once they identify a child who meets the criteria, they are promptly whisked away to prestigious magical institutions." Though he had suspected as much, Fury still felt a pang of discontent. "Is there truly no other means to grant someone magical capabilities?" "None," Hermione replied with resolute clarity. "Although it is indeed possible to enable muggles to perform magic, the process is exceedingly complicated and the results are subpar." Fury's eyes brightened with intrigue as he inquired, "Can you accomplish this?" "Absolutely not, and even if I could, I would refuse." Hermione shot him a disapproving glare. "Do you want the Ministry's orders to storm SHIELD and apprehend your agents?" Fury fell silent. Tony interjected, "Are you genuinely considering taking on the role of a mystical consultant for them?" Hermione's striking eyes turned to Tony. "Yes, I find it rather fascinating." This was indeed true. In her mind, the existence of wizards should be acknowledged by the world. Thus, it would be prudent to reveal a portion of that truth. Tony nodded and turned to Fury. "What salary are you prepared to offer her?" Fury. Tony squinted. "You aren't suggesting that SHIELD intends to hire child labor without remuneration, are you?" Fury's expression darkened. That was indeed his initial thought. However, with Tony's blunt observation, he found it difficult to articulate noble sentiments about justice and the greater good. "What do you think, given Hermione's value? Should she be compensated?" Tony pressed further. 1 million? Fury ventured tentatively. Tony let out a derisive laugh. "How about this? I shall offer 1 million a month to employ her as a consultant for Stark Industries. What do you think?" Fury's expression darkened further, and he could only seek assistance from Hermione. One of Hermione's fingers pressed against her cheek as she gazed at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, She suddenly had a revelation and proposed. How about this? In the television dramas, it is often said that organizations like yours possess many intriguing artifacts. Why don't you grant me sufficient access, egg, so that I may explore your fascinating collections and documents? What do you say? Upon hearing this request, Fury was taken aback. Chapter 41. The Quidditch match. Fury was taken aback, instinctively inclined to refuse. The paramount essence of an organization like shoddy lies in the confidentiality of intelligence and the stringent authority of its agents. Granting Hermione access would undoubtedly expose all secrets. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he stifled his words. Upon reflection, it seemed not entirely out of the question. Hermione was likely merely intrigued by the novelty of it all, posing no substantive threat. Moreover, there were numerous enigmatic matters within shoddy that remained unverified, such as item 084. Perhaps Hermione could shed some light on those. After some contemplation, Fury ultimately nodded, conceding, "Very well, I agree to this matter. When can you next visit shoddy? I would like to select a few good students for you." He felt an eagerness bubbling within him. Ever since her last visit concerning divination, Hermione had not returned to shoddy, resulting in a cessation of intelligence on that front. Although her demonstration of potent magic yesterday had certainly piqued interest, the knowledge pertaining to the arcane was of greater importance. "I can't do it for the next few days," Hermione remarked, placing her hands on her hips. "I am about to partake in the Quidditch match, after all. I am still the beater for Gryffindor. Let us discuss this afterward." "Quidditch?" The two inquired in unison. "Oh, I haven't mentioned it to you?" Hermione blinked, then offered a brief explanation. To her surprise, both Tony and Pepper displayed an immense curiosity towards Quidditch. The unique wizarding sport fascinated them, and the gameplay seemed incredibly intriguing. Pepper even inquired, "Can we watch you play? It's a bit challenging. You can't enter Hogwarts." "Wait, I have an idea." A spark of inspiration ignited within Hermione. Minutes later, observing Hermione and Tony engrossed in animated discussion, Fury sighed with concern while gripping the communicator he always carried. He sensed that with Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man now public, the emergence of increasingly perilous superhuman threats was imminent, making the formation of the Avengers an urgent necessity. At Hogwarts, within the Quidditch pitch, today marked the annual Inter-House Quidditch Cup, with Gryffindor facing off against Slytherin. As preparations unfolded, Hermione and 6 other teammates donned their red and gold uniforms. Each of the 7 wielded a broomstick, while Hermione and George additionally held a bat, stealthily releasing a mini-drone. She felt a surge of relief upon noticing that no one had observed. At that moment, Harry stealthily approached, tugging at Hermione's sleeve and whispering, "Do you have a moment later?" Hermione replied coolly, "If you have something to say, say it." Harry stated directly, "Ron and I have stumbled upon some matters recently and would like your assistance in examining them." "Very well," Hermione consented. "Meet me in the library after the match." Upon receiving her response, Harry felt a wave of reassurance. He had been beset by numerous perplexing issues lately, and despite an entire night of discussion with Ron, they had yet to arrive at any conclusions. In the midst of his indecision, Ron suddenly pondered, why not consult the brilliant Hermione? Just that one thought illuminated Harry's mind. Indeed, seeking Hermione's counsel in times of uncertainty was quintessentially their style. Contemplation? What nonsense. Instead of engaging in trivial gossip with Ron, wouldn't it be far more delightful to exchange a few jabs about Snape? Hermione cast a glance at Harry. She too was uncertain about his intentions, but today, all else must take a back seat. Her singular objective was to triumph in the game and leave their opponents reeling. As the preparation time drew to a close, both teams were ready to take the field. The entire elliptical stadium was filled with students and faculty, who erupted into excited cheers and shouts upon witnessing the two teams poised for action. Gryffindor, 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 Slytherin, Slytherin, Slytherin. Immersed in this fervent atmosphere, Hermione couldn't help but reflect on the genuine passion that the Hogwarts community held for Quidditch. Harry patted Hermione on the shoulder while gesturing towards the Gryffindor stands. Ron, Neville, and Seamus were waving their arms and shouting enthusiastically at the two, their expressions brimming with excitement. Although their voices were drowned out by the uproar, Hermione could still discern their words. Go for it. As she absorbed the surrounding cheers, Hermione felt her spirits lift, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Reminiscent of the exhilaration she once felt watching the World Cup, she gripped her broom tightly, initially believing that after her transition into this world, she would never again experience such emotions, that her life would solely revolve around acting and the pursuit of power. Yet here she was, realizing it was not entirely so. Wood glanced at Harry. Are you nervous? Harry nodded. That's all right. I felt the same way my first time. And then I don't recall. As I was knocked out by a bludger within 2 minutes and spent a week in the hospital. Harry swallowed hard. That's a rather comforting thought. Let us refrain from such reassurances next time. I have no desire to be knocked out by a bludger again. After Wood spoke, his gaze fell upon Hermione, only to find that she was not looking at him, but was instead lightly swinging her bat, gazing intently at the opposing side, brimming with eagerness. Wood suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, Hermione had not forgotten that the beaters had responsibilities beyond merely disrupting the opposing team. They were also tasked with safeguarding their own players, right? She must not have overlooked this. Welcome, both teams, to the field, boomed Lee Jordan, the commentator, brandishing a loudspeaker. As his voice resonated throughout the stadium, both teams mounted their broomsticks and soared into the sky, performing several loops before hovering confrontationally above the pitch. Today's match featured Gryffindor against Slytherin. Lee Jordan began introducing the players from both teams, eliciting waves of cheers with each introduction. When it was Gryffindor's turn, he exclaimed in astonishment, "In this match, Gryffindor has boldly fielded two first-year newcomers, namely Harry Potter." He paused dramatically before continuing, "and the illustrious mistress of the library, Hermione Granger." Upon the utterance of the words library, which, an exuberant cheer erupted from every house, save for Slytherin, with an intensity surpassing previous fervor. Senior Wood chuckled softly, remarking, "It appears you possess quite the popularity." Nearby, the Weasley twins jested, "Indeed, who could resist the most beautiful and remarkably talented girl among the newcomers? Our dear Ron, certainly." Hermione shot them a fierce glare, though she had not deliberately sought to cultivate a following. Her striking beauty, coupled with unparalleled magical prowess, had inadvertently garnered her numerous admirers. While she typically exuded a cool demeanor and preferred solitude, many found her enigmatic allure irresistibly intriguing. The more elusive she was, the greater their fascination. Chapter 42. The first match. The second match, as the introductions of the players concluded, the customary exchange of banter commenced. Across the field, a buck-toothed Slytherin player cast a challenging glance at Wood, taunting, "What's this? Has Gryffindor run out of players, resorting to fielding two first-years?" Wood, undeterred, regarded the opposing team's green and white uniforms, snorting coldly, "After we claim victory, I hope you'll still be singing that tune." At this, the 7 Slytherins erupted in laughter. When was the last time Gryffindor triumphed over us Slytherins? Wood, are you still dazed from that last match when you got knocked out? Have you begun to speak nonsense? The buck-toothed boy mocked. Ever since the legendary player Charlie Weasley took on the role of Seeker, Gryffindor had not once ascended to the championship. Wood chose silence, instead turning to Hermione and the others, offering words of comfort. "It's all right. Just play to the best of your abilities. Their essay saying, isn't there? Friendship first, competition second, victory and defeat are truly inconsequential." Haha, what a feeble excuse. Friendship first, competition second is merely a justification for those who cannot win. The buck-toothed boy guffawed. If matches aren't about winning, what is their purpose? It should be competition first, friendship second. Before Wood could respond, Hermione interjected, "Indeed, Senior. You are absolutely right. If competition isn't about winning, it holds no significance. If one can win, why settle for losing?" "That sounds a bit Slytherin of you," Harry observed quietly, watching her. "Do you think the same?" the buck-toothed boy asked, somewhat taken aback. This was the first time he had heard an agreement from a Gryffindor. "Of course, but you've erred in one regard," Hermione replied, lifting her gaze slowly, her smile growing cold. "It should be competition first, competition second," she declared emphatically. As her words hung in the air, a sharp whistle pierced the atmosphere, and several balls of varying sizes soared into the sky. The match had officially commenced. New York, Stark Tower. "Tony, look. Little Hermione is on the field," Pepper exclaimed, pointing at the large screen in excitement. The screen displayed the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Recently, Hermione and Tony had collaborated on a research project, devising numerous methods to successfully enchant a drone, which transmitted the captured footage across realms to the screens of Stark Tower using magical tomes, not signals. Reading extensively proved to be beneficial. Alongside Tony and Pepper, there was another observer, a certain black-haired figure who would not miss any opportunity to glean insights into the mystical world. While for Tony, this match might merely represent a novel sporting event, for him, it was an invaluable source of intelligence. As he watched the wizards soaring through the skies and the spectators around them dressed similarly to Hermione, Fury was finally convinced that the wizarding world indeed existed. Countless details were flawlessly executed, utterly beyond fabrication. The library witch? As they listened to the commentator's introduction, several individuals exchanged glances. They had never heard Hermione mention this nickname before. Was she truly such an avid reader and scholar? She certainly did not appear to fit the mold. Instead, she resembled an athlete, exuding the spirit of a wild, untamed girl. They suddenly realized that, despite their amicable relationship, their understanding of Hermione was still woefully insufficient. It seemed that little Hermione had quite a following. Hearing the crowd erupt in cheers of Hermione the Witch, Pepper turned to Tony with a smile. She had previously harbored concerns that Hermione's frequent excursions outside of school might stem from being ostracized by classmates, but it now seemed her worries were unfounded. As the whistle blew, 14 players instantly soared towards their respective goals. In an exhilarating display, the players' figures crisscrossed in the sky, flying at breathtaking speeds of hundreds of kilometers per hour. The clash between tomato scrambled eggs and tofu with scallions was imminent. Slytherin's Blatch and Gryffindor's Angelina, as chasers, deftly maneuvered through the throng. Ultimately, Angelina seized the elusive quaffle and darted towards one of the Slytherin hoops. Yet, Blatch was not about to concede. He accelerated in pursuit, drawing alongside Angelina. Noticing her momentary lapse in awareness, Blatch smirked wickedly and suddenly collided with Angelina. She let out a soft grunt, momentarily losing her balance and nearly toppling off her broom, causing the quaffle to slip from her grasp. Fortunately, Elia was quick to react, catching the ball and resuming the offensive. However, Marcus Flint, the Slytherin team captain, had been lying in wait. Upon seeing the ball in Elia's possession, he abruptly sprang from his hiding spot and delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Elia spun through the air several times but managed to maintain her grip on her broom, though the quaffle slipped free once more. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, largely in response to Slytherin's string of unsportsmanlike conduct. While these infractions were not outright fouls, they certainly lacked honor. In the stands, Professor McGonagall clenched her fists, her face a portrait of tension as she closely monitored the unfolding drama. Marcus, however, remained unfazed, even reveling in his actions. In his eyes, the end justified the means, no matter how unscrupulous. The troubling news was that among the spectators was someone who wholeheartedly agreed with his perspective, none other than Hermione. "Ah, so this is how we play, is it?" Hermione mused, a smile creeping across her face as she witnessed the underhanded tactics employed by the two players. Everyone saw it. It's clear who struck first. With that, she accelerated towards a Slytherin player, leaping off her broom in a dramatic fashion. Rider kick. The Slytherin player was taken aback by Hermione's audacious move, watching helplessly as she executed a powerful kick in midair, her shoe rapidly approaching. The blow landed squarely on his nose, sending him flying. This strike was far more punishing than Marcus's, sending both the player and his broom crashing into the stands, rendering him unconscious instantly. Hermione gracefully descended, landing precisely on her broom below. The scene fell into a brief silence. In the next moment, the Gryffindor team erupted in laughter, while the Slytherins protested vociferously. However, the Gryffindors, having bottled up their emotions for so long, retaliated with sharp quips. "You can collide and kick us, but we can't execute a Hermione rider kick," they taunted, pointing out that even their kicks were more elegant, forceful, and effective. Just moments ago, the Slytherins had resorted to underhanded tactics, employing a shoulder charge and a backward kick, only to be met with a stunning Knight's flying kick from the Gryffindor, which in retaliation, the commentator found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he were narrating a martial arts film rather than a Quidditch match. With a glance at the incapacitated Slytherin player, Hermione wasted no time. She seized her broom and soared toward her next target, her purpose resolute. Chapter 43. Cyberpunk 2077. As Slytherin's Bleach fixed his gaze upon Angelina, Hermione stealthily approached from behind. Just as he was about to reenact his earlier antics, he suddenly noticed the presence of another individual. Hermione flashed a crooked smile reminiscent of a Dragon King. Bleach, sensing impending doom, attempted to accelerate his escape, only to be met with a thunderous shout nearby. "Man!" Hermione delivered a swift elbow strike to Bleach's left rib, causing him excruciating pain, as if several bones had shattered. The abruptness of the blow sent him spinning several times before crashing into the sandy ground. "Bravo!" The Weasley twins reveled in the spectacle, showering Hermione with applause. "You!" Slytherin Captain Marcus observed the scene from a distance, momentarily forgetting about the quaffle he was supposed to throw, standing there in stunned silence, inadvertently allowing Elia to snatch the ball and score. "Gryffindor scores magnificently." Lee Jordan's voice rang out, spirited and vibrant. Marcus, with a dazed expression, pondered whether this was indeed the Gryffindor he had known. How could this newcomer, Hermione, possess tactics even more cunning than Slytherin's? Surely, she couldn't have been sorted into the wrong house. In an instant, two players were out of the game, amplifying the pressure on Slytherin as they shifted from offense to defense. As Hermione charged towards another target, Marcus widened his eyes in alarm. "Here she comes." He quickly shouted, "Be careful." The other teammates, now acutely aware of the previous incident, regarded Hermione with heightened wariness. One player, witnessing Hermione's advance, immediately began evasive maneuvers, ensuring she would not lay a finger on him. Observing this, Hermione ceased her pursuit, raised her bat, and, seizing the opportunity, struck the bludger towards the opposing team. The moment they saw the bludger hurtling towards them, they prepared to sidestep, only to be momentarily blinded by the brilliant light emanating from the front of Hermione's broomstick. The blinding white light nearly incapacitated them, causing them to instinctively shield their tear-filled eyes. In their moment of vulnerability, the bludger struck them squarely in the face, sending them tumbling to the ground. Damn, Marcus cursed inwardly. Cheating. That girl is using a spell. He pointed accusingly at Hermione, shouting. Madame Hooch shook her head, casting an amplification charm to respond loudly. She hasn't drawn her wand, nor is there any sign of spellcasting. The match continues. Gazing at Hermione, who stood empty-handed, Marcus found it utterly perplexing. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the light emanating from her broom resembled a laser flashlight, albeit far brighter than any he had encountered. The power of it was almost comparable to that of a flashbang. Hermione remarked nonchalantly, my eyesight isn't the best. Installing a headlight on my broom for illumination seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Before Marcus could process her words, she darted towards her next target. The next player. Upon witnessing Hermione's approach and recalling the unfortunate fates of his 3 teammates, steeled himself, determined to confront her head-on. Am I not tall and strong enough to take on a mere girl? He thought, charging directly at Hermione. Beep. As the 2 individuals were on the verge of contact, a thunderous roar erupted ahead, momentarily making him feel as if he were face-to-face with a blaring train. His eardrums nearly shattered, and he became disoriented, causing the broom to lose control and plummet. Hermione removed her ear protectors and glanced back at Marcus. I feared colliding with someone, so I installed a horn on the broom to alert your team of impending crashes. No need to thank me. In the following half-minute, Hermione employed the same tactics, activating the high beams, sounding the horn, and releasing a trail of smoke, sending the remaining Slytherin players away, leaving only their buck-toothed captain, Marcus, on the field. At this moment, he was utterly terrified of Hermione, his mind consumed not by the prospect of winning or losing, but by a singular thought. She must not get close. With this in mind, he turned and fled, but despite their identical brooms, the Nimbus 2000, Hermione's speed was astonishingly unmatched. In an instant, she pressed the red button on the side of her broom. Ahaha, here comes the nitrous. The next moment, an inconspicuous gold and crimson module at the broom's rear rapidly unfolded, spewing forth a blue flame reminiscent of a rocket thruster. Boom. Accompanied by the activation of the red and blue neon lights on her broom, Hermione's speed surged, and she swiftly closed the distance to Marcus. Panic surged through him as he shouted, Impossible. We both ride Nimbus 2000s. How is your broom so fast? Hermione chuckled coldly. The humble Nimbus 2000 was no longer hers. It had adopted a far more advanced moniker, Cyberpunk 2077. The shifting hues of red and blue illuminated Marcus's face, rendering him helpless as Hermione approached ever closer. 1, 2, 3. Elbow you. Crack. Observing Wood's bewildered expression, Hermione gave a thumbs up, winking one eye with a smug grin. Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm a violent motorcycle thief. Marcus lay on the ground, surveying the devastation around him, struggling to rise as he pointed a trembling finger at Hermione. His face a portrait of indignation. You're still human, aren't you? Then, with a sudden jolt, he fainted. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even the other Gryffindor players had ceased their actions, leaving only Harry, focused solely on the elusive golden snitch. Hermione shrugged. In the game, a few casualties are quite normal. There was once a fellow in a match back in 1357 who committed the atrocious act of attacking the referee. She felt she had shown remarkable restraint. On the teacher's platform, even Quirrell was left speechless, momentarily forgetting his sinister plot to curse Harry. 3 minutes later, under the silent watch of all present, Harry finally captured the golden snitch. Holding it aloft, his expression was one of exhilaration, ready to shout in triumph, only to find that an eerie silence had descended around him, with everyone regarding him with complex expressions. Meanwhile, the Slytherin players were inexplicably sprawled, unconscious. Harry glanced at the scoreboard, puzzled. Is everything all right? I caught the golden snitch. We won. Why is there no reaction? Hermione flew beside Harry, patting him on the shoulder. Congratulations on seizing the golden snitch. An impressive 150 points. We are victorious. You are remarkable. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Harry tentatively inquired, did we truly win? Indeed, we did. Really? Absolutely. Then don't concern yourself with those details. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. On the stands, the professors exchanged glances. Was there a foul? It seems not. No magic was employed, nor were any objects thrown, merely normal physical contact, which is unavoidable. Even if the actions were somewhat excessive, it was Slytherin who initiated contact first. Any penalties should be directed at them. The headlights were merely to illuminate the path ahead, the horns and light strips to alert one another to avoid collisions. At least, that was Hermione's explanation. As for why the brooms emitted exhaust, it appeared that the rules of the game did not prohibit such modifications. Everything seemed quite normal. Yet, why did the outcome feel so strange? Madame Hooch pondered for a moment, then glanced towards the commentary box, nodding slightly. The commentator understood and bellowed. Harry Potter has captured the golden snitch. The match concludes with a score of 160-0. Gryffindor triumphs. Let us extend our congratulations to Gryffindor. Harry, brimming with joy, raised the golden snitch high, basking in the attention of the crowd. After a brief 2 seconds of silence, a thunderous cheer erupted. Hermione, 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 Harry. Chapter 44 The Unforgivable Curse. Harry's smile instantly froze. What was happening? Hadn't I just captured the golden snitch? Why was everyone in such a fervor, chanting Hermione's name? Gazing at Hermione, who was being tossed up and down in the center of the crowd, Harry felt a sense of disorientation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? On the spectator's stand, Professor McGonagall was visibly elated. Gryffindor had triumphed once more. Only Snape, observing the disheveled Slytherin team, had a twitch at the corner of his mouth, though a hint of satisfaction flickered in his gaze when he looked at Harry. Dumbledore, on the other hand, covered his aged face with one hand, lost in thought. Apart from the Slytherin students, the other 3 houses erupted in cheers, their voices laced with a sense of vindication. Finally, it was your turn. They had all suffered at the hands of Slytherin's antics, and now, someone had employed the same tactics to make them experience that very feeling. Thus, rather than condemning Hermione's actions, they voiced their unwavering support. New York, Stark Tower. Watching the scene unfold on the screen, Tony and Pepper were left speechless. Even Fury was taken aback. No way is this how wild it gets? Initially, when Pepper witnessed Slytherin's behavior, she was deeply concerned for Hermione's safety. This sweet and delicate Hermione, would she be bullied by those people? What if she got hurt? Yet to her astonishment, Hermione seemed to relish the challenge, swinging her broomstick with such ferocity that it nearly became a blur. How brutal. It's no wonder wizards are so few. It seems not all of it is due to talent. Wait, so Hermione had me modify her broomstick for this purpose? Tony finally pieced it together, his expression a mix of emotions. She even wanted to add a 6-barrel Gatling gun. Thankfully, I vehemently refused, or else. The 3 of them simultaneously swallowed hard. Suddenly, the feed cut off. What happened? Fury was the first to react, still in need of more information. It must be that Hermione, fearing detection, dared not keep the spell active for too long and therefore dispelled it, Tony surmised. Fury could only accept this with resignation, as he was the one seeking assistance, with the power resting in another's hands. At that moment, a phone rang, and Fury pulled it out to answer, his expression shifting. Apologies, but I must return to the office. There are matters that require my immediate attention. With that, he turned and hurried away. Tony watched Fury's retreating figure, utterly baffled. Hogwarts. In the library, Hermione was engrossed in her copy of A History of Modern Magic, seated across from Harry and Ron. They exchanged glances, and Harry spoke first. Hermione, there is something we'd like to ask you. Do you know of a person named Nicholas Flamel? I do, Hermione replied without looking up. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who is he? An alchemist? Why do you ask? Hermione cast a sidelong glance at the two, realizing they must have uncovered certain secrets while she was in the Marvel Universe. Harry hesitated, clearly reluctant to speak. It seemed that the two of them had quite an eventful time lately. Hermione, however, did not press him for details. She had merely discovered that something was concealed in the forbidden area on the 4th floor. Hagrid declared, I would never reveal that it was I who lent Dumbledore the 3-headed dog to guard the Philosopher's Stone in the 4th floor forbidden zone. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing that it was somewhat unfair to embark on an adventure without Hermione. It was not that he did not trust her. Rather, he feared that, given Hermione's nature, she might impulsively rush into the forbidden area to investigate. For now, they preferred to keep things under wraps. So, do you know of any significant inventions by Nicholas Flamel? Upon hearing the mention of alchemy, Harry's mind immediately clicked. The crux of the matter likely rested there. I'm not sure. There's no record in the library, Hermione replied, standing up and giving Harry a reassuring pat on the shoulder. However, if it's something of great importance, there is one place where we might find information. Where? Harry's eyes lit up. The restricted section. With a meaningful glance, Hermione turned to leave. The first snowfall of winter arrived silently. After the heavy snow, Hogwarts Castle donned a silvery cloak, and with Christmas approaching, most students had left the castle to enjoy their winter break at home. As night fell, Hermione, cloaked in invisibility, approached the restricted section and quietly opened the door. She had awaited this moment. In return for clarifying Harry's queries, Hermione had borrowed the invisibility cloak he received from Dumbledore. As for her intentions, Harry neither knew nor dared to inquire. For Hermione, the castle's intrigues were of little concern. The cunning game between Quirrell, Dumbledore, and Snape was irrelevant to her. The only thing that mattered was her ability to access the restricted section and read. As one of the Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak rendered her impervious to the spells that protected the restricted section. A night passed in silence. Days later, Hermione had thoroughly explored the restricted section. She discovered a plethora of powerful spells that had previously eluded her. In her magical tome, she noted, Hermione Jean Granger, magic level LV2, 5,370 10,000. Spells. Disarming Charm, LV2. Fire Spell, LV2. Freezing Charm, LV2. Oblivion Charm, LV1. Summoning Charm, LV1. Shield Charm, LV2. Disillusionment Charm, LV2. Transfiguration, LV2. Satisfied, Hermione continued to peruse. At last, her greatest discovery emerged. Dark Magic. Dark Harvest. Talent Reap Souls to gain energy. Reverse Hanging Bell LV1. Stunning Spell LV2. The Cruciatus Curse LV1. One of the 3 unforgivable curses. The victim will be in a state of stupor, unable to resist the caster's commands. The Torture Curse LV1. One of the 3 unforgivable curses. The victim will experience excruciating pain at the core of their soul. Avada Kedavra LV1. One of the 3 unforgivable curses. The victim's soul will be obliterated instantly, resulting in immediate death. At last, Woohoo has achieved its goal. For those who have witnessed the Harry Potter series, these 3 dark spells are universally recognized. They represent the pinnacle of malevolent magic, each corresponding to the traits of control, torment, and murder. For Hermione at this stage, they could be deemed as unparalleled weapons of destruction. Although the level 1 spell merely allows one to prey upon small creatures, inflicting minor injuries upon humans, the sheer potential for practice is enticing. However, it necessitates finding a secluded spot. In the Marvel Universe, this is manageable, but in the Harry Potter realm, using such spells on others might result in immediate incarceration in Azkaban if discovered. As for the Fiendfire Curse and the methods for creating Horcruxes that Hermione has long coveted, she found no trace of them in the restricted section. She distinctly recalls having seen them during Voldemort's time at school, leading her to ponder whether they were destroyed for this very reason. Notably, the invisibility cloak has also been catalogued as a rare artifact, though Hermione currently lacks the materials to fabricate one. Deep within the restricted section, Hermione descended a spiral staircase leading into the depths. A colossal mirror stood majestically in the expansive basement, inscribed at its summit with the following words, Aristila Ihilu Itubi Kafru Aten Woes. Chapter 45. Swift passage through the mirror of erased Hermione suddenly realized that had it not been for her knowledge of Dumbledore's intent to conceal the Philosopher's Stone within this mirror, she might have completely forgotten about its existence. The inscription above the mirror seemed nonsensical at first glance. However, the proper method of interpretation required reading it in reverse. What it shows is not your reflection, but the desires of your heart. Hermione gazed into the mirror. After a moment of silence, as she contemplated leaving, a voice emerged from behind her. I presume, given your intellect, you have discerned its purpose. Hermione's expression shifted slightly. She had not noticed the presence behind her until now. When had he arrived? With a sense of gravity in her gaze, she turned slowly to face him. An elderly man with white hair and beard stood quietly behind her, observing her intently. It was Professor Dumbledore. Hermione offered a slight bow, quickly regaining her composure. It is quite remarkable, this mirror. It reveals the deepest yearnings of a person. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, that is why it should not be displayed publicly. Otherwise, impressionable young minds may become ensnared in deceptive fantasies. So, my dear, would you be so kind as to share what you beheld within? Hermione smiled. I saw myself returning home. I suppose having been away for so long has made me yearn for it. Dumbledore regarded her with a profound gaze for a moment before responding. The regulations of Hogwarts are not as stringent as one might believe. Taking the occasional leave is permissible, and London is not particularly far. Hermione chuckled softly, remaining silent. After a while, she inquired anew, and what about you, Professor? What did you see in the mirror? Me? Dumbledore chuckled. I saw myself holding a thick pair of woolen socks. Hermione nodded. It seems the weather has indeed turned quite cold. Even you feel the chill in your feet. Dumbledore's expression faltered for an instant, before he shifted the topic. In truth, should you wish to read, you can directly request permission from the professors. There is no need to secretly borrow Harry's invisibility cloak. Hogwarts does not hinder those in pursuit of knowledge. The restricted section merely serves to prevent certain individuals from succumbing to the allure of forbidden knowledge. Oh, you believe I can resist temptation? Hermione responded, surprised by Dumbledore's apparent faith in her. I believe you can, Dumbledore replied. Actually, rather than resisting temptation, I prefer to indulge it. Hermione observed Dumbledore's momentary confusion before continuing. A few days ago, Harry asked me about Nicholas Flamel. He was curious about Flamel's notable alchemical works, but I did not disclose anything to him. It appears you have deduced correctly. Dumbledore nodded, his tone unperturbed. Hermione shrugged. It was a simple deduction. Do not worry. Should he inquire again, simply speak openly, Dumbledore stated as he turned to leave. Before departing, he recalled something. Oh, and do try not to skip classes too frequently. While these lessons may seem trivial to you, Excessive absences could complicate my efforts to compensate for Gryffindor's lost points. As the figure vanished at the end of the staircase, Hermione remarked, "All right, fine, no pretense anymore, is it? You are truly remarkable. However, if that is the case, everything was indeed preordained." In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry, brimming with excitement as he held a book, exclaimed to Ron. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed safeguarded by Gringotts and later transferred to the forbidden section on the 4th floor of Hogwarts by Dumbledore. He uncovered the truth. "And so?" Ron asked, perplexed. "The Philosopher's Stone can create the elixir of life. Only those on the brink of death desperately seek it. The creature that drinks unicorn blood is none other than Voldemort," declared the astute Detective Harry. "Therefore, Snape must be intending to steal it to prolong Voldemort's life. He deliberately unleashed the troll that day to facilitate his theft of the stone." Though this deduction had numerous flaws, it was evidently beyond Ron's comprehension. And he was easily convinced. "We must thwart him," Ron said, his expression conflicted. "But is this really something 2 first-year students can handle? Perhaps we should inform a teacher?" He had already learned Hermione's signature tactic. Harry pondered for a moment and then nodded. "All right, let us seek out Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore." 10 minutes later, the 2 dejected boys returned to their dormitory. "What now? Dumbledore is absent, and Professor McGonagall does not believe us. They must have fallen for Snape's deception. He will undoubtedly attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight. We cannot allow him to succeed," Harry resolved firmly. Ron glanced at Harry, forcing a strained smile. "Do you really think the 2 of us can pull this off?" At this, Harry's spirits deflated, and he appeared despondent. "Perhaps we should find someone to assist us?" Ron suggested, considering the prospect of gathering allies. The question remained, who would be willing to believe them and possess the capability to help? Suddenly, both their eyes lit up in unison. Hermione, the brilliant Hermione. "Wait, do you have PTSD from Voldemort? Why does everything lead back to him? Many desire immortality." "I certainly do as well," Hermione retorted, somewhat exasperated by Harry's flawed reasoning. Yet, surprisingly, he had indeed stumbled upon the truth this time. "So, how did you deduce it was Snape?" Hermione asked, casting a sideways glance. "That accusation is unfounded." Harry suddenly lifted his head, defiantly asserting, "I just know." "You?" There was a 20-second silence before Hermione continued. "You just know. Very well. What more is there to say?" Regardless, nocturnal escapades at Hogwarts had long become a regular venture for the trio. "Let us embark." Under the cover of night, the 3 stealthily approached the forbidden section on the 4th floor. Hermione, reluctant to squeeze into the invisibility cloak with the boys, opted to cast the disillusionment charm from the outside. Alhambra. Without hesitation, she unlocked the door to the forbidden section. The guardian of the first challenge, the 3-headed dog Fluffy, was soundly asleep, accompanied by an automated harp that played melodiously. Alas, Snape had already passed. Harry exclaimed. "I heard Hagrid say that the way to deal with a 3-headed dog is through music." Before Harry could elaborate, Hermione boldly took the lead, plunging a syringe into the neck of the 3-headed dog, then directly lifted the trapdoor and leaped down. Growl. The sudden pain jolted Fluffy awake, its fierce gaze fixated on Harry and Ron. "No, Hermione, could you not have warned us before awakening a beast?" Terrified, the 2 stumbled and tumbled, ultimately following suit and jumping in at the last moment. The first challenge was conquered. Bright as day, during their descent, Hermione cast a Lumos charm, illuminating the surroundings. The devil's snare, disturbed by the light, recoiled, allowing the trio to land unimpeded on the ground. The second challenge was overcome. They continued deeper into the cavern, arriving at a chamber where keys with wings flitted about, and a flying broomstick hovered above the ground beside a locked door. "Surely, there is a key that can unlock this door. I suspect this challenge requires us to ride the broom and catch the key at the top." Before Harry could finish his analysis, he was interrupted by a spell. Leviosa. With a flick of her wrist, Hermione made a rope float, twisting and writhing like a serpent under her command, swiftly navigating through the swarm of keys, ultimately ensnaring the target key. Grasping the key, she unlocked the door and strode confidently inside. The third challenge was successfully completed. All 3 challenges had been accomplished in a mere 12 seconds, akin to a stroll back home. Chapter 46. The emergence of ancient magic upon witnessing Hermione's fluid and effortless maneuvers, akin to returning home. Both Harry and Ron found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. "Hurry up, stop dawdling," Hermione urged, her impatience evident as she glanced at the sluggish pair. "Voldemort is waiting for us up ahead. Let us finish this quickly so we can rest. I'm exhausted." She swiftly advanced towards the colossal wizard's chessboard, leaping onto a stone knight to commence her strategic command. In this game, the presence of too many players often resulted in a debuff. Fortunately, she had already calculated 14 million potential outcomes and discerned the singular path to victory. D5, E6, C3, checkmate. With each movement of the pieces, the opposing king was cleaved into fragments, and the grand door before them swung open. Excellent. No potion tests to ponder, No need for thought. In a dazzling display, Hermione concluded the chess match with remarkable speed, leaving both boys staring at her in awe. Harry, regaining his senses, grasped Ron and urged him forward. Faint. A flash of light enveloped Ron, causing him to collapse instantly. Staring in shock at Hermione, who held her wand aloft, Harry exclaimed, "Hermione, what are you doing? We're bound to fight soon, and Ron's skills are far too lacking. I'll take him back." With that, he executed a levitation spell, whisking Ron away along the path they had come. Harry stood, bewildered, watching Hermione's retreating figure, when suddenly a realization struck him. Wait. I'm not exactly a formidable opponent either. Am I not in danger? Moreover, she was the most capable among them. Why wasn't she joining in? Yet, regret was futile at this point, and with a resolute grit of his teeth, Harry pressed onward. At the deepest recess of the passage lay a hidden chamber. In the center stood a massive mirror, the mirror of Ariste. If traversing the previous challenges was akin to unwrapping the packaging of the Philosopher's Stone, this trial revealed that the contents within were nothing less than an indomitable vault. Before the mirror, Quirrell slowly turned to face them. "Why are you standing there, motionless?" Harry questioned incredulously. He had always believed that it was Snape who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone, only to discover that it was Quirrell all along. Faced with this reality, Harry struggled to comprehend the betrayal. The biases harbored within the human heart are indeed formidable mountains. Hermione, cloaked in invisibility at the doorway, reflected on this sentiment. Observing Harry's astonished expression, Quirrell began to elaborate on his nefarious scheme, adhering to the conventions of the dark arts. With that, he compelled Harry to extract the Philosopher's Stone. The mirror, enchanted by Dumbledore, would only allow those who sought the stone without the desire to exploit it to retrieve it. Harry instinctively reached into his bulging pocket. To divert Quirrell's attention, the only tactic he could conceive was idle chatter. He began to engage in incessant small talk. "How are you?" "I'm fine, thank you." "And you?" "I'm fine too." After several exchanges, Quirrell finally realized that their dialogue, while fostering a sense of teacher-student camaraderie, bore no fruit in securing the Philosopher's Stone. The audacious Quirrell, impervious to reason, either refused to divulge the truth or resorted to fabrications, leading to a stalemate in the tense atmosphere. Observing the dismal efficiency of his subordinates, the formidable Voldemort resolved to intervene personally. Quirrell turned away, untying the scarf from his head. In the next moment, another visage slowly emerged from the back of Quirrell's head. The nightmare of the wizarding world, the beacon of pure-blood ideology, an obsessive collector of stamps, and a charming yet sinister antagonist, Voldemort made his grand entrance. As Harry met his gaze, a sharp pain throbbed in his forehead, and he fainted. As Harry lay unconscious, a haunting voice emanated from behind Quirrell. "The Philosopher's Stone lies within that boy's pocket. Retrieve it." This voice was hoarse and entirely distinct from Quirrell's. Just as Quirrell was about to reach out, another voice resonated from the doorway. "It seems you've recovered quite well, Professor Quirrell." Hermione cheerfully entered the room. "You." Quirrell recognized her instantly as the first-year girl who had wounded him with her peculiar weapon in the Forbidden Forest, a Quidditch fanatic. Had he not absorbed enough unicorn blood and relied on his master's enigmatic powers, he might have perished on the spot. This thought ignited a profound hatred in Quirrell's eyes. "You seek death." Quirrell raised his wand, poised to attack. "Stand down, Quirrell," Voldemort's voice commanded, causing Quirrell to shudder in agony, evidently punished by some unseen force. Turning to Hermione, Voldemort spoke slowly. "Little girl, you possess great talent. Why not follow me? Whatever your aspirations, I can help you realize them." His voice dripped with seduction. "Enough." Hermione waved her hand dismissively. "And I want the Philosopher's Stone. Will you relinquish it?" Voldemort's gaze darkened. "Quirrell, kill her and seize the stone." Realizing his manipulation had failed, Voldemort acted without hesitation. With a thunderous explosion, Quirrell aimed his wand at Hermione, who countered with a shield charm. Sensing the intensity of the blasting curse, Hermione shook her head. Indeed, as she had surmised, Quirrell, parasitized by Voldemort and drained of most of his magical and life force to sustain his existence, was now weaker than even the upperclassmen of Hogwarts. "If this is all you can muster, then you shall not leave here today." Her words ignited Voldemort's fury. Could the figure that had instilled fear in the wizarding world for so long truly be belittled by a mere 12-year-old girl? In the next instant, Quirrell's expression contorted, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Master, no. Please, I am ever loyal to you." "Ah." With that anguished wail, Quirrell fell silent. Voldemort's face, which had been at the back of Quirrell's head, gradually shifted to the front, enveloping Quirrell's original visage. "How amusing. He even has a nose." "Is this how you treat your loyal servant?" Hermione inquired, tilting her head. "To be able to devote oneself to me is his honor," Voldemort replied, his tone frosty. His actions stemmed from a sense of helplessness. Who could fathom how this young girl possessed such extraordinary magical prowess? From their earlier skirmish, he discerned that in his current state, Quirrell was utterly incapable of matching her. Yet, should he forfeit this evening, the opportunity to acquire the Philosopher's Stone would likely slip away forever. Thus, he resolved to sacrifice Quirrell, drawing upon his dwindling life force and magical essence to restore himself to the semblance of a competent wizard. Voldemort extended his wand, declaring, "Now, I offer you another chance. Pledge your allegiance to me, or else." A thunderous explosion ensued. Without hesitation, Hermione unleashed a blasting curse. Following the detonation, Quirrell remained unscathed, shielded by an ironclad charm. Hermione understood that Voldemort was not to be underestimated like Quirrell. He could not be so easily subdued. Though she had confidence in her ability to stall him until he faltered, or perhaps to seize the Philosopher's Stone and escape to safety, she ultimately resolved to eliminate him outright. Avada, Voldemort raised his wand, initiating a classic attack. Leviosa, Hermione preempted him, using the levitation spell to grasp Harry's clothing and hurl him toward Voldemort. Harry, charge. After nurturing him for so long, it was time to unleash Harry. Just as Voldemort intended to push him aside, he was suddenly engulfed by an intense, searing sensation that penetrated to his very core. Ah, what is this? In that instant, he was reminded of the moment when the killing curse rebounded upon him. No. Amidst his anguished cries, his body began to disintegrate into ashes from the point of contact. From the remnants, a mist emerged, showcasing Voldemort's remarkable ability to escape. Before vanishing, he cast a gaze filled with hatred. Even in this dire state, you dare glare at me? Hermione met his fierce gaze unflinchingly. Go back and contemplate your defeat. The Horcrux remained intact, and the old soldier would not perish. She neither intended to intervene, nor could she. Stepping forward, Hermione intended to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone when she abruptly halted. Ancient magic, sacrifice level 1. By sacrificing life. A magical protective effect is generated against a specific source, during which no harm can befall the caster. Should the caster come into contact with the designated source, it will inflict a powerful backlash, the potency and duration of which vary according to the individual. Chapter 47. The acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. Lo and behold, a bounty of gold coins. Ancient magic. To her astonishment, the ancient magic she had been searching for throughout the semester had led her to a clue right here. And she had successfully recorded one. Sacrifice. Hermione gazed at the introduction of the spellbook and discerned its essence. She understood that Harry bore the love magic of his mother, Lily, while Voldemort himself remained oblivious to this fact. It was this very realization that instilled her with absolute confidence in vanquishing Voldemort on the spot. With the blessing of love magic, prior to Harry reaching adulthood, any harm inflicted by Voldemort could not kill him, but would instead result in severe backlash against Voldemort, a pure bane to the Dark Lord. However, indeed, it was ancient magic. Hermione mused. Long ago, she had speculated about the nature of love magic. Dumbledore had explained to Harry that it was a form of love magic, merely to aid Harry's understanding and soothe his emotions. But its true essence was that of ancient magic. On the night Voldemort attempted to kill Harry, the intense emotions protecting Harry triggered the sacrificial magic, which rebounded the killing curse. Hermione was certain that Lily must have encountered ancient magic in her youth. Otherwise, this world would not lack individuals willing to sacrifice for love. Yet none had manifested any protective love magic. As for the effects of this magic, it held no utility for her whatsoever. Who would willingly employ such a thing? What she desired was ancient magic, not a spell of sacrifice. Nevertheless, today marked a promising beginning. Casting a glance at the unconscious Harry, Hermione stepped forward to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. As expected, the spellbook responded once again. Artifact, Philosopher's Stone, alchemical substance, function, through alchemy. It can produce the elixir of life, transmute any metal into pure gold, and serve as a substitute for most alchemical materials. There was no need to elaborate on the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel had consumed it, allowing him to live for centuries. However, it merely grants longevity, not immortality. One need only observe Flamel's aged appearance to realize that not all fears the passage of time. For Hermione, at her current stage, it was still far from necessary. As for the transmutation to pure gold, aside from causing a collapse in gold prices, it bore no notable advantage. Would she be expected to transform Captain America's vibranium shield into a golden shield? What truly delighted Hermione was the third function, the substitution for alchemical materials. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed a universal substance, capable of replacing nearly any material in alchemy. For instance, Hermione had mastered the crafting of an invisibility cloak but lacked the requisite materials, leaving her to lament her predicament. With the Philosopher's Stone, she could directly substitute it for extremely critical or rare materials, albeit at the cost of a small portion of the stone's energy, significantly facilitating the final output and alleviating her material woes. This object was practically tailor-made for alchemists. No wonder Nicholas Flamel achieved greatness after creating it. While his own talent was undeniable, the assistance of the Philosopher's Stone was crucial. As she tucked the Philosopher's Stone into her book and prepared to depart, a familiar voice resonated from the side. "Good evening, Miss Granger." The voice was calm and composed, imbued with a reassuring magic. Hermione was not surprised by the sudden appearance of Dumbledore. She had long suspected that he was fully aware of the entire Philosopher's Stone affair. From the very beginning, when he had withdrawn the stone from Gringotts, it was evident that he anticipated someone would attempt to steal it. Otherwise, it would be utterly inexplicable. The subsequent farcical challenges at Hogwarts seemed designed solely to bait the would-be thief. Otherwise, he could have simply kept it with him or destroyed it. Surely there were safer alternatives. If he was initially unaware of Quirrell's dubious intentions, Snape would have undoubtedly informed him following the troll incident. Moreover, Hermione did not believe that the current state of Voldemort could remain concealed from Dumbledore for long. The reason he had not immediately apprehended Quirrell and feigned ignorance was twofold: to provoke Quirrell into action and to mentor Harry, the prophesied one. It was purely for Harry's sake. As anticipated, Harry withstood the allure of the Philosopher's Stone. He desired the stone but did not wish to exploit it, merely wanting to thwart Voldemort. However, while Harry resisted, she did not. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't retrieve it and needed Harry to take the lead and confront Voldemort, she would have rolled up her sleeves and taken action long ago. "Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore." Hermione returned a courteous greeting, her face adorned with a subtle smile. "I understand that we trespassed into forbidden territory, violating school rules, but Harry has uncovered Voldemort's plot, and as a friend, I felt compelled to accompany him to avert any mishaps." In summary, it had nothing to do with her. A smooth deflection. Yet, it was indeed true. Prior to this night, Hermione had not ventured into the fourth-floor corridor, had not conducted any investigations, nor displayed any ulterior motives. All the scheming was initiated by Harry, who had invited her, and anyone would see that she was reluctantly drawn into the situation. As for the Philosopher's Stone, she made no mention of it. Dumbledore smiled, casting her a meaningful glance, and said, "It is of no concern. You need not explain yourself to me. As for the Philosopher's Stone, it has arrived." Hermione's eyes flickered. She had prepared herself for the occasion. If the stone were to be mentioned, she would claim an interest in alchemy. Aspiring to be an alchemist like Nicholas Flamel, eager to study and research, perhaps even feigning a sense of pity. After all, her thirst for knowledge was well known throughout Hogwarts. Openly admitting to retrieving the stone for her own purposes was hardly a scandal, merely a scholarly pursuit. Moreover, having achieved such a significant accomplishment tonight, risking her life for the safety of Hogwarts and the peace of the wizarding world, how noble and righteous it was. Would they not be inclined to grant her this modest request? However, Dumbledore's next words took Hermione by surprise. "The Philosopher's Stone was intended for you all along." "What?" Hermione blinked in astonishment, looking at Dumbledore in confusion. According to his implication, even had she not come tonight, he would have still entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to her. Am I to believe that my efforts have been in vain? It appears that treasures can indeed descend upon one while seated in the comfort of home. But why is this so? Do we share such a profound bond? It is essential to note that since her enrollment, Hermione has consistently avoided Dumbledore, wishing to remain uninvolved with him. Apart from the day of her admission, he has shown her little in the way of particular attention. Their exchanges have scarcely exceeded 10 sentences. If Professor McGonagall had made such a statement, she might have comprehended it. However, Dumbledore, were it not for her understanding of the man, Hermione might have mistaken him for a benevolent figure offering her confections. The young Hermione trembled with apprehension. Disregarding her wary expression, Dumbledore retrieved an aged notebook from his pocket and handed it to Hermione. "This is Nicholas Flamel's alchemical journal. He entrusted me to pass it on to you." Chapter 48. The Alchemical Notes of Nicholas Flamel. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that Nicholas Flamel is acquainted with me, and that this endeavor is not solely your undertaking, but that he is also a co-founder? If Hermione had merely been astonished moments ago, she was now utterly astounded. In an instant, she felt an inclination to regard Professor Dumbledore as a father figure. However, these two items were not to be given freely. Dumbledore remarked, "I hope you will agree to a condition." Hermione immediately became wary. "What do you intend to do? If you dare utter anything peculiar, beware of my wrath. I might as well return to Marvel and never come back." Observing Hermione's cautious demeanor, Dumbledore shook his head slightly. "It is not a difficult request, rest assured. I shall inform you in due course." After a moment's contemplation, Hermione nodded. "Very well, thank you, Professor." Trusting in Dumbledore's character, she acquiesced, primarily swayed by the allure of the alchemical notes and the Philosopher's Stone. After pondering for a brief moment, Hermione appeared to suddenly recall something, a flicker of concern lighting her eyes. "If you bestow upon me the Philosopher's Stone, then what of Nicholas Flamel?" Although she was aware that he was prepared to depart from this world, she felt the need to feign concern. "Do not worry. He has prepared sufficient potions to manage his affairs after his passing." At this juncture, Dumbledore too felt a pang of nostalgia, a blend of sorrow for a dear friend and a lamentation for the inevitable passage of life. Hermione fell silent, reflecting on whether she, in a similar situation, would be able to relinquish her grip on life if she knew her end was near. She was uncertain. Casting a glance at the unconscious Harry, Dumbledore remarked, "It appears you are aware of the protective enchantments surrounding Harry." Hermione nodded. "I have read extensively and have heard Harry recount some past events. If my deductions are correct, this should be a form of ancient magic." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied. "This is also the protection bestowed upon him by his mother, Lily. Regrettably, I have only heard tales of it and have never witnessed it firsthand." Seemingly discerning Hermione's thoughts, he elaborated, in her earlier years as a student, she was able to perceive traces of ancient magic, having experienced some extraordinary occurrences at Hogwarts. "What a pity," Hermione lamented. Hogwarts, Great Hall. Once again, the day for the awarding of the House Cup had arrived, with faculty and students gathering in the banquet hall, the atmosphere jubilant and spirited. The annual celebration must not be halted. Yet, Harry found himself devoid of appetite as he gazed at the array of food before him. For him, an arduous academic year had finally drawn to a close, but the more daunting prospect loomed. He would have to continue residing with Uncle Vernon until the new term commenced. Enduring the lack of familial warmth, he awakened in the hospital wing, his last recollection being Voldemort's terrifying visage. Although Dumbledore assured him that the matter had been resolved, it felt as though everything was disconnected from him. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards Hermione. Not only she, but a significant portion of those within the hall were also regarding her. The reason is quite straightforward. Not long ago, Dumbledore announced that Professor Quirrell harbored sinister intentions, secretly conspiring within Hogwarts, a fact discovered by Harry and his companions. In a duel of wizards, Quirrell was ultimately vanquished by Hermione, leading to his own demise through the backlash of his own dark magic. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire school, leaving students and faculty alike in a state of bewilderment. They suddenly comprehended the mystery behind Quirrell's recent absence. Even more astonishing was the fact that a first-year student had triumphed over Quirrell, the very professor of defense against the dark arts, despite facing off against the formidable Hermione. Such an achievement was indeed extraordinary. It is important to note that although Quirrell often appeared timid, he was nonetheless a fully fledged adult wizard, a professor of defense against the dark arts, and undoubtedly possessed considerable prowess. His ability to infiltrate Gringotts and escape unscathed attests to his capabilities. He was certainly not a foe that a first-year student could easily defeat. Yet, Hermione defied the odds and accomplished this feat. Harry, upon first hearing the news, found it hard to believe but soon came to accept the outcome. After all, it was the remarkable Hermione. However, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Hermione's feelings were less than pleasant. Dumbledore's words had thrust her into the limelight. It was not that she was unwilling to accept their admiration, but this situation had inadvertently placed her in a position of drawing fire away from Harry. Once this news spread, the lurking Death Eaters would undoubtedly take action, and her hopes of remaining discreetly in Harry's shadow to reap the benefits would be dashed. Nonetheless, recalling Voldemort's gaze before his departure, it didn't matter much anymore. After all, the Dark Lord himself had taken note of her. What was there to fear from his minions causing trouble? With her spellbook in hand, and given a little time to develop, she was confident that even if Voldemort were to return, she could make him kneel in submission. Should anyone dare to provoke her, they would face her wrath. With this thought, Hermione felt a sense of relief. Grabbing her broom, she tossed it towards Ron. He, in the midst of devouring a chicken leg, turned to her. Hermione had explained to him that she had been ambushed from behind by Quirrell, and he readily accepted this account. As for why Quirrell hadn't targeted Harry and Hermione, or why he hadn't employed more powerful magic to simply knock them out, why dwell on such matters? Just by accompanying Hermione and Harry on this adventure, he had unwittingly garnered quite a bit of admiration. What a windfall! Particularly from Hermione's roommate. What was her name? Lavender Brown, who evidently harbored a fondness for him. I promise you, Hermione said, tossing the broom towards Ron. What is this? Ron exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the brand new Nimbus 2000 in his hands. He suddenly remembered that after he had taken the blame for Hermione, she had promised him a flying broomstick. Initially, he thought it was merely a casual remark. Now it seemed she was genuinely giving it to him. How incredibly generous. However, as his excitement waned, Ron began to hesitate, feeling apprehensive about accepting it. He recalled that this item was quite expensive. Don't think too much about it. I made this myself as a practice in alchemy, Hermione replied nonchalantly. You can perform alchemy? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, everything felt normal again. The extraordinary Hermione, after all, is never surprising. Hermione, I am utterly enamored with you. Upon receiving a new Nimbus broom, Ron, in a fit of joy, was about to embrace Hermione. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tip of a wand was pressed firmly against his forehead. Noticing the faint glimmer of menace in Hermione's eyes, Ron awkwardly chuckled and obediently retreated to his seat, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Once Ron settled down, Hermione gradually lowered her wand. In truth, setting aside all else, Hermione found herself admiring Ron more than the somewhat timid Harry. Despite his usual demeanor, Ron was indeed a formidable character, having the audacity to put himself in harm's way at the tender age of 11. Moreover, during their escape in the original narrative, it was Ron who, after incapacitating an oncoming Death Eater, contemplated delivering a fatal blow, reasoning with a logic that resonated with Hermione. If we do not eliminate him now, will he not kill us when he awakens? Unfortunately, it seemed this fellow harbored some feelings for her, which was rather unfortunate. Chapter 49. The silencing spell and wandless magic. At that moment, Dumbledore abruptly rose, and a hush fell over the hall. The venerable headmaster proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Another year has passed, and it is time to award the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. In fourth place, Gryffindor with a total of 313 points. In third place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And in first place, Slytherin with a total of 472 points. The Slytherin table erupted in cheers, while Gryffindor hung their heads in dismay. The significant loss of points was primarily due to the frequent clashes between Harry and Professor Snape, which led to numerous deductions, compounded by Hermione's penchant for skipping classes. Although the professors held Hermione in high regard, rules were rules, and points had to be deducted. Yet, what could be done? Both had made substantial contributions to Gryffindor's Quidditch success and thwarted Quirrell's nefarious plot. How could they truly be blamed? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited among the Gryffindor students. Their intuition was validated moments later. First, Mr. Harry Potter demonstrated remarkable analytical and deductive skills, uncovering the hidden conspiracy beneath the surface. For this, I award Gryffindor an additional 50 points. Dumbledore continued. Next, Mr. Ron Weasley, who, disregarding his own safety, valiantly fought alongside his friends, earns Gryffindor another 50 points. Lastly, Miss Hermione Granger, in her confrontation with Quirrell, displayed exceptional composure, magical prowess, and strategic brilliance. I grant Gryffindor 60 additional points. Thus, Gryffindor's final score stood at 473 points, securing the House Cup. As Dumbledore's words resonated, all of Gryffindor stood in jubilant celebration. In stark contrast, the faces of the Slytherins were shadowed with disappointment. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw fell to lower ranks, with Hufflepuff landing at the bottom. Yet, inexplicably, both houses applauded even more fervently than Gryffindor. It seemed Slytherin had not been shy about antagonizing them throughout the year. On the dais, Professor McGonagall beamed with delight, while Snape wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Harry lowered his gaze, feeling a flush of embarrassment, although his deduction seemed valid. The journey to that conclusion was flawed, leading to an erroneous outcome. Nevertheless, seeing the elation around him, he decided to let it slide as if nothing had transpired. Hermione could no longer contain herself. What? No, Voldemort. You only deserve 60 points. Moreover, winning by a mere point against Slytherin is not only a significant blow, but also a profound insult. This is undoubtedly a travesty. Old Dumbledore, you are not even pretending anymore. Dumbledore took his seat and glanced at Hermione, offering her a knowing look. Hermione responded with an exasperated eye roll. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hermione Jane Granger, magic level, LV3, 672 50,000, reflected on her battle with Quirrell, from which she had harvested an astounding 5,000 points of soul energy. This remarkable feat had propelled her to the third level of magical power. In terms of magical capability, she was now indisputably at the level of a fully fledged witch. Thanks to Quirrell. Thanks to Voldemort. In truth, Chilo's soul does not possess an abundance of energy. It primarily derives from Voldemort's contributions. Due to the nature of Horcruxes, Voldemort's main soul, lingering in the external realm, does not dissipate, yet its permanence does not equate to invulnerability. As he shares a corporeal form with Chilo, the instant Chilo's body turns to ash, Voldemort experiences yet another demise, triggering the Dark Harvest immediately, mercilessly severing his already diminished essence into a mere fragment of a soul. What brought Hermione immense joy was the renewed response in the spells section. However, this time it was not a newly inscribed spell. Rather, it was an automatic manifestation following her advancement to level 3 in magical power. Silencing Charm LV1, 1000. Wandless Casting LV1, 1000. The Silencing Charm. Wandless Casting. In comparison to the formidable spells of great potency, Hermione regarded these two as the true arcane skill she had long desired, but did not know how to master. Although wizardry appears formidable, it hinges on the practitioner's ability to wield it. Magic that cannot be executed is akin to non-existence. Yet, the majority of wizards, when deprived of their wands or rendered mute, find themselves powerless, indistinguishable from ordinary folk. This constitutes the greatest vulnerability of the wizarding community. Save for a select few exceptionally powerful sorcerers, Among these, the loss of a wand proves most catastrophic. Many wizards may comprehend the silencing charm, yet the distinction lies solely in proficiency and efficacy. Conversely, nearly 99% of wizards cannot cast any magic without their wands. Attempts to forcefully utilize magic result only in a surge of energy that inflicts harm upon oneself. Through her observations and reflections over time, Hermione discerned 3 fears that plague wizards: the fear of disarmament, the fear of silencing, and the fear of ambush. The first concerns the inability to channel magical energy. The second pertains to the incapacity to articulate spells, thus transforming magical energy into effects. And the third acknowledges that no one can maintain a constant protective shield with the shield charm. This time, the spellbook directly addressed 2 of these significant challenges. Though the level 1 silencing charm and wandless casting restrict her to a maximum effect of level 1 when operating without sound or wand. Their strength lies in their universal applicability across all spells. Even Dumbledore, when casting without a wand, can only manage a few highly familiar spells, with unfamiliar ones posing considerable peril. Yet, she can perform all spells without a wand, free from safety concerns. Moreover, this marks a promising beginning. As her proficiency increases, the effects will undoubtedly improve. Furthermore, wandless casting holds profound significance for her. Imagine, when disarmed and her wand slips from her grasp, her adversaries believe they have secured victory, unaware that the wand is merely an ornament to her. With a mere gesture, her 5 fingers can unleash 5 formidable projectiles, enough to instill fear in any opponent. One must ponder whether even the illustrious Voldemort, the foremost consumer of magical fruit in the HP universe, could achieve such feats. Despite currently possessing only level 3 magical power, in the heat of battle, even the elite ROARRs of the Ministry of Magic could unwittingly find themselves at her mercy. In the Marvel Universe, within the expansive training facility of several thousand square meters at the SHIELD headquarters, Hermione cast a sidelong glance at the black egg as she surveyed the neatly arranged agents before her. Is this truly the candidate you have procured for me? The black egg frowned slightly. These were the elite agents meticulously selected from the entire SHIELD. Surely they should be capable of satisfying Hermione. What seems to be the issue? Fury inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Hermione gently shook her head. The agent's competence is undoubtedly not in question. It is merely this individual. Grant Ward, Brock Rumlow, Jasper Sitwell, Clint Barton, and several others who appear less familiar, seemingly either administrative or field agents. Hermione scrutinized each one and ultimately discovered, aside from Hawkeye, they were all affiliated with Hydra. Where Natasha, Coulson, and Maria Hill. What criteria were you using for your selections? Chapter 50. Hermione's Magical Classroom. Hermione stifled her urge to comment, deciding to let it go. After all, it was not her who would be ensnared. Unbeknownst to her, Fury had his own considerations regarding those who did not select Black Widow and her associates. Natasha and Hermione already shared a good rapport, and Coulson had established a certain level of connection. Thus, these two could privately engage in learning without the need for special assignments. More importantly, Fury had few trusted aides, and other tasks required his attention. He could not afford to immerse himself in arcane knowledge daily. Not only was Hermione bewildered, but the agents around her exchanged glances, each reflecting a mutual perplexity. Director Fury had gathered them under the pretext of an important mission, emphasizing its high confidentiality and warning them against any disclosures. Yet, they were led to meet a peculiar young girl in outlandish attire. Hermione rarely made public appearances, often found at Hogwarts, and even upon her return, she was usually accompanied by Pepper Potts. Furthermore, Fury had permitted only a select few to engage with her. There were no official records documenting her existence. Consequently, it was understandable that the group was bewildered. From today onwards, you shall be students of the SHIELD, Mystical Knowledge Learning class, destined to become the backbone of the supernatural and mysterious response team, Fury declared, gesturing towards Hermione. And she will be your instructor. Henceforth, all classroom affairs will be orchestrated by her. I hereby bestow upon her level 9 SHIELD authority, regardless of your agent ranks. You must heed her commands in class. The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. A girl of merely 11 or 12 years was to be their teacher, and they were obliged to obey her. Most astonishingly, she possessed level 9 clearance. This was on par with Maria Hill's rank. And aside from Minister Pierce and Director Fury, both Alpha level and level 10 agents, Hill held the highest status with an SHIELD. Alexander Pierce, serving on the World Security Council, had long been involved with SHIELD, which implied that this girl was the first in command beneath Fury. Surely, this was a jest. Noticing the confusion among the agents, Fury elucidated. She will unveil to you the other side of the world, allowing you to comprehend the enigmatic realm of magic. The agents widened their eyes, seemingly confirming they had not misheard. Magic? They were familiar with superhumans, and S-H-I-E-L-D had detained many, but magic? This was their first encounter with the concept. Hello, everyone. Hermione waved, a sweet smile adorning her face. I am Hermione Granger, a witch, and I have been invited by the Egghead to serve as S-H-I-E-L-D's mystical consultant. From this day forth, I shall be your teacher. Please take good care of me. Egghead. Fury's cheek twitched. The others exchanged glances between Fury and Hermione, stifling laughter with great difficulty. However, in the next moment, they all collectively grasped the absurdity. A witch? It was not April Fool's Day. Had it not been for the agent's solid professional training, they might have turned on their heels and left. Without a moment's hesitation, Hermione cast a powerful gravity spell. In an instant, everyone before her was pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force, rendered utterly immobile. Crossbones, his veins bulging with effort, attempted to rise. But it felt as though he was burdened by a colossal weight, and despite his vigorous attempts, he could not budge an inch. As the pressure intensified, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and blood trickled from their noses. Miss Witch, Fury exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. These were elite agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, and if Hermione were to inadvertently cause their demise, the consequences would be dire. Humph. Hermione huffed, reluctantly lifting the spell. If it weren't for the sake of Egghead, I wouldn't bother teaching you ignorant muggles at all, wasting my precious extracurricular time. With her hands placed firmly on her hips, she wore an expression of indignation. Barton and the others struggled to rise, shaken and casting wary glances at Hermione, who had effortlessly subdued them with a mere wave of her hand. Magic, magic, the agents murmured in awe. Miss Witch, it is our honor to attend your lecture. Our ignorance earlier was inexcusable. Please do not hold it against us. Their thoughts raced. But it was bald-headed Sitwell who first regained his composure. He bent slightly, mimicking Fury's respectful address, his gaze towards Hermione laced with flattery. Hermione regarded the bespectacled gentleman, who bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed professor in her previous life, and nodded approvingly. What's wrong with Hydra? Hydra speaks more eloquently, she remarked, her approval evident. Well done, Agent Sitwell. I am Jasper Sitwell. I know little Sitwell. As the others were clearly intimidated by her display of power, Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, establishing authority swiftly required strength. However, what had that spell been? Was it yet another new form of magic? Fury's expression grew serious. It seemed that every encounter with Hermione unveiled an array of unfamiliar spells. Had she always possessed such skills, or had she recently acquired them at school? Just how much knowledge did she hold? Even as a witch, was this truly within the grasp of a mere student? Hermione, uninterested in Fury's speculations, dismissed him with a wave. Let him ponder in vain. He would never comprehend. Now, I shall provide you with 2 textbooks. You may read them. And should any questions arise, feel free to ask. She picked up a small satchel resting beside her and began rummaging through it. Where on earth did I put that? As Hermione peered into the bag, the others exchanged bemused glances. It was such a small bag, it was clear they would find nothing of significance. If she had forgotten something, she could simply admit it instead of pretending to search. Indeed, despite her magical prowess, she remained, at her core, still a child. Wait a moment, what? Suddenly, Hermione had turned the bag upside down and began shaking it vigorously. To their astonishment, one item after another tumbled out before their wide-eyed gazes. Books, brooms, jars and bottles, crucibles, flower pots, garments, pillows, chessboards, snacks. In a mere 10 seconds, the floor became a veritable mountain of items, nearly reaching the height of a person. It was not just them. Even Fry, who believed himself accustomed to Hermione's antics, was left in astonishment. How on earth did these items fit into such a compact backpack? Is your bag a portal to another dimension? Furthermore, must you stuff everything into it? What on earth are the crucibles, flower pots, and brooms doing in there? Amidst the chaotic heap resembling a mountain of refuse, Hermione was half buried, with only her legs flailing wildly outside. Just as Barton could no longer bear to watch and was about to lend her a hand, Hermione finally emerged from the pile, gasping for breath. Phew, that was nearly suffocating. Then, she raised several books triumphantly, shaking them with delight. I found them. Chapter 51. The devouring beast observing Hermione's small face, which was smeared with dirt, yet radiated joy, the onlookers fell silent. This young witch truly possesses a unique charm. What is this? Asked Fury. It's merely a simple spatial expansion spell, the unseen expansion charm. There's no need for such astonishment. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. The others exchanged glances, acknowledging their own overreaction. After all, she had just conjured a mountain from her backpack, yet she questioned their surprise. Is this still the world we recognize? With a flick of her wrist, several books levitated into the air before gently drifting into their hands. Stunned by this magical display, they hurriedly opened the books, eager to absorb the knowledge within. Meanwhile, Hermione took a bite of an apple. The books she provided contained her edited versions of magical history and foundational knowledge, duplicated through a copying spell. There was no need for unnecessary complexity. She only wished to convey the essential information. Seeing that they were finally on the right track, Fury felt a sense of relief. As long as they could cultivate their own mysterious strategy team within S.H.I.E.L.D., it would all be worthwhile. After a while, the bald man, Sitwell, raised his head and said softly, "Miss Witch, I have finished reading and would like to ask you some questions for clarification." Noticing that the others were still diligently flipping through their books, Hermione was somewhat surprised. She had expected Hawkeye to finish first, but it was the little bald man instead. It seemed that despite his low combat prowess, he had managed to rise to the rank of an 8th-level agent, showcasing his own talents. Reflecting on his eventual fate, being carelessly tossed out of a vehicle by the Winter Soldier and subsequently struck by a passing car, Hermione pondered whether she should intervene to protect him. It would be a shame to lose such potential, certainly not due to his knack for flattery. Let us wait a bit. You can all ask after you've finished reading. Eventually, one by one, they completed their reading. Hermione turned to the little bald man. "Agent Sitwell, you may proceed with your question." Sitwell nodded and inquired, "Miss Witch, the book states that mages are divided into 3 types: the sorcerer, the mystic mage, and the dimensional mage. I would like to understand the distinctions among these 3. "Excellent question. It holds significant value. 5 points for Gryffindor, Agent Sitwell," Hermione thought to herself. Glancing at the group, aside from Hawkeye, who could be considered a Gryffindor, it seemed the rest were decidedly Slytherins. "Ah, the Serpent House, the Hydra House." Feeling praised, Sitwell straightened up, a hint of pride illuminating his face. What a remarkable source of emotional support he was, with such perceptiveness. He surely wouldn't fall victim to the Winter Soldier. Clearing her throat, Hermione spoke earnestly. "Sorcerers are inherently magical beings who utilize spells as a medium, transforming their mana into magic to be unleashed. This cannot be acquired through later development. Their power largely depends on innate talent, with a low baseline but a high ceiling. Sorcerers typically reside in a concealed realm, known as the Wizarding World, and do not readily appear before Muggles, lacking any absolute leader. The arcane sorcerers, by harnessing the energies of the tangible world, utilize their mental prowess to weave spells. Ordinary individuals can, through diligent training, aspire to become arcane sorcerers, albeit the process is heavily reliant on innate talent. Presently, save for the Ancient One, all others are woefully inept. They reside for extended periods in Camartage, under the leadership of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, who is among the most formidable sorcerers in existence. One can only wonder about the nature of her training. Camartage was sold on the spot. As for the dimensional sorcerers, they are, in essence, arcane sorcerers as well. However, they do not practice arcane arts and are more inclined to draw power from non-reality dimensions, forming profound bonds with their respective planes, of which there are only a scant few worldwide. She speculated that the Scarlet Witch Wanda and the Darkhold Witch Agatha fall into this category. The audience listened intently, nodding in comprehension as their worldviews were dramatically reshaped within mere minutes. "Did you just claim to be a sorceress?" Rumlow inquired cautiously, noting the young girl's evident admiration for the principles of the sorcerers. "Indeed," Hermione affirmed, "though we sorcerers are numerous, our interactions with reality are the least frequent." "Are the sorcerer's powers as formidable as yours?" "Not at all." Hermione beckoned the group closer and whispered, "Let me share a secret with you. I am among the few most powerful sorcerers in the world. Please don't disclose this to anyone." "Hush." The group collectively sighed, exasperated by the audacity of the 12-year-old girl proclaiming herself among the world's mightiest sorcerers. They rolled their eyes, careful not to reveal their amusement, wary of invoking Hermione's ire and facing her earlier overwhelming pressure once more. Only Fury, absorbing her words, felt a nagging sense that Hermione's claim might indeed hold some truth. Meow? Just as more questions were about to surface, the sound of a cat's meow interrupted. Unbeknownst to them, a cat had stealthily entered the training room. A large orange tabby, adorned with a name tag reading Gus, strolled nonchalantly among the group. The agents fell silent, recognizing the universal impact of a feline presence, capable of disarming even the most elite operatives in mere moments. Only Hermione's expression shifted dramatically. With a flick of her wand, a whirlwind swept through, separating the group from the orange cat. Subsequently, a multitude of fire dragons ascended, encircling the feline. The searing heat caused ripples in the air. Witnessing Hermione's apparent alarm, the agents were bewildered. They could not fathom why the young sorceress reacted so vehemently. Did she harbor an aversion to cats? And what of the soaring flames? Was this also a manifestation of her sorcery? Such power. They gazed at her with envy, while Ward, Rumlow, and others exchanged furtive glances, deep in thought. Only Fury remained momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Hermione. She shot him a sidelong glance, a devourer. Goodness. You agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly have an audacious taste in pets. Indeed, she recognized him. Do all wizards possess such keen sight? Fry rubbed his nose, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his dark countenance. My apologies, Miss Wizard. Gus harbors no ill intentions. I kindly ask you to retract the flames. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hermione lifted the enchantment, and the fiery dragon dissipated. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I am aware this little creature means no harm, yet its instinct to devour is indifferent to notions of good and evil. Personally, I am unfazed. Even if I were to accidentally end up in its belly, I could easily escape. However, as for those standing beside me, Hermione cast a glance at several agents, implying that should trouble arise, they should not expect her assistance in rescue. The devourer? Sitterville stepped forward, first assessing Fry. Noticing his lack of dissent, he then turned his gaze to Hermione, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Chapter 52. The obelisk Fury found himself in a rather helpless situation. Gus, having masqueraded as an orange cat within S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, was generally harmless, which was why he allowed it to roam freely in the agency. Little did he expect to be recognized immediately by Hermione upon their first encounter. Even if he attempted to insist that it was merely an orange cat, others would need to be convinced as well. The young witch had even summoned a dragon for its sake. How could he now claim it was just an ordinary feline? That would be sheer folly. The devourer, one of the most fearsome creatures in the cosmos, bore an outward resemblance to a cat, yet possessed an insatiable void within, connecting to an infinitely vast space. Although it typically exhibited a docile demeanor, should one fall victim to its maw, well, that was a grim prospect indeed. Hermione huffed. Either you possess the Tesseract, or you are well versed in spatial magic. Otherwise, you shall remain trapped within for eternity. The mere mention of the Tesseract sent a chill through Fury's heart. Noticing Hermione's nonchalant reaction, he felt a slight alleviation, though an unusual tension flitted across his otherwise stoic visage. Many present were aware that the Tesseract resided within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground base and cast discreet glances at Fury. Hermione, of course, noticed their subtle gestures but chose not to expose them. Stepping forward, she gently cradled Gus in her arms. Magical creature, devourer, stomach connected to a parallel universe. Its mouth can extend countless tentacles to consume all objects, causing irreparable harm. No evidence of collection. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione retrieved a syringe from her pocket. While holding Gus, she delicately scratched its chin. Meow? It seemed to find the touch rather pleasant, closing its eyes and purring contentedly. Seizing the moment, Hermione swiftly administered the injection and withdrew it. Devourer collected. Meow? Gus appeared quite displeased, letting out a loud protest, but soon calmed under Hermione's soothing presence, even licking her cheek affectionately. What are you doing? Fury observed from the sidelines, his heart racing. To dare draw blood from Gus took remarkable audacity. If it were to become agitated yet, upon reflecting on Hermione's identity, he found it somewhat reasonable. Collecting a sample for research was indeed a rare opportunity, as devourers were not commonly encountered. Hermione swayed gently with Gus in her arms, causing Fury's eyelids to twitch. Gripping the creature under its forelegs, she raised Gus towards the television. Come on, little Gus, give them a show. In the next heartbeat, Gus's mouth suddenly gaped wide, transforming into a cavernous maw, from which countless tentacle-like appendages emerged, seizing the television and drawing it into its depths. In an instant, the mouth snapped shut, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had transpired. The vanished television served as the sole evidence that the onlookers were not hallucinating. Meow? Gus let out another call, smacking its lips, casting a glance at Hermione that seemed to seek praise. What malice could a mere cat possess? Aside from Fury, the expressions of the others had grown somewhat stiff. The thought of having stood so defenselessly before the feline moments prior sent a shiver of dread through them. All eyes turned toward Fury, their gazes filled with resentment. Is it not perilous to allow such a dangerous creature to roam freely within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Oh, could I possibly have this feline? If so, I shall waive your lecture fees henceforth. Hermione clutched Gus, reluctant to let go. Fury's expression conveyed his apprehension. He hesitated over parting with even a single cat. Well, it is a perilous inhuman. Nay, it is simply a cat. What you just referred to. It is indeed a mere cat. They all overheard her words. The agents cast their gazes towards the ceiling, while Sitwell meticulously examined his palm prints. Barton organized his empty quiver. Nick Fury quipped, "Did I mention that?" Hermione regarded them with an impassive expression, shaking her head vigorously. "Very well." Fury sighed in resignation. "Just remember to bring it back to visit often." Hermione nodded, placing Gus upon her shoulder, softly saying, "You will come with me, won't you?" Meow. As if comprehending her words, Gus responded with a meow, not sparing a glance at the others, utterly unconcerned. The pain was unbearable. One hand pressed against his chest. The realization struck. After years of companionship, his cat was abducted on their very first meeting. Today's lesson concludes here. We shall explore the preceding matters at a later time. With Hermione's declaration, the crowd dispersed. Fury remarked, "Miss Wizard, I have some items I would like your insight on, to see if you recognize them." Having just taken someone else's cat, Hermione felt a tinge of embarrassment but replied graciously, "Certainly." The two proceeded to the director's office. Fury retrieved a stack of photographs and handed them to Hermione. She examined them closely. Before her lay a piece of silver-gray metal, its surface adorned with enigmatic patterns and an irregular shape. Upon a mere glance, Hermione recognized it instantly. The Maya obelisk. Ah, you are aware of it. However, what does the designation item 084 signify? Fury explained. The designation 084 within our agency denotes an unidentified object of unknown origin. Wait, you are familiar with it? Hermione nodded. Indeed, it is the obelisk of the Inhumans. How did it come into your possession? Fury's interest peaked. Inhumans? Are they a magical race of some sort? Oh, you are unaware. Fury faltered at Hermione's perplexed gaze. Am I supposed to know? Surely, the superhuman races ought to fall under Muggle jurisdiction. How are you managing SHIELD? Hermione was astounded. Undeterred by her criticism, Fury remained unfazed. His resilience had long been fortified against such jibes. I can't shake the feeling that collaborating with you as allies of justice was a grievous miscalculation. Hermione shook her head. Long ago, the Kree visited Earth and conducted experiments, leading to the emergence of the Inhumans. In essence, they are a human race influenced by alien technology. She paused momentarily. Is it true that all those who touched the obelisk ultimately turned to stone? Fury's eye narrowed. How do you know that? Hermione shrugged and remarked, precisely. This object is an obelisk, within which resides the Terrigen crystal. Like ordinary humans, the Inhumans possess no special abilities. Only through this crystal can they undergo metamorphosis and awaken their powers. Should a normal human, devoid of inhuman genes, come into contact with it, they would turn to stone. Alas, I am not well versed in Kree technology. After all, I am merely a witch. In any case, it is best not to tamper with it. Ideally, it should not be returned to them. Those foolish Inhumans, with a modicum of power, tend to stir trouble, much like their creators, the Kree, who fancy themselves the epitome of wisdom, a congregation of simpletons. At last, Fury comprehended why so many had been petrified upon encountering it. The root of the matter lay here. However, it seemed that the young sorceress harbored a distinct disdain for the Kree, and recalling the events from over a decade ago. He found himself in agreement. It was then that he noticed something. Are you familiar with the Kree? Chapter 53. The Hydra strikes. Hermione gazed at him with a vacant expression, murmuring, "Shouldn't I have known this? It's common knowledge of the universe." Eldan replied, "I apologize for my ignorance." The Kree had indeed been aware of such matters, but it was only after an incident with Carol. Many years ago, when he was merely an ordinary agent of SHIELD, that he began to grasp the vastness of the cosmos. However, this was not something he would disclose to Hermione. In her thoughts, Hermione mused, "Do you think I am unaware?" He then proceeded to show her several items, each of which she elucidated with ease. This filled Eldan with elation. Indeed, any effort expended on the witch was well worth it. For Hermione herself was a veritable treasure, a walking encyclopedia. Unbeknownst to him, he too had begun to adopt a certain mindset akin to that of two young witches from another world. When faced with a dilemma, consult Hermione. Before leaving, Fury cast a lingering glance at Gus, who was obediently perched on Hermione's shoulder. It did not turn to look back at him until Hermione's silhouette vanished. Ultimately, it was a misplaced affection. Upon departing from SHIELD, the sky had darkened, and Hermione walked along the street, contemplating her forthcoming actions. As she passed a narrow alley, she suddenly halted. Surveying her surroundings, she realized that, at some point, the street had become devoid of any human presence. An eerie atmosphere beginning to envelop her. Bang! A gunshot shattered the night's tranquility. In that instant, Hermione was enveloped by a spherical shield, a bullet clattering to the ground. The night suddenly illuminated. Hermione witnessed a group of heavily armed mercenaries stealthily encircling her, their arrival unnoticed until now. The blinding light caused the nearest few to collapse, tearing off their night vision goggles and shielding their eyes in agony. They had been discovered. A command echoed from the intercom, "All units, attack." From a distance, more armed personnel approached, their footsteps rustling ominously, while drones hovered above, their weapons aimed at Hermione. Upon seeing the transparent shield before Hermione, the leader's eyes widened in shock. "Open fire," he commanded decisively. Instantly, Countless gun muzzles erupted in flames, crackling like firecrackers. Yet, the transparent barrier merely shimmered under the onslaught of bullets, showing no signs of shattering or fading away. Hermione let out a cold snort. What a joke. Even the level 2 iron armor charm could withstand the majority of a missile's power. Now that I have advanced to level 3, how could mere bullets possibly breach it? Impossible. The surrounding armed personnel gasped in disbelief. Prior to their arrival, they had been informed that they might be dealing with a superhuman. But upon realizing she was merely a young girl, they had not taken her seriously. With a tactical team of at least 40 and such formidable firepower, supported by drones, they thought, what does it matter if she is a superhuman? How many does she have on her side? They had eliminated superhumans before. Yet, the scene before them was beyond their comprehension. Continue the assault. I refuse to believe her shield can endure indefinitely. Observing Hermione, who stood leisurely at her post with an expression devoid of any change, the leader clenched his teeth and shouted, RPG, as his voice faded. Several trails of fiery projectiles soared from the rooftop, hurtling directly toward Hermione. Boom. Multiple RPGs detonated simultaneously beside her. A myriad of armed personnel ceased fire and cautiously approached. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Hermione's figure emerged, unscathed and not even a speck of ash clinging to her. The mercenaries stared in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to even pull their triggers. Although Hermione could effortlessly disregard their firepower, passively enduring their assaults was never in her nature. With a thunderous explosion, boom, after the deafening sound, a colossal fireball erupted from the crowd, obliterating those nearby in a sudden cataclysm. Its destructive force surpassed that of the RPGs. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Like a maestro conducting an orchestra, Hermione wielded her wand, tracing intricate paths through the air. Shattering, thunderous blasts, flames roared, dust and debris flew. In that instant, fire, explosions, fierce winds, gravel, and splattering blood intertwined across the battlefield as Hermione transformed into a magical artillery, unleashing a myriad of spells with abandon. She felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. For so long, she had exercised remarkable restraint, never having the opportunity to unleash her potent magic freely. Yet she had always yearned for the day when this desire could be fulfilled. To her astonishment, that day had arrived sooner than anticipated. Only when the cries of anguish began to subside and the scene was left with but a solitary figure did Hermione finally cease her onslaught. As she sensed the souls of the fallen being mercilessly torn apart, transmuted into pure energy surging into her body, she felt a profound satisfaction. Combat was exhilarating. The sole survivor, though Hermione had deliberately spared him, sat helplessly on the ground, gazing at her as if she were a demon. Hermione approached him slowly, each step seemingly resonating with his heartbeat. No, please don't come closer. The armed personnel, evidently terrified to the core, flailed his arms in desperation. Very well. I shan't approach, but you may come to me, Hermione replied, halting to grant him his wish, before casting a summoning charm that effortlessly drew him toward her. As she regarded the suspended armed man, her eyes fell upon the emblem emblazoned on his chest. The 10 rings? Why would the 10 rings seek to attack her? If revenge was their aim, they should have targeted Tony instead. Could it possibly be due to her recent companionship with Pepper? Who are you? And why? She mused, but decided it best to investigate for herself. Hermione observed the armed man, who was now stammering incoherently in sheer terror, and felt little inclination to interrogate him. Mind reading. In an instant, it was as though her soul had transcended, directly entering his mind. Countless images flashed before her, revealing the tapestry of his life experiences. Moments later, Hermione opened her eyes, finally grasping the situation at hand. The 10 rings, my foot. These individuals were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, a facade for Hydra. The efficiency is indeed remarkable. Just this morning, I was instructing them, and by afternoon, they had already mobilized personnel to rush to her side. Disguised as members of the 10 Commandments, their intention was to ensure that, in the event of mission failure, the blame could be shifted to the terrorists. As this group remains deeply concealed, operating under the guise of S.H.I.E.L.D., they must tread lightly, lest they attract the attention of the vigilant. Unfortunately, they misjudged her capabilities, underestimating her defenses while overrating the efficacy of their firearms. Back in the Forbidden Forest, Hermione managed to shoot Voldemort primarily because he was unfamiliar with such a weapon. By the time he realized what was happening, he already bore several wounds. Had Coral donned the iron armor charm at the first opportunity, she would have been at a loss. After sending the last adversary away, Hermione was preparing to turn and depart when a subtle disturbance in the air behind her caught her attention. Suddenly, a syringe materialized out of thin air, aimed directly at her neck. Chapter 54. The Phantom Ava. In the fleeting moment just before the needle pierced her skin, Hermione's figure suddenly twisted into a blur. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, before vanishing into thin air. In the next heartbeat, the syringe passed through her former position, causing the assailant behind her to stumble, nearly losing their balance. Almost immediately, the space warped once more, and Hermione reappeared at her original spot, as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion. Goodness. That startled me, Hermione murmured, lightly patting her chest. Just moments ago, her magical senses had detected an unusual disturbance behind her, followed by a rush of wind. In a state of urgency, she had executed a silent disapparition, vanishing from sight. Since she had not envisioned a specific destination, she found herself back at her initial location the very next second. Fortunately, her magic, enhanced by her spellbook, ensured her success in casting, even when her mind was blank, preventing any mishap that might have resulted in disjunction. This sudden reappearance had allowed her to evade the ambush. Now, Hermione turned her attention toward the figure before her. Clad in a light gray combat suit, exuding an aura reminiscent of an assassin's creed, the masked individual concealed their face, yet their physique suggested they were a woman. The masked figure, clearly astonished by her failed attempt, took a moment to regain composure before launching another assault. Keep your distance, Hermione commanded. Previously, her failure to notice the assailant had allowed them to close in, nearly succeeding in their surprise attack. Now, however, she was prepared and would not allow such arrogance to prevail. A beam of white light struck the masked woman's chest, as though she had been dealt a severe blow, causing her to flip through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth erupted, sending a torrent of sand and stones hurtling toward the masked woman at a velocity akin to bullets. Just as they were about to make contact, however, her form suddenly flickered, becoming ethereal and somewhat unreal. The debris passed through her body as if it were mere air, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The woman advanced toward Hermione, her body shimmering in and out of focus, as if experiencing an intermittent connection. Hermione frowned in concentration. Sandstorm, thunderous explosion, shatter. Spells surged through the air, traversing the woman's body, yet failing to impede her movements. As she approached Hermione, the woman lifted the syringe once more. Disapparate. Hermione vanished, reappearing behind her to evade the attack. Observing the woman's half-visible form, reminiscent of a poorly executed disillusionment charm, an idea suddenly struck Hermione. Reveal your true form. Upon uttering the incantation, a mysterious wave of energy emanated from Hermione, sweeping over the masked woman, solidifying her previously flickering figure. The woman stood frozen, gazing at her hands in utter astonishment. No matter how she attempted to summon her previous ethereal state, she could not access it again. As Hermione raised her wand, the woman finally uttered a word. Wait. All shall be petrified. In the next instant, the woman felt a chilling sensation coursing through her veins, her limbs becoming unresponsive and pressed tightly against her body, her chest thrust forward and head raised, as if turned to stone, before she toppled over. The spirit sister stood at attention. Her body was rendered immobile, save for her eyes which could still move, as she helplessly watched Hermione approach. Dressed in flamboyant attire, Hermione gazed down at the woman with an impassive expression. Tapping her wand against the woman's forehead, the mask fell away, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, one that could certainly be classified among the alluring, though she bore a resemblance more akin to Latin descent than Western. As the tip of the wand hovered above her head, the woman seemed to wish to speak, yet her lips remained sealed, her eyes betraying a mix of yearning and exhilaration. After observing her for a moment, Hermione said, I will lift the spell shortly, do not move, or I shall not be so gentle next time. Upon understanding, the woman blinked frantically, and in the next instant, she felt a release throughout her body, regaining her ability to move. You call this gentle, she thought to herself, casting a furtive glance at her surroundings. The ground was strewn with dried blood, dismembered limbs, ruins, ashes, and charred corpses. Though she silently criticized the scene, it was not her concern. She swiftly turned and rose, kneeling before Hermione. I am Ava, sent by shoddy to capture you, she divulged without a hint of hesitation, exposing shild's secrets with alarming speed. As Ava recounted her tale, Hermione grasped the situation. The armed men had merely served as bait. Ava was the true trump card. The puppeteers behind the scenes understood that Hermione would not be easily subdued, thus dispatching a strike team to their demise while Ava lay in wait, ready to ambush Hermione with a tranquilizer once she let her guard down. It was unfortunate that the strike team remained blissfully unaware of their betrayal, still reveling in their assignments. So, why do you betray shield? Hermione inquired. Ava likely had no knowledge of Hydra, believing she was merely executing shild's orders. Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she replied, because your abilities can stabilize my condition. Hermione nodded. As anticipated, she had refrained from killing Ava after neutralizing her phasing ability because she recognized who she was, the villainous ghost, Ava Starr, from Ant-Man and the Wasp. As a child, she had been affected by a quantum explosion, granting her the power to shift between quantum states. However, the quantum state was difficult to control, causing her immense suffering. What seemed like a formidable power had only tormented her. Eventually, shoddy found her and promised to assist in her treatment in exchange for her allegiance. Unfortunately, Hydra had no intention of relinquishing such a valuable assassin, perpetually stalling her recovery and using her solely as a weapon. With little loyalty to shoddy, upon realizing that Hermione could force her to maintain her physical form, she immediately defected. After years of minimal progress from shoddy, this young girl had effortlessly restored her to normalcy. What else was there to contemplate? Meeting Ava's imploring gaze, Hermione replied coolly, "Why should I assist you, when you just attempted to harm me?" Ava, in a state of desperation, took a step forward, grasping Hermione's sleeve with an earnest expression. "As long as you can restore me to normalcy, freeing me from the torment of quantization, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you henceforth." After so many years, having finally glimpsed hope, I would do anything for her. Hermione pondered for a moment, nodding to herself. This transaction was indeed worth pursuing. The other party had voluntarily offered themselves, requiring no effort or sacrifice on her part. She had no reason to refuse. Moreover, at present, Ant-Man Scott and Hank Pym lacked the ability to extract quantum energy, making her the sole individual capable of stabilizing her condition, thus eliminating any fear of betrayal. Even if Ava had lost her phasing ability, she still possessed the qualities of a top-tier agent. It was a deal of no loss. Seeing Hermione's agreement, Ava was filled with elation. Hermione added, however, that her magic could not provide a permanent solution to this issue. It would only allow her to cast the spell intermittently, helping to stabilize her state. Ava paused for a moment, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained her spirits. No problem. Chapter 55. Ancient One. Though it may not provide a complete resolution, it is certainly better than having no options at all. Controlled by others. Ava has become accustomed to her circumstances. Even if a complete cure were possible, she has never entertained thoughts of betraying Hermione. The grim reality surrounding her serves as a stark reminder. One moment of treachery can lead to one's demise. What purpose would a cure serve if she is rendered incapable of even drooling? Oh, wait. What did she just say? A sudden realization washed over Ava. Magic? After an initial thrill, it dawned on her, and she gazed at Hermione in astonishment. Hermione, with a flick of her wand, conjured a burst of fireworks and cheerfully exclaimed, "I am a witch." Ava's mouth fell open in disbelief. It took her a moment to absorb this astonishing truth. A witch. No wonder she possesses such formidable abilities. This is truly magnificent. The stronger Hermione becomes, the greater Ava's hopes for a complete recovery. As for shoddy, she now vows to be a devoted follower of the witch. Hermione cast another revealing charm. Currently, her magical prowess allows her to sustain the effects of the charm on Ava for approximately 7 days. In other words, the spell must be renewed weekly. Ava, however, found solace in this newfound ease. This is what it feels like to be normal. Tears nearly welled in her eyes. "Thank you, my dear witch. I am Hermione Granger. You may simply call me by my name. No need for formalities. It sounds rather silly," Hermione replied, encouraging a more casual demeanor. This informality was rooted in their newfound camaraderie, not merely in Hermione's charm. "Ava," Hermione suddenly said. "Yes? You should return to shoddy, huh?" Ava was taken aback, stammering, "What do you mean, little Hermione?" Seeing Ava's startled expression, Hermione clarified, "I am not abandoning you. It would be more beneficial for you to return to shoddy as an undercover agent. You could discreetly relay any pertinent information to me." She genuinely had not yet devised a proper plan for Ava's future. Ava exhaled a sigh of relief. But then a troubling thought crossed her mind. "But your magical effects are still active, and I can no longer quantumize." Not to worry. Hermione had anticipated this issue. Producing an item from her possession, she handed it to Ava. "This is an invisibility cloak. Once donned, you can seamlessly alternate between invisibility and visibility, maintaining the facade of your abilities." This item was crafted based on Nicholas Flamel's alchemical notes, which contained a wealth of peculiar findings in the section on alchemy. With this alone, she could already consider herself a master of the craft. Admittedly, this cloak was merely a practice piece and could not compare to Harry's Deathly Hallow, the ultimate invisibility cloak, but it was sufficient for Ava's needs. Ava marveled at the cloak, lifting it to inspect it thoroughly. Once she put it on, she was astonished to discover that it indeed rendered her invisible. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "Wonderful. Oh, the braised egg. It seems you have your work cut out for you." Hermione mused, surveying the desolation around her. Just as she was about to depart, the scene before her shattered like glass. Flames, corpses, everything was frozen in time, as if she had transcended into a realm beyond reality. A mirrored space. Hermione gasped, and the apparition vanished in an instant. Yet the next moment, she found herself directly beside a glass-like barrier. Thud. The sound of a sharp collision echoed. Escape unsuccessful. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Hermione clasped her nose with both hands, tears welling in her eyes. The level 3 apparition was insufficient to breach the confines of the mirrored space. She had teleported, but could only maneuver within the confines of this realm, and upon collision with the barrier, her form would forcibly materialize, a phenomenon colloquially termed flash, and hit the wall. Hermione, already harboring suspicions, rubbed her slightly reddened nose and cautiously turned around. Indeed, not far behind her stood a bald woman draped in a yellow sorcerer's robe. Hermione, with a sweet smile, she briskly approached Ancient One, gently grasping her hand and shaking it as she exclaimed, "Oh, it is truly the supreme sorcerer in person. I have admired you for so long, and today, I finally meet you in the flesh." Ancient One allowed Hermione to hold her hand, responding with a nonchalant tone. "Then why were you running just now? Was that not a reflex born of fear?" Hermione stole a glance at Ancient One, her focus shifting to her spellbook, prepared to make a hasty retreat back to Hogwarts. "I refuse to believe you can enforce the law across dimensions." Noticing Ancient One's lack of reaction, Hermione's eyes darted, and she continued, "I wonder what brings Master Ancient One to seek me. I am but a mere novice wizard, hardly comparable to you esteemed sorcerers of Camartage." Before she could finish, she was interrupted. "The sorcerers of Camartage are all rather inept. Who knows how Ancient One has cultivated her skills?" Ancient One remarked with a half-smile. Hermione's smile faltered. "Esteemed One, what stature do you possess that you so enjoy eavesdropping?" she inquired. "Master Ancient One, please understand. I am merely a child, harboring no ill intentions, just indulging in some idle boasting. I assure you, do not take it to heart." Hermione wiped away non-existent tears. Ancient One glanced at the surrounding corpses with a smile. "That is, they attacked me. According to the laws of the Constitution and the Juvenile Protection Act, I am entitled to self-defense." Observing Ancient One's expression of quiet amusement, Hermione's demeanor fell, and she conceded, "If you have something to say, please do so directly." "I shall not flee. You need not worry. I harbor no malice towards you, merely a desire to meet," Ancient One replied calmly. "And if you truly wish to leave, I cannot hinder you." Hermione's expression shifted to one of alarm. How could she be certain? Could it be? Sensing Hermione's thoughts, Ancient One nodded slightly. "Indeed. Although the future has become obscured, your shadow has persistently lingered within that ambiguity." Hermione wished to inquire further, but Ancient One interjected, "Little witch, soon someone will arrive here. Why not come and visit Camartage?" After a moment of hesitation, Hermione nodded. "Very well, thank you, Master Gui." Since she had already been caught, she might as well be generous. Besides, she was curious to learn more about this group of sorcerers from Marvel. Seeing Hermione's agreement, Gui waved his hand casually, and a portal shimmering with orange sparks materialized. Stepping through the portal, Hermione found herself in a grand square. As she surveyed her surroundings, she recognized it as the very place depicted in the film, where sorcerers congregated to practice in front of the Camartage Temple. Observing the sorcerers diligently honing their skills, each one raising shields, slashing, and wielding whips, Hermione felt a pang of disbelief and turned to Gui. "Are you certain these individuals are sorcerers? Without the special effects, I would have thought they were Spartan warriors." Gui chuckled softly. "To cast long-range spells, one requires immense magical power. Not all sorcerers possess this capability." Hermione shrugged, non-committal. In her view, sorcerers were meant to be steadfast spell cannons, launching powerful spells rather than engaging in close combat. Gui said nothing further, leading Hermione indoors. Before long, a sorcerer brought in tea. Hermione took a sip, her eyes brightening. This is delightful." A refreshing sensation coursed through her mind, significantly enhancing her mental acuity. The tremor of her spellbook filled her with joy. Proficiency in mind reading reached 111. Proficiency in mental lock reached 111. Although her magical power had not increased, her proficiency in mental magic had improved considerably, and more crucially, her control over magic had become more refined. For instance, with mind reading, what once felt like aimlessly flipping through a book to find desired information now allowed her to quickly pinpoint answers with direct questions. "How wonderful it is to enjoy," Gui remarked, a serene smile gracing his face. "Now, Miss Sorceress, might you enlighten me on your true origins?" Chapter 56. The Art of Free Magic. A surge of realization coursed through Hermione as she sensed the arrival of the Ancient One. She had long anticipated this encounter, for she possessed the Time Stone, a relic that allowed her to observe the myriad timelines. The likelihood of her noticing an anomaly brought about by an interloper from the Marvel Universe was exceedingly high. However, she had not expected to be confronted so swiftly. In contemplating how to respond to the Ancient One, Hermione had arrived at a singular conclusion. Straightforward honesty was the best course. With the likes of Ron, one might weave outlandish tales, as the disparity in knowledge was vast. Yet, the Ancient One was not so easily deceived. Her comprehension of this world far surpassed that of Ron, and any unnecessary fabrications would only yield adverse effects. Thus, Hermione unveiled her truth. I hail from another world. The Ancient One nodded, seemingly unfazed by this revelation. This realm bears resemblance to yours, yet it is devoid of superhumans and sorcerers, existing only with wizards. Wizards possess structured organizations and societal frameworks, along with dedicated magical academies. I am a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. My arrival here was purely serendipitous. While clandestinely delving into some forbidden magic, I inadvertently forged a connection to this universe, thereby creating a passage that only I can traverse. So, Hermione hesitated. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I come here to explore. Yet, it was far from a mere pastime. She could assert that she had not lied in essence, merely omitting the mention of her spellbooks, while her journey through dimensions had transformed into a byproduct of magical experimentation. The Ancient One inclined her head slightly, her thoughts aligning with Hermione's. If a wizarding community existed in this world, she would undoubtedly be aware of it. The only possibility was that it did not belong to this universe. Nonetheless, the child had not truly lied. The wizarding realm was indeed real for her. Thank you for your clarification. You are always welcome to visit Camartage, the Ancient One said slowly. Ah, is that all? Hermione was taken aback. Of course. Did you expect me to react otherwise? The Ancient One smiled gently. What do you take me for? A dimensional demon or an invading entity to be expelled from Earth? Hermione mused quietly. It appeared that the Ancient One had discerned her thoughts. The portal exists within you. I cannot prevent your arrival, and I am certain you are human. Unlike any dimensional demon that seeks to consume realms, why would I expend effort to banish you? Moreover, although the future has been altered and remains shrouded in ambiguity, I can ascertain that your presence may lead to the demise of many. However, this may not be detrimental to the world. Many will die, yet that is not a bad thing. The conclusion seemed paradoxical, yet Hermione swiftly grasped the underlying truth. The Ancient One was undoubtedly a guardian of Earth. Yet she did not concern herself with the fate of one, a few thousand, or even millions. Rather, her focus lay on the greater picture of the future. She was willing to sacrifice a pivotal individual and could remain indifferent to the deaths of countless others, provided the overall trajectory of the future remained favorable. If she truly valued human life, during the invasion of the Chitauri, with her formidable abilities, she could have effortlessly dispatched the entire opposing force upon their arrival, rather than stealthily eliminating mere foot soldiers from the rooftop while witnessing extensive casualties unfold. For such a future is deemed the most favorable. The implication of Ancient One's words is also quite apparent. Hermione's presence has disrupted the timeline and will result in considerable loss of life. But the eventual outcome is beneficial for Earth, prompting her indifference, even to the extent of forming a friendship with Hermione. Upon grasping this notion, Hermione instantly felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. The two sat facing each other, exchanging wide-eyed stares in silence. Ancient One exhibited no discomfort. Having lived for over 8 centuries, she had encountered far stranger situations. In contrast, Hermione felt somewhat restless, akin to an awkwardly distant relative visiting during the new year, seated at a table but unsure of what to say. Furthermore, the dilapidated surroundings were more suited for ascetic practitioners than someone of her disposition. Oh, if Master Ancient One has no further business, I shall take my leave, Hermione chuckled awkwardly. Ancient One nodded slightly, rising to open a portal, which led directly to the rooftop of Stark Tower. As Hermione turned to step through the portal, a thought struck her, prompting her to hastily look back and inquire. By the way, may I visit the library at Camartage to read books in the future? Ancient One paused for a moment before replying, yes. Hermione pivoted once more. Suddenly remembering another question, may I also seek your guidance on the magic of the sorcerers? Ancient One nodded slightly again, just as Hermione was about to depart. She turned back once more. Oh, do you have any more of that tea? I found it quite delightful. Could I take home 10 or 8 pounds of it? Ancient One's lips twitched slightly, but she remained silent, simply observing her. Ah, and about Agamotto. Before she could finish her sentence, the portal abruptly closed with a swift motion, leaving no trace of sparks behind. Hermione muttered, if you're not lending it, why close the door? Such a miser. Spell, Magic Manifestation LV1. Consolidate magic into various forms. Portal LV1. Open and maintain a portal connecting 2 distinct spatial nodes. Mirror Dimension LV1. Create a mirror dimension and control all changes within it, isolating it from reality. capable of nullifying low-level spatial magic effects. What a bountiful harvest. Hermione gazed at the spellbook, her lips curving into a smile that rivaled that of the Joker. Truly, it was a golden opportunity, and the spellbook was a treasure. She had effortlessly acquired Ancient One skills. While magic manifestation and the portal were of limited use to her, the mirror dimension was undeniably a formidable technique. It combined control, offense, confinement, and other effects into one, akin to an all-purpose tool. However, it demanded an immense amount of magical energy, and maintaining control over internal changes required additional magical expenditure. Hermione finally understood why Doctor Strange utilized the mirror dimension sparingly. He merely employed it as an auxiliary aid, rarely relying entirely on the internal changes to confront his adversaries. It was too costly to maintain. Camartage has reaped abundant rewards and can temporarily take a breather, awaiting future opportunities to further explore the wisdom of the Ancient One. What is imperative now is to instill a sense of dread in certain individuals. To dare lay hands on her is to underestimate her resilience. In Washington, D.C., Alexander Pierce returned home from the World Security Council, leaning against the sofa, a subtle unease gnawing at his heart. Perhaps sending a ghost to apprehend that sorceress was not the most prudent choice. He had been aware of her existence, but only as a suspected superhuman, and thus had not paid her much heed. Nick Fury had already made initial contact with her and had not shared any information with others, were it not for his sudden whim to assemble a clandestine task force. Recruiting individuals such as Crossbones, the existence of the sorceress would remain unknown, even to him, the director. He would not allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to harbor elements that Hydra could not control. Although his intelligence on the sorceress was limited, she was merely a child, no matter her prowess. Escaping a meticulously orchestrated capture was implausible. If Hydra were to harness the extraordinary powers known as magic, just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Was it you who sent someone to attack me? Chapter 57. The unexpected visit. Who goes there? Alexander Pierce exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly turned around, drawing his pistol, only to find nothing behind him. Was it an auditory hallucination? No, there had indeed been someone just moments ago. Pierce squinted, his instincts honed from years of experience as a seasoned operative during the Cold War, still sharp despite his current status as a high-ranking government official. Did you not wish to see me? Now that I have arrived, are you frightened? The voice echoed once more, this time at his side. Pierce quickly glanced to his right, where he noticed a faint ripple in the air, and a girl clad in an inky black robe gradually materialized. Upon witnessing this supernatural occurrence, Pierce's pupils dilated, and he seemed to piece together the enigma. You are the witch, miss? Bingo. Hermione snapped her fingers. Though she appeared merely as a young girl, Pierce felt an acute sense of urgency, tightening his grip on the firearm. Put it down. Such a weapon is of no use to me, Hermione stated calmly. Ah, the esteemed witch miss graces me with her presence. What brings you here at this late hour? Pierce feigned ignorance, seemingly oblivious to her words. Observing Pierce's unyielding demeanor, Hermione shook her head in exasperation. Surrender your weapon. A flash of crimson light illuminated the room, and Pierce felt an uncontrollable loosening of his grip as the gun was propelled away from him in an unnatural arc. The sensation of magic coursing through him quickened his breath as he raised his hands in surrender. All right, witch miss, I concede that my reaction was excessive. However, you must understand, as a professional operative, enough of the theatrics. I know you orchestrated this plot, Hermione interjected, her impatience palpable. If you wish for a confrontation, I shall oblige you. Prepare to meet your fate. With that, she raised her wand, its tip glowing with a foreboding emerald light. Wait. Witch miss. Realizing her readiness to strike, Pierce finally felt a twinge of panic. Are children nowadays so impatient? He had intended to engage in a more casual dialogue to glean information, but it was now evident that she was convinced of his culpability. How had this information been leaked? His mind raced with confusion. Let us not resort to violence. I admit it was I who orchestrated this, but I did so with the interests of both ordinary citizens and the wizarding world in mind. As thoughts swirled in his head, Pierce began to fabricate a narrative. Hermione nearly laughed aloud. What a ridiculous justification. Yet, she refrained from exposing his deceit, tilting her head in curiosity. Why? Pierce exhaled a sigh of relief, continuing. Nick Fury is leveraging your powers. His intent is to extract as much intelligence from the wizarding community as possible. Yet he has never considered that you wizards have concealed your world for so long. Other wizards would undoubtedly resist any form of exposure. If you reveal too much, it will incite conflict between the wizards and S.H.I.E.L.D. and could even ignite a war between ordinary people and wizards. You would surely face repercussions from your own kind. Capturing you was a means to lure other wizards, to clarify matters, and prevent the worst from unfolding. With a single breath, Pierce subtly observed Hermione's reaction. He deliberately exaggerated the consequences, knowing that Hermione, being a child, would likely fear adult reprimands, thus diverting attention from the act of capturing itself. It sounded quite convincing. Hermione thought to herself, yet maintained an outward appearance of deep contemplation. A breakthrough. Pierce's eyes lit up. Very well, this time you are off the hook. Hermione feigned compliance, resolving never to share anything with them again. Upon hearing this, Pierce felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. He had rambled on merely to save his own skin, and while his life was spared, the intelligence was entirely lost, which seemed a loss for shoddy, but in reality, it was all Hydra's information. He had not anticipated that he, the formidable leader of Hydra, would be left utterly helpless by a mere girl's few words. Miss Witch, may I inquire how you deduce my involvement in this matter? Pierce could only redirect the conversation while subtly probing into his primary concern. Your people mentioned it. Pierce furrowed his brow, thinking it impossible. Those were loyal Hydra members, brainwashed to the core, who would never divulge mission details, even under duress. Hermione shrugged. I am a witch, after all. You didn't even ascertain what I am capable of before sending someone to confront me? Noticing Pierce's perplexed expression, Hermione decided to enlighten him. Soul extraction. As the words left her lips, Pierce suddenly felt a void in his mind, a wave of inexplicable euphoria slowly enveloping him. Now, dance the tap for me. Yes. Pierce responded mechanically, his gaze vacant. He then earnestly began to dance, persisting until he was drenched in sweat, oblivious to the fatigue, still dancing away. With a flick of her wand, Hermione restored Pierce's consciousness, prompting him to gaze at her in terror. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath. Unsure whether it was from dancing or sheer fright. What have you done? The soul extraction curse. I believe you have already experienced its effects quite vividly. Hermione replied with a shrug. At her words, Pierce was filled with dread. Just moments ago, it felt as if he had lost himself entirely. With only one thought in his mind, to obey Hermione's commands, no matter the task. Mind control. She possessed such a capability? It was no wonder Hermione had knowledge of this. Someone from the strike team must have been compromised and revealed everything. After the initial shock, Pierce's eyes were alight with fervor as he looked at Hermione. If Hydra possessed such power, the world could easily be theirs to command. By the way, that person mentioned he was from Hydra. What exactly is Hydra? Hermione tilted her head, gazing at Pierce. Is it some special division within shoddy? Pierce's pupils constricted sharply, only to return to normal the next moment. In a sense, yes, he replied, striving to maintain an expression of composure. This is classified information within shoddy, and I kindly asked the young witch not to disclose it. It appears that there is not much known. Well, it seems that your shoddy is indeed composed of many capable individuals. As someone managed to escape from my grasp, Hermione nodded, acknowledging that a certain individual could seamlessly shift between reality and illusion, making him exceedingly difficult to capture. The ghost. Pierce's gaze flickered. It is surprising that her abilities leave even wizards at a loss. It seems she must be cultivated as a key asset. Akin to the Winter Soldier, for Hydra. However, to dare ambush me warrants a lesson. Shadowless strike. Pierce felt a sudden chill near his ear, and upon glancing down, he discovered that his left ear had fallen to the ground, blood gushing forth. Let us see if you dare provoke me again. Hermione smirked with satisfaction, and then the air twisted as she vanished into thin air. Chapter 58 The Emergence of Conflict. Pick up your ear. I command you to retrieve your ear. From a distance, atop a towering building, Hermione observed Pierce bending down to collect the severed ear, and suddenly a phrase echoed in her mind. Memories from a past life began to assail her. After the attack she endured that night, Hermione realized she had to take decisive action, otherwise, her adversaries would only grow bolder and send more individuals to confront her. Following this incident, the Hydra would likely refrain from troubling her further until they devised a method to counteract her magical prowess. Even though she found their usefulness compelling and had no immediate plans to deal with them, their audacity in stepping over her boundaries necessitated a response. Thus, the unexpected visit that evening was set in motion. The ability to eliminate all those they dispatched was not what instilled fear. Rather, it was the capacity to accurately identify and target their leader that truly terrified them. In any organization, the value of a leader surpasses that of mere foot soldiers, as does their fear of mortality. The following day, at the Triquil Tower, Nick Fury encountered Pierce. Although they both worked within the same building, they occupied different floors, and Fury's busy schedule seldom allowed for visits. What brings you here? Pierce inquired, smiling at Fury's arrival. Noting the bandage wrapped around his ear, Fury candidly remarked, I heard you sustained some injuries last night. I wanted to check on you. Pierce feigned nonchalance. It's nothing serious. I just had a minor accident at home and cut myself. Once it was bandaged, I was fine. He turned away, his expression darkening slightly. After losing his ear to Hermione, he had indeed rushed to the hospital, hoping to have it reattached. However, despite the doctor's efforts, the wound refused to stop bleeding. No matter what measures were taken, Pierce soon realized that Hermione's magic was at play, impeding the healing process. Ultimately, he had to endure the pain of having another layer of flesh removed, covering the old injury with a fresh incision, and using laser treatment to cauterize the new wound, which finally succeeded in halting the blood flow. Alas, reattachment of his ear was no longer an option. Henceforth, he would have to endure the peculiar gazes of those around him, living as a one-eared man. Fury remained non-committal in his response. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly posed a question. A gunfight occurred 3 blocks away last night. I wonder if you have heard about it? The scene had been utterly devastated, littered with corpses and drone wreckage. Strangely, although gunfire had erupted, it seemed that only one faction had perished. Pierce remained motionless, gazing out the window. Yes, I heard. A group of terrorists infiltrated the city and were eliminated. Fury continued. What kind of terrorists could clear an entire block and cause all nearby surveillance to malfunction? This is Washington, D.C., not their Middle Eastern stronghold. Pierce took a deep breath, weary of the cryptic exchange. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. Fury nodded in acknowledgement. The relationship between Miss Witch and S.H.I.E.L.D. has only just begun to improve. Why would you choose to attack her? Last night, upon witnessing the scene, he deduced that it was Hermione's hand at work. Although he was equally astonished by Hermione's formidable strength, capable of effortlessly eliminating dozens of armed personnel, what incensed him further was the revelation that someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. had concealed their actions against Hermione from him. The only entity that could achieve such a feat in this domain was S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as Fury sought to ascertain who had issued the order, he learned that Pierce had inexplicably sustained an injury at home, losing an ear. This instantly illuminated the situation for him. It was undoubtedly Pierce who had clandestinely commanded the capture of Hermione, underestimating the power of the witch, resulting in the annihilation of the strike team. Enraged, Hermione had retaliated, severing one of Pierce's ears. Observing the latter's reaction confirmed Fury's suspicions. Pierce, incensed by Fury's demeanor, found it outrageous that someone he had personally elevated now dared to question him. I will tell you why. Because she is a threat, as is the elusive wizarding world, and S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to eliminate such threats. Pierce exclaimed vehemently. Fury, taken aback by Pierce's attitude, furrowed his brow. Hermione's power is extraordinary. We need her. Only through her can we truly comprehend the unknown. I do not perceive her as a threat to the world. Moreover, her identity is intricate. Her connections within the wizarding community may run deep, warranting caution in our approach. Pierce inquired, Are you aware of her ability to control minds? Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not encountered this notion before. Could it be? Pierce nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she employed it on me. You cannot fathom the horror of having one's will entirely manipulated by another. No agent could withstand her methods. Perhaps you are unwittingly under her influence even now. Why do you think she concealed this power from you? Fury pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Even so, that does not justify your direct aggression towards her. I believe that had she not been provoked, she would not have acted in such a manner. Pierce replied nonchalantly. You are correct. Therefore, I do not intend to involve myself further in this matter. The affairs of the wizards shall be your responsibility, but do not shroud the intelligence so completely. Do not forget, I am also an alpha-level agent, entitled to know all matters pertaining to S.H.I.E.L.D. Observing Pierce's erratic behavior, Fury sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint it. However, he had never recorded Hermione's information in the database. How could Pierce possibly know? Several familiar faces flashed through his mind. As Fury departed, Pierce exhaled in relief. He understood that Fury would inevitably inquire, thus feigning a sense of threat to divert Fury's suspicions elsewhere. After all, this was far from typical behavior for him, and Fury surely recognized that. Nick Fury, the wizard. Pierce began to feel the weight of the former's complexity. It is imperative to hasten the advancement of the Insight Project. It is evident that Fury is increasingly losing his grip. The time has come to prepare for his removal. Returning to the world of Harry Potter. The holiday is not yet over, and Hermione, unusually, has spent some time with her biological parents. After all, they are indeed Hermione's true parents. And although it feels somewhat peculiar for her as a traveler, it is not entirely unpleasant. In any case, these two individuals are genuinely good people, and they treat Hermione quite well. After a few days of interaction, she has grown accustomed to their presence. The inability to use magic is quite vexing. Hermione lies on her bed in her room, idly waving her wand. The Ministry of Magic has placed tracking charms on wands provided to underage students, prohibiting them from using magic outside of school. In the Marvel Universe, she could wield magical machine guns, but here she must temporarily behave like a model student. Furthermore, the Muggle technology in this world is truly lacking, particularly in the late 20th century. While she could enjoy online gaming in the Marvel Universe, here she can only find amusement in a humble gaming console. Chapter 59. Messages on Do Not Disturb. Gus lay beside the bed, seemingly sensing Hermione's boredom. He lifted his head and let out a soft meow before burying it back down to continue his slumber. After whisking him away from Fred, Hermione was astonished to discover that the magical creature she had collected could be stored within her book. She promptly brought Gus into this world. At that moment, a shadow darkened the window, and the light within the room dimmed. Hermione flipped off the bed, raising her wand towards the window with one hand while cradling Gus protectively in the other. "Hey, be careful," a voice called from outside. Ron was seated in a hovering, vintage blue automobile, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. He thought Hermione had never seen a flying car and intended to surprise her. So he bypassed the door and went straight to the second floor of the villa to greet her, not expecting such a startled reaction from her. "Hi, Hermione." Next to Ron, George Weasley leaned out of the vehicle to greet her, while Fred Weasley occupied the passenger seat. It wasn't just Ron, the Weasley twins had arrived. "What brings you here?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Shouldn't they be rescuing Harry, who was trapped? Why had they come to her instead? "Hey, could you put down your wand?" Ron muttered, somewhat disgruntled. There's always this feeling that you could jump into a fight at any moment. And really, what else with the cat in your arms? Is it going to eat us or something? After a succinct exchange, Hermione finally grasped the situation. It turned out that the Ministry of Magic had detected magical activity near number 4, Privet Drive, where the only resident wizard was Harry. Consequently, Harry had been identified as casting spells outside school and received a warning from the Ministry. Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, who worked there, learned about it. Upon discovering that Ron had sent Harry numerous letters over the holiday without receiving any replies, he suspected that Harry might be confined by his uncle and decided to send them to fetch him for a few days. "This reminded me that you also Haven T replied over the holiday, so I thought I'd check on you too," Ron remarked, his gaze falling on a stack of unopened envelopes on the windowsill. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "These are all my letters to you. I thought you hadn't received them." "It turns out you Haven T opened a single one." Hermione touched her nose, a bit awkwardly. The situation was more embarrassing than simply ignoring messages. It was the Do Not Disturb status displayed beside the chat. Caught in the act by the very person involved, the Weasley twins could no longer contain their laughter. After bidding farewell to her parents, Hermione accepted Ron's invitation, mainly due to Molly and Arthur's encouragement, and accompanied them to the Weasley household. Coincidentally, she wished to see the renowned Weasley dwelling, which she thought would be far more enjoyable than staying with Gus and passing the time. The flying car soon ascended into the sky. Hermione settled into the back seat, initially expecting it to be cramped, only to realize that the interior was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. It was evident that a stretching charm had been applied. The speed is rather unremarkable. Do not even mention her Cyberpunk 2077, for it pales in comparison to a conventional flying broomstick. After traveling for nearly an hour and passing through a barrier reminiscent of a magical boundary, an aged building, 4 or 5 stories tall and reminiscent of a chimney, emerged amidst the grassy expanse, surrounded by lush green hills and crystal-clear waters. "Hey, Hermione." Upon entering the room, Harry instantly rose from his seat at the table to greet Hermione. "Have you eaten?" Hermione promptly retorted with a standard social nicety. "Not yet, Mrs. Weasley is preparing lunch for us. It will be ready shortly," Harry replied with earnestness, lacking exposure to Eastern culture. "Ah, right," Harry seemed to recall something. "It's not that I didn't want to reply to your letters. It's just that I never received them." Dobby intercepted them all. "That's all right. I hadn't written any," Hermione replied. Harry's expression faltered, as he had assumed Hermione had written him many letters during the holidays, much like Ron. The fragile vessel of friendship swayed precariously. Hermione shrugged. She had spent most of her holiday in the Marvel Universe, either studying alchemy or sharing tea with the Ancient One, leaving little time for trivial matters involving immature children. Ron, realizing he was not the only one neglected, felt a sense of balance return and lamented to Harry. "It's not just you. The letters I sent her, she didn't even bother to open. She just threw them aside. How outrageous." The two exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them, though they felt a tinge of disappointment at her disregard for their sentiments. This was, after all, the Hermione they had come to know. As they settled down, observing Hermione surveying the surroundings, Ron suddenly felt a bit bashful and stole a glance at her. "My family isn't well off. We can't compare to your parents' villa." Hermione patted his shoulder reassuringly. "What are you saying? Such a marvelous magical structure. If it weren't for my inability, I would surely construct one myself." It is far more valuable than any mundane muggle building. Seeing that Hermione did not look down upon him, Ron exhaled in relief. His spirits lifted. The Weasley twins watched him from the side, stifling their laughter. Harry, astonished, had not anticipated Hermione to exhibit such empathy. Hermione, it's truly wonderful to see you. A voice suddenly resonated from around the corner. Dressed in a homemaker-esque attire, the amiable Molly Weasley approached, swiftly enveloping Hermione in a warm embrace, displaying a degree of familiarity. I've heard from Ron and Harry, if it weren't for your protection, they might have fallen victim to that scoundrel Quirrell. She cast a reproachful glance at Ron. I hope you'll think twice before acting so impulsively next time, and consider your own limitations. Ron, looking aggrieved, protested, but it was Harry who, still trying to argue. Molly interjected sternly. Harry, at such a young age, exhibited remarkable courage, confronting danger head-on. You ought to learn from him. Hermione, now that feels familiar. It was unexpected to witness such a classic scene again in this alternate world. It was indeed worth the journey. Ron's gaze flickered back and forth between Harry and Molly, feeling as though he were merely a complimentary addition to Harry, who seemed to be the favored son. After admonishing Ron, Molly turned her attention to Hermione, grasping her hands and sitting down, regarding her with a nurturing gaze that appraised her from head to toe. Hermione felt a shiver run down her spine under her scrutiny and discreetly withdrew her hands, forcing a smile. Just as she felt increasingly uneasy, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from above, and a little girl clad in pajamas rushed down the stairs. Upon seeing the assembled company, she abruptly halted, her eyes wide with astonishment, as though she had witnessed something extraordinary. After staring for a moment, she suddenly turned and dashed back upstairs. Chapter 60. The principal of tracking Harry looked utterly bewildered. Had he done something to upset her? Ron whispered. My sister Ginny has been incessantly talking about you throughout the summer. It's quite exasperating. Harry lowered his gaze, acutely aware of his renown among wizards. This scenario was not unfamiliar to him, and he had nearly grown accustomed to it. It was akin to a devoted fan encountering their idol. Just as the meal was being served, the door swung open again. A middle-aged man with a kindly demeanor and a mane of red hair entered. He nodded at Harry, clearly having met him before, and upon seeing Hermione, he broke into a hearty laugh. You must be Miss Granger. I am grateful for your protection of Harry and Ron. Moreover, defeating an adult wizard, especially the defense against the dark arts professor in your first year, is an unprecedented achievement, even rumored within the Ministry of Magic. Wasn't it merely defeating a foolish Quirrell? Hermione replied, somewhat incredulously. She considered vanquishing Quirrell a rather routine matter, overlooking the fact that her youth made her accomplishment all the more extraordinary in the eyes of others. Well, it was manageable. Quirrell was not in the best condition at the time, Hermione attempted to justify. Molly chimed in, I heard you also played as a beater for Gryffindor, leading the team to triumph over Slytherin and securing the Quidditch Cup. Actually, it was Harry who caught the golden snitch. All the points were credited to him, so I had little to do with it. Hermione modestly replied, Dear Hermione, you are far too humble. Harry himself has stated that you deserve the most credit. Molly said, her gaze toward Hermione growing increasingly warm. And then there were the end-of-term exams. I hear you were the only one to achieve full marks. That is indeed true, Hermione acknowledged. For her, the first-year wizarding exams were akin to a high school student tackling elementary mathematics. It was a complete mismatch. However, Mrs. Weasley, how do you know more about my accomplishments than I do? Hermione thought to herself in disbelief. If you were to delve into the Marvel Universe, you would surely uncover all my secrets. Where on earth do you get your information? You are more formidable than S-H-I-E-L-D. Look at Hermione. Molly suddenly turned her attention to Ron. You've been in school for a year and have achieved so much. What about you? You didn't even score an O on your exams. Caught in the act while stuffing his face with chicken, Ron bore an expression of despair. Actually, I didn't either. Harry instinctively sought to defend his friend, but opened his mouth only to swallow his words back down. Hermione pretended not to notice and continued to eat in silence. For a moment, the table was filled with an atmosphere of joy. After the meal, Mr. Arthur pulled out a briefcase and retrieved a box from within. Opening it revealed a collection of items, which Hermione quickly identified. Is this alchemical materials? Arthur nodded and said, Hermione, you gifted Ron a broomstick, and I've heard of your exceptional alchemical skills. Thus, I utilized some connections at the Ministry of Magic to keep some confiscated alchemical materials aside, and I thought to present them to you. No, your family is being far too generous. It makes me a bit uneasy. She suddenly considered a terrifying possibility. Help! Hermione felt an overwhelming impulse to turn and flee. The wizarding world was treacherous. She longed to return to Marvel. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione decided to accept the box, and subsequently placed an object upon the table. Gazing at the shiny black item before him, Arthur's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized it. Indeed, what lay on the table was a firearm. Hermione was aware that Arthur worked in the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts and often took advantage of his position to collect various Muggle items. He had a profound fondness for Muggle products. "How did you come by this?" Arthur exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. This was no ordinary Muggle artifact. It was an exceedingly dangerous item. "It was a chance acquisition," Hermione replied, offering it to him. Arthur's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had long desired to add such a piece to his collection, but had always lacked the means. Hermione had unexpectedly presented him with a delightful surprise. "What is this?" With Arthur's reaction, the Weasley family gathered around curiously. Harry recognized it instantly and turned to Hermione with a jolt. "Should we say it's akin to a Muggle wand?" Hermione replied, somewhat uncertain. Arthur elaborated, "This is a Muggle weapon, and even among Muggles, not everyone is deemed worthy to wield it." "A Muggle wand? What kind of magic can it perform?" Ron inquired, intrigued. Hermione glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Avada Kedavra." As soon as she uttered the words, the room fell into an immediate hush. Hermione could feel the tension in the air as everyone's breathing quickened. Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins instinctively took a step back. Ron managed a weak smile. "Hermione, please don't jest." The three unforgivable curses were well known, with the killing curse being the most notorious. Regarded as one of the most malevolent forms of magic, an absolute taboo among wizards. "It's not that exaggerated. I'm merely teasing you," Hermione reassured them. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Arthur chuckled lightly. "While it does possess some power, it pales in comparison to the killing curse. Nevertheless, it is indeed a hazardous item, so I advise you not to handle it carelessly." "That's all right," Hermione said as she picked up the handgun. "I'll simply deactivate the spell within it." With that, she swiftly pulled the slide, causing bullets to eject one by one. After removing the magazine and confirming it was empty, she reinserted it. With a definitive click, the chamber was reset, and Hermione placed it back on the table. "Now it's safe." Watching Hermione handle the weapon with such deftness, Arthur and Harry wished to speak, but ultimately held their tongues, fearing they might inadvertently reveal something alarming. Molly and Arthur exchanged glances, as if questioning, "Are you certain this is the daughter of a dentist? Could her family truly be involved with the Mafia?" They had seen Hermione's parents and found them to be quite amiable. Nothing like that at all. The following morning, as she observed Ginny sleeping peacefully beside her, Hermione quietly rose. The humble abode was not particularly small, however, with the Weasley family's large numbers. Coupled with Hermione and Harry as guests, space was somewhat limited. As a result, Hermione was assigned to share a room with Ginny, while Harry shared with Ron. Observing the arrangement of the space, which rivaled her own room, Hermione felt the undeniable affection the Weasley family bestowed upon their sole daughter. Stepping outside the house, she began to fervently wield her wand. Shatter to dust, disarm, stupefy. Here, she could finally unleash her skills without reservation. The principle behind the trace does not merely concern the use of magic. Rather, it determines the whereabouts of underage wizards and detects magical activities in the vicinity. Should there be any magical activity near the trace and the wand's owner is the only recorded resident within the area, then, regrettably, a violation is deemed to have occurred. This is also the reason why Dobby the house elf outsmarted the portkey, ultimately causing Harry to bear the consequences. Chapter 61, The Flying Powder and Truth. Hermione found numerous flaws in this method. However, the Ministry of Magic likely deemed it the best possible solution. Consequently, upon arriving at the burrow, Hermione felt liberated to wield magic without restraint, as the area was populated with registered wizards, making her presence virtually undetectable. What a splendid silent spell. Just as Hermione was diligently honing her skills, Molly's voice resonated from behind her. Gazing at Hermione, Molly expressed her amazement. "Little Hermione, you are indeed a rare prodigy, effortlessly casting so many spells silently. Not only are you gifted, but your diligence is commendable. No wonder your magical prowess is so high. Achieving silence with such a variety of spells is something even I find challenging, and to witness it in a child today is astonishing." "You flatter me," Hermione replied modestly. "I haven't even begun to practice wandless magic. If silent spells could still be considered within the realm of a wizard's essential curriculum, then wandless magic ventured into the extraordinary." Hermione had no intention of practicing wandless magic in front of an audience. Firstly, she feared startling the Weasley family, and secondly, it was a secret weapon she preferred to keep concealed. Hermione, sister, little Ginny, having risen at some point, scampered toward her in her pajamas. Initially somewhat shy, Ginny had grown more comfortable with the enchanting older sister after a night of interaction, her admiration for Hermione evident after learning of her many accomplishments. It was breakfast time. Ron, with an air of exasperation, addressed Hermione. "Could you keep an eye on your cat? It keeps circling around Scabbers. And Scabbers is so frightened he won't even leave his cage." Hermione glanced toward the corner and saw Gus outside the cage, fixated on a small mouse within. The mouse, nearly hairless and missing a toe, shivered in the cage, fear evident in its beady black eyes. Hermione smirked, somewhat bemused by Ron's peculiar fondness for rodents. Who among us enjoys keeping a pet mouse? A pet mouse is one thing, but this was nothing less than a large, scruffy rat. Yet, it did perform its role convincingly. Hermione was well aware that Scabbers was, in fact, Peter Pettigrew, a former friend of Harry's father and an animagus in the form of a rat. It was he who betrayed his friends, revealing the location of the Potter family, leading to their demise at the hands of Voldemort. After being pursued by Sirius, he feigned death and thereafter lived in hiding, surviving in rat form as Ron's pet. Under normal circumstances, he would not fear a cat, as he was not a genuine mouse, but to avoid exposure and being hunted down again, he had to act accordingly. Wait a moment. Hermione suddenly had a realization. This cat seemed genuinely fearful. Had Hermione not strictly forbidden Gus from indulging in anything edible, it was likely that Gus would have devoured both the rat and its cage in one gulp, sending them to the ends of the earth. Gus, Hermione called out. Meow? Gus turned, casting a lingering glance at the cage before leaping onto Hermione's shoulder and licking its paw. Only then did Ron seem reassured. As time passed, the days dwindled, and the long-anticipated start of the school term approached. It was once again the day for procuring textbooks. Hermione gazed at the fireplace before her and cautiously inquired, "Must we not consider an alternative mode of transportation?" "What are you talking about?" "Floo powder is undoubtedly the swiftest and most convenient means to reach Diagon Alley," Molly replied with a smile. "As long as you articulate the destination correctly, you will arrive in an instant." Hermione fell silent, despite her eagerness to experience the floo powder. The sooty fireplace was simply too filthy, and she truly wished to avoid being covered in ash. Ron, ever the bold one, stepped into the fireplace, grasped a handful of floo powder, and shouted, "Diagon Alley," simultaneously scattering the powder around him. Boom! A burst of green flames enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. "All right, Harry, it's your turn. Remember to speak clearly." It was Harry's first time, and he appeared noticeably anxious. Foot odor. Boom! The flames dissipated, leaving the fireplace eerily empty as the others exchanged bewildered glances. Had he just said? Yes, indeed. A silence enveloped them. Must we be in such haste? Could he not practice a few times to ensure he pronounced the place correctly? Hermione expressed her exasperation. And foot odor. Why not say Nocturne Alley? Why not Athlete's Foot? Let us not linger any longer. We should proceed to locate Harry. Even if the teleportation misfires, it should not be far, Jasmine suggested promptly. One by one, they began their journey. Although Hermione felt a twinge of anxiety, she too successfully arrived at her destination moments later. By the way, doesn't this method raise some security concerns? Hermione pondered as she observed person after person emerging from the fireplace. The entire Floo network lacked even a semblance of security if one were to declare another's home. Could they not simply walk in uninvited? She recalled that Harry had once barged into Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley as if it were an unguarded realm. Regardless, it was best to retrieve him first. Without waiting for the Weasleys, Hermione made her way towards Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley, as the neighbor of Diagon Alley, was a place of mixed company. If Diagon Alley was akin to a pedestrian shopping district, then Nocturne Alley represented the wizarding black market, replete with shops dealing in dark magic. Among them, Borgin and Burke's was the most prominent. Having barely stepped forward, Hermione sensed countless gazes fixated upon her. There were prying eyes, malicious intent, and covetous glances, an array of emotions. With her level 3 legilimency, she could discern the sentiments projected through those stares. Humph! Hermione waved her wand, and instantly, several flames appeared out of thin air, morphing into serpentine forms that writhed menacingly around her. Though merely a simulation of intense fire, it was sufficient to convey an air of danger. With a glimmer of lethal intent in her eyes, she surveyed the onlookers. This young girl was not to be trifled with. Sensing the chilling aura of her hostility, the bizarre wizards surrounding her lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. As she extinguished the flames, Hermione approached Borgin and Burke's, only to catch sight of two figures emerging from within. A tall adult with long, white hair, his gaze as sharp as a hawk, bore a pallid complexion. It was Lucius Malfoy. The young child, Hermione, was acquainted with Draco Malfoy. As her gaze subtly shifted, she entered the shop once the two had departed. Approaching the counter, Hermione fixed her eyes on the shifty Bogenbach and directly inquired, "Did Lucius Malfoy just give you something?" Bogenbach, initially assuming that Hermione had come to sell something, was taken aback by her question. His expression darkened immediately. Coldly, he replied, "That is a secret between me and my client. It is none of your business. If you are not here to make a purchase, I suggest you leave promptly." Indeed, Lucius had come to sell something, though it was not an ordinary item, but rather a dark magical artifact. "Oh," Hermione leaned in slightly, whispering, "Shall I remind you that the Ministry of Magic prohibits the illicit circulation of dark magical items?" should this come to light. She smirked. Chapter 62. Black eats black. How did she know? Borgin was initially taken aback, then furrowed his brow slightly. My shop is filled with legitimate magical merchandise. All the exhibits have been duly reported to the Ministry of Magic, and there are no items of dark magic here. Hermione nodded. In that case, we have nothing more to discuss. Arthur Weasley from the Ministry is outside and will be here shortly to conduct a search. If no dark magic items are found, you may file any complaint you wish. However, if any are discovered, I need not remind you of the potential losses you would incur. Borgin's expression darkened. Although the Ministry prohibits the trade of dark magical items, it is nearly impossible to completely halt their circulation, as long as one can dispose of them before being caught. There is no issue. However, once apprehended, the penalties are exceedingly severe, enough to cost him an entire year's revenue. He had heard of Arthur Weasley, who has recently been tasked with raiding establishments for dark magical items, particularly targeting the Malfoy family, which he had visited multiple times. Now, he had no time to dispose of his wares while Arthur Weasley was drawing near. If the items from the earlier transaction were discovered, not only would he face punishment, but Lucius would not let him off lightly either. His shop's reputation would be tarnished, and who would dare to conduct business with him afterward? What do you intend to do? Borgin's gaze turned menacing. Hand over everything from earlier. Hermione extended her hand. This is extortion. Borgin seethed with rage. Extortion? I am merely voluntarily surrendering the contraband you possess. This is the confiscation of illegal proceeds. I have a good relationship with Uncle Arthur. Consider this your voluntary confession, and the Ministry may forego any fines against you. Hermione remained composed. This is called networking, do you understand? With me as your intermediary, you will have protection from above. Just think of the troubles you could evade with the Ministry. A businessman must have a long-term vision, Hermione advised, gesturing to the ceiling. There are powerful figures above us. Borgin's eyes twitched violently. He did not believe a word of this girl's nonsense. What networking? Anyone who believes that is a fool. This was clearly a case of black eating black. Yet, she had a point. If the girl were to report him, the losses would far exceed a mere box of goods. Should he eliminate her now? Borgin's thoughts raced, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Noticing his murderous intent, Hermione remained unfazed, casually leaning against the wall, exuding an air of nonchalance. At least 20 people saw me enter your shop. I am merely a second-year student from Hogwarts. If I were to go missing here, who do you think would arrive to investigate first, the Ministry of Magic or Dumbledore? At the mention of Dumbledore's name, Borgin shivered. Only then did he notice that the girl before him was indeed wearing the Hogwarts uniform, and upon closer inspection, she was a Gryffindor. Wait. As he watched Hermione confidently twirling her wand, Borgin suddenly recalled something. Hogwarts, entering the second year, Gryffindor, a bold girl. You are Hermione Granger. Hermione blinked. Do you know me? Oh no, I've been recognized. I won't end up being reported to Hogwarts for my misdeeds. Will I? A miscalculation. I should have come with a mask. Borgin nodded, saying, who outside doesn't know you? Your fame is nearly rivaling that of Harry Potter. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, since it's you, I shall gift you these items as a token of our acquaintance. Do remember to frequent my shop. I can procure anything you desire. Hermione found herself slightly bewildered by Borgin's sudden change in demeanor. A minute later, as she departed, Borgin sighed softly. Others only recognized Hermione as a magical prodigy who had defeated Quirrell, but he, privy to insider information, understood that she had vanquished not merely Quirrell, but Quirrell possessed by the Dark Lord himself. The distinction was monumental. Though Voldemort had been in hiding for over a decade, the terror he instilled was well known. Even in his weakened state, he was not a foe any ordinary wizard could confront. Yet Hermione, single-handedly, had so effortlessly overcome him. What kind of extraordinary individual could achieve such a feat? To label her merely a first-year student was an understatement. Borgin was certain that Hermione was a rare talent destined to reach the heights of Dumbledore. Cultivating a good relationship with her was invaluable. A mere box of goods was a trifling matter. If a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber were to frequent his shop, it would serve as monumental publicity. His establishment could become renowned throughout the wizarding world. Why bother with the dark arts business when honest profits beckoned? In that moment of realization, Hermione transformed in Borgin's eyes into a revered figure. Moreover, given her cunning demeanor, he pondered whether he could truly contend with her in a confrontation. Yet, the thought of the young girl engaging in nefarious dealings left him with an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Was this truly Gryffindor? It felt rather divergent from his perceptions of the house. Surely, the sorting hat could not be malfunctioning. Upon exiting the shop, Hermione spotted Harry waiting for her at the entrance. It appeared he had stealthily slipped out while she was negotiating with Borgin. You. Harry gazed at the box Hermione was cradling, feeling an overwhelming urge to voice a myriad of complaints, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Oh, the embodiment of justice. Please refer to me as a concerned citizen, Hermione replied nonchalantly. Then why did you stow the box in your bag? Wasn't it agreed you'd hand it over to Mr. Weasley? And when did you learn the undetectable extension charm? Aren't you supposed to report it to the Ministry of Magic? You certainly don't seem like someone who has done so. Harry observed Hermione's seamless disposal of the goods, his cheeks twitching in disbelief. Although he was beset by a multitude of questions, the intense gaze of Hermione upon him instilled a palpable sense of trepidation. It felt as though uttering a word would result in being dragged into a shadowy alley and minced into filling for dumplings. Thus, he wisely refrained from speaking. In truth, Hermione was equally perplexed, and in a state of confusion, she simply took the items and left. She was aware that Boggins would inevitably weigh the pros and cons and would hand over the box to her, albeit begrudgingly, perhaps even plotting some form of trickery. To her surprise, he cheerfully relinquished it. Oh well, let it be. One could assume that he was momentarily overwhelmed. At worst, there would be future opportunities to explore the possibility of genuine collaboration. Unable to fathom the situation any further, Hermione chose to abandon her thoughts. After all, she had acquired a trove of exquisite alchemical materials. Grateful to her benefactor, she resolved to take it easy on him later. Chapter 63, Gilderoy Lockhart, Mrs. Weasley. I have found Harry. After leaving Knockturn Alley, Hermione and Harry ventured into Diagon Alley, immediately spotting the Weasley family, who were bustling about, inquiring of passers-by. Oh, thank goodness. I was beginning to fear even little Hermione had been misdirected, Molly exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. Where have you been? Ron inquired of Harry. Knockturn Alley, Harry replied. Having already heard Hermione mention that place, Molly gasped in astonishment. You went to Knockturn Alley alone to find Harry? Before Hermione could respond, Molly pulled her into an embrace, gently stroking her back. Goodness, you ventured to such a place without waiting for us. What if you had encountered danger, my poor little sweetheart? You must have been terrified. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom Hermione being frightened. Sweetheart, does she even remotely resemble that term? Harry mused, observing the stark contrast between Hermione's formidable talents and Molly's perception of her as an innocent young girl. After fussing over Hermione for a while, Molly finally released her, and the group proceeded to flourish in blots. On their way, Hermione noticed Ginny's face was covered in dust from the Floo powder, prompting her to produce a handkerchief. Pure water, flow forth. Water cascaded from the tip of her wand, dampening the handkerchief, and Hermione began to wipe Ginny's face. Ginny was startled but acquiesced, quickly revealing a much cleaner visage. Much better now. You looked like a coal miner just moments ago. Although Ginny had shed some of her previous shyness, she still felt a tad embarrassed at being seen in such a state. This encounter was a classic case of two socially anxious individuals meeting. Upon arriving at Flourish and Blots, they found the shop already teeming with patrons. After much effort, they finally squeezed inside, and Harry turned to Ron, asking, "Why are there so many people?" He recalled his previous visit to purchase books, which had not been nearly as bustling. Ron shrugged, expressing his lack of knowledge. Molly elucidated their curiosity. Gilderoy Lockhart. Today is his book signing event. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Who? I have no idea, do you? Neither do I. Their eyes exchanged rapid information. He is a renowned author in the wizarding world, a recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Promotion of Dark Arts Defense, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. As Molly's eyes sparkled with excitement, Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. What a celebrity for middle-aged witches. Casually picking up a signed book, Hermione glanced at the cover. Bragging about myself? Oh no, the wizarding me. On stage, Lockhart, impeccably attired, smiled as he gazed ahead, occasionally striking flamboyant poses for the camera. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, turning towards the crowd with a look of surprise in his eyes. To his astonishment, it was none other than Harry Potter. Without hesitation, Lockhart seized Harry, who was attempting to retreat, and forcibly pulled him to his side. Did you see? The illustrious Harry Potter has come to purchase my autobiography, he exclaimed, whispering to Harry, Come on, smile broader. Harry, we are destined to make the headlines together. Faced with the camera, Harry could only muster an awkward yet polite smile. Moreover, at the invitation of Headmaster Dumbledore, I will be assuming the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts starting this year, Lockhart announced to the audience. No way, he are new. Whereas Hermione? Ron exclaimed in disbelief at this shocking news, only to find that Hermione had stealthily scuttled to the back row corner. What, Hermione? Upon hearing Ron's words, Lockhart's body stiffened, immediately following Ron's gaze to locate Hermione. Hermione Granger? The girl who defeated Quirinus Quirrell, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy? Lockhart was overjoyed, thinking fortune favored him, as two celebrities had arrived to bolster his popularity. Come, let us take a photo together. It is sure to become a sensation in the wizarding world. Lockhart beckoned to Hermione. Apologies, but I suffer from photophobia, Hermione replied coolly. Whenever I see a flash, I uncontrollably cast spells. If you wish to avoid disrupting your book signing, it is best not to include me. Very well, what a pity, Lockhart lamented, prioritizing the book's signing over the photo opportunity. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that when Hermione heard about his new role, a strange pity flickered in her eyes. Molly and Arthur looked on in astonishment, wondering if Hermione had this affliction. After a while, Lockhart finally released Harry, who looked utterly exhausted, his eyes strained from the flashing lights. As he stepped away from the throng, he unexpectedly encountered Draco Malfoy. I bet you relish this, Potter. The famous Harry Potter making headlines, even in a bookstore. Malfoy sneered, though beneath his scorn lay envy and jealousy. Stay away from him. Ginny stepped forward, glaring at Malfoy as she defended her idol. Malfoy was about to retort when he felt a hand on his shoulder, delivering 2 gentle taps. Whirling around, he was confronted by the most terrifying visage of his life, akin to a nightmare. You, he stammered, losing his ability to articulate, his voice trembling. It appears last time was a bit much. It left a psychological scar on him, Hermione mused silently. Oh well, seeing him so pitiful. Perhaps I should offer him some compensation. Don't be so agitated. If you wish to join for a photo, I can speak to Lockhart on your behalf. Rest assured. Go for it. Hermione endeavored to soften her tone, yet Draco trembled even more violently. He vividly recalled the last occasion when this woman, with a gentle smile, unleashed a thunderous assault, turning the shadowy figure into a sieve, her eyes reflecting an insanity that lingered in his mind. When that uniquely designed obsidian wand was aimed at his head, he felt for the first time the chilling breath of death. What on earth had Hermione done to frighten Draco so profoundly? A shared sense of confusion flickered among Harry and the others. Ginny gazed at Hermione with stars shimmering in her eyes. Noticing Draco's stillness, Hermione approached Gilderoy Lockhart and whispered something. He nodded vigorously in response. Returning to Draco's side, she declared, All right, I've spoken with Lockhart. And upon learning you are the heir of the pure-blood Malfoy lineage, he readily agreed to take a photograph with you. Turning around, she noticed Draco had yet to follow and inquired, Well, are you coming or not? Chapter 64. Draco, my father has betrayed me. Malfoy lingered in silence for a moment before finally managing to utter those words. He had spent quite some time upstairs gazing at the photographs of Lockhart and Harry, seething with indignation at how this scarred boy could always capture the spotlight. Meanwhile, he, the illustrious Draco Malfoy, was forever relegated to the role of mere background. Now, a single remark from Hermione offered him a chance to ascend to the fore, and ultimately, he could not resist the temptation. Observing Malfoy scampering off to pose for pictures with Lockhart, Hermione shrugged. Look at this individual, so complex and peculiar. In unison, the onlookers silently mused. I believe it is you who is truly complicated. After taking numerous pictures, the spotlight on Malfoy returned with a countenance brimming with uncontainable joy. Even Harry appeared far more agreeable in his eyes. Approaching Harry and the others, Malfoy wrestled with his thoughts, finally summoning the resolve to express gratitude, only to be obstructed by a wand held before his chest. Draco, be more cordial, came a sardonic voice from behind. A pale-faced man loomed over Malfoy, casting a condescending gaze upon Harry. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy, the owner of the Death Eater estate, a man with lofty aspirations yet a fragile existence, renowned for his paradoxical fidelity to family. Draco Malfoy thought to himself, I believed I was quite amiable just now. It is you who appears truly unfriendly, father. Shoving his son aside, Lucius fixed his gaze upon Harry for a moment before extending his hand. Lucius Malfoy. Harry instinctively reached out to shake hands. But Lucius yanked him closer. Eyeing the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, Lucius sneered. Because of that scar, you have become a legend, much like the wizard who left it, who is also a legend. The assembly seethed with anger at Lucius's veiled jab, yet he refrained from physical confrontation or overt provocation, leaving them uncertain of how to respond. Merely glaring at him. Excuse me, Hermione suddenly interjected, springing to her feet. Mr. Malfoy, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? Lucius turned his attention to Hermione, his eyes narrowing slightly. This must be Miss Granger. Hermione offered an elegant bow. Surprised by her impeccable display of wizardly etiquette, Lucius paused before continuing. Draco has mentioned you to me. At this, Draco's eyes widened in alarm, nearly exclaiming, I did not. I never said such a thing. However, Lucius remained oblivious to Draco's distress, continuing unabated, I have heard that your parents are Muggles. His tone was laden with implications, just shy of uttering an offensive term. Draco felt a wave of panic. No, wait until school starts. I still need to be with her for several months. He lamented. My father has betrayed me. In an apparent effort to maintain the family's dignified image, Lucius refrained from uttering any vulgarities in public. Yet Hermione was undeterred. Pressing on with her inquiries, you still haven't answered my question. What did you mean by legend? We did not catch that. Lucius furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Hermione was so fixated on this matter. Nevertheless, he replied coolly, Mr. Potter's scar is legendary. and the one who left it upon him is equally so. Hermione abruptly slammed her hand on the table, her elegant demeanor vanishing in an instant. Everyone heard that, she exclaimed, conjuring a small notebook and rapidly jotting down notes while muttering to herself. Mr. Lucius claims that the Death Eaters, who instigated terror, ignited the Second Wizarding War, and slaughtered countless innocent wizards, are good people. Their leader, Voldemort, is a legend. Huh. No, my friend. Lucius suddenly realized something, his eyes widening as he attempted to defend himself, only to be interrupted by Hermione. I heard that you claimed at the Ministry that you were under the Imperius curse, controlled against your will, and thus served Voldemort, not by choice. Yet, the curse has been lifted for many years now, and you still regard Voldemort as a legend. I now reasonably suspect that you, Mr. Lucius, willingly became a Death Eater. I urge the Ministry to reopen your case. If the facts are confirmed, I suggest a life sentence in Azkaban. You. Faced with the cold stares of those around him, Lucius could no longer maintain his pride. That is not what I meant. Do not misconstrue my words. Wow. Who would have thought we have a Death Eater among us? Gilderoy Lockhart suddenly sprang forward, as if sensing a delectable opportunity. It appears even Death Eaters are fond of my books, lurking for years only to risk capture for my signing event. Alas, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin and honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, cannot turn a blind eye to evil simply because you are my fan. Witness as I bring him to justice, Lockhart declared, his face a mask of righteous indignation, branding Lucius outright. His grin widened, unexpectedly seizing a sensational moment. Feeling as if fortune had smiled upon him, Hermione nudged Mr. Arthur, who understood her implication. It seems the judgment against Lucius back then was indeed flawed. I shall return to submit an application. With so many witnesses, it is sufficient to initiate a new review. Lucius's face twitched in fury as he shot Hermione a venomous glare, shouting leave. He stormed off with his companion, not looking back. Regrettably, without evidence. This scoundrel managed to escape, but fear not, for I shall see justice served in due time. Lockhart continued to perform, raising his hands, enduring the onslaught of reporters, unwittingly benefiting from the chaos. Ron looked at Lockhart with a displeased expression. His heart is truly black as night. Harry and Arthur glanced at Hermione, silently reflecting. Hermione, undeterred by their thoughts, noticed a dark-covered diary that had mysteriously appeared in Ginny's book bag, her expression shifting. The diary of Voldemort, a Horcrux. Due to Lucius's focus solely on his own interests, Voldemort had trusted him, but not excessively. Thus, when Voldemort initially entrusted the diary to him, the information he gleaned was that this tome could unlock the long-sealed chamber of secrets within Hogwarts, thereby unleashing a certain entity to prey upon students of Muggle descent. As for the concept of Horcruxes, it was evidently beyond Lucius's comprehension. Amidst the recent stringent scrutiny by the Ministry of Magic regarding dark magical artifacts, the Malfoy family found themselves repeatedly ensnared, rendered utterly helpless. In a moment of desperation, Lucius recalled the diary, and thus a scheme was born. The plan entailed surreptitiously passing the diary to a student at Hogwarts. This would not only facilitate the opening of Salazar Slytherin's chamber, enabling the elimination of students from Muggle families, but it would also allow the well-meaning Dumbledore to shoulder the blame for mismanagement, leading to his dismissal from the position of headmaster. The student he selected for this nefarious purpose was none other than Ginny Weasley. Chapter 65. Pray tell, when shall Harry meet his demise? Even if the moment arrives, Ginny could serve as a scapegoat, striking a blow against the family she most disdains, the Weasleys. What a masterstroke. Accomplishing 3 objectives with one cunning plan. Of course, aside from the inconsequential drawbacks of Voldemort's soul fragments being destroyed, the revelation of his immortality, Dumbledore's subsequent investigation into Horcruxes, and ultimately leading to Voldemort's corporeal demise, it is indeed a flawless scheme. Oh, Hermione suddenly paused. Could it be that Lucius has performed a great service? Silently apologizing to Old Man, Hermione departed the bookstore, following the Weasley family, at King's Cross Station. Traversing the barrier, Hermione and Ginny arrived at platform 9 3/4, swiftly boarding a compartment. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, still no sign of Harry and Ron appeared, causing Ginny to feel an uneasy sense of foreboding. Hermione, where's Harry? You haven't mentioned your brother at all. Hermione gazed at the train, which had begun to chug forward, and replied nonchalantly, he has probably stuck in the wall. There's no need to worry. Outside the platform, Harry and Ron were not trapped within the wall, but rather barred from entry, chaos reigning around them. After much deliberation, the two resolved to take the flying car in pursuit of the train. Following a thrilling sequence of speed and adrenaline, they managed to secure the train in their sights. To avoid the oncoming train, Ron abruptly swerved the steering wheel, inadvertently flinging open one of the car doors. Harry found himself perilously clinging to the door, teetering on the brink of falling. Ron's heart raced, and he shouted, "Grab on," extending his hand towards Harry. Seize my hand. Amidst the howling winds. Their hands drew closer. Buck. Oh no, Harry. Just as they strained to reach one another, Harry caught sight of Hermione inside the carriage, her expression one of amusement. Hermione. Lend a hand. Why are you merely watching? Inside the carriage, Hermione and Ginny peered out the window, the former thoroughly entertained, while the latter wore a look of concern. Hermione, think of something quickly. Harry. Ginny was on the verge of tears. Don't panic. Have a piece of chocolate. Hermione offered Ginny a piece of chocolate. I have a question for you, Hermione stated suddenly, recalling the two individuals racing on the tracks moments ago. The train was traveling at a speed of 80 miles per hour, while the car was moving at 60 miles per hour. Given that both vehicles are heading in the same direction, with an initial distance of 20 meters between them, may I inquire Ginny, having her attention diverted. Eagerly interjected before Hermione could finish, when will the train catch up to the car? I know that one. They teach it at Muggle School. A classic pursuit problem. Hermione gently shook her head. Pray tell, when shall Harry meet his end? Ginny. Distracted by Hermione's sudden appearance, Ron failed to pull Harry back, and instead, lost his balance and tumbled down, landing on Harry, as both fell amidst gasps of astonishment. Ginny let out a piercing scream, covering her eyes, unable to bear to witness the scene. Swallowing her last morsel of snack, Hermione raised her wand. Apparate. Hermione vanished from the carriage and reappeared mid-air, grasping Harry and Ron by their arms. With a deft motion, she opened Hedwig's cage, and amidst a burst of sound, the trio disappeared into thin air, only to re-emerge inside the carriage. Ginny, wearing an expression of delight, watched as the two remained momentarily dazed, only regaining their senses when she called out to them repeatedly. Are we safe? Harry stammered, still shaken. Is this the school bus? As he gazed at Hermione and Ginny, Ron too sensed something amiss. Ginny exclaimed, if it weren't for Hermione's apparition to save you, you would have been pancakes by now. You should thank her. Thank you. They responded in unison, only to realize something simultaneously. When did you learn to apparate? Last year. The two gasped in astonishment, and the atmosphere in the carriage grew warmer. Suddenly, Ron's gaze darted to the window. Oh no, my car. In despair, he watched as the flying vehicle plummeted into the woods with a resounding crash, startling countless birds into flight. It was over. He envisioned how Molly would express her maternal warmth. Oh no, Scabbers. He cried out upon seeing Hedwig soar nearby. Hermione shrugged her shoulders, indicating her inability to intervene further. They both understood that Hermione had done exceedingly well to rescue them. The fate of the car and the rat was of little concern now, devastated by the loss of his beloved car and pet. Ron appeared as though he had been struck by a soul-sucking curse, his eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. At Hogwarts Great Hall, due to successfully boarding the school bus, they arrived in time for the New Year's sorting ceremony. Most of the names were unfamiliar to Hermione, but when Professor McGonagall called out one name, she abruptly looked up. Luna Lovegood. A beautiful girl, seemingly in a daze and lacking focus, stepped forward. With her dark golden hair, silver eyes, and fair skin, she was soon sorted into Ravenclaw. Following this, Ginny was also sorted into Gryffindor, eliciting cheers from the Weasley family. Turning her attention back to the meal, Hermione again immersed herself in the feast. As the festivities wound down, Dumbledore rose from his seat. Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Ron Weasley, please visit Professor Snape's office shortly. The surrounding gazes were filled with pity. The scene in the train had not only been witnessed by Hermione and Ginny. Most individuals in the other compartments had seen it as well. It seemed likely that the two would endure a stern reprimand from Professor Snape. Contemplating the large points they would need to award Gryffindor on the very first day of school, Harry and Ron appeared as though they had lost their last hope. After a brief pause, Dumbledore added, Miss Granger, please come to the headmaster's office as well. Of course, Professor Dumbledore, Hermione replied, rising and nodding respectfully. She was not surprised. Although Harry and Ron had caused the trouble, she was the one being publicly summoned. Furthermore, the art of apparition necessitates a specialized certification for its execution. Strictly speaking, she is engaging in unlicensed practice, which, while not a grave concern, warrants an explanation of the circumstances. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a tumultuous uproar erupted among the first-year students, rife with speculation. Granger? Is it the Granger we all know? It appears so, the one with the chestnut curls, seated at the Gryffindor table, exuding an air of serene composure. My word, it truly is her. To encounter her in the flesh is astonishing. She is even more striking than the rumors suggested. The newcomers expressed a range of emotions, wonder, admiration, and excitement. Even Luna, with her dreamy gaze, instinctively turned towards Hermione upon sensing the commotion around her. After a moment of contemplation, she pivoted back, lost in her own thoughts. In the corridor, Hermione observed Harry and Ron, who were resolute, yet kept glancing back at her. She smiled softly, disregarding the pair, and made her way to the far end of the corridor, ascending the spiral staircase to enter the headmaster's office. Chapter 66. The new Assistant Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Hermione Granger within the confines of the headmaster's office. Hermione found herself under the scrutinizing gaze of the portraits surrounding her. The presence of the former headmasters of Hogwarts rendered her somewhat uneasy, yet she felt reluctant to voice her discomfort, choosing instead to endure the silent judgment. "Please wait a moment. I must first sign a few documents," Dumbledore remarked. His head bent over the papers before him. Hermione nodded and began to wander around the room. Suddenly, a vivid crimson shadow caught her eye. Perched beside Dumbledore was a magnificent, blood-red bird, meticulously preening its somewhat sparse feathers. Gently, Hermione picked up one of its feathers. Magical creatures. Phoenix, rebirth from ashes. Tears possess healing and antidotal properties. "I presume you know what it is," Dumbledore commented, lifting his gaze and setting aside the stack of documents. Hermione nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I simply did not expect to find one here. The Phoenix is the guardian of the Dumbledore family. Fawkes has been with me for over a century. Nearing the time for its rebirth, hence its current state," he explained, seemingly sensing the curiosity in Hermione's eyes. She was well aware of this, yet listened patiently to Dumbledore's narration. Once he concluded, Dumbledore handed her the documents he had been holding. Upon opening them, an exaggerated GIF image appeared before her, accompanied by a plethora of text. "Gilderoy Lockhart. This is Lockhart's resume. He will be the professor for this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts course." Upon hearing the phrase "this year," Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes at Dumbledore's choice of words. "I hear you encountered Lockhart in Diagon Alley. I wonder what your impression of him is," Dumbledore inquired. "Well," Hermione pondered her response carefully, "he is quite the storyteller." Dumbledore chuckled softly. "An exceedingly accurate assessment. Frankly, I believe he lacks genuine talent. His fame is derived from appropriating the experiences of others, rendering him unfit to teach the defense against the dark arts. Nevertheless, I extended him an invitation to teach at Hogwarts. Initially, he was apprehensive about being unmasked, but once I mentioned the prospect of teaching you in Harry Potter, he was immediately enticed. Indeed, you are aware of the curse associated with this course. It appears you intentionally brought Lockhart in to take the brunt of it, while simultaneously executing a measure of justice. You sly old fox. I mean, old Dumbledore. Thus, you summoned me merely to discuss this?" Hermione queried, a hint of confusion in her voice. She had initially assumed Dumbledore sought to inquire about the events on the train, but instead, he had delved straight into a plot against Lockhart. "Of course not. Primarily, I wish to ask for your assistance, and Lockhart is a significant part of that request. You may examine the documents in your hands. Beneath Lockhart's resume lies another file that requires your signature." A sense of foreboding washed over Hermione as she gazed at the employment letter that lay before her. Hermione softly read aloud, "We sincerely invite Miss Hermione Jane Granger to serve as the Assistant Professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts, assisting Professor Lockhart in the instruction of defensive magic." Before she could finish, she abruptly lifted her head, tossing the employment letter back onto the table and retreating in haste. "What do you intend to do?" "I am not doing it. With Voldemort's formidable curse looming. If you wish to proceed, you may do so yourself." Observing Hermione's reaction, Dumbledore discerned her thoughts, his expression betraying mild astonishment. "It seems you are aware of something." "I am not certain, but I have noticed a dark aura lingering around Quirrell's head, and upon encountering Lockhart at the bookstore this morning, I observed the same ominous presence above him. Initially, I found it puzzling," Hermione replied, her demeanor stoic. "But upon hearing him declare his intention to become the professor of this subject, the situation became clear. I fear that the Defense Against the Dark Arts course has indeed been cursed." A glimmer of awe flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "Your magical talent is truly remarkable. In over a century, I have yet to encounter anyone with your capabilities." Hermione remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at him. Dumbledore nodded resignedly. "You are correct. The one who placed this curse is none other than Voldemort. Years ago, he sought to return to Hogwarts as the professor of this course, but I refused his request. And thus he laid this curse, ensuring that no one teaching this class could hold the position for longer than a year. This curse is formidable, and I find it difficult to break." Hermione shot him a glare, her irritation palpable. "Then why are you allowing me to?" "Do not worry," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Since I am permitting you to take this position, rest assured that there is a measure of confidence. Voldemort's curse applies solely to the official professors of Hogwarts, and assistants are exempt from its constraints." After scrutinizing him for a moment, Hermione slowly approached. Glancing at the employment document, reassured to find no mention of the title professor. "Moreover, I recall that when you took the Philosopher's Stone, you promised me a condition. And this is that condition." A flicker of brilliance shone behind Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses. "Ah, so you have been waiting for me, old friend? I understand that Lockhart is incapable of fulfilling his teaching duties, and you require someone to fill in." Pausing for a moment, she added, "But what led you to believe I possess the capability for such a role?" Dumbledore explained. I was indeed hesitant. While your talent is unparalleled and you have triumphed over Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, you are still quite young, and I was uncertain of your current abilities. However, upon hearing that you executed 2 flawless apparitions in succession, while successfully bringing along Harry and Ron, I became convinced that your magical proficiency exceeds that of the average adult wizard, making you more than capable of teaching any student at Hogwarts. As for the matter of unlicensed apparition, you need not fret, I shall handle it. Hermione was left speechless. By now, she could clearly discern that Dumbledore had been contemplating this matter since that fateful night. At that moment, she remained silent, uncertain of her abilities. However, following the incident on the train, she had demonstrated the remarkable skill of performing consecutive apparitions. It was clear that Dumbledore had made a firm decision on the spot. With a gentle sigh, Hermione nodded in agreement, recognizing the reality of the situation. After all, one cannot be ungrateful when receiving favors. She had indeed taken possession of another's treasure. In truth, her magical prowess currently equated only to that of an ordinary adult wizard, far from Dumbledore's estimations. Yet, apparition is an exceptionally unique phenomenon. Owing to the existence of spellbooks, she could engage in this practice without the fear of mishaps, allowing her to execute high-risk short-distance teleportations even amidst battle, reminiscent of the legendary duels between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Chapter 67. The Potion. Nevertheless, one thing is undeniably true. She is more than capable of instructing any student at Hogwarts, even those in the upper years. Marvel. 5 measures of glycerin. For measures of whole frog brains, Hermione, holding a small vial, cautiously dripped the ingredients into the cauldron. Tony, you really ought not to speak to a congressman in such a manner. Though he may be a fool, it's rather unseemly to embarrass him in public. After all, he could. All right, I get it. Are you trying to kill me? But I alone am Iron Man. The suit and I are one. And I shall never relinquish my technology to those avaricious politicians. Suddenly, a familiar quarrel erupted at the doorway. With a loud bang, the door swung open. Hermione, startled, lost her grip, inadvertently adding an extra frog brain to the mix. Boom. An explosion ensued, and thick black smoke billowed from the cauldron, accompanied by a pungent odor. Gah! Hermione glared fiercely at the 2 figures at the door. Tony Stark. She seethed, her teeth clenched as she glared at him. Has no one ever taught you to knock before entering? Thanks to you, I've wasted 5 measures of glycerin and frog brains. Although her potion making was guaranteed to succeed due to the spellbook's influence, it hinged on the precise placement of the materials. Thus, a degree of caution was essential during the brewing process. Tony and Pepper stood at the threshold, bewildered, greeted by Hermione's furious countenance, as if she were ready to strike. What on earth happened? How did my laboratory end up like this? As reality dawned upon him, Tony surveyed the room, his eyes widening in shock. His miniature reactor, components of his suit, and numerous high-tech devices were carelessly tossed into a corner. The originally pristine 3D projection platform was now cluttered with vials, disarrayed animal entrails, a charred cauldron, and several objects he could hardly recognize. A kaleidoscope of gases wafted through the air, accompanied by an indescribable stench. Good heavens, what on earth happened here? Is this still my laboratory? I merely went to Washington to attend a hearing regarding the military's attempt to confiscate my suit, and upon my return, my lab is in this disarray. What have you done? Tony's voice trembled slightly. Oh, it's nothing much. I was brewing a potion and intended to borrow your laboratory. Seeing you were absent, I simply utilized what was available, Hermione replied nonchalantly, pouring the remnants from the cauldron onto the ground, ready to add more ingredients. As the liquid on the floor emitted smoke and sizzled with a corrosive sound, Tony's hand trembled slightly as he pointed at her, his eye twitching uncontrollably. Hermione Granger. He bellowed in a frenzied rage. You dare to? What are you shouting for? Wasn't it you who said I could use anything from your place? Hermione shot him a glance before returning to stir the cauldron. The viscous, dark purple liquid gradually began to take shape. Tony was left speechless. Indeed, he had uttered those words, yet no one anticipated that a little girl, who neither indulged in games nor watched movies, would immerse herself in the realm of dark culinary experiments, transforming his laboratory for armor development into such a state. At this moment, he realized that Hermione's irritable demeanor was likely a result of his abrupt entrance without knocking, the noise startling her and causing a mishap in her potion making. Just as Tony was about to apologize, he suddenly grasped an important realization. Wait a moment, isn't this my home? Why should I knock? Damn wizards. Prepare to meet your end. Just as Tony was poised to don his armor and engage Hermione in a fierce battle, he paused, his gaze drawn to the array of bottles and jars before him, revealing a spark of interest. Hold on, did you just mention potions? Hermione nodded, casually picking up a small glass vial and tossing it to Tony. For instance, this one is called the luck potion. Consuming it can enhance your fortune to a certain degree. She then lifted another bottle. This is the sleeping draught. Drink it, and you shall sleep for 3 days straight. And this is the mandrake revival potion, which can reverse petrification. Tony surveyed the vibrant colors within the myriad of containers, skepticism etched across his face. Do these concoctions truly work? They won't poison me, will they? Hermione's expression soured. Are you questioning my potion-making skills? Tony shook his head. Just look at your ingredients. Chrysanthemums, caterpillars, leeches, none of which adhere to any medical principles. How could they possibly have the effects you claim? Hermione shot him a disdainful glance. Muggles will never comprehend the wonders of magic. You little girl. Tony, once again subjected to her scorn, muttered under his breath, I shall decipher your nonsensical magic one day. As he contemplated leaving with Pepper, an idea struck him, and he leaned closer to Hermione, whispering, do you happen to have, any potions that can improve one's health? Hermione's head snapped up, her eyes widening in surprise as she shifted her gaze between Tony and Pepper before exclaiming, you can't perform? Cough, cough. Tony nearly choked on his own saliva, and upon seeing Hermione's look of pity, he was consumed by a fit of exasperation. How could I, the illustrious Tony Stark, possibly be incapable? What nonsense are you spouting? Beside him, Pepper's face flushed crimson. Humph, let us go. Not wishing to engage further with Hermione, Tony took Pepper's hand and attempted to leave, casually remarking, we'll open a bottle of champagne later. Your birthday is in a few days. And I have a surprise for you. A glimmer of joy appeared in Pepper's eyes as she inquired, what is it? A surprise, you'll find out soon enough. Tony winked at her. Observing Tony's playful antics, Hermione interjected abruptly, he intends to make you the CEO of Stark Industries. Pepper. Tony. After a moment of stunned silence, Tony finally processed Hermione's words, his fury igniting as he retorted, You must be doing this on purpose. For this delightful surprise, he had been preparing for several days, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal it to Pepper in a private setting. Much to his dismay, Hermione inadvertently disclosed it. Before Tony could utter another word, Pepper covered her mouth, her face a mask of disbelief. Tony could only nod helplessly. Wait. Pepper, speaking of which, I just remembered, Hermione said as she retrieved a necklace from her pocket. This is your birthday gift. Pepper accepted the necklace that floated towards her. The pendant was a small metallic sphere, neither particularly unattractive nor strikingly beautiful. In comparison to more upscale jewelry, it seemed somewhat rustic. However, after a mere glance, Pepper swiftly removed her original necklace and replaced it with this one. Ugh, how hideous. Tony began to voice his thoughts habitually, only to be silenced by a piercing look from Pepper. Chapter 68. The Emergence of Hatred. Thank you, little Hermione. I adore it, said Pepper, as she donned the necklace, her face alight with surprise. The two departed the laboratory and entered the bedroom. 5 minutes later, only Tony returned, while Pepper was nowhere to be found. Just 5 minutes, how swift. Where is Pepper? Hermione, focused intently on stirring the cauldron, did not raise her head. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback, before shooting her an irritated glare. She has gone to prepare, Tony replied dismissively. In a moment, Pepper and I will be heading to Monaco for business. The plane is ready for immediate departure, so you'd best keep an eye on the house. Hermione, engrossed in concocting the potion, suddenly realized something. You're going to Monaco? Yes, what of it? Tony inquired. Puzzled, Hermione hesitated, ultimately shaking her head. It's nothing. Are all wizards as peculiar as you? Tony muttered as she left. Gazing at the palladium detector in the corner, Hermione's eyes sparkled. At last, the task is complete. She surveyed the rows of potions in the box, nodding in satisfaction. Although success was guaranteed as long as the steps were followed, it still required time, and before she knew it, dusk was approaching. As she stowed the box in her backpack and prepared to leave, her phone rang, expecting it to be Tony chastising her regarding the lab. She was surprised to see the call was from Black Egg. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione answered the call. Miss Wizard, it's wonderful that you finally answered. Fury's voice was filled with delight. Just get to the point or hang up, Hermione replied coldly. Fury felt a surge of annoyance, not directed at Hermione, but rather at Pierce. Ever since the last attack, Hermione had unilaterally severed ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. During that time, her calls went unanswered, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arriving at Stark Industries were turned away by Tony. In short, the message was clear: no contact. Pierce had indeed gotten what he deserved. Miss Wizard had not shared any mystical intelligence with S.H.I.E.L.D. since. After finally earning Miss Wizard's trust, they had now regressed to square one. Fury realized Hermione was still angry and quickly stated, First, I would like to extend a formal apology on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. And I urge you to believe that we did not intend to target you. There were merely a few individuals acting unilaterally, and such a situation will not arise again. I understand. Is that all? Wait, there's one more thing. just as she was about to hang up. Fury revealed his true intent. Dr. Banner has secretly returned to New York, and General Ross is aware of his whereabouts and is preparing to dispatch troops for his capture. I hope you can discreetly assist in bringing Dr. Banner back to S.H.I.E.L.D. to prevent irreparable consequences. He did not elaborate further, since S.H.I.E.L.D. had granted Hermione access to their information. She was already aware of the Hulk's existence and knew his true identity as Dr. Bruce Banner. He believed this statement would adequately convey the gravity of the situation to her. Matters of this nature should be directed at Iron Man, Hermione retorted, her tone resistant. I reached out, but Stark did not answer the phone. However, Miss Potts informed us that he had arrived in Monaco. Based on our assessment, he is not a match for the Hulk. Among those known to S.H.I.E.L.D., only you, Miss Witch, possess such capabilities. Therefore, I implore you. Fury, understanding Hermione's disposition, began to flatter and cajole, much like the diminutive head of the Sitterville family. A faint smile curled at the corners of Hermione's lips. It was pleasant to hear. She relished the flattery and wished to hear more. After a moment of silence, as Fury felt increasingly anxious, she finally spoke. I will do my best. Where is Banner? Only then did Fury breathe a sigh of relief, responding, Greyburn Academy. Upon ending the call, Hermione revealed a sinister smile. You still wish for me to clean up your mess? You will regret this. On board the helicopter, General Ross observed the situation below, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Despite meticulous planning, the previous 2 attempts to capture the Hulk had failed, leaving him unsettled. Fortunately, having received authorization from the World Security Council to access S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence system, he learned that Banner, in an effort to suppress the Hulk, had found Dr. Samuel Stearns, who was using the alias Mr. Blue at Greyburn Academy, and had developed a serum that could temporarily make the Hulk vanish. Seizing this opportunity, he prepared to gain complete control over Banner. Moments later, as the unconscious Banner was carried out, Ross finally felt relieved. Blonsky, Banner has been secured. Retreat immediately. Do not linger. Ross pressed the microphone to issue the command. For reasons unknown, after capturing Banner, his elite soldier Emil Blonsky did not follow the plan to withdraw, but remained in Mr. Blue's laboratory, engaged in some unknown activities. This caused Ross some displeasure. Yet considering Blonsky's formidable combat abilities and the fact that he survived an encounter with the Hulk, being the only successful super soldier under his command, Ross's tolerance for him increased. Noticing the prolonged silence from the other end, Ross furrowed his brow, glanced at Banner beside him, and ultimately decided to leave first, deferring Blonsky's matter for later. The helicopter ascended slowly, having barely flown a distance when Banner began to awaken. The unfamiliar surroundings left Banner feeling disoriented, and it took him a moment to recall what had transpired. He looked at Ross with a sense of resignation. Bruce, you're awake. Beside him, General Ross's daughter, Betty Ross, who was also Banner's former girlfriend, hurried to assist him. The Hulk has completely vanished. I fear your plans to replicate the super soldier serum will come to naught. Banner patted Betty's arm and turned his gaze toward General Ross. This is no longer your concern. You should worry about yourself first. A roar suddenly erupted from a distance, accompanied by explosions and flames, revealing a massive, feculent-colored giant wreaking havoc in the streets. The Hulk. The group was initially startled. But upon seeing Banner, they realized, no, it is not the Hulk. What is that? The feculent yellow giant. With a face twisted in grotesque fury and a back adorned with numerous bony spikes, appeared even more colossal than the Hulk. With a mere flick of his hand, cars on the street were reduced to mere wreckage. Banner, initially bewildered, soon grasped the gravity of the situation. It was Mr. Blue. He had collected a copious amount of Hulk's blood. Someone must have injected it. Who could it be? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, save for General Ross, whose pallor suggested he comprehended the unfolding nightmare. In the next instant, his suspicions were confirmed. The feculent yellow giant seized a car and smashed it into a nearby tank, rampaging with abandon while bellowing to the heavens. Hulk, come forth. Face me, Emil Blonsky, in battle. Chapter 69, No Underwear for You, Blonsky. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes fixed on Ross. You actually allowed him to inject that dangerous substance? Are you not afraid he will completely lose control and become the next Hulk? What exactly are you attempting to accomplish? Banner could no longer contain his fury, shouting at Ross. I did not give him that order. He acted on his own accord. Ross's expression was equally grim. Before him stood Blonsky, or rather, the abomination, now utterly uncontrollable, no longer a soldier obeying commands, but a monstrous entity bent solely on destruction. Redirect all soldiers to Harlem. Eliminate the creature below. Feeling the distrustful gazes around him, Ross gritted his teeth. The previous attempts to capture the Hulk had already stirred discontent among military higher-ups due to the chaos and casualties incurred. It was his promise of the super soldier's potential that had temporarily quelled calls for his impeachment. If another incident were to occur, his position would be perilously compromised. Before long, numerous tanks and armored vehicles arrived nearby, encircling the abomination, while soldiers armed with assault rifles unleashed a barrage of fire upon it. Unfortunately, the bullets merely sparked against its skin, failing to even break the surface. Ross, the abomination, incensed by the military's actions, leaped several dozen meters, crashing into the throng, commencing a frenzied massacre among his former comrades. With every punch, several soldiers were reduced to mere splatters of flesh. Within the mass of bodies, the abomination reaped lives as effortlessly as one would harvest wheat. Ross's expression grew increasingly dire. Witnessing the abomination navigate through the barrage of artillery and rockets as if in a realm devoid of opposition, and feeling the surging energy of souls, Hermione felt no pity. Only the urge to laugh. What era are we in, still wielding firearms, still clinging to the notion of a super soldier? Now it's all about superpowers. Without super abilities, one is nothing in the upcoming iterations. Ross, you are truly a remarkable individual, disregarding civilian lives and soldiers' well-being, all for the sake of a so-called super soldier. Such a person must be preserved. You will be the one to create chaos for the beautiful country in the future. Before long, the soldiers below had been entirely slaughtered. And as the abomination set its sights on the remaining armed helicopter, a chill swept through the hearts of those inside. Banner could hold back no longer, looking at Ross. I have to go. Ross hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. He understood that this was not the time to hesitate. The Hulk could be recaptured. But if the creature below broke through their defenses, there would be no hope of recovery. Betty grasped Banner's hand, shaking her head repeatedly. We don't even know if the Hulk can emerge again. You could die, but I must try. Otherwise, you will. Bruce. Betty. Witnessing the two of them wrapped up in their own world at such a critical juncture, Hermione could no longer tolerate it. Without waiting for Banner to finish, she kicked him out of the helicopter. Go down. To the astonishment of all, before Banner could utter another word, he inexplicably plummeted from the aircraft. Hermione followed suit, summoning a flying broom midair, hovering above the abomination. Roar. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed from the ruins, heralding the arrival of the Hulk. Upon witnessing him, the abomination, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, momentarily cast aside all else, his focus solely upon his adversary. The fierce battle commenced. The two titans, one yellow and one green, exchanged blows, their strikes causing nearby buildings to crumble, vehicles to explode, and the streets to ignite. The cacophony of destruction rang incessantly. This was sheer brutality, an ultimate clash of raw power. A large stone whizzed past Hermione, grazing the protective shield of her iron armor spell, ricocheting aside. Fortunately, all attention was fixated on the confrontation between the Hulk and the abomination. No one noticed the minor anomaly unfolding nearby. A few minutes later, the Hulk was sent flying by a powerful punch from the abomination, pinned to the ground and rendered immobile. The abomination, grinning maliciously, plunged his internal bone spikes into the Hulk's chest. You do not deserve such strength. Only I am worthy of it. The Hulk endeavored to resist, but the excruciating pain radiating from his chest hindered his movements, leaving him thoroughly subdued by the abomination. Hermione, witnessing this scene from the air, nodded slowly, her suspicions confirmed. The abomination's normal state stats surpassed those of the Hulk, yet his potential was capped. Unlike the Hulk, his strength did not amplify with rage. Meanwhile, the Hulk remained under the influence of a suppressive serum, devoid of the fury that would normally empower him, making him a temporary match for the abomination. Just as the bone spikes were about to pierce the Hulk completely, Hermione finally raised her wand. Disarm. A red beam struck the Hulk, and in an instant, his trousers disintegrated, leaving his green, bare backside exposed to all. Hermione exclaimed, "Wow." The arena fell into an eerie silence. The abomination glanced down, taken aback by the proximity of the spectacle and the position he held over the Hulk, rendering him utterly speechless. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Stand down, you brutish man," commanded Hermione. "You'll regret this." "Yes, ma'am." The Hulk, equally bewildered, looked down at the swinging appendage, feeling the cool breeze against his exposed skin and the weight of the abomination pressing down on him. A flicker of unbridled rage ignited in the Hulk's eyes, his expression transforming into one of grim determination. With fury surging within him, the Hulk's physique began to swell, soon matching the abomination's size and even subtly eclipsing it. "If I were to say your trousers have nothing to do with me, would you believe it?" The abomination, sensing the shift, smirked, the cruelty on his face vanishing. In the next moment, a colossal fist charged towards his face. Wait was all he could manage to utter before the fist collided violently with his nose. The abomination was sent hurtling backward, a stream of green blood spraying through the air. Before he could regain his footing, the Hulk descended from above, driving him into the ground with a barrage of furious punches. "You dare to strip me of my trousers. I bang. You bang. Wait, bang." Hear me out. Roar. Having been unjustly burdened and receiving a relentless beating, the abomination's fury ignited. With a mighty roar, he kicked the Hulk away, sending him flying hundreds of meters. Regrettably, the Hulk had succumbed to madness, his eyes aflame with rage, rendering him impervious to reason. The two titans clashed once more, yet this time, it was the abomination who found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Observing the chaotic scene below, Hermione was taken aback. Her intention had merely been to incite the Hulk. Never anticipating such a profound effect, she mused that even if Betty were to perish before the Hulk, it would prove less consequential than the current predicament. The two colossal beasts exchanged blows with fervor, and Hermione watched with rapt attention, particularly captivated by the swaying figure of the diminutive Hulk, who commanded the spotlight amid the turmoil. Suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered the call. I apologize for my tardiness. By the time I arrived, the scene had already devolved into chaos. She began, silencing the voice on the other end. It matters not. What I wish to ascertain is whether you can subdue the Hulk and the other creature. Fury's tone was laced with urgency, as he implored her to act swiftly. The ongoing battle threatened to reduce all of New York to rubble. Chapter 70. The deal is sealed. You are correct, yet I cannot act recklessly at this moment, as it may draw the attention of the Ministry of Magic and jeopardize the relationship between Muggles and wizards, Hermione expressed with a tone of helplessness. Pierce, you are utterly despicable. Fury gasped, nearly losing his breath. You went around me, the rightful director, to pester the wizarding lady with your threats. Now she believes you. What shall we do? Taking a deep breath, Fury forced himself to regain composure and said, Miss Wizard, some individuals within our S.H.I.E.L.D. possess a limited perspective, failing to recognize that fostering communication between ordinary people and wizards is paramount. Please, do not be swayed by such rhetoric. Oh, I see, MMM. Hermione's voice trailed off ambiguously. Click, click, slurp, slurp. Pardon? What does that sound on your end? Fury's words were interrupted by a rustling noise from the phone. It certainly did not resemble a brawl between Hulk and Bronsky. Were they gnawing at each other? Ah, don't mind that. What were you saying? Hermione, munching on an apple, gazed with delight at the arena below. I was saying, please do not be influenced by such statements. The noise interrupted Fury once again. Miss Wizard, please tell me, what would persuade you to take action? Recognizing Hermione's obstinate demeanor, he relinquished control and placed the decision in her hands. Hermione discarded the apple core, which struck Hulk on the back of his head. After pondering for a moment, she finally replied, well, I have heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has recently collected numerous rare plants and materials. Fury sighed with relief upon hearing this. As long as there was something to discuss, that was sufficient. However, he also realized that following the recent attack, the wizarding lady was evidently less amenable than before. It would likely require some effort to mend their relationship. The wizarding lady was not malevolent, like S.H.I.E.L.D. She represented order, yet possessed her own temperament, akin to a cunning little fox. It was likely that her initial willingness would soon be followed by negotiations that would test his resolve. Clenching his teeth, Fury said, indeed. We have gathered a number of suspected magical materials in recent days. I kindly ask if you would be available to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. afterward to assist us in identifying these items. Absolutely, I have ample time. Hermione's heart leaped with joy. Having previously provided S.H.I.E.L.D. with various potions and alchemical materials, she was finally poised to reap the rewards. However, she noted that Fury was not entirely forthright. Had it not been for this request, he would likely continue to withhold information, hoping S.H.I.E.L.D. could discern some leads on their own. Fortunately, Ava had gained the trust and favor of Hydra, privy to many confidential details, and had discreetly shared all wizard-related intelligence with Hermione. Fury spoke of identification. Yet both understood that this identification would likely culminate in Hermione's own pocket. Not an issue, I shall go at once. Hermione readily agreed. And thus, a deal was struck. To live or to die? Hermione was about to descend when she suddenly added. So confident, her words left Fury momentarily stunned. This was the Hulk. And the other was a formidable entity that could match him blow for blow. Even a rocket launcher could not penetrate their defenses. Yet, the tone of the young witch suggested an ease that was almost dismissive. According to the current intelligence analysis from S.H.I.E.L.D., her spells were indeed powerful, but predominantly against ordinary individuals. When faced with someone like the Iron Tyrant, breaking through defenses became exceedingly challenging, let alone against the Hulk, whose defenses surpassed that of any armored suit. Concerned that Hermione might underestimate these supernatural beings outside the wizarding world, Fury cautiously remarked, if possible, capturing them alive would be ideal, but your safety must be the priority. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the value of a witch far outweighed that of the Hulk. Only a fool like Ross, lacking vision, would focus solely on the super soldier serum, trailing behind the Hulk day after day. What would it matter if they managed to create a legion of super soldiers akin to Captain America? Could they withstand a fire dragon? It was the synergy of superpowers and mysticism that held the true answer. Nick Fury believed this firmly. Understood, Hermione nodded, casually dispelling her invisibility charm and diving towards the fray below. Thunderous explosions echoed. Boom, boom. Hermione initiated her assault with 3 fireballs that detonated against the faces of the Hulk and Abomination. Both let out a simultaneous cry, abruptly separated by the unexpected blasts, concluding the mundane brawl. As the dust settled, a young girl in a dark robe perched on a broomstick, suspended in midair, her legs swinging restlessly. Hermione's appearance temporarily quelled the conflict, as the 3 combatants stared at each other in astonishment, none daring to make a move. As they regarded the tiny figure that had suddenly appeared overhead, Abomination looked questioningly at the Hulk, just as Hulk returned a similarly puzzled gaze. Who is that? I don't know, do you? I don't know either. The 2 exchanged thoughts in an unspoken but rapid understanding. The next moment, both completely disregarded Hermione and resumed their fierce confrontation, trading blows with fervor. Hey, why don't you look at me for a moment? Hermione exclaimed. I'm a significant threat right in front of you, yet your focus is solely on each other. On the helicopter, Ross, Betty, and the others stared at the suddenly materializing Hermione, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. What on earth? Why is there a little girl flying on a broom in the sky? Is this some sort of children's cartoon? Before Ross could utter another word, the phone rang abruptly. Ross? Upon answering and hearing the familiar voice, General Ross furrowed his brow, his tone unfriendly. Nick Fury, why are you calling me? Are you here to enjoy my misfortune? Fury replied calmly. If I wished to revel in your misfortune, I wouldn't have called. Listen, do you see that flying little girl? I brought her in specifically to deal with the 2 monsters below. If you have any sense, regardless of what she does, do not intervene. Upon hearing this, Ross exclaimed with indignation, the Hulk is a military project, and it is not within the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D. to intervene. We will handle it ourselves. Fury responded icily. Do you presume that I relish the idea of cleaning up after your foolishness? Your soldiers have already met their demise because of your incompetence, and what further calamities does the military intend to unleash upon the innocent civilians of other districts? You ought to contemplate how you will address the inquiries from Congress. Although Ross was furious, the reality was as Fury had articulated. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. After a moment of silence, he could only concede. The Hulk and Blonsky have bested even the military. What use is a mere girl against them? Chapter 71. The Hulk's aversion. Brothers in adversity, do you have any idea of the cost I incurred to summon her? Fury's tone was harsh. Now that I have enlisted the aid of the sorceress, I am confident in subduing these 2 monstrosities. Let me reiterate. No matter what transpires, you are to merely observe. This is not a suggestion, it is a warning. Should you provoke her, do not blame me for the consequences. Ross furrowed his brow. It was the first time he had witnessed Nick Fury display such firmness. It appeared that this young lady had indeed instilled considerable confidence in him. However, what did he mean by sorceress? Was sorcerer a code name for some superpower? Surely, Fury could not be suggesting that this girl was a sorceress. Within the arena, Hermione watched as a yellow and a green mass rolled from left to right, then back again, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Unable to contain herself any longer, she cast a disarmament spell. A beam of red light struck the Abomination, and with a rip, its stretchy pants were instantly reduced to tatters. Observing the small Abomination floating in the breeze, the 2 colossal beasts fell silent once more. Hulk now understood that it was this little creature that had caused the commotion. In the next moment, both creatures, stripped bare, turned their gaze towards Hermione, their eyes aflame with fury. Roar! Roar! In that instant, they united in their enmity and charged at Hermione. Surrounded on both sides, a thunderous explosion erupted. Another series of 3 explosions echoed. Unsurprisingly, both remained unscathed. Yet their forward momentum was interrupted. Hermione did not intend to defeat them solely with a level 3 explosive spell. It was merely a means to delay their actions. Mirror space. Seizing the moment while the 2 monsters were momentarily dazed, Hermione waved her wand, and the space around her shattered like glass, enveloping Hulk within. As Hulk vanished from sight, the Abomination looked around, failing to locate him, and bellowed, Hulk, come out. Then, as if realizing something, it turned to Hermione. Where have you hidden Hulk? Hermione replied cheerfully, you do enjoy a good fight, do you not? Forget about that Hulk fellow. I shall fight you instead. If you win, I will release Hulk to continue with you. Seeking death. With a grudge against the pants beating and a hatred for the theft of Hulk, the Abomination could no longer restrain itself. Its gaze turned savage as it leapt high, crashing towards Hermione. Imagining her frail body being reduced to a pulp, Blonsky revealed a cruel smile. All petrified, just as the abomination was about to collide. It felt a chilling sensation coursing through its veins, its limbs inexplicably compelled to its sides. It then plummeted straight down, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Spiderweb-like cracks spread beneath it. What is happening? The abomination struggled to break free from the binding spell, shaking its disoriented head. Upon seeing Hermione unharmed in the air, its already limited intellect grew weary of pondering the events and continued to leap. All petrified. Once again, a chill enveloped it, and it fell straight down. Bang! After multiple encounters, each resulting in inexplicable defeats from midair, the creature known as the abomination finally reacted, roaring, "It is you. What have you done?" With a flick of her wand, Hermione made a gesture of dismissal, signifying his incompetence. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. She felt a twinge of regret. Her initial intention was to subdue the abomination with a single spell, but it seemed she had overestimated her capabilities. Against beings of such immense power, like Hulk and the abomination, even a level 3 binding curse could only hold them for a fleeting moment, insufficient to completely subdue them. To the onlookers, however, it appeared to be pure mockery as the abomination's massive form was tossed about like a mere plaything by the petite figure in black robes. Deciding to cease the frivolity, Hermione sensed Hulk rampaging within the mirrored space, causing chaos and destruction. Her magical energy was rapidly depleting. Shaking her head, she resolved to take decisive action. The disarming charm. In an instant, gaping wounds appeared all over the abomination's body, with green blood gushing forth, painting the sky. Ah! The abomination stumbled and fell to its knees, gazing incredulously at the blood streaming from its wounds. "I am injured?" It could scarcely comprehend that it, a being of such formidable strength, had been wounded by a mere girl. What sort of power is this? Hermione was not surprised by the outcome. She had mastered the disarming charm to perfection, and thus far, it was her most potent dark magic aside from her more casual spells. Unlike the fragmented slashes of other spells, the disarming charm was fundamentally akin to spatial slicing, preventing the closure of the wounds with magical force. It lacked a projectile nature, enabling instantaneous effect at designated targets, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against, with lethality far surpassing similar spells. Professor Snape is truly gifted, yet, she muttered. Eject snails. Observing the abomination attempting to resist, Hermione unleashed a beam of white light. Moments later, the abomination's eyes widened in horror as it began to retch, slimy snails expelling from its throat. With each violent heave, its greenish-yellow complexion paled, collapsing to the ground, desperately vomiting, as if its very intestines were about to burst forth. The slimy snails spilled messily all around. As it continued to expel the contents of its stomach, its form gradually diminished, ultimately reverting to its human guise, that of Blonsky. Hermione chose not to press the attack further. She deemed the creature not worth the energy expenditure, had promised to capture it alive for the sake of her ally, and, influenced by a certain master of micro-expressions, ultimately decided to spare its life. With a flick of her wrist, the space fractured once more, and Hulk erupted forth with a deafening roar. "You too will expel snails." Hermione repeated her earlier action, and soon Hulk was also on his knees, retching uncontrollably. With a nod, Hermione acknowledged the effectiveness of her spell. Any petrification is mere child's play. The eject snail's charm is the ultimate control. Yet, it was evident that the enraged Hulk was more resilient than the abomination, still struggling to approach Hermione even as he vomited, growing increasingly infuriated. Upon witnessing the scene, Hermione retrieved a small vial and tossed it into Hulk's mouth. Moments later, Hulk's gaze became considerably clearer. However, he then retched more violently. With a thud, Hulk sank to his knees, trembling as he pointed at Hermione with a look of sheer terror in his eyes. His lips quivered, yet no words escaped his mouth. Instead, he expelled several worms with a gagging sound. "This is a reviving potion, specially prepared for you. How does it feel to be awake?" Hermione approached Hulk, lifting her leg to give him a few gentle kicks. Hulk, despite the potion's effects, felt no anger rising within him. He could only lie on the ground, unable to rise, his eyes devoid of luster, resembling a lifeless corpse. "How dull," Hermione remarked with a pout, as Hulk transformed back into Banner. He caught sight of Bronsky's pitiful state nearby and couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance. The latter, feeling Banner's gaze upon him, struggled to turn his head, his expression reflecting a profound disillusionment with life. The two, lying on the ground, simultaneously extended their arms towards each other with great difficulty. Just moments ago, they were fierce adversaries, yet now they shared a bond of mutual suffering, gazing at one another with a heartfelt connection, akin to brothers in arms. "Brother, hold on." They both understood the unspoken sentiment in each other's eyes. With a simultaneous exclamation, they expelled a slimy worm. Chapter 72. Hermione, the treasure appraiser in the helicopter, Ross, Betty, and the others were utterly astonished, unable to believe their own eyes. The ferocious beasts, Hulk and Abomination, had effortlessly devastated half a city block, leaving the military in complete disarray. How could such monstrous entities be so easily subdued by a mere girl with a stick? Moreover, what was the shattered space in the myriad of colors? Was it wizardry? How had the world suddenly transformed into something so fantastical? For the first time, Ross felt that the military's super soldier program could be brought to a halt. The two most powerful super soldiers in history were being bested by a little girl. Was there any further need to continue? Once the helicopter landed, Betty rushed out immediately. Bruce. She helped Banner, who was in a pitiful state, a trail of mucus dribbling down his face. Betty gazed at Banner's pale visage, clearly on the verge of collapse, and turned her pleading eyes to Hermione. Don't worry. He'll be fine after a moment. He won't die, Hermione said, crossing her arms and leaning against her broom, a cheerful grin on her face. To everyone else, this charming little girl appeared almost demonic with her smile. Collecting his thoughts, General Ross stepped forward and said, "This young lady, we appreciate your assistance. The military needs to take these two criminals into custody." Wait, Hermione interjected decisively. That won't do. These two are part of my deal with the Black Egg and cannot be handed over to you. The Black Egg? Ross paused for a moment before realizing whom she referred to. He adopted a stern expression. That's impossible. This is a military experiment and cannot be entrusted to outsiders. I don't care. I simply want to give them to you. Hermione turned her head away with a huff. A flicker of anger flashed in General Ross's eyes, but he suppressed it forcefully. The individuals must be turned over to me. As for what Nick Fury promised you, that is his concern. Hermione scoffed. And then flames began to coalesce around her, transforming into a menacing giant serpent that fixed its gaze upon the people below. The scorching heat washed over their faces, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Compared to her bizarre methods, this raw display of power felt even more suffocatingly oppressive. What is this? Betty stood frozen in fear, while Banner and Blonsky exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Banner involuntarily retched again. Even Ross, who considered himself well-versed in the extraordinary, found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at the fiery serpent. It was then that he recalled Fury's earlier warning and instinctively shivered. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone broke the oppressive silence. Ross answered the call, and within moments, he was embroiled in an argument. Hermione could hear a familiar voice on the other end, likely that of the Black Egg. After a brief exchange, Ross hung up, his expression darkening as he cast a glance at Banner and Blonsky, then inhaled deeply before turning to leave. Betty, too, was reluctantly pulled away by accompanying soldiers. After the crowd dispersed, Hermione, feeling somewhat bored, retrieved an apple from her backpack and began to eat. The crisp sound echoed as she bit into it, and once finished, she carelessly tossed the core to the ground, which fortuitously struck Bronsky on the forehead. Thud. Bronsky, you're quite something, aren't you? Ugh. Before long, a fierce wind arose, and an invisible fighter jet gradually materialized in the sky before descending. A figure clad in black leather stepped down from the aircraft. Simultaneously, several agents securely bound two naked men and escorted them aboard the plane. Bronsky, true to his formidable nature, exhibited remarkable resilience. Despite a wound that bled profusely and the failure of his self-healing ability under the curse, he instinctively closed his internal injuries, discarding the outer flesh and altering his bodily structure to effectuate an unconventional self-rescue. Thank you, Miss Sorceress. Without your assistance, New York City would have been in dire straits tonight. On behalf of all its citizens, I express my gratitude for your intervention. As the dust settled, Fury turned to Hermione to formally express his thanks. Hermione nodded in response. Today, her spirits were high. The soldiers had feasted abundantly, yielding over 5,000 energy points from a single meal. Anticipating further indulgence ahead, she surprisingly offered a warm smile to the leather-clad figure. Nick Fury, observing Hermione, felt a deep sense of astonishment. He had witnessed the recent events through the helicopter's camera. What he had initially perceived as Hermione's most formidable attack, the flames, paled in comparison to the intangible blades that effortlessly breached even Hulk's defenses, a feat that missiles could not accomplish. Moreover, the kaleidoscopic realm she conjured had subdued Hulk without resistance. It appeared he had underestimated her capabilities. Fury silently rejoiced at having heeded Natasha's advice to cultivate a rapport with the sorceress. If Hermione possessed the power to effortlessly overpower Hulk, what then could be said of Dumbledore, whom she deemed far superior? The sorcerer race was indeed a force to be reckoned with. This realization dulled the joy he felt about recently unearthing Captain America, who had been frozen for years. Miss Sorceress, please board the aircraft. We are headed to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. No need, Hermione replied coolly, waving her hand as a portal sparking with embers materialized before them. Fury's heart raced as he recognized the familiar scene on the other side. It was his office. What is this? A portal? Can you not comprehend? Hermione countered. Stepping through. Fury had learned from Coulson that Hermione might possess a form of spatial teleportation, but he had envisioned it as merely instantaneous movement over short distances, limited to what the eye could see. Who could have anticipated that Hermione could conjure a portal bridging hundreds of kilometers from New York directly to Washington, D.C., accurately landing in his office? This was indeed alarming. It implied that, should she desire, she could infiltrate any secure location at will, rendering all protective measures utterly futile against such magic. Every encounter with Miss Sorceress seemed to redefine his understanding. Fury's expression shifted subtly, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he followed Hermione through the portal. With a wave of her hand, the portal vanished. Pressing a button on the table, Fury cast a glance at Hermione. Shortly, someone would deliver the items. Moments later, dozens of metallic boxes were brought forth, opened sequentially before Hermione. Each contained a variety of items, stones, plants, and much more. Hermione took a cursory glance, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had not anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would indeed find a considerable number of authentic items following her blueprint. Items such as unicorn blood and phoenix eggs, exclusive to the Harry Potter universe, were indeed rare treasures. However, most conventional potion and alchemical materials could also be found in the Marvel realm, deemed as trivial simply because this world lacked wizards and specialized alchemy. Now that she was present, did this not imply that all magical materials in this world belonged solely to her? S.H.I.E.L.D. truly had not misled her. Chapter 73, The Master of Web Literature. Though she found her solitary efforts to be insufficiently productive, it was only through the formidable resources of Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. that she could mobilize others to assist her, thus maximizing her ability to gather materials from the Marvel Universe. African tree snake skin, liquid grass, sun orchids, moonstone. Hermione meticulously counted the usable materials, packing them into her seemingly bottomless backpack box by box. Nick Fury observed, his heart aching, yet he felt utterly powerless. Is this all? Hermione inquired, glancing at the boiled egg-shaped figure. Indeed, this represents the utmost effort we at S.H.I.E.L.D. could muster in recent days, he replied. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Hermione nodded. Very well. If you remember in the future, feel free to call upon me for identification services at no charge. She understood that these were certainly not all the materials S.H.I.E.L.D. had acquired, but she could not be bothered to expose them. A steady flow of resources was the true path forward. Furthermore, even if these items were in their possession, they would ultimately require her expertise for comprehension. Having identified these materials for you, what advantage do we gain from knowing they are indeed magical? Nick Fury's expression darkened as he surveyed the few remaining boxes. What about these? He asked, gesturing towards the leftover materials. Oh, those are refuse. You may dispose of them, she replied nonchalantly. I suspected as much, Fury remarked, unperturbed. How could she possibly leave anything of value for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fortunately, he had the foresight to discreetly keep a few items hidden away. Although their utility remained uncertain, their scientists toiled day and night. Surely they would uncover something of worth. In light of your sincerity, Gus, why don't you keep him company for a while? Hermione cheerfully counted her spoils, releasing Gus from his confines. Meow. A large orange cat descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon the director's desk. Gus, upon seeing his familiar feline companion, even the boiled egg-shaped figure could not suppress a hint of delight. As the two engaged in a complex exchange, Hermione turned her attention to the spellbook. Hermione Jane Granger, magic level, LV315973-50000, soul energy, 5768, quite impressive. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, noting the significant casualties incurred that night. Poor citizens of New York, poor soldiers. Poor what? She scoffed. What concern was it of hers whether they lived or died? She was not the one responsible for their demise. The hatred and the Hulk were not her creations. She merely arrived a little late, witnessing the unfolding events. Such occurrences were destined to transpire along the original timeline. It was enough that she had not exacerbated the situation. Miss Witch. Just as Hermione was tallying her gains, a disgruntled voice broke through from the side. It seems Gus no longer recognizes me. Turning around, Hermione observed Fury attempting to lift Gus, who defiantly raised a paw, refusing to be cradled. Could it be possible that he does not wish to be held precisely because he recognizes you? Fury felt as though struck by lightning. Hermione's words pierced his heart like a dagger. Very well, should any such fortunate events arise in the future, feel free to call upon me, Hermione declared. Her fist clenched in a gesture of encouragement. To uphold justice and ensure the safety of innocent lives is my undeniable duty, Hermione Granger. With that, amidst a cascade of orange sparks, Hermione lifted Gus and vanished from sight. Your sense of justice seems somewhat tainted. How can it still involve a fee? Fury murmured quietly as he surveyed the desolate office. Herbology class. As a complimentary course to potions, this subject was taught by Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff, a kindly witch with a stout stature and gray hair cropped short. Yet, at this moment, the greenhouse, serving also as the herbology classroom, was in utter disarray. Just moments ago, dozens of mandrakes had been uprooted from their pots, their piercing screams sending the students reeling, with many a distracted young wizard failing to properly don their earmuffs, resulting in a few fainting spells. Observing the scattered young wizards lying about, Hermione shrugged in resignation. She had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, it was Hogwarts. One would find it odd if there weren't a few teaching mishaps. Finally, as the bell rang, the students fled in a hasty retreat, leaving only Professor Sprout and Hermione in the greenhouse. The current generation of young wizards is far too fragile, Professor Sprout remarked, shaking her head in exasperation as she waved her wand to restore order. Restoration complete. Hermione lent a hand in the effort. Hermione, do you require anything further? Professor Sprout inquired, curiosity piqued as she noticed Hermione lingering. Professor, I have come across mentions of certain peculiar plants in my readings, but I have never encountered them in the greenhouse, such as the venomous tentaculin devil's snare. Might you have any? Professor Sprout regarded Hermione with a bemused expression. These are exceedingly dangerous plants, much like the mandrake, as you have witnessed today. While mandrakes can be used to brew a potion for reversing petrification, the other two are rather. What is your intent with such specimens? Oh, merely for research, Hermione replied, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. You know, if mandrakes can be utilized for creating a remedy for petrification, it stands to reason that these too could yield new applications as well. Professor Sprout eyed her skeptically. Merely research? Hermione nodded vigorously. Only research. Taking in Hermione's earnest expression and charming visage, Professor Sprout reconsidered and retrieved 2 packets of seeds from her satchel, handing them to Hermione. Very well, I do not possess many of these perilous specimens. These 2 packets are my last stock. I hope you can make good use of them. Thank you, Professor. Hermione exclaimed joyfully as she departed. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, Professor Sprout felt a twinge of unease, as if she had made a regrettable decision. In the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Hermione flipped through the book in her hands, intrigued. What had begun as a casual glance, devoid of authenticity, surprisingly proved to be quite engaging. Exuding the charm of a typical Blue Star narrative, it was surprisingly captivating. The more she read, the more engrossed she became, causing Hermione to inwardly curse. She never expected to find web literature in this alternate realm. It was no wonder that Lockhart's books gained fame, setting aside the adventurous material others might possess. His writing prowess would be considered top tier even in her previous life. In a sense, he was indeed a remarkable talent. This fellow ought not to be a professor. He was inherently a writer and performer. Meanwhile, Lockhart, noticing Hermione's rapt attention to his book, wore a smug expression and proclaimed, "This recounts my early experiences in vanquishing the ghost of the infamous Wanluan. I am aware that wizards of your age must be in awe of my extensive adventures." He began to boast, all the while glancing at his reflection, meticulously adjusting his ostentatious golden robes. After reading for a while longer, Hermione finally folded the corner of the page, closed the book, and remarked, "Professor Lockhart, as your teaching assistant, I must remind you that in 10 minutes, your first class on defense against the dark arts commences. May I inquire if your lesson plan is indeed prepared? Please do not tell me you intend to regale them with an entire lecture on Lockhart's wonderful adventures." Chapter 74, Teaching Mishap 2. 0. Upon hearing the words, a confident glimmer sparkled in Lockhart's eyes. Of course not. Aside from my thrilling adventure tales, quizzes are essential as well. I need to gauge their foundational knowledge to tailor my future teaching plans accordingly. With that, Lockhart picked up a stack of test papers from the desk and handed them to Hermione. Do not be misled by your role as my assistant. Should you fail to answer these critical knowledge points, you too will require supplementary lessons. Taking the papers, Hermione merely skimmed through them before narrowing her eyes. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? May I inquire how this question assesses one's proficiency in defense against the dark arts? Lockhart's expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, seemingly oblivious to Hermione's skepticism. As the defense against the dark arts professor personally appointed by Dumbledore, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, an internationally renowned figure and author, a recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, and an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Wizards, believe that fostering understanding between teacher and students is far more crucial than directly teaching defense against the dark arts at this juncture. Do you not agree? He delivered this with a steady demeanor, accompanied by what he deemed a charming smile. Here we go again. Hermione sighed. Although, Miss Granger, you managed to defeat Quirrell, I assure you that I am not to be compared with such a feeble individual. I have prepared a little surprise for you in class today. You shall witness my formidable side. Lockhart confidently patted the birdcage draped in black cloth beside him. Indeed, when it comes to incompetence, Quirrell pales in comparison to you. By the way, you both appear to be from the same house, correct? First Quirrell, then Lockhart. Ravenclaw's reputation suffers. 10 minutes later, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, a group of young wizards stared blankly at the test papers in their hands, all glancing towards Hermione. Leaning against the railing of the second floor, Hermione subtly shook her head in Lockhart's direction, conveying the message, "Don't look at me. The questions he devised have nothing to do with me." Previously, Lockhart had informed everyone that Hermione would be his assistant, a decision personally made by Dumbledore. After the initial surprise, the students quickly accepted it. "Well, she is the Witch of Gryffindor, after all, quite normal," Lockhart remarked. "Indeed. You relied on others to drive away the Banshee," Hermione thought to herself. After 30 minutes of torment, Lockhart finally concluded his endless self-introduction. If one were to speak of narcissism, only Tony Stark might rival him among those she had encountered. In addition to theoretical knowledge, practical lessons in defense against the dark arts are critically important. Now, as your professor, I shall demonstrate how to confront the darkest and most malevolent creatures the world has to offer. Lockhart lifted the covered birdcage onto the desk, his expression grave. "In this classroom, you shall face the most terrifying of beings, but fear not. With me present, you shall not come to harm." Upon hearing your description, I find myself compelled to suspect that the cage harbors none other than Voldemort. Hermione rolled her eyes. Observing her reaction, the others were inevitably swept up in her emotions, tension mounting among them. Under the scrutiny of dozens of gazes, Lockhart dramatically flung aside the black cloth. A cacophony of chattering blue pixies emerged before the young wizards. A muffled laugh escaped many lips. Seamus exclaimed, "Cornish pixies? How dark, how sinister, how terrifying." Indeed. Ignoring the mockery that ensued, Lockhart declared, "Do not underestimate them. These are quite troublesome little rascals. Watch me handle these dark creatures." With that, he flung open the cage door. Countless blue pixies erupted from the cage, flitting chaotically around the classroom. Instantly, the room descended into pandemonium, screams echoing incessantly. Hermione leaned on the railing, observing the chaos with a resigned press of her nose. At least Lockhart had uttered one truthful statement. These little creatures were indeed quite the mischief makers. As a teaching tool for second-year wizards, their selection was not entirely inappropriate, as dealing with dark creatures is, after all, a theme of the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. One could argue that Lockhart's theoretical teaching prowess was somewhat commendable. However, this was limited strictly to theory. As for practical application, witnessing the turmoil faced by the bewildered students, Lockhart grinned with satisfaction. As they now truly understood the terror of the pixies, it was finally his moment to shine. If he could subdue these little creatures, he would bask in the adoration of the young wizards. Theoretically, this held merit, should he manage to resolve the situation effortlessly. Doubts regarding his competence as a professor would dissipate. Yet, the habitual braggart had not only deceived others, but had also ensnared himself in his own fabrications. It was only when he was called to action that he suddenly realized he was at a loss. Pesca pixie pesternemy. Watching the pixies darting about, Lockhart grew flustered, his performative instincts kicking in as he raised his wand and began to babble nonsensically, desperately attempting to salvage his reputation. However, in the next moment, a pixie snatched the wand from his grasp. The classroom erupted into chaos, a veritable maelstrom of disorder. Teaching disaster 2.0. Lockhart instinctively thought to flee. But his peripheral vision caught sight of Hermione. She leaned against the railing, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. In that instant, he perceived her as a beacon of hope and called out, "Miss Granger, my dear assistant, please take care of these little nuisances." Sighing, Hermione lamented, as if she had already foreseen the challenges of the academic year ahead. Dumbledore had truly presented her with a formidable task. With a gentle flick of her wand, she intoned, "All immobilize." In an instant, the classroom appeared to be paused, every blue pixie suspended in midair, utterly motionless. Even the books and jars floated alongside them in a surreal stillness. The startled young wizards gradually emerged from beneath the table, gazing upwards. Upon seeing Hermione raise her wand, a jubilant cheer erupted among them. "Wonderful! It's a witch! We are saved!" Observing their reaction, Lockhart invigorated himself, straightened his somewhat disheveled attire, and proclaimed, "Indeed. This is the very first lesson I imparted to you. Never underestimate any dark creature, no matter how innocuous they may appear." Everything that transpired was a prearrangement between Miss Granger and myself, intended to leave you with a profound impression. As your professor, I am well aware of how to handle such situations, but I feigned helplessness solely to provide my dear assistant an opportunity to shine, and to observe your reactions in a moment of crisis. I must confess, your performance has left much to be desired. Lockhart endeavored to salvage his dignity, while the young wizards below stared with vacant eyes, their expressions conveying disbelief. Chapter 75. The Witch and the Mad Girl. As a professor personally appointed by Dumbledore, my teaching prowess is manifestly evident. One must surely trust in Dumbledore's discerning eye. Indeed, it is quite apparent. Observing the silence of the crowd, Lockhart hastily added, otherwise, why would the headmaster assign Miss Granger as my teaching assistant? She is the only one capable of keeping pace with my thoughts. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Granger? The collective sentiment echoed among the attendees. Dumbledore must have appointed Hermione to clean up after you. Hermione, feeling somewhat weary, pressed her forehead and murmured, yes. You are absolutely right. Satisfied by Hermione's compliance, Lockhart declared, I believe today's teaching was quite effective. We can adopt this model in the future. With Lockhart and Miss Granger at your side, you shall undoubtedly acquire a high level of proficiency in the defense against the dark arts. Alas! The young wizard's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions reflecting a sense of impending doom. I have procured the plant seeds and gathered numerous magical creatures and alchemical materials. It is now time to contemplate large-scale cultivation. Hermione reflected as she unwittingly wandered into the library. Thanks to Dumbledore granting her access to the restricted section, she could now borrow any book from there at any time, provided she did not allow students she deemed unsuitable to view them, such as the tome in her possession. An Introduction to Dangerous Magical Experiments. Upon entering the library, Hermione immediately overheard a flurry of whispers. Who is that? A first-year student, perhaps? What audacity! Indeed. Does she not realize that is the designated seat for Gryffindor's witch? I've heard that witch is not one to be trifled with. Even Slytherin's Malfoy has been thoroughly subdued by her. How daring to occupy her seat. Sure, the witch approaches, quiet down. Someone noticed Hermione's arrival and hastily cautioned those nearby. Hermione frowned as she navigated through the crowd, finally spotting the large table in the corner that she frequently occupied. Many knew that she preferred to study without interruption. So aside from Harry and Ron occasionally seeking her assistance, others traditionally kept their distance from her table. However, seated beside her usual spot was another individual, a young girl adorned in Ravenclaw robes, wearing a necklace crafted from butterbeer corks, with platinum hair. Luna Lovegood. Hermione regarded her silently, choosing to sit beside her with her book in hand. Luna was also engrossed in her reading until, half an hour later, she set her book down and retrieved her wand, waving it gently. Expecto Patronum. A faint blue light emanated from the tip of her wand, only to vanish immediately. After several attempts yielding the same result, Luna displayed a perplexed expression. Just as she was about to reopen her book, she suddenly heard a voice beside her. The Patronus charm requires concentration. One must envision the happiest moment of their life. It is not a spell that can be cast simply with a mere incantation. Luna then noticed Hermione beside her, tilting her head as if contemplating her words. After a while, she waved her wand again, and a silvery light gradually transformed into the shape of a hare, but it dissipated immediately as soon as it took form. Hermione remarked, impressive. If it weren't for the inappropriate surroundings, she would have applauded Luna. Although it lasted only a moment, it indeed manifested a complete Patronus form. Most adult wizards cannot conjure a full Patronus, and here was a first-year witch who managed to do so. Even with Hermione's experience guiding her, it seemed rather extraordinary. This talent was on par with Hermione's original capabilities. Witnessing the successful spell, a rare smile appeared on Luna's face, enhancing her ethereal and whimsical aura. She put away her wand and looked at Hermione again. Thank you. I recognize you. You are Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. Her voice was airy and delicate. Hermione nodded. Luna Lovegood, we've met at the sorting ceremony. What brings a first-year witch like you here, perusing books on advanced spells? Luna blinked her bright eyes thoughtfully and replied, I've almost mastered the first 3 levels of standard spells, and I wanted to see if there were any intriguing materials in the library. Hermione sighed. In this day and age, if you aren't studying a few years ahead, it's almost embarrassing to call yourself a genius. However, she added, but if you're looking for something novel, you might be in the wrong place. The truly fascinating works lie deep within the restricted section. The outer areas of the library are devoid of any excitement. Things like soul extraction, heart-rending curses, and the infamous Avada Kedavra are all mere whispers of the forbidden. Luna responded, Oh, I see. Then I shall continue my search. Hermione lowered her head and resumed her reading. Luna stretched her neck to look over. Introduction to Dangerous Magical Experiments. Do you enjoy conducting magical experiments? I not only enjoy experiments but also gardening, potion-making, alchemy, biological modifications, and the infamous Avada Kedavra. Hermione shot her a glance, patiently stating, I'm just getting started. I haven't delved into it yet. I'm merely observing. Luna replied with a soft hum. Then you should be cautious not to miscast spells. You wouldn't want to accidentally meet your demise. Hermione responded. I appreciate your well wishes. However, Seeing the earnest expression on Luna's face, she understood that there was no malice behind it. She was genuinely concerned for her safety. All right. The two continued to read in silence, while the surrounding wizards were filled with incredulity. Goodness, that new student is quite bold, daring to speak to the library while she reads. Indeed, what has gotten into her today? Usually, apart from Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, anyone else who disturbs her while reading would have been sent flying to Diagon Alley with a single punch. Even Harry and Ron had faced her wrath when they annoyed her. Is the witch really that temperamental? She appears rather quiet most of the time. Hee hee. The Slytherin Quidditch team might have a slightly different perspective. Listening to the whispers around her, Luna tilted her head, gazing at Hermione's profile, lost in her thoughts. My goodness. What on earth is this writing? In the classroom, Hermione surveyed the stacks of examination papers, her hand pressed against her forehead as she incessantly marked them with crosses. It was astonishing that students preparing for the OWL examinations struggled with such rudimentary questions. A sense of despair washed over her as she murmured softly, no wonder. In the original text, by 5th year, many can't even comprehend the disarming charm. This is, after all, content from the 2nd year. One cannot deny that the standards of defense against the dark arts instruction at Hogwarts were woefully inadequate. The value of young Barty Crouch was indeed on the rise. At that moment, she was assisting Lockhart in grading the advanced defense against the dark arts papers, and to address the question of why Lockhart did not grade them himself. The answer was simple. He simply could not. Chapter 76. The Whispering Silence. Of course, he could never admit this. He merely stated that he was inundated with letters from fans requiring his signature, and thus was temporarily occupied. He euphemistically referred to it as training Hermione, his assistant. Hermione sighed softly, having realized that Dumbledore intended for her to be his workhorse. In the Marvel Universe, she had made S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries her subordinates, and now the tables had turned. Such is the cycle of fate. Harry, Lockhart chuckled as he signed autographs. Glancing over at Harry beside him. Can you think of a better way to serve detention than helping me respond to fan mail? Sitting to his left, Harry managed an awkward yet polite smile. I can't imagine, Professor. Upon leaving the library, not only Hermione, but even Harry found themselves conscripted to assist him with the correspondence, which he grandiosely termed a dialogue among 3 great personalities. Thus, the trio remained in the classroom until the late hours of the night. Fame is a capricious companion. One must remember that celebrities ought to act as such. Lockhart expounded on philosophical musings, completely forgetting his disheveled appearance from earlier in the day. Hermione inwardly scoffed at his notion of celebrity, wondering if it truly entailed abandoning students in pursuit of escape. As Harry remained silent, he cast a pleading glance towards Hermione. Noticing his gaze, she lifted a stack of exam papers. Don't look at me. Should we switch? Gazing at the myriad of red marks. Harry swallowed hard and forced a smile. I think I'll stick to writing my letters, ahaha. I say, Professor Lockhart. Have you ever considered a foray into the Ministry of Magic? Hermione interjected suddenly. Given your heroic credentials, I believe you would be well suited for a significant position there. Perhaps even vying for the role of Minister for Magic in the future. Harry's head snapped up, his eyes wide in astonishment. Wait, are you serious? Hearing such an absurd statement from Hermione for the first time, he instinctively wanted to retort, but recalling that the subject was right beside them, he stifled the impulse. Lockhart paused, then perked up considerably, sitting up straighter and leaning towards Hermione. Do you truly believe that? Indeed, Hermione nodded earnestly. I think you would make an excellent politician. Oblivious to the subtle sarcasm in Hermione's tone, Lockhart rubbed his hands together with excitement. It seems that great minds think alike. I had considered this before. With my abilities, it would certainly be feasible, but... He hesitated, then continued, but if I were to join the ministry, I fear I would no longer have time for adventures or to produce the new books that my fans adore. Ultimately, I would have to make that sacrifice, all for the sake of my fans. You are just afraid of being exposed. Hermione silently filled in his unvoiced thoughts. The fans are easily swayed, yet the majority within the Ministry of Magic are elite. It would not be an issue for him to become an idol in the entertainment industry. However, if he were to venture into a department such as the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where he would be dealing with malevolent dark wizards daily, it is likely that his persona would crumble in an instant. Isn't that so? Hermione chuckled, withholding her judgment, then revealed a mysterious expression. But consider this. If you could achieve great things within the ministry, akin to Alastair Moody, successfully apprehending notorious criminals or thwarting grand conspiracies capable of shaking the very foundations of the magical world, you could pen these tales into a new book. Compared to the adventures in dark creature caverns, these stories of good versus evil would undoubtedly resonate more with readers, possessing greater appeal and immersive quality, thus ensuring far superior sales than your current works. She coaxed gently. Moreover, with these accomplishments and your renown in the wizarding community, your support would certainly surpass that of others, and your ascent to the position of Minister of Magic would be merely a matter of time. I am your devoted fan, and these heartfelt words are spoken solely for your benefit." Her voice carried a seductive undertone, echoing like a devil's whisper in his ears. Lockhart was enraptured, lost in a trance. "If necessary, I could arrange for a dark wizard assassination during your speech, and you could sustain minor injuries. Then spread rumors claiming it was the work of a rival. What on earth did I just hear? Is this something I should even be listening to?" Unlike Lockhart, who was immersed in his fantasies, Harry's eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Hermione. "What are you planning? Can't you discuss this after I leave? Please stop." Having been friends with Hermione for quite some time, he understood her hidden dark tendencies better than anyone. Her claims of concern for others were merely a facade for her true intentions. "Granger, do you genuinely believe I could achieve such greatness?" Lockhart swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Hermione. "Of course, as long as you have someone to support you, you can certainly do it," Hermione replied, her gaze unwavering, a broad smile slowly spreading across her face. Harry, drenched in sweat, shut his eyes, praying for Merlin's protection, nearly burying his head beneath the table. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the comforts of staying at Aunt Petunia's house. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lockhart came to his senses and hastily shook his head. Ultimately, he possessed a clear understanding of his own limitations. While deceiving students might be within his capabilities, facing off against dark wizards would surely be a death sentence. Although he did not intend to act on any of this, the heartfelt exchange significantly enhanced his admiration for Hermione. This girl was undoubtedly a natural strategist. Alas, his own capabilities fell short, otherwise sigh. Hermione, however, remained unconcerned, having merely spoken offhandedly, knowing that the fallout would not affect her. The seeds of ambition had already quietly begun to germinate. As Harry wiped his sweat, his expression suddenly changed, and he lifted his head abruptly, scanning the surroundings. "Did any of you hear something?" One sentence, bring Lockhart back to reality. "What? Is someone speaking?" "Speaking?" Harry did not appear to be lying as Lockhart glanced around. There was no one. "Professor, did you not hear?" Harry's expression was grave. "What are you talking about, Harry?" Harry ceased to speak, instead searching the surroundings for the source of the voice. Lockhart turned to Hermione, only to find her frowning as well, seemingly observing the vicinity. Lockhart swallowed hard, his body rigid as he faced Harry. "Something is nearby," whispering. Harry murmured. A chill rose from the depths of Lockhart's being. "All right, let us not frighten our defense against the dark arts, Professor." Hermione's voice suddenly rang out, like a celestial melody. Chapter 77. Victim number 1. Ignoring Professor Lockhart's emphasized words regarding the defense against the dark arts, he looked at Hermione as though she were a beacon of hope. Seeking her help. "Surely, there is no sound. Harry must be jesting with me, right?" He hurriedly confirmed, his eyes filled with hope. "Yes, Harry is merely teasing you." Hermione nodded. "But," Harry, growing increasingly anxious, protested. He had genuinely heard a hoarse whisper, yet it appeared that neither Hermione nor Lockhart could perceive it, which filled him with dread. "All right, we can discuss this later." Hermione waved her hand dismissively, calming Harry's agitation. She then turned to Lockhart. "Professor, you've been writing for over 4 hours. It's time you retired for the night." Upon hearing this, Lockhart immediately sprang to his feet. Yes, I should indeed rest. I have lessons to conduct tomorrow." Despite receiving Harry's response, he still felt an unsettling chill in the classroom and was eager to depart. Grabbing the letters from the desk, Lockhart fled in haste. As Lockhart vanished through the door, Harry finally spoke. "Hermione, I truly heard someone speaking. You must believe me." Hermione sighed in exasperation. "I never said I disbelieved you, but what does it matter that you heard something? If others cannot hear it, spreading the word will only make you seem unwell. Even in the wizarding world, hearing what others cannot is not necessarily a blessing." She understood precisely what Harry was hearing, a voice that could only be heard by him. A creature that slithered through the walls, incessantly chattering. There was only one such being in Hogwarts, the basilisk, dwelling within the Chamber of Secrets. Harry was left speechless. In the next moment, he heard the voice again, his expression shifting. The voice in tone. "Blood, blood, blood. I shall tear you apart. I shall kill you. Kill, kill, kill." Harry's face turned tense. "I think it wants to kill." The basilisk's inner thoughts were rather vivid. Hermione rolled her eyes. She was not a Parselmouth and could not comprehend the incessant ramblings of the serpent, finding its behavior within the pipes rather foolish. Perhaps it was merely lamenting a lost game? Hermione extended her hand, stating, "Pay it no mind. There is no cause for alarm. No body has been discovered, and the ominous chimes of death have not yet sounded. It is merely a confused creature, long confined, babbling nonsense. It is not a matter of great importance." An uneasy feeling lingered in Harry's heart, a foreboding sense that something dreadful was about to transpire. Yet, seeing Hermione's demeanor, he chose to remain silent. The following day, it was not the bearers of grim tidings who discovered the body, but rather Harry and Ron. Early in the morning, Hermione was roused by Lavender, who insisted that Ron urgently needed her. Yawning, Hermione stepped outside, only to find Ron pacing anxiously at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Hermione, quickly come. Something has happened. Ron's voice was tinged with urgency as Harry remained on-site, watching intently, urging him to hasten in seeking out the extraordinary, to find you. For he suspected a connection to the voice he had heard yesterday. As expected, Harry had shared this matter with his dear friend Ron upon returning last night. Hermione nodded slightly, following Ron through a labyrinth of corridors, swiftly arriving at a certain spot in the hall. Upon encountering Harry, the latter pointed towards the wall before them. Hermione, look. Following the direction of his finger, the first thing that caught their eyes were 2 rows of enormous blood-red letters. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. Well, that's rather considerate. Even after committing mischief, they took the time to warn everyone. Harry and Ron were left speechless. But is this the crux of the matter? Beside the bloodied words lay a cat with a dull gray coat. Its tail draped over the torch bracket, its body stiff as stone. Victim number 1 had made an appearance, Mrs. Norris. That's Filch's cat, Harry remarked. If Filch discovers this, he will surely. Before he could finish his thought, a voice echoed from behind them. What have you done? Hearing this voice sent a chill down Harry's spine as he slowly turned around. It was none other than Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker. Filch's gaze was fixed intently on Mrs. Norris, his lips quivering, before he lowered his head and glared at Harry. You've murdered my cat. Mr. Filch, I didn't. You actually killed my cat. Filch seized Harry by the collar, shouting in a mixture of anguish and fury, I will kill you. I will kill you. Just before morning classes, the commotion in the corridor quickly drew the attention of nearby students, who began to gather. What is happening? Isn't that Filch's cat? How did it end up here? It looks like Harry Potter is to blame. Filch adored his cat, and it seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Look, there are blood letters on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. What does that mean? Draco Malfoy, observing the scene, instantly grasped the situation due to his illustrious lineage, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as he glanced at several nearby wizards from Muggle families, sneering. Next up are you lot, mudbloods. Just as he reveled in his triumph, he caught sight of Hermione nearby, yawning nonchalantly, and his eyes widened in alarm. Oh no. Little Malfoy's legs trembled, nearly causing him to stumble, but fortunately, Crabbe and Goyle were quick to support him. My life is over. At that moment, he wished he could slap his past self from 10 seconds ago. How could I be so foolish? However, after a long wait, Hermione remained unresponsive, causing Malfoy to grow anxious. Perhaps she hadn't heard him? Excellent, he had narrowly escaped. He vowed to turn over a new leaf and mend his ways. Phew, that was close. Thank goodness that terrifying witch didn't hear me. Otherwise, I might end up like Mrs. Norris, hanging lifelessly from a lamp. While Malfoy engaged in this frantic internal struggle, the confrontation between Harry and Filch escalated into a heated exchange. While insisting it was not him, he was nonetheless convinced it was indeed him. Observing Harry, who was at a loss for words, Hermione stifled a chuckle. So fond of playing Sherlock Holmes. Yet he was now safeguarding the crime scene. Something must have gone awry. Is it not a well-known fact that the first person to discover the scene of a crime is invariably the prime suspect? As Harry stubbornly maintained his innocence, Filch, seething with anger, was on the verge of unleashing his wrath when the professors finally arrived. Argus, stand down, Dumbledore commanded, halting Filch, before turning his attention to the bloodied words. In the next moment, both he and the other professors were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern. Only the comically inept Lockhart seemed bewildered, glancing around in confusion. Regaining his composure, Dumbledore addressed Filch. Argus, we cannot yet ascertain who the perpetrator is. I implore you to remain calm. Dumbledore's words carried weight, prompting Filch to reluctantly release Harry. Oh, is it not simply a matter of identifying the culprit? Hermione's voice suddenly pierced the tension. I know. Chapter 78, The Lifting of Petrification. Everyone turned their attention to the speaker, Hermione. What? You know. Filch stepped forward anxiously, directing his gaze at Hermione. Quickly tell us, is it him? He pointed towards Harry. Sighing, Hermione waved her hand dismissively. The culprit is quite evident. Did none of you hear what was said just moments ago? Who is it? As Hermione spoke with such conviction, silence enveloped the group, all eyes fixated on her. Even Dumbledore's expression was one of surprise. In the ensuing quiet, for reasons unknown, Draco suddenly appeared uneasy. I remember someone mentioning, you will be next, didn't they? Hermione replied coolly, who would utter such a phrase upon first encountering a crime scene? Clearly, it was a declaration made by the murderer after committing the first act. All eyes shifted towards Draco. His world seemed to darken. Well then, the murderer has inadvertently revealed themselves. The case can be closed. Hermione clapped her hands decisively. Professors, please summon the ROARRs to apprehend the perpetrator. As she approached Filch, she patted his shoulder. No need to thank me. Simply call me Detective Granger. What to do? It all seemed so logical. The others silently contemplated. I. Draco stammered under the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him, nearly brought to tears. It wasn't me. Although he wished to be the heir of Salazar Slytherin, he certainly did not desire such a legacy. He was unaware of the identity of the true culprit, but at that moment, he was certain of one thing. This which had undoubtedly heard his earlier words. Draco slapped himself hard across the face twice. Why must my mouth be so reckless? Don't do that, stop. Seeing him about to continue, Crabbe and Goyle quickly intervened. Hermione, taken aback, wondered how things escalated so swiftly. A soft chuckle escaped many as they witnessed Draco's unusual behavior for the first time. Harry, amused. Ron, amused. Lockhart, amused. Draco, not amused. Ginny. Luna. Dumbledore, observing Hermione's bemused expression. Dumbledore could not help but cover his face in exasperation. After a moment, he said, All right, Miss Granger, enough with the jesting. Prefects, please escort the students back to their dormitories. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger remain here. Once everyone had departed, Dumbledore turned to Filch. Madame Loris is not dead. She has merely been petrified and can still be saved. Filch's face lit up with joy, and just as he was about to speak, Lockhart interjected abruptly. Yes. I knew it. I happened to know the counter curse to save her, but alas, I was not present at the time. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Hermione. Feeling the peculiar gazes of the three upon him, Lockhart grew slightly anxious, offering a nervous chuckle, his eyes darting. Only Filch took him seriously, exclaiming, Professor Lockhart, I knew you would possess such capabilities. I beg you, please hurry and revive Madame Loris. Lockhart was utterly petrified, even more so than a cat. My dear fellow, do think before you lie. Such an easily debunked falsehood should not escape your lips. Hermione sighed in exasperation and stepped forward. Allow me to handle this. She extended her wand towards Madame Loris. The petrification spell was to be lifted. A flash of white light emanated from the tip of her wand, yet nothing transpired. Hermione turned to Dumbledore, shaking her head. It is not the petrification curse at play. There is another cause. The petrification she referred to was not the encompassing bind that merely mimics stone-like stillness, but rather true black magic capable of transforming a person into actual stone, as exemplified by Madame Loris before them. The counter curse for the petrification spell can only nullify the effects of the spell itself, not the petrification induced by other means. This was well understood by Hermione, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape alike. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, though. What a splendid counter curse. It appears you have made significant gains in the restricted section recently. Thank you for the compliment, Hermione replied with a smile. That being said, what could be the underlying cause? Snape inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded Madame Loris. There could be numerous reasons. Further investigation is required, Dumbledore stated calmly. Snape, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly turned to Harry. What were you doing last night? Harry glared at Snape, about to retort, but Hermione interjected. Last night, Professor Lockhart and I were preparing lessons in the classroom and invited Harry to assist. Snape glanced at Hermione, nodding. Since Miss Granger has vouched for you, there appears to be no immediate concern. I can also. Lockhart interjected promptly, ever the professional performer, never missing an opportunity to assert his presence. Snape completely disregarded him and addressed Dumbledore. Once the mandrake matures, we can brew the potion to reverse petrification when Professor Sprout's new batch of herbs is ready. I can assist. Very well, I shall entrust this task to you, Severus. Dumbledore's words trailed off. Suddenly, Hermione recalled something upon hearing Snape's remark. By the way, I happened to brew a potion for reversing petrification just the other day. With that, she unzipped her bag and began to spill its contents haphazardly onto the table. Apples, clothing, books, flower pots, brooms, galleons, cauldrons, snacks. Soon, a small mountain of items formed. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Harry and Ron? In that fleeting moment, Dumbledore was reminded of another one of his students with a seemingly bottomless bag. He then gazed at Hermione, his thoughts drifting far away, lost in contemplation. After rummaging through the chaos for some time, Hermione finally produced a glass vial filled with a yellow-brown liquid. Snape immediately took it, uncapped it, and inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was the potion to reverse petrification. He gazed at Hermione, then glanced at the potion in his hand, incredulity evident in his voice. You brewed this yourself? Hermione shrugged. There weren't many ingredients, so I concocted a single vial. Upon her admission, Snape appeared momentarily lost in thought. However, as he regained his composure, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he astonishingly uttered, Well done. Harry and Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens! Could it be that one day they would hear Snape commend someone? Was this truly the Snape they knew? Surely, He hadn't been possessed by some entity. The potion was administered to Mrs. Norris, and soon enough, the feline was revived. Filch hurried forward, cradling her, and then approached Hermione with a beaming smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, all right. Hermione waved her hands dismissively, somewhat overwhelmed by his earnestness. In any case, she had only a single vial of the potion. She chose to save the cat, leaving the others to fend for themselves. Chapter 79. Poisoning. Snape gazed vacantly at the empty potion vial. Dumbledore let out a soft sigh and said, "Come along, Severus." He then turned to Harry and Ron, advising, "You two, be cautious in the coming days. Make it a point to return to your dormitory directly after classes." Once the professors had departed, Harry exclaimed in frustration, "I did not do it. That detestable Snape is deliberately trying to trouble me. If it weren't for Hermione's testimony, he would have framed me." "Oh, poor Professor Snape." Hermione ventured cautiously. "What if there is a possibility that he inquired about your whereabouts last night in order to assist you? If anyone can vouch for you, it would swiftly eliminate any suspicion." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by her novel perspective. In the next moment, Snape's dark visage flashed through their minds, prompting Harry to shake his head vehemently. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Ron chimed in, "Hermione, are you all right? That is Snape we're talking about." Sensing their resolute emotions, Hermione sighed in resignation. "Well, Severus, you'll have to move mountains on your own. I can no longer assist you. I truly cannot fathom why Snape always targets me." Harry replied, visibly indignant, as he had never provoked Snape. "Perhaps it's simply because he graduated from Slytherin. They all seem to be cut from the same cloth, just look at Malfoy." Ron articulated the Gryffindor disdain towards the Slytherin house. Hermione's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. "Harry, would you like Snape to treat you more normally in the future?" Harry nodded. "Do you have a plan?" With a mysterious smile, Hermione leaned closer to Harry and whispered 2 words. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Are you serious?" "Trust me. Give it a try when you return, and you'll see. Even if it doesn't work, it can't possibly get any worse, can it?" Hermione coaxed. As Harry grappled with his conflicting thoughts, Hermione glanced down the empty corridor, feeling an odd sense of familiarity since their arrival that morning. It was only just now that she recognized it. Was this not the very spot where she had once bravely faced a troll? Truly, it was a place rife with incidents. Taking a moment to remember their fallen comrade, Quirrell, she concluded her reverie. Harry, finally returning to the present, seemed to have made a firm resolution. "What shall we do now? The search must begin. We await the judgment of the school." Hermione left him with a parting remark, not looking back as she departed. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Meanwhile, as Hermione landed, she received a call from Pepper. "Little Hermione, Tony he." Pepper's voice was laced with urgency. "Don't rush. Take your time," Hermione soothed, her own mind racing with questions. It appeared that Tony had encountered quite the shock. Yet, why was Pepper so frantic? Surely he could not have met his end. After all, he was equipped with a portable suit. It should not be so easy for him to perish. After a while, once Pepper had calmed down, she said, "Tony was attacked by a whip-wielding assailant in Monaco, seemingly utilizing his microreactor technology. Fortunately, he is safe now and has returned to New York, though the police are still investigating the identity of the attacker." "Isn't that a relief?" Hermione queried, puzzled. She was well aware of the assailant's identity, Ivan Vanko, whose father, Anton Vanko, had collaborated with Tony's late father, Howard Stark, on the reactor blueprints, only to later defect from SHIELD. Following his father's demise, Ivan blamed the Stark family and fashioned his own reactor and electrified whip to seek vengeance against Tony. In essence, it was a convoluted web of familial grievances. While Tony was safe, it was disconcerting to learn that he had been suffering from poisoning for quite some time without informing them. Pepper's voice was laced with both anger and urgency. Hermione suddenly comprehended the situation. It was palladium poisoning that had been discovered, hence Pepper's distress. "No worries. I have a solution," Hermione assured. "Really?" Pepper's voice was filled with surprise. The remarkable little Hermione never failed to impress. "Yes, rest assured. I will first check if he is still breathing." After receiving Pepper's coordinates, Hermione made her preparations, opened a portal, and stepped through. "Stark, I need you to get off that giant donut," Rhodey said, observing Tony, clad in his iron suit, seated atop a colossal donut advertisement while indulging in a pastry, his tone exuding exasperation. 2 minutes later, 4 individuals sat around a table inside the establishment: Rhodey, Pepper, Tony, and Natasha. "So, you are actually with SHIELD. Tony glared at Natasha, seemingly angered. "And you knew all along, yet chose not to tell me?" His gaze shifted to Pepper, his irritation escalating. Pepper stood her ground, glaring back at Tony. "And what about you? Did you inform me and little Hermione about your significant poisoning?" Concerned for Tony's safety, She had feigned ignorance of Natasha to allow her to infiltrate Stark Industries as CEO's secretary for protection. Had Natasha not discovered something and informed her, she would still be in the dark. Now, Tony's erratic behavior over the past few days made sense. Tony was momentarily speechless. This is just how he is. You should have grown accustomed to it by now, a voice interjected. Accompanied by rustling sounds and sparks, Hermione emerged from the portal. Little Hermione. Both Pepper and Natasha stood up simultaneously. Natasha, it's been a while, Hermione waved, offering a brief embrace before turning her attention to Tony. Tony's eyes widened as he gazed at the portal. What kind of new magic is this? Why have I never seen it before? There's much magic you've yet to witness. I've been quite busy this academic year. I'm not here to discuss that. I'm here to save your life, Hermione replied calmly. Rummaging through her bag. Save? Tony let out a bitter smile, saying, how can one be saved? Even the specialized antidote from shoddy can merely provide temporary relief from the symptoms of palladium poisoning. As long as it remains within me, the radioactive substances will never truly dissipate. He seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, yearning only for one last revelry. Hermione's pupils shimmered with an ethereal blue light as she scrutinized Tony from head to toe. Under the weight of her penetrating gaze, Tony felt as though every facet of his being was laid bare, all his secrets exposed beneath Hermione's enchanting azure wizard's eyes. Just as he could no longer contain himself and was about to speak, the blue luminescence in Hermione's eyes gradually faded, returning to normal. Indeed, the poisoning was severe. Hermione paid him no mind, engrossed in retrieving a cauldron along with an assortment of disordered materials. While others remained oblivious to her intentions, Tony, recognizing the familiar scene, harbored a faint inkling of what she was about to undertake. Chapter 80. Drink. Why not drink? The four onlookers refrained from interrupting, their attention solely devoted to Hermione's meticulous actions. She poured a mysterious liquid into the cauldron, tossing in some rather unappealing substances, then began to stir slowly. Observing Hermione unhesitatingly retrieve ingredients from the floor, many of which were coated in dirt and dust, Tony's eye twitched with discomfort. Is this really necessary? Tony grimaced. Do not worry, it will not affect the potion's efficacy, Hermione reassured with a wave of her hand. Is that what you're concerned about? Tony thought, his mind racing. With a small vial in hand, Hermione carefully added a drop of liquid. Boom. An explosion erupted, and a cloud shaped like a skull billowed from the cauldron. Hermione seized an iron spoon from the table, stirred the concoction, and upon lifting it, discovered that the lower half had completely vanished, a satisfied expression gracing her face. Success! Hermione exclaimed, pouring the dark purple liquid into a bottle and thrusting it into Tony's arms. Drink up. Tony swallowed hard, forcing himself to say, could you at least tell me what this is before I drink it? It's an antidote. Hermione replied. What did you think I was brewing? Well, I'm suffering from radioactive element poisoning, not a chemical toxin. Tony attempted to protest. Naturally, he had deduced it was an antidote. But the entire brewing process was etched into his mind, and he felt an overwhelming resistance to the vial in his hand. Regardless of the poison, this is a potion. It can eliminate anything harmful to the body, Hermione insisted. Stop applying your logic to magic. Hurry up, the potion is ready. Why aren't you drinking it? Tony forced a smile. How about you take a sip first? Hermione shook her head. This potion is incredibly precious. As a mere witch, how could I consume it? It should be given to the poisoned individual. Seeing Tony's hesitation, Hermione's patience finally wore thin. She seized his collar with one hand while pointing her wand at his head with the other. Are you repulsed by it? I worked hard to brew this. Drink it now. Why aren't you drinking? Drink. If you refuse, I shall cast the soul-stealing curse on you. Tony's face reflected his turmoil as he glanced at Pepper. Did you not witness the explosion just now? Drink. Pepper's expression was as cold as iron. Tony turned to Natasha. There was a skull involved. Drink. The Black Widow's gaze was piercing. He looked at Fury. The spoon was corroded beyond recognition. Surely. Even sulfuric acid wouldn't have acted this quickly. Drink. Fury's demeanor was as unyielding as a judge. In sheer desperation, Tony closed his eyes and gulped it down. Farewell, Pepper. It's actually quite palatable. As the potion coursed through him, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is far superior to the vegetable juice I've been consuming daily. How do you feel? The three watched Tony with bated breath. He blinked, seemingly sensing something, and hastily retrieved his palladium detector. It's clear. Gazing at the screen displaying a mere zero content, he exclaimed, the palladium in my blood has completely vanished, and my physical condition has significantly improved, as if other toxins have been purged as well. Hermione cast him a sidelong glance and huffed, indeed. The concoctions I brew are of superior quality. Some individuals were rather hesitant earlier, mistaking my goodwill for something less noble. Tony chuckled awkwardly. Pepper enveloped Hermione in a warm embrace, squeezing her tightly. Thank you, dear Hermione. observing Hermione's docility in Pepper's arms. Natasha felt a twinge of jealousy and considered approaching, but ultimately refrained. This is splendid. With this, Iron Man shall rise anew. Tony rubbed his hands together, eager to replace the palladium core and soar through the skies in his armored suit to combat crime. Hey, stay focused, Hermione admonished, tapping his reactor with her wand. My potion merely detoxifies your body. It does not prevent future poisoning from overusing the suit. Tony nodded. I understand, but with you around, I can always count on a monthly supply of 10 or 8 vials. What problem could that not solve? Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. 10 or 8 vials? Are you jesting? Do you have any notion of how precious the raw materials are? A collection of odd liquids and animal organs. I fail to see their value. Tony muttered under his breath. Isn't it just money? $1 million per vial. That should be feasible, he declared with a flourish. Hermione retorted with a cold laugh. It seems you have misunderstood my words. I spoke of rarity, not expense. Crafting this requires unicorn blood. Do you comprehend what a unicorn is? Do you realize how arduous it is to procure its blood? This is the key ingredient for elixirs of immortality. Many wizards spend their lifetimes in pursuit of even a single drop, and you expect me to provide it for your daily detoxification? Elixir of immortality. The assembly gaped in astonishment. Is there truly a potion that grants eternal life? Fury suddenly rose, exclaiming in shock. Hermione affirmed, indeed, though it is exceedingly difficult to concoct. However, with sufficient materials, one can extend life indefinitely. Some wizards have lived for centuries thanks to it. Fury and Natasha exchanged glances, suppressing their astonishment, and turned to Hermione with grave expressions. Miss Witch, please do not divulge this information. While it may be common knowledge among wizards, do not underestimate the ordinary person's yearning for immortality. Should greedy politicians become aware, they will stop at nothing to acquire it from you, even resorting to violence. His concern did not lie with Hermione's safety. Rather, he feared the reckless actions of those intoxicated by ambition. Hermione, typically a figure of reason and justice, could transform into a fearsome sorceress should anyone dare to threaten her, regardless of their standing among ordinary folk, leading to their complete annihilation. This was a lesson well understood by Pierce and the SHIELD strike team. Should these foolish and avaricious politicians be met with widespread slaughter, it could very well escalate into a war between ordinary people and sorcerers, a scenario he could never accept and has striven tirelessly to prevent. I know, Hermione interjected. I may be young, but I am certainly not foolish. This sort of plot has been portrayed countless times on television. At this, Fred felt a measure of relief within himself. Tony's heart sank. While he was indifferent to the notion of immortality, the realization dawned upon him that if these were the ingredients for a potion that could bestow eternal life, their value was instantly apparent. Such treasures could never be procured with mere money. Even if Hermione were willing to share it with him, he doubted that only a few vials could be produced. Reflecting on the potion he had just witnessed, Tony's gaze toward Hermione softened considerably. Although this young girl often bickered with him and rarely engaged in meaningful endeavors, when it truly mattered, she was willing to offer such a precious item to save him. Chapter 81. The wish-granting room yet. Even with ample materials at hand, I shall not grant you limitless concoction. Hermione's voice resonated with a hint of coldness. Why? Tony found himself truly perplexed this time. Do you believe that palladium poisoning is mere poisoning, while magical poisoning is not? Hermione replied indifferently. Wizards can consume potions without adverse effects, for their bodies are inherently vessels of magic, unrepellent to it. However, the bodies of muggles differ. If they ingest too much potion before their ailments can be cured, they may perish from the undigested magic. Thus, an elixir of immortality cannot bestow eternal life upon muggles, and an antidote cannot be administered indefinitely. Hermione began to ramble nonsensically. Now it makes sense. The crowd suddenly enlightened. Therefore, what I can do is procure you sufficient time so that you do not succumb before a solution is found. Hermione pointed at Tony. Now, be earnest in seeking a remedy, and do not waste my potions in a futile quest for death. Observing the expectant gazes of the others and recalling the potions Hermione had already expended, Tony took a deep breath, his resolve steadily solidifying, hope rekindling. The motivation was there. Yet the pressing question remained: how to discover a new element to replace palladium. Sensing Tony's plight, Fury stepped forward and said, Your father, Howard Stark, left you some items, currently housed within SHIELD. Our scientists have yet to yield any results, but perhaps, if it were you, success could be achieved. This is precisely why I sought you out today. Tony nodded, a sudden surge of vitality coursing through him. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Once Tony and the black egg left, an odd atmosphere enveloped the three remaining individuals, and silence reigned. Little Hermione. After a prolonged silence, Pepper and Natasha spoke simultaneously. You go first. No, you should go first. Hermione interjected. I have classes to attend. If you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. She ventured tentatively. Is skipping class not an option? Natasha gazed at Hermione with hopeful eyes. How about a drive around the city? It would be a splendid opportunity for my sister to show you the sights of New York. Well, I truly cannot afford to skip. I am not attending class. Rather, I am teaching others. Leaving Lockhart to his own devices could lead to an utter debacle. Hermione scratched her head, then noticed the golden snitch dangling from Pepper's neck, and suddenly an idea struck her. She then produced a metallic bracelet and handed it to Natasha. This is a trinket I concocted a few days ago. It contains a disillusionment charm, capable of distorting one's appearance and blending into the surroundings. Please help me test it. Hermione beamed. Such items were plentiful during her alchemical experiments, and today was a perfect occasion to gift one. This is a magical artifact. Little Hermione is willing to part with such a precious item. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. These days, it has been Pepper who has been taking care of her, while she has been preoccupied with missions, unable to spend quality time playing with her. Observing this, Pepper contemplated something, glancing at the golden orb around her neck. I remember now. Isn't that the golden snitch you caught during the Quidditch Cup? Hermione nodded. Indeed. As the champion, it was left as a reward for the Gryffindor team. Such a meaningful memento. Are you truly willing to give it to me? Pepper hesitated, pondering the fact that it belonged to her teammate, the bespectacled boy who had caught it. Wouldn't he object? No worries. Wouldn't he dare to voice any objections? Pepper. Natasha. ISNT little Hermione, the epitome of a diligent student? What else with this domineering remark? The time has come for me to attend to my duties. I shall see you both another time. Hermione waved goodbye to the two and vanished with a flicker of apparition. Pepper and Natasha exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of exasperation. This child, constantly bustling about, oblivious to what exactly keeps her so occupied. Is the academic pressure at Hogwarts truly that overwhelming? Natasha caressed her bracelet when her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, Fury's voice came through, sounding rather urgent. Agent Romanoff, an emergency has arisen on Coulson's end. We urgently require the assistance of a witch. Natasha furrowed her brow slightly. Coulson, ISNT he in New Mexico? Has something mysterious occurred there? She understood that Fury would not call upon little Hermione unless it was of significant importance. Intertwined with the arcane, Fury continued, Indeed, I have dispatched Sitwell and Barton to assist Coulson. They can manage other matters. But there is one artifact that requires the witch's personal identification. I have sent a photo to your phone. If possible, it would be best for her to come in person. Also, please inform her that I have gathered some magical materials here that need her expertise. Natasha replied with a sigh, You're a bit late. Little Hermione just left, and I have no idea where she went. Alas, there's little that can be done. I deeply feel the limitations of SHIELD's understanding of the mystical realm. In situations like this, we always have to rely on Hermione. After hanging up, Natasha looked at the recently received photo and muttered to herself, What is this? A hammer. Hogwarts. 8th floor, 8th floor. Meanwhile, Hermione wandered through the castle, glancing around in search of something. It was not until she spotted a tapestry depicting a giant clobbering a hapless troll that her eyes lit up, prompting her to halt her steps. Approaching the wall opposite the tapestry, Hermione closed her eyes, concentrating deeply, and began to move along the wall. It was not until she passed the wall for the third time that she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, a smooth, grand door had appeared on what was once an empty wall. It evoked a sense of having turned left 3 times, right 3 times, and calling out for it to open. I found it. Hermione rejoiced in her heart, pushing open the grand door and stepping inside. As the grand door closed, it gradually diminished until it faded into the wall, as if it had never existed. Casting her gaze around, Hermione beheld a spacious hall filled with alchemical tables and planting stations. Not far away, a luminous inner door beckoned, through which she could faintly glimpse a verdant meadow and the horizon of the sea. Overcome with delight, she hurried forward to inspect each station. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione shut her eyes, focusing her thoughts. The vast chamber seemed to resonate with her intent. The decor and layout began to transform gradually. Tapestries ascended, carpets materialized, and tables and chairs arranged themselves automatically. Even the ceiling soared higher. Minutes later, Hermione opened her eyes to survey the newly adjusted arrangement, satisfaction gleaming in her gaze. If one were to inquire about the nature of this place, it could only be described as the enchanting room of requirement. Chapter 82. Why is your head so pointed? Within the enchanting confines of Hogwarts Castle, the most extraordinary place is undoubtedly the room of requirement. This magical sanctuary can only be accessed when one is in dire need, and it adapts itself to precisely meet the seeker's requirements. Additionally, it is notorious for being the site of numerous incidents. At this moment, Hermione found herself in urgent need of a space. So after extracting the necessary details from a fellow student, she made her way there and discovered the entrance. Upon entering, she encountered rows of planting tables. Hermione proceeded to sow an abundance of seeds, mandrakes, venomous tentacula, and biting cabbages, before drawing her wand and pointing it at the pots. "Grow swiftly," she commanded. And with a flourish of her wand, hundreds of seeds broke through the soil, transforming into seedlings at an astonishing pace. Wingardium Leviosa. The watering can and fertilizer levitated, systematically nourishing each planting table. Meanwhile, Hermione opened her backpack, and countless alchemical materials began to float gently, arranging themselves upon the various alchemical stations. With a mere thought, a gem, as red as blood and exquisitely translucent, materialized before her, ascending above the alchemical table while emitting a soft crimson glow that enveloped the entire area. Threads of magical energy, formed from pure magic, extended from the stone, linking to the alchemical materials. Points of light emanated from the materials, gradually converging upon the magical stone. Although the Philosopher's Stone could substitute for the alchemical materials, each use drained energy, and given that Nicholas Flamel had employed it for countless endeavors over the centuries, its reserves were notably diminished. Fortunately, her notes contain methods for replenishing its power. By refining alchemical materials or magical artifacts, in conjunction with the alchemical techniques devised by Flamel, one could reverse the energy drain and replenish its strength. This was the primary reason Hermione required the SHIELD organization to gather a diverse array of materials in abundance. After a brief interval, Hermione retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, which now radiated a more vibrant red hue. Its crystalline form emanating a mysterious aura, significantly brighter than its previous state. With the room fully prepared, she stepped through the inner door. Upon entering, it felt as though she had been transported to an entirely different realm. Gentle breezes, verdant grass, steep cliffs, and azure waters stretched before her. Is this the breeding ground conjured by the Room of Requirement, shaped by my thoughts? Hermione mused aloud. Reaching into her pocket, a white horse galloped forth. She extracted a vial of unicorn blood and injected it into the creature. Before long, the white horse fell into a deep slumber, utterly motionless. As she stroked its flank, Hermione glanced at her spellbook. Unicorn, in transformation. Hermione nodded, observing the gradual protrusion forming atop the horse's head, unaware of when the transformation would reach completion. "Why is your head so pointed?" she pondered. After toiling for several hours, time slipped away unnoticed. Returning to the hall, she surveyed the haphazard pile of items and cabinets in the corner, opting to leave them undisturbed for the moment. Although this space had morphed into her desired form under her influence, the remnants left by others would not simply vanish into thin air. Focusing her mind, the door reappeared, and she exited. In the corridor, Hermione held her notebook, contemplating her next course of action. Suddenly, mocking laughter echoed from around the corner. With a flicker of thought, Hermione concealed the object in her hand and stepped forward. Approaching, she beheld 3 girls standing in the corridor, 2 of whom were facing the third. Laughing boisterously, "We won't tell you where your shoes are hidden. If you have the courage, find them yourself, you oddball Lovegood." The third girl added, "Have you even looked in the mirror? You dare to occupy the witch's seat, while we only have the audacity to observe from afar? What makes you worthy of her patience?" The platinum-haired girl blinked, about to retort, when she spotted Hermione emerging from the corner and waved vigorously. "Hi," she exclaimed, seemingly unperturbed by the ongoing bullying, a smile gracing her face. The 2 girls, their backs to Hermione, turned at her reaction, their hearts sinking upon recognizing her. G. Granger. Noticing Hermione's silence as she merely observed them, the 2 began to panic. I was just joking with her. Who told her to interrupt your reading?" Hermione had already pieced together the context from their prior words. It seemed that during her earlier conversation in the library with Luna, where she patiently explained the Patronus charm, she had unwittingly provoked some discontent. Given Luna's eccentric nature and her unconventional perspectives on various matters, it was no surprise that she faced ostracism and even bullying from other first years. Such phenomena are, unfortunately, unavoidable in any realm. Hermione gestured for Luna, who bounded over with a lively spring. The 2 girls, sensing Hermione's lack of intention to intervene further, quickly bowed their heads and hastily departed. "I still want to ask them where they hid my shoes," Luna remarked as she watched them retreat. Casting a glance downward to reveal she was wearing a shoe on only one foot, the other bare, her smooth, white foot glistening. "Do you think they would tell you?" Hermione inquired. Luna shook her head. "Then why do you still wish to ask?" Hermione posed a soul-searching question. Luna gazed intently at Hermione. "How then can I retrieve my shoes? Where is your wand?" Hermione asked. Luna produced her wand from behind her ear, extending her palm. "Can you use magic?" Hermione probed. Luna nodded, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Should I use the summoning charm? But I don't know their general location. Before she could finish, Hermione interrupted. What summoning charm? Wait for an opportunity and give them a good thrashing. I assure you, you will never experience the nuisance of losing things again. This is far more effective than a summoning charm. Luna's eyes widened, as if hearing such a novel suggestion for the first time, her head tilting in contemplation. With a deft motion, Hermione cast the summoning charm, retrieving Luna's shoe from the rafters before taking her leave. Having locked eyes with the two girls earlier, she had already employed the legilimency spell to discover the hiding spot of the shoe. As Hermione walked further away, her figure gradually fading from view, Luna finally snapped back to reality, picked up the shoe from the ground, and, without even putting it on, hurried after her. Feeling the contrasting footsteps behind her, Hermione had not yet turned around when she sensed her wrist being grasped. Come with me, Luna urged as she began to run in a particular direction. You should at least put on your shoes first, Hermione lamented, resigned to following her as they attracted curious glances along the way. After 10 minutes, the two arrived at the edge of the forbidden forest. Only then did Luna release her grip and put on her shoes. What are we doing? Hermione inquired, perplexed. Wait a moment. Luna retained her hold on Hermione's wrist, fearful that she might flee, while gazing upward, as if awaiting something. After a brief pause, a dark silhouette appeared, soaring from the horizon. Chapter 83, The Teaching of Dark Arts, Defensive Magic. The shadow drew nearer, diving straight towards the two individuals. Hermione squinted slightly, poised to raise her wand, but retracted it upon closer inspection. A black flying horse, skeletal in appearance with a dragon's head and enormous bat-like wings, glided beside them and descended slowly. Luna smiled, gently stroking the creature's back, which emitted a soft grunt. It was a thestral. Hermione instantly recognized it. Hogwarts indeed housed a few, but they were exceedingly rare, and Hermione had never seen one in person until today. You comes here every day for a while. I usually come to feed it some raw meat, Luna explained, glancing at Hermione. Noticing her calm demeanor, Luna joyfully exclaimed, You can truly see it. Hermione nodded silently, simply listening. 2 years ago, my mother perished due to a mishap in a magical experiment. Since then, I have been able to see them, Luna reminisced. My father said that thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. She turned to Hermione, by the way. You were reading that book, Introduction to Dangerous Magical Experiments, at that time. Since you can see it, you must have encountered death. Luna gazed intently at Hermione's face. I have a feeling you have experienced more than just witnessing it. Hermione nodded. You are correct. I have not only witnessed it, but I have caused it. To her surprise, Luna did not recoil in fear. Instead, she clapped her hands in delight, seemingly pleased with her deduction. I knew it. I guessed correctly. Hermione smiled, retrieving a piece of raw meat from her bag to feed the thestral, taking the opportunity to collect a vial of its blood. Thestral, collected. Though Luna was unaware of Hermione's intentions, she did not interfere. It was only after the thestral had eaten its fill and departed that she pulled out a magazine from her clothing and handed it to Hermione. Thank you for helping me find my shoes. This is a token of my gratitude. Hermione opened the magazine, which bore the bold title, Singing a Different Tune. Goodness. She was promoting her own publication. Hermione knew that Luna's family published this magazine, which often contradicted the ministry-approved Daily Prophet, and surprisingly, it maintained high sales. No wonder Luna had been a conspiracy theorist since childhood. Oh dear, it's almost time. Let us talk later, Luna exclaimed, bouncing away. Midway, she suddenly recalled something, turned back to wave goodbye, and continued on her way. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Hermione observed Gilderoy Lockhart across the room, reciting incantations to himself as if rehearsing for an upcoming performance. She stealthily approached the expressionless Severus Snape beside her and whispered, I say, Professor Snape, do you possess some sort of leverage over him? Since the petrification incident, Lockhart seemed to have seized an opportunity and rushed to Dumbledore to propose the establishment of a dueling club, citing the need to enhance students' self-defense capabilities. Strangely enough, Dumbledore had actually agreed. Thus, the subsequent classes on the defense against the dark arts will be transferred to the dueling club. With today's theme focusing on practical wizard duels, it remains a mystery how Lockhart managed to drag Snape along as his sparring partner. Upon hearing this, Snape's lips twitched slightly, and after a moment's pause, he slowly uttered 2 words, less questions. Humph. Hermione paid little heed to this. She had likely surmised the reason. If it were anyone else making the request, Snape might not have obliged. However, when Lockhart asked, he had no choice but to comply, for the upcoming session would be a practical lesson. Should Lockhart decide to orchestrate some sort of combat practice among students and involve Harry, Snape had no confidence that this fool could ensure Harry's safety. Thus, he felt compelled to be present, for his peace of mind depended on it. Hermione chose not to expose him. The old bat still had some pride and would not want others to know how much he actually cared for Harry. Upon arriving at the dueling club, students from all houses had already taken their positions. As today was a major class, wizards from 3 different years had gathered, and the dueling platform was surrounded by a throng of eager spectators. Lockhart ascended the stage, chest puffed out. My dear students, today, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, have personally arranged this open practical class on defense against the dark arts. I hope you all look forward to what is coming next. Although the previous teaching mishap had left everyone with little faith in Lockhart, the prospect of engaging in wizard duels sparked a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Among the crowd, Hermione spotted a familiar face. Seizing the opportunity while Lockhart was still rambling, she quietly approached from the back. What brings you here? Hermione inquired. Recalling that first years were not typically allowed to participate in practical lessons. I suddenly wanted to see you. I heard Professor Lockhart was offering this class, so I thought I'd come and take a look, Luna replied, raising a paper bag. Look, I even brought you chocolate frogs. Do you think I'm wrong? Hermione replied, somewhat exasperated. Yet, upon gazing into Luna's clear and sincere eyes, she accepted the paper bag. Luna's smile widened in delight at this gesture. At this moment, Lockhart finally concluded his opening remarks. Now, before we proceed with the practical session, let us first allow my assistant, Miss Hermione Granger, to enlighten you on some fundamental knowledge regarding dark arts. Hermione stepped onto the stage. This was no spontaneous decision. She and Lockhart had long discussed this arrangement. Since the last class, perhaps realizing his inability to teach effectively, or perhaps due to the trust he had placed in Hermione after that evening's conversation, Lockhart had entrusted her with the entirety of the lesson's content. Although he still held the title of professor, their roles had effectively switched. With all eyes upon her, Hermione began. What we refer to as defense against the dark arts teaches you how to protect yourselves from the threats posed by dark magic and dark creatures. I trust that in previous lessons, you have encountered and gained some understanding of dark beings. Now, who can tell me what constitutes dark magic? The wizards in the audience exchanged glances. Although Hermione was not much older than them and usually spoke little, her few words emanated an undeniable aura of authority. The presence she exuded far surpassed that of Quirrell and Lockhart, and even Severus Snape, known for his formidable oppressive demeanor, seemed somewhat diminished in comparison. Is this truly the Witch of Gryffindor? The crowd mused inwardly. A male Hufflepuff student raised his hand. Your name? Hermione inquired, directing her gaze towards him. Feeling the weight of her attention, the boy swallowed hard and summoned his courage to reply, Justin Finch Fletchley, Miss Witch. Hermione paused momentarily. It was the first time she had been addressed in such a manner in a public setting. Very well, continue, she encouraged, prompting Justin to gain confidence. Dark magic is specifically designed to harm, control, or even kill others. It is profoundly malevolent. Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. So, who can tell me what the 3 unforgivable curses are known to be? Chapter 84. The Unforgivable Curses. Upon hearing the term unforgivable curses, the students present collectively held their breath. Taking a deep breath, Justin spoke. The unforgivable curses consist of the Imperius Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and, he paused momentarily, the Killing Curse. Indeed, Hermione interjected, these are the 3 most favored curses wielded by dark wizards, corresponding to control, torment, and murder. I have always believed that to defend against these dark arts, one must first possess a thorough understanding of them. How can one discuss defense without comprehending their effects? As she noted the slight upturn of Hermione's lips, Snape felt a foreboding sensation wash over him. Surely, she wouldn't dare. In the next instant, his apprehension materialized into reality. Let us witness firsthand what the unforgivable curses entail. Hermione opted to directly utilize the lesson plan of young Barty Crouch. Oh, what an exemplary lesson plan. No need for regret, she declared, and as her words echoed, all eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Lockhart nearly gasped. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Hermione. You were instructed to prepare a teaching plan, and this is what you chose. Even he understood the taboos surrounding such matters. The Ministry of Magic has long maintained that young witches and wizards are not suited to learn these 3 dark curses. But I beg to differ. Hermione's tone turned chilling. To defend against dark magic, one must always be prepared to confront it. She then produced a small box and opened it. A palm-sized spider emerged. Grow, she commanded, and in an instant, the spider transformed into a creature the size of a small human. This is a giant 8-eyed spider I captured last night in the Forbidden Forest, a quintessential dark creature. Cruel and bloodthirsty, delighting in human flesh. After shrinking it down, I confined it within this box, and what you see now is its true form. The half-human-sized spider reared its venomous fangs, hissing ominously, causing those around to retreat in fear, accompanied by a chorus of screams. Ah! Parvati let out a piercing shriek. Gripping Lavender's hand tightly, Justin's complexion turned ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Just as the 8-eyed spider lunged towards the nearest Justin, its fangs poised to pierce his skin. A ghostly voice echoed, soul departing. With her wand pointed at the spider, Hermione commanded it to halt, and it obediently ceased its assault, standing still. Only Justin, still in shock, gasped for breath. Go. With a flick of her wand towards the window, the spider moved as though it were a marionette under her control, making its way through the crowd and ascending the window. Then she directed her wand at Lockhart, who froze in place. Just as he attempted to retreat, Hermione cautioned, Professor Lockhart, you are our esteemed defense against the dark arts professor, and I, as your teaching assistant, am striving diligently to support your instruction. Do not tell me you are about to make an ill-advised move. One more movement, and I shall lift the Imperieuse curse, leaving you to contend with this creature yourself. Upon perceiving the threat in Hermione's gaze, Lockhart managed to force a smile, suppressing his fear as he stood rooted in place. He felt a chill of cold sweat begin to bead on his forehead. As the giant spider crawled onto Lockhart, it obediently followed commands, exhibiting no intent to attack, while gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Indeed, this was the effect of the soul-binding curse, which rendered its victim devoid of self-will, transforming them into a mere puppet, obedient to the will of the caster. Hermione remarked coolly, I presume none of you wish to become like this, so take heed of everything you witness today. Suddenly, she turned her attention to Neville. Startled, he trembled slightly. Hermione, may I? He stammered. No, she replied, her eyes icy. This is a matter of life and death. Before Neville could articulate his thoughts, she made her move. The air seemed to thicken with tension. A crimson light flickered across the eight-eyed spider, which then contorted and coiled tightly, rolling violently on the ground. A scream, almost human in its anguish, erupted from the creature, as if it were enduring immense suffering. Though this torment was not directly inflicted upon the onlookers, the mere sight of it sent shivers down their spines. Neville, unable to withstand the overwhelming stimuli, turned pale and began to shake uncontrollably. Snape's expression darkened. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances filled with pity, yet, intimidated by the witch's terrifying aura, they dared not speak, averting their gazes. Among them, only Luna regarded Hermione with unblinking curiosity, devoid of fear. Hermione crouched before Neville. I am aware of your family's troubles, but what has transpired is in the past. Should you fail to overcome this, you will regret your weakness when similar circumstances befall your loved ones in the future. Her calm voice reverberated through the hall. Neville bit his lip hard, gradually lifting his gaze, forcing himself to confront the scene before him. His eyes were fraught with conflict. It was not until the curse's effects dissipated that he felt his strength wane, collapsing to the ground, drenched in perspiration. Are you feeling better? Hermione's voice was gentle. Neville slowly raised his head. Despite his weakened state, he managed a faint smile. Much better, thank you. Harry and the others exchanged glances, realizing Hermione's intentions were benevolent. Yet they wondered if her methods were not a touch too extreme. Ron gulped nervously, discreetly stepping back a pace. Ignoring the sentiments of the others, Hermione continued. As for the most malevolent and darkest of the unforgivable curses, she slowly turned her gaze toward Harry. Snape's eyes widened in alarm. What was she intending? This was not good. He sprang to his feet. Unfortunately, before he could voice a warning, Hermione had already acted. Avada Kedavra! A flash of vibrant green light surged forth. The air became thick with the scent of impending death. The once mobile form of the eight-eyed spider abruptly ceased movement, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, it lost all semblance of life. The entire hall fell into a chilling silence. However, it was not merely the creature that had lost its breath. Beneath the glow of the green light, it seemed as though everyone had ceased to breathe, the very atmosphere holding its breath. Harry felt the familiar twinge of pain in his scar. He clenched his fists. Yet, over the years, he had cultivated a resilient character. His expression shifted only momentarily before returning to its usual composure. He then gently nodded towards Hermione, who, upon witnessing this, displayed a look of satisfaction. Indeed, Harry had matured rapidly, outpacing his peers significantly. Observing this, Snape's expression transformed from one of anger and concern to a semblance of relief. Although his brow remained furrowed as he regarded Hermione, his gaze oscillating between danger and nostalgia, a complex mixture of emotions. He found the girl perplexing. Kicking the lifeless body of the giant spider, Hermione remarked coolly, "This is the nature of dark creatures. Attacking humans is their innate instinct. Do not squander your limited compassion on such beings. There are far more worthy concerns." Ron nodded in agreement, appearing to absorb her wisdom. Grateful that the terrifying spider had finally succumbed, he discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luna suddenly spoke up. "But won't using these spells lead to imprisonment in Azkaban?" Hermione nodded. "It is only prohibited when directed at humans, so..." Before she could finish her sentence, Luna's eyes lit up as if she had grasped the implication. As long as one is not discovered, it is permissible. At this revelation, even Hermione was taken aback. A profound silence enveloped the group, all eyes turning towards Luna. Hermione's lips twitched. She had intended to suggest that it was acceptable to use such spells on dark creatures. Yet Luna had taken it a step further. This, Chapter 85, Hogwarts, Durmstrang Luna appeared somewhat different from the impression left by her past life. There was an oddity about her that felt peculiar. Hermione shook her head, attempting to dismiss this unsettling feeling from her mind. Now, let us delve into the 3 unforgivable curses. Her voice regained its clarity, capturing the attention of all present. Due to their perilous nature and the near impossibility of defense against them, I personally advise that, when encountering dark wizards. Hermione paused, her gaze sweeping across the assembly, her tone calm, yet laced with an unsettling chill. It is best to strike first. Wait, what are you saying? Snape could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion of his dark robes, he moved to interrupt Hermione. Are you teaching defense against the dark arts or dark magic itself? At this rate, Hogwarts students will instinctively react with the killing curse upon encountering others. Are you intent on transforming Hogwarts into Durmstrang? Snape's expression darkened ominously, his aura suddenly growing frigid. Therefore, the disarming charm shall become a compulsory defensive spell for you all. Just as Snape was on the verge of an outburst, Hermione abruptly shifted her focus to Gilderoy Lockhart. Now, I invite Professor Lockhart to demonstrate the application of the disarming charm for us. Snape came to an abrupt halt, his previously furious demeanor cracking slightly. Fortunately, this young lady had not yet become audacious enough to publicly teach the unforgivable curses. Snape secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was indeed remarkable that she had mastered these 3 forbidden dark spells, and the killing curse she had just conjured was fully formed to a lethal extent. It was difficult to fathom the extent of the murderous intent harbored by such a young girl. Snape's gaze towards Hermione grew increasingly complex. Scattered applause erupted from the audience. Most students were still reeling from the shock of the 3 unforgivable curses, momentarily unable to regain their composure. Finally, seizing the opportunity to showcase himself, Lockhart raised his hands to quell the non-existent fervor. In order to facilitate a more effective learning experience for you all, I have decided to enlist the help of your beloved potions professor to engage in a dual demonstration, allowing you to deeply appreciate the power of the disarming charm. With that, under Snape's lifeless gaze, Lockhart approached the front with a broad smile. Initially, Lockhart had planned to spar with Hermione, but after witnessing her earlier display of skill, he promptly abandoned that notion and turned his attention to the seemingly more manageable potions professor, Snape. After years of teaching potions at Hogwarts, it was evident that Snape's combat abilities were far from ordinary. Even he believed he could easily handle him. Brimming with confidence, Lockhart took his position opposite Snape. Observing Harry's worried expression, Lockhart deliberately turned his head and reassured, "Do not fret, Harry. I am quite adept at this. I shall undoubtedly return your beloved Professor Snape to you intact." Snape's expressionless visage twitched slightly, and he refrained from speaking, silently extracting his wand from within his robes. The two bowed to each other and then turned in unison, each approaching the edge of the dueling platform. After turning back, Lockhart struck a pose that he deemed remarkably graceful, cleared his throat, and spoke languidly. 3, 2, 1. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a clear, deliberate voice rang out. "Disarm you." A flash of red light surged forth. In the midst of the spectators' unperturbed gazes, Lockhart predictably flew backward, his wand slipping from his grasp and landing far from him. The assembled wizards exchanged glances, wondering why they felt no surprise whatsoever. Lockhart lay awkwardly on the ground, his handsome face momentarily clouded with confusion and bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? As realization dawned upon him, his expression shifted, albeit fleetingly. However, he quickly regained his composure, rising to his feet and brushing the dust from his attire. Feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "The efficacy of the disarming charm is indeed remarkable, but I must candidly state, Professor Snape, your intentions were far too evident, making it exceedingly easy to counter your attack." Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and the others couldn't help but wear amused expressions at Lockhart's desperate attempt to save face. Even Luna, lost in her own thoughts, let out a soft giggle. They all recognized that Snape had already spoken the incantation as slowly as possible, yet Lockhart remained utterly defenseless. Directly falling victim to the spell, Snape maintained his stoic demeanor, showing no inclination to engage with him. Realizing he had made a fool of himself, Lockhart awkwardly shifted the conversation. "Now, let us find a pair of volunteers to engage in battle using the previous spell." He had fully acknowledged that he was no match for anyone present and had no intention of stepping into the fray himself. Looking around, Lockhart noted that no one was eager to step forward, leaving the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Reluctantly, he turned once more to Snape. "Professor Snape, would you kindly recommend a student from Slytherin? I shall find a volunteer from Gryffindor." He understood that a match between Gryffindor and Slytherin would be far more captivating and would pique the student's interest. Snape nodded, surveying the crowd before his gaze settled on Malfoy. And in a neutral tone, he said, "Malfoy, you shall go." Lockhart then noticed Hermione, who was sharing chocolate frogs with Luna, and hurriedly added, "Miss Granger, perhaps you would like to participate. I believe everyone is quite eager to witness your remarkable performance once more." However, before his words had fully departed his lips, Malfoy, as he ascended the stage, suddenly stumbled, his legs giving way beneath him, causing him to fall uncontrollably to the ground. "No, I don't want this. You must change places, change places," he cried out in terror. "Don't let her come near. Don't let her come near." As he screamed, he scrambled backward with all his might until his back pressed against Snape's legs. In that moment, he clung desperately to Snape's thigh as if he had found a lifeline, refusing to let go at any cost. He disregarded his pride in the image of a pure-blood Slytherin noble. Snape, taken aback by Malfoy's intense reaction, furrowed his brow slightly and cast a questioning glance towards Hermione, his eyes silently inquiring, "What on earth have you done to him?" Chapter 86. The Serpent's Tongue. Hermione shrugged, exasperated, and raised her hands in surrender. She then picked up a chocolate frog and offered it to Luna. Gilderoy Lockhart, thoroughly at a loss, turned his gaze back towards Gryffindor and called out again, "Harry, or perhaps you should step up." Among all of Hogwarts, he was most acquainted with Hermione and Harry, and thus he could only rely on familiar faces for assistance. Harry nodded in agreement, not refusing the suggestion. Although Lockhart's abilities were rather limited and his personality excessively narcissistic and flamboyant, one could not deny that he held a certain amiability and bore no ill intentions. Upon hearing that Harry was to take the stage, Draco Malfoy, who had been previously filled with dread, immediately perked up. He sprang to his feet with remarkable speed, dusting himself off, and shot Harry a defiant look. Observing Malfoy's swift change of demeanor, Harry felt a surge of anger. "So, you're only afraid of Hermione, but not of me, are you? Just wait, I'll show you what I'm capable of." The two had always been at odds, and today finally presented them with the opportunity for an officially sanctioned wizard duel, something both had long desired. As they approached a distance suitable for confrontation, they halted. "Are you scared, Potter?" Malfoy sneered ominously. "Dream on," Harry retorted, refusing to back down with a disdainful huff. The tension between them escalated, each determined to teach the other a lesson. "Prepare your wands," Hermione's voice rang out, interrupting their standoff. The rules were simple. They were only permitted to use disarming spells, and the victor would be the one to successfully disarm their opponent. After briefly outlining the rules, Harry and Malfoy eagerly turned away from each other, adopting their duel stances. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the words left her lips, Malfoy launched the first attack. Leviosa. A flash of white light erupted, and Harry was struck, flipping several times in the air before crashing to the ground. Malfoy wore a smug expression. Harry quickly regained his footing, unwilling to show weakness. Expelliarmus. His wand emitted a beam of white light, striking Malfoy, who was sent flying back, grimacing in pain. Fortunately, both wizards possessed limited magical power, and the spells were insufficient to inflict real harm, leaving them both in a rather disheveled state. Watching the two engage in their turn-based skirmish, Hermione couldn't help but smirk. Malfoy, rising once more, resumed his stance, visibly irked by being publicly bested. Serpensortia. A beam of light shot from his wand, transforming midair into a serpent that landed before Harry. Snake, snake, attack. The serpent flicked its tongue and slithered towards Harry. Severus Snape, witnessing the scene unfold, stepped forward and commanded, "Do not move, Potter. I shall handle this." "Allow me, Professor Snape." A voice interrupted Snape's actions. Lockhart seized the moment to showcase his talents. Hastily casting a spell, Evanesco, the spell struck the serpent, causing it to vanish into thin air, only to reappear unharmed moments later. The crowd collectively gasped, realizing that it hadn't been a total failure after all. The smoke has dissipated, yet the spell has undeniably taken effect. Before Lockhart could concoct an excuse, the cobra, seemingly provoked, opened its maw wide, revealing its sharp fangs, and directed its gaze toward the nearest Justin. Hiss. The two hissing sounds appeared to trigger an unseen mechanism, causing Harry's expression to become entranced, his lips quivering as he emitted a low, sibilant sound, resembling anything but human language. "Sasyasahashi," he murmured, unconsciously moving toward the serpent. "Haskak," Hermione nearly blurted out. The cobra, panting, displayed a perplexed look in its eyes, staring blankly at Harry before hissing twice. In an instant, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even Lockhart wore an expression of astonishment, forgetting to salvage his own dignity. Snape regarded Harry with an incredulous gaze. "No, it cannot be." Hermione sighed. "Great. Another teaching mishap. 3-0. The serpent's shadow vanished. With a swift incantation, Hermione reduced the cobra to mere ashes. However, it was too late. Every student was gazing at Harry with an indescribable terror. "I specifically instructed you to use the disarming spell. Did my words fall on deaf ears?" Hermione suddenly raised her wand, pointing it at Harry and Malfoy. In the next moment, Both felt an invisible hand grasping their throats, lifting them slowly into the air, rendering them immobile. Hermione emanated an aura of terror. Harry and Draco's faces flushed crimson, feeling the invisible force intensifying, making even breathing a struggle. Their throats emitting choking sounds. Enough. Miss Granger, do you intend to kill them? Snape, unable to tolerate Hermione's relentless grip, finally spoke, his once subtly shifting direction. Hermione's cold, piercing gaze turned toward Snape. The latter felt a shiver at the fierce energy she radiated, momentarily lost in thought. When he regained his composure, Snape's expression was one of utter dismay. He, a master of potions, an expert in dark magic, the half-blood prince, was actually intimidated by a second-year girl. It was utterly disgraceful. Yet, Hermione had indeed instilled in him a sense of fear reminiscent of facing that person. Perhaps her power was still far from that individual. But in other respects, she surpassed it. Yes, I apologize. The two figures above murmured weakly. Upon hearing this, Hermione finally released the spell, and they fell to the ground, greedily gasping for air. After such an uproar, a profound silence enveloped the room. However, the sense of dread had evidently shifted from Harry to Hermione. At this point, no one had the inclination to study. After a moment of silence, Lockhart declared an early dismissal. Hermione, accompanied by Luna, departed without a backward glance under the watchful eyes of their peers. Ron and Harry exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. In the corridor, Hermione, wait. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Harry and Ron rushed to Hermione, breathless. I'm sorry, Hermione, I shouldn't have. Hermione waved her hand dismissively, her impatience evident as she replied, a single apology suffices, but should you dare to disregard my words again, I shall not be so lenient. Is that what you call leniency? Ron and Harry exchanged perplexed glances. What would happen if you were not lenient? Only Luna appeared unfazed. And thank you, Harry continued. Oh, I understand. Your actions are intended to assist me, he stated with a serious expression. Though still young, his life experiences had rendered him quite mature for his age. While others presumed Hermione was merely irate due to provocation, he astutely recognized that she was diverting attention away from him. Although he was uncertain why the others suddenly adopted such peculiar attitudes towards him, he understood that the most effective way to divert focus was to present a more formidable and terrifying presence. Hermione had successfully demonstrated that, in comparison to Parseltongue, she was the more daunting figure. With a huff, Hermione fell silent, tacitly conceding. Luna regarded her with a gaze that sparkled with inscrutable significance. Chapter 87. Dumbledore's attitude. There is something else, Harry said. I wish to know why they all turned so hostile towards me just now. Did you not notice it yourself? Hermione retorted. What? Harry responded, somewhat bewildered. Ron nudged Harry from the side, speaking on Hermione's behalf. It's because you were talking to that snake. You're a parcel mouth. Why didn't you tell us before? What mouth? Harry asked, utterly confused. Let me explain, Hermione interjected, shaking her head. A parcel mouth is a wizard who is born with the ability to understand and communicate with snakes. You thought you were speaking human language, but to us, it sounded like nothing but hiss ha ha. As for why they fear you, it's because parcel mouths are exceedingly rare and have long been associated with dark wizards. Most importantly, Salazar Slytherin was a parcel mouth, and now everyone believes you must be his descendant. Harry stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Had he heard this news before, he might have felt indifferent. However, after the petrification incident, Professor McGonagall had already informed them of the legends surrounding Slytherin's chamber in class. It was clear he was being regarded as Slytherin's heir, the one responsible for opening the chamber and orchestrating the petrification. A heavy burden had been placed upon him. No, I truly am not, he hastily explained, seemingly anxious that Hermione might misunderstand. I know, you need not explain it to me. Harry felt a sense of relief. But suddenly a thought struck him, and he looked up at Hermione. So, the true heir of Slytherin is still hidden among the students? Doesn't that mean we are all in danger? Enough, enough, what are you worried about? Hermione replied nonchalantly. The first person that so-called heir would likely target is me. Why are you so frightened? Harry, Ron, and Luna exchanged glances, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. One had been consumed by worry, another by shock, and the last by amusement, completely overlooking the implications. Salazar Slytherin's ambition was to eradicate all Muggle-born students from Hogwarts. They all knew Hermione's background. Thus, it meant she was the most endangered. Hermione, rest assured, we will protect you, Ron declared with determination. Hermione replied. If there comes a day when I need your protection, then I am truly doomed. Waving her hand dismissively, she turned and left, leaving the two boys in a worried silence. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore observed the furious Severus Snape as he stormed in, maintaining a calm demeanor. Severus, speak slowly. There is no need for such haste. Dumbledore, that girl is far too dangerous. She cannot remain by Harry's side any longer. Snape leaned forward, pressing his hands against the edge of the desk, his voice low and urgent. "There are many students at Hogwarts. Whom are you referring to?" Dumbledore raised his eyes to meet Snape's, his tone still unhurried. "Do you know who it is?" Severus' tone was icy. "Aside from that Weasley boy, the only familiar face to Harry at Hogwarts is that Granger fellow." Dumbledore shook his head slightly. "Severus, referring to a young girl in such a manner is hardly courteous. Moreover, I recall you hold Miss Granger in some esteem, do you not?" "That is because—" Snape began to speak, but seemed to remember something and abruptly swallowed his words. "That is because Miss Granger bears a striking resemblance to Lily, does she not?" Dumbledore articulated the thought that lingered unspoken in Snape's mind. At the mention of Lily, a glimmer of nostalgia flashed in Snape's eyes, and the intensity around him gradually diminished. After a considerable pause, he resumed in a low voice, "Though I cannot fathom your reasoning for appointing her as an assistant in the defense against the dark arts, and granting her access to the restricted section, one way or another, Granger is exceedingly perilous. We must find a way to distance Harry from her. Surely you recall the fate of the last student who frequented the restricted section? Initially, Snape believed that aside from her appearance, Hermione mirrored Lily in no other way. They both belonged to Gryffindor, hailed from Muggle origins, possessed a similar talent for potions, and shared an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Both had a Potter by their side. Yet, apart from those eyes, Harry bore no resemblance to her. However, Snape now perceived that the disparity between Hermione and the figure etched in his memory was vast. This girl was nothing like Lily. Instead, she seemed to be enveloped in the shadows of Voldemort. "Oh," Dumbledore appeared intrigued, his eyes flickering with curiosity. "What exactly did she do to elicit such a strong reaction from you?" Snape recounted Hermione's actions during the defense against the dark arts class, detailing every nuance as if enumerating her transgressions. "Do you not see how she resembles that individual in her youth?" Snape challenged, hoping to resonate with Dumbledore. To his surprise, Dumbledore merely nodded lightly after hearing him. "I would argue that, compared to Tom, she bears a closer resemblance to Gellert," he murmured to himself, a reminiscent look gracing his features. Snape frowned deeply, utterly perplexed by Dumbledore's response. Regardless of whom she resembled, her conduct was utterly outrageous, displaying such actions publicly in class. Before he could finish, Dumbledore interrupted. "Isn't that rather commendable?" Snape's voice faltered. "What did you say?" He gazed at Dumbledore in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. "You are aware that Lockhart is utterly incapable of teaching. Granger successfully made the students aware of the terror and malevolence of dark magic, enhancing their vigilance while also imparting methods of counteraction. I cannot fathom why you would deem her actions as inappropriate," Dumbledore stated calmly. Snape felt on the verge of explosion. Was this truly the Dumbledore he knew? This unwavering support for Hermione was bewildering. From where did this inexplicable trust stem? Had he not been aware of the lineage of the Dumbledore family and Hermione's background, he might have mistakenly believed her to be some distant granddaughter of the old man. Should this information become public, it would tarnish the reputation of Hogwarts. If she were allowed to persist, Hogwarts would inevitably transform into a version of Durmstrang. Snape endeavored to reason with her, and her evident proficiency indicated that she had undoubtedly devoted considerable time to the study of dark magic. Despite being a Slytherin, he too hailed from Hogwarts and held a deep affection for this institution. This admirable quality among Slytherins persists. Even Voldemort regarded Hogwarts as a cherished ideal, ultimately desiring to mold the school into his vision rather than seek its destruction. This tenacity of Voldemort's attachment to Hogwarts elucidates his motivations. "Speaking of dark magic, it seems you had also engaged in quite a bit of research during your youth, hadn't you?" Dumbledore observed him, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Furthermore, I possess considerable knowledge myself." This left Snape momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for a rebuttal. "Rest assured, nothing will come of it. You merely lack an understanding of her," Dumbledore remarked, his tone imbued with confidence. Chapter 88. Harry encounters Snape. "I do not comprehend. Do you?" Snape, somewhat weary, sought to divert the conversation from Hermione. "Are you aware that Harry possesses the ability to speak Parseltongue?" Dumbledore's head snapped up, his eyes igniting with brilliance. In that fleeting moment, Snape perceived that the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts had transformed into the most formidable wizard of the past century, overshadowing even the most fearsome of foes. "I understand now." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Dumbledore reverted to his familiar demeanor, as if the preceding events had been but an illusion. Having been startled twice in a single day, even Snape, whose resolve was unwavering, felt a twinge of frustration. Observing the unyielding Dumbledore, he resignedly departed the headmaster's office, recognizing that Dumbledore had made up his mind, rendering further discussion futile. The echo of his footsteps reverberated through the desolate corridor. Snape, with a grim expression, strode purposefully ahead. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. A familiar figure emerged before him. A pale yellow dress, voluminous hair. No, it was the Gryffindor robes, cascading red locks. It was she whom he had longed for, yet could never possess. Snape's heart raced, blood rushing to his head, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Could it be? An absurd thought flitted through his mind, only to be dismissed with a self-deprecating shake of his head. How could it be? Surely. He had yearned for her so profoundly that his mind was conjuring illusions. As Snape approached incrementally, the visage of Lily became clearer. Those enchanting eyes, wait. The glimmer within them was not the warmth of memory, but rather, fear? Snape jolted back to reality. Though those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily's, they were not hers. The figure before him was Harry, dressed in a gown and sporting a wig. Snape's mind went blank, leaving him in a stupor. Harry, equally taken aback, had not anticipated encountering the one person he wished to avoid the most, especially in women's attire. The words Hermione had whispered to him not long ago echoed in his mind. At the time, he had deemed it absurd, brushing it aside. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps the incident involving Parseltongue had rendered him disoriented. He had inexplicably gone through with it. Now, caught in this predicament by none other than Snape, he felt an overwhelming desire to vanish from existence. Despair engulfed him. Hermione, you have betrayed me, he thought, lowering his gaze as cold sweat drenched his back. The air felt as though it had solidified. Time trickled by second. Silence. A deafening silence. At last, Snape broke the stillness. His voice was hoarse and low, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Potter, what on earth are you doing? Harry lifted his head, casting a swift glance at Snape before hastily averting his gaze once more. Yes, it's Hermione, he stammered, she said. Perhaps. He was at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, instinctively tugging at his skirt in an attempt to conceal his legs adorned with knee-high socks. Harry faltered. Should he confess to Snape that he was merely seeking to experience what it was like to be a girl? Or was it simply a matter of amusement? Regardless of the rationale, it seemed foolish beyond measure. Snape fell into silence once more, his expression a complex tapestry of shock, confusion, and anger, yet predominantly marked by an indescribable sense of loss. He fixed his gaze upon Harry, as though hoping to discern something from the eyes reminiscent of Lily. Harry felt increasingly uncomfortable under Snape's scrutiny, a chill creeping over him. Snape's usual cold, piercing gaze had transformed into something unfathomable. Change back. Suddenly, Snape spoke, his voice deliberate, each word seeming to be extracted with great effort. His gaze, so markedly different from his usual demeanor, left Harry flustered. Could it be Hermione's method truly effective? Harry dared not utter another word, lowering his head and swiftly turning to head towards the dormitory. Yet, why did it seem as if he had noticed the faintest hint of red around Snape's eyes? Snape remained rooted in place, unwilling to meet Harry's eyes, fearful of shedding tears in his presence. After a long while, Snape's tumultuous emotions finally began to settle. He reflected on Dumbledore's earlier words, realizing they were not without merit. After all, it was merely a demonstration of dark magic. Perhaps Harry ought to have a friend like Hermione, after all. Meanwhile, back at Marvel, another batch of magical materials awaited assessment. Hermione rolled her eyes, oblivious to the fact that she had already acquired the shadows of 3 individuals. She was engaged in a conversation over the phone. As adults, one must learn to resist temptation. Get to the point. What is it this time? She interjected. The presence of the egghead indicated that some trouble must be addressed. Ahem. Fury seemed momentarily choked, then resignedly stated, it's like this. A small town in New Mexico has experienced some, peculiar occurrences, and it might require your attention. Mysterious events? Hermione's interest piqued. Wait a moment, New Mexico. She immediately considered a certain possibility. Surely, it couldn't be that a hammer had fallen? Calculating the timing, it seemed plausible that a certain clumsy giant had already faced their father's wrath and was about to encounter their brother's as well. A grand familial drama was set to unfold. Perhaps this presented an opportunity to gain some advantage? I understand, Hermione replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. Send me the address. On the other end of the line, Fury visibly exhaled in relief. Wonderful, Coulson has already arrived on-site with his team, and I will ensure he fully cooperates with you. Indeed, remember to deliver the identification materials to Stark Tower. Coulson spoke into his phone. Yes, Director Fury, I understand. I will arrange for a plane immediately to fetch the sorceress. A rustling sound emanated from behind him. Hermione emerged from the portal. Coulson turned to face the unexpectedly appeared Hermione, the words poised on his lips abruptly swallowed. It appeared that the situation need not be so complicated. The sorceress's magic transcended mere prowess. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Welcome, sorceress, he managed, regaining his composure and striving to uphold the professionalism of an agent. Swiftly retrieving the dossier on anomalous events from his briefcase and presenting it to Hermione. This contains all current information regarding the anomalies. Hermione accepted the documents, skimming through them rapidly. Upon encountering the familiar image of the hammer, A smile crept upon her lips. Indeed, it is you, meow meow hammer, she murmured softly. Coulson and Fury were momentarily taken aback. Meow meow? The name seemed vaguely familiar to Coulson, who scratched at his non-existent hair. Hermione, visibly astonished, exclaimed, "Haven't you heard of Norse mythology?" "Somewhat," Fury replied. "Those tales should include references to Thor and his hammer." Fury's single eye widened, as realization dawned upon him. "Are you suggesting?" Hermione nodded, pointing at the hammer in the photograph. "This is Mjolnir, the legendary hammer of the Thunder God." Chapter 89. The confrontation of magic and divine power. The expressions of Fury and Coulson froze in an instant. The god of thunder, from Norse mythology? Coulson's voice trembled, as he felt his worldview crumbling. Hermione, observing their na-ve reactions, disdainfully curled her lip. The so-called deities are merely more advanced extraterrestrials. Their technology and power far surpass yours, which is why they are revered as gods. The two regained a semblance of composure. More than that, I am intrigued as to why Thor's weapon has appeared on Earth. Hermione closed the dossier, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Coulson, having listened to the detailed report on the other end of the line, hung up and turned to Hermione with a tone of utmost respect. "Miss Witch, from this moment forward, you hold the highest command authority at the temporary base. I shall do everything in my power to assist you. Additionally, we recently apprehended an individual who may be connected to Thor's hammer, but he refuses to divulge any information. We hope you can assist in this matter." Hermione smiled with intrigue. "Oh, is that so? Then let us go meet him." As they drove, a massive pit suddenly loomed ahead. Hermione alighted from the vehicle and immediately spotted the distinctive bald head and glasses of Sitwell, accompanied by a sycophantic grin. "Little E, it has been a while," she greeted casually. "Miss Witch, you are too kind. How have you been lately? Have you been resting well? Please, do not hesitate to ask for anything you might need." Sitwell bowed and rubbed his hands eagerly. "Your presence brings peace to the town. We finally have a steady hand to guide us." Hermione remarked, "Let us proceed. Whether you are loyal or treacherous, I shall discern it myself. Even if Hydra is vanquished in the future, you shall remain unharmed. I assure you." With that, Hermione turned her attention to the vast pit. Surrounding it was the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D., with countless armed guards stationed, all under the watchful eyes of the agency. At the bottom of the pit lay a quaintly designed short-handled hammer. The little bald man guided Hermione into the meteorite crater. "We have attempted every conceivable method, yet we cannot move it even an inch." Coulson's tone conveyed a sense of helplessness, but more so, an awe for the unknown. Hermione's gaze settled upon the hammer. Its head was square and adorned with enigmatic runes, while the handle appeared to be fashioned from some unknown material, wrapped in leather, exuding an aura of weighty sanctity. She reached out, grasping the handle. With a slight exertion, it did not budge. As anticipated, Hermione understood that Odin's divine power was at play. Only one deemed worthy by Mjolnir could lift it. Suddenly, the spell book in her mind quivered, its pages flipping, halting at a new entry. Rune symbols, astral magic that can manifest various effects on objects through language, the potency of which varies according to the user's strength. An explanation materialized on the spell book. Hermione's heart stirred. It appeared the book had recognized Odin's magic. She pondered, intrigued by this peculiar phenomenon. Perhaps one could employ Odin's magic to unravel his incantation? Grasping the handle of the hammer once more, she summoned the magic coursing within her. Feeling it surge and coalesce in her palm, she attempted to softly chant in the language of runes, lift the restrictions. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than an unforeseen transformation occurred. The previously dim runes upon the hammer suddenly ignited with a fierce radiance. An ominous aura swelling forth as a terrifying power erupted from the hammer's core. This force clashed violently with Hermione's magic, resulting in an intense confrontation. Thunder rumbled as the once clear sky was swiftly engulfed by dark clouds, a tempest brewing with fierce winds, swirling sands, and booming thunder, as though the apocalypse had descended. Hermione's expression shifted. She sensed a formidable will pressing down upon her through Mjolnir, an ancient and dignified force that brooked no resistance. Instinctively, she released her grip. Almost simultaneously, the dark clouds dispersed, the winds calmed, and the thunder ceased, restoring the sky to its former clarity. The surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, their instincts flooded with dread, many trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, Odin, you cunning old god, have contingencies in place, always watching over everything even in your slumber. Hermione felt a surge of annoyance. Coulson fixated on Mjolnir, having just witnessed the runes illuminate with unprecedented brilliance. "Miss Wizard," he addressed Hermione, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "There is magic infused within this hammer." Hermione explained, "I attempted to dispel the enchantment, which provoked a backlash. resulting in the phenomena we just experienced. Coulson and Sitwell exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in one another's eyes. They had felt the might of Thor's hammer. Yet the fact that the young sorceress could withstand it was astonishing. What did this imply? Was her power on par with that of the gods? Miss Wizard, can you lift it? Coulson inquired cautiously, his voice wavering. Hermione shook her head. Odin's power exceeds mine. I am currently unable to break the enchantment. Sitwell and Coulson were once again taken aback. Odin, was he truly the legendary Allfather? What manner of being was he? They could scarcely fathom. Simultaneously, they felt a deeper gratitude for having Hermione among them. Otherwise, faced with this enigmatic hammer, they would have likely remained as headless flies. Sitwell gazed at Hermione, his eyes filled with reverence. He recalled the previous attempts by Alexander Pierce to capture the sorceress, which had culminated in a severe defeat for him, losing an ear in the process. It was said that the wound had been unhealable, ultimately requiring self-inflicted harm to stem the bleeding. In hindsight, that had been a profoundly foolish endeavor. How could one continue to associate with such a reckless Hydra? Doubts began to creep into Sitwell's mind. As a high-ranking member of Hydra, he was privy to many of the organization's reckless actions. In his view, the landscape had shifted, yet those individuals remained oblivious to the changes. While others were delving into superpowers and magic, Pierce still clung to the belief in firearms. Take that so-called Insight program. For instance, do they truly intend to target the Hulk? Are they certain that a single shot wouldn't result in the celestial mothership being utterly dismantled by the enraged Hulk? Not to mention Miss Sorceress. He was never particularly loyal. His initial involvement was merely a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Fortunately, his professional skills were commendable, allowing him to quickly ascend to a position of power. Now, betraying Hydra, he feels no psychological burden. Perhaps he should contemplate the future. Clinging to Miss Sorceress could indeed prove to be a wise choice. Chapter 90. The first encounter with the Thunder God. Take me to meet the individual you've apprehended. Hermione said casually, arms crossed. Very well, Coulson replied, turning to gesture for her to proceed. Sitterville promptly stepped forward, eagerly leading the way. The trio entered the depths of the base, traversing several corridors until they arrived before a heavily guarded interrogation room. Through the one-way glass, Hermione observed a robust man seated inside, his golden hair and muscular build presenting a rugged appearance reminiscent of a warrior. Yet, his hands were shackled behind him, and his head hung low, exuding an air of despondency. With a creak, the heavy metal door swung open, causing the man to lift his gaze in confusion. Expecting yet another round of questioning from the dark-clad agents, he was taken aback to find a girl in a black cloak standing at the entrance. Hermione, sensing something amiss, paused momentarily, discreetly glancing to the side before continuing forward. Upon reaching the man, she wished to look down upon him, but her youthful stature rendered her slightly shorter than he, even while seated. Their eyes met in the air, an unspoken recognition passing between them. Thor Odinson, Hermione stated abruptly. Thor's pupils dilated in surprise. How do you know my name? He responded, his tone low and gravelly. Hermione offered no answer, merely flicking her wand. With a click, the handcuffs fell away. Thor flexed his wrist, his gaze towards Hermione tinged with astonishment. There are still sorcerers in Midgard? To him, it was inconceivable that such an advanced profession could exist in a place as primitive as Earth. Sorcerer? Hermione raised an eyebrow, correcting him. I am a witch. Is there a difference? Thor inquired, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, there is a significant distinction, Hermione replied coolly. You will come to understand it in due time. She paused, then continued. Moreover, the depths of Earth are far greater than you imagine. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you should inquire with your father, Odin. Sensing Hermione's lack of reverence towards Odin, Thor furrowed his brow. He seemed poised to contest her statement, yet the words caught in his throat. Instead, he lowered his gaze to his empty hands, his expression dimming. You are right, but that is no longer possible. Upon mentioning Odin, Thor seemed to trigger a melancholic switch within himself. I once believed I was invincible, capable of doing as I pleased, yet now I am nothing. Unable even to lift my own hammer. Ah, so you too have been cast down? Hermione feigned ignorance. It appears you did not descend willingly, but were rather stripped of your divine powers by the Allfather and cast down to earth? Thor nodded, his eyes clouded with confusion. Because of my arrogance, daring to venture to Jotunheim, I nearly caused a great calamity, and thus was my father stripped me of my power and exiled me here. Hermione listened intently. I had thought that if I merely performed well, I would regain recognition, reclaim Mjolnir, and return to Asgard. But now, it is all too late. My father, he is gone. Upon reaching this point, tears welled in Thor's eyes, his voice slightly choked. What? Hermione exclaimed, perfectly embodying shock, her eyes widening. Odin is dead? How could this be? Thor forced a bitter smile, his tone laced with sorrow and helplessness. It is all my fault. If it were not for me, my father would not. He recounted the dreadful news that Loki had imparted to him. Hermione, of course, was aware that Loki was lying. Odin was merely at home, peacefully asleep, yet she refrained from revealing the truth. Coulson stood nearby, listening to the conversation between the two titans, feeling a chill run down his spine, restless and uneasy. Good heavens, was this something they were meant to hear? He had never anticipated that the suspicious individual they had apprehended was, in fact, the mythical god of thunder. Moreover, the legendary king of the gods, Odin, was already dead. The two were grappling with a profound upheaval in their worldviews, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, desperately craving a chilled cola to steady their nerves. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming, far exceeding their capacity to process. They felt utterly unable to digest the information. Report to the commander. At that moment, an agent rushed in, interrupting the interrogation. A few individuals outside claimed to be this man's colleagues. The agent pointed at Thor, his expression peculiar. Coulson and the bald-headed agent exchanged bewildered glances. Colleagues. The god of thunder had colleagues on Earth? Only Hermione suddenly grasped the implication, stifling a laugh. Let them in, she instructed. Moments later, several individuals entered the interrogation room. Leading them was a tall young woman, followed by a bespectacled girl carrying a laptop, who curiously surveyed her surroundings. Bringing up the rear was a middle-aged man with graying hair, appearing somewhat anxious. Hermione instantly recognized the trio. They were indeed Thor's friends he had made during his time on Earth. Hello, I am Jane Foster. Jane addressed Coulson first. This is my colleague Daisy and Dr. Selvig. She gestured towards the two behind her, then her gaze shifted to Thor. As for him, he is also our colleague, Dr. Donald Blake. He merely lost control of his emotions after you seized his research materials and entered the camp. I apologize for his actions and hope you can show leniency and release him. Oh, and we are willing to post bail. We will compensate for any damages he may have caused. Jane's voice trailed off, her reasoning evidently feeling somewhat strained. As Thor's demeanor and appearance bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary researcher, Daisy and Dr. Selvig also looked nervously at Coulson, clearly lacking confidence in this explanation. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Coulson, Sitwell, and Hermione exchanged peculiar glances. Thor, unable to bear the scrutiny, covered his face. Observing this, Jane and her companions appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of what had transpired. Had they said something wrong? Why were these individuals regarding them with such expressions? Ahem. Coulson cleared his throat, poised to expose her fabrications when Hermione suddenly signaled him with a glance. Coulson paused, immediately grasping Hermione's intent, and then said, since this is a misunderstanding, let her go. He waved his hand, gesturing for the agents to open the interrogation room door. Jane was taken aback, as this was entirely unexpected. She had presumed that Coulson was the one in charge here, but upon noticing Hermione's gaze, she realized that this young girl was the true authority in the room. Thor also validated her thoughts. Thank you, he murmured to Hermione. After they departed, Coulson looked at Hermione in confusion. Miss Wizard, what are you? It was one thing not to know your identity before, but now that you do you still intend to imprison the heir to the Asgardian throne? Hermione retorted. Chapter 91. The close combat mage Loki. Is Asgard truly powerful? Coulson inquired cautiously. Well, somewhat, Hermione shrugged, her tone nonchalant. It was formidable in the past, but now, only Odin and Hela pose significant challenges. However, the most troublesome aspect remains the Bifrost. The Bifrost? What is that? Coulson asked, puzzled. A planet-destroying weapon, Hermione replied coolly. Among the 9 realms, only Asgard possesses such a devastating apparatus. A planet-destroying weapon. Coulson's pupils dilated, and his heart raced. He promptly reached for his communicator and dialed Fury's number. Director, we have an emergency. Coulson, remain calm, came Nick Fury's voice through the device. What has transpired? Coulson took a moment to compose himself and relayed the entire incident. After a brief silence, Fury spoke again, his tone weary. Miss Witch, what are your thoughts? It was evident that the information he had just received weighed heavily on him, even as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. How much do you know about the 9 realms? Hermione countered. There was a pause on the line before Fury's low voice responded. I know nothing. Allow me to enlighten you. Hermione began. The 9 realms are 9 distinct worlds connected by the world tree. They include Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, Jotunheim, Nidavellir, Muspelheim, Hel, and Midgard. With each name she uttered, Fury's brow furrowed deeper. Among these, Asgard is the realm from which Thor hails, commonly referred to as the domain of the gods, currently nominally ruling over all 9 realms. Midgard is our Earth, located at the center of the world tree, also known as the Midgard. Hermione paused briefly before continuing. As for the other realms, each possesses its own unique characteristics, which would take time to elaborate. Fury inhaled deeply. He was aware of the existence of Kree, Skrulls, and other extraterrestrial races, but he was hearing of this 9-realm system for the first time. So, you mean to say we are entangled in the internal strife of Asgard, And the opposing party is the nominal sovereign of Earth? Merely a nominal sovereign, Hermione clarified. For years, Odin has maintained a tenuous grip on power. His reign is nearly a mere shadow. Have you not noticed that even the frost giants of Jotunheim no longer heed him? Hermione shrugged. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Asgard will handle its own affairs. It does not concern us. Let them sort out their own turmoil. Thor is merely a fallen prince stripped of his powers. He cannot stir up much trouble. Fury remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. If Asgard truly intends to bring harm to Earth, what shall we do? He asked solemnly, a hint of gravity in his voice. You are quite dedicated to your role. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, Earth's foundation is far more profound than you might imagine. Even if Odin were alive, he would scarcely dare to act against Earth. You remain utterly oblivious to the myriad of demons and monsters that the Earth conceals, Hermione asserted with finality. Are you not one of them? Fury silently pondered. Having witnessed the might of Meow, Meow, Hammer, and Thor, the atmosphere remained calm. All that could be gleaned had been, and Hermione showed no desire to linger. After exchanging a few words with the little bald-headed one, she departed. Sir, have we landed ourselves in grave trouble? Coulson inquired after Hermione's exit. Fury began to speak slowly. Coulson, do you believe the words of the witch? I do, Coulson replied without hesitation. The wondrous magic she had repeatedly demonstrated, coupled with her enigmatic background, left him with no grounds for doubt. Then let us proceed as she advised, Fury declared with a hint of resolve. Our course of action now is to place our trust in her. Additionally, maintain surveillance on Thor, but do not interfere with his actions, Fury added, emphasizing the importance of observing from a distance. Understood. Coulson concluded the communication. As Hermione exited the base, she found herself in a secluded corner devoid of any onlookers. Turning around, her gaze fell upon the empty air, and she spoke softly, show yourself. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Hermione shook her head, her tone tinged with exasperation. I had intended to be more courteous, yet you compel me to unearth you. Reveal your true form. A mysterious wave swept through the air, and a figure gradually emerged from the previously vacant space. Clad in a green robe, the figure was tall and graceful, with a pale complexion, flowing black hair, and piercing eyes. Loki regarded Hermione, astonishment evident on his face. How did you discover me? Loki questioned, incredulous that his invisibility magic had been penetrated by a Midgardian witch. I noticed you back in the interrogation room, Hermione retorted dismissively. Your little tricks are far from fooling me. Her tone was flat, as if she were merely stating a fact. Loki's expression darkened instantly. The illusion he held in the highest regard was belittled by a mere girl. A reality he found exceedingly difficult to accept. Mortal, you have successfully enraged a great deity. A glimmer of fury sparked in Loki's eyes as a dagger materialized in his hand, aimed at Hermione. Hermione rolled her eyes and flicked her wand. Thunderous explosion. 3 dazzling beams of crimson light shot forth, striking Loki squarely in the face. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions engulfed Loki in flames and smoke. He let out a pained cry, his body hurled backward and crashing to the ground. After a brief moment, Loki struggled to rise, dazed and disoriented. His once pale visage was now charred, his garments tattered, and the elegance he once possessed had vanished. Do you still dare to call yourself a mage in such a state? Hermione remarked, glancing at the dagger in Loki's hand with disdain. The trio of blasts had left Loki's head spinning. Despite his robust constitution, being of the frost giant lineage, he had withstood Hulk's relentless onslaught and yet remained agile. While not fatal, the experience was decidedly uncomfortable. Ouch! Upon witnessing Hermione brandish her wand, he hastily raised his hand in surrender. Stop, stop, stop! After receiving a thorough thrashing, Loki quickly realized that the young girl before him was not to be trifled with, and his gaze became considerably clearer. A certain way Jungia, a prominent figure among the Misty Ones, came to mind. Have the sorcerers of Earth become this formidable after all these years? Loki pondered, somewhat incredulous. The wizards of Midgard are far more intriguing than I had anticipated. He feigned calmness, yet his demeanor was noticeably diminished compared to before. The god of mischief was adept at both yielding and asserting. So, what brings you to seek my company? Hermione inquired directly. With a flicker of mischief in his eyes, Loki suddenly broke into a smile. How about we join forces? You are a powerful entity, worthy of collaboration. Assist me in ruling Asgard, and in return, I shall help you govern Earth. Together, we can lay claim to all 9 realms. His tone was imbued with seduction, as if he could already envision the grandeur of dominion. Is that all? Have you drunk too deeply? Hermione regarded Loki, unable to suppress her laughter. Ha. She laughed heartily, as though she had just heard the most absurd of jokes. Chapter 92. The arrival of the destroyer. Loki's expression darkened instantly. What are you laughing at? He coldly inquired, his tone laced with indignation. Hermione stifled her laughter. gazing at Loki with a hint of mockery in her eyes. I laugh because you are a frog in a well, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. Hermione retorted. Do you have any idea how many formidable beings exist on Earth? Not even Odin would dare claim dominion over it. As Loki prepared to respond, he noticed Hermione glance upward at the sky. She opened her mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. However, Loki astutely interpreted her lip movements. Heimdall. Taken aback, Loki immediately grasped Hermione's implication and fell silent. Hermione waved her wand, unleashing a series of incantations. Peaceful guardianship, universal protection, soundproofing. The three powerful spells intertwined, forming an invisible shield that enveloped the two of them. Now, we can have a proper discussion, Hermione said to Loki, her tone calm. It seems your knowledge of Asgard surpasses my expectations. Indeed, Loki responded, intrigued. In that case, collaboration is essential. Collaboration is not out of the question, Hermione replied, crossing her arms. But why should I assist you? Because we share common adversaries, Thor and Odin, Loki declared, his gaze icy. He usurped the throne that rightfully belonged to me. And you, a powerful sorceress, are relegated to this primitive planet. Do you not feel stifled? He attempted to sow discord. Hermione remained noncommittal. I can aid you in acquiring greater power, the status you deserve, and even immortality. Loki dangled the enticing bait. If you help me ascend to the throne, all of this will be yours. His tone dripped with seduction. Do you possess these things yourself, only to dangle illusions before me? Hermione rolled her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione appeared to ponder deeply. Loki waited patiently, confident that no one could resist such temptation. I can help you, Hermione finally spoke. Loki's eyes gleamed with a flicker of triumph. But, Hermione continued, I do not desire Earth. Loki was taken aback. Then what do you seek? I want. Hermione slowly articulated, a spark of fervor igniting in her gaze. Loki's smile gradually faded as he looked at her in disbelief. Days later, Hermione returned to the small town. From a distance, she spotted Thor in the company of Jane Foster. The two of them engaged in cheerful conversation, appearing quite intimate. Hermione approached them. Hello, Thor, she greeted. Surprised to see her, Thor responded, What brings you here? I came to see you, Hermione smiled, casually inquiring. How have you been lately? I'm well, Thor replied, grinning as he draped an arm around Jane's shoulders. I've met Jane. She is a wonderful girl. Being so openly complimented, Jane's face flushed slightly, revealing her bashfulness. Observing the affectionate atmosphere between them, Hermione felt as though she was being inundated with romantic sentiments. Jane Foster also recognized Hermione. She remembered the young girl who had appeared with S.H.I.E.L.D. And who might this be? She inquired, turning her gaze toward Thor. This is my friend, Hermione, Thor declared, embodying the noble virtue that all are brothers in spirit. Even though he had only met Hermione once, anyone who presented themselves favorably could be deemed a friend. Hello, I am Jane Foster. She introduced herself, extending her hand. Greetings, Hermione replied, shaking her hand. I am Hermione Granger, a witch. A witch? Jane Foster exclaimed in surprise. Thor interjected, Hermione is a sorceress from your Midgard. She wields magic. Witch. Hermione emphasized. Jane looked at Hermione, her eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. So, you truly possess magical abilities? She could not help but ask. Over the days of their acquaintance, Jane had begun to harbor a quiet belief in Thor's words, yet had not witnessed the proof firsthand. With the appearance of a witch as a friend, she eagerly hoped Hermione would showcase some wondrous talents to validate that she had not fallen for a madman. Hermione smiled, but offered no reply. She turned to Thor and inquired, And what about you? Do you plan to remain on Earth indefinitely? What is wrong with that? Thor countered, Life here is quite peaceful, and I enjoy it. Moreover, I have Jane, he added, casting a tender glance at her. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Hermione shrugged. If you wish to live as a mortal for the rest of your days, that is indeed not a bad choice. But I fear others may not grant you that opportunity. Thor paused, momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to inquire the meaning of her words. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light pierced the sky, descending upon an open area outside the town. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, and dust was sent swirling into the air. The Bifrost. Upon seeing the familiar light, Thor's expression shifted to one of astonishment. As the radiance faded, 4 figures emerged from the beam. At the forefront stood a striking woman, wielding a long sword, her gaze sharp and commanding. She was flanked by 3 companions, all clad in armor and armed for battle. Sif and Vandal? Thor recognized the 4. They were his comrades from Asgard, the Warriors 3. Thor, Sif exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. We finally found you. Volstagg boomed. Thor, come back with us. Vandal urged. Asgard needs you. What has happened? Thor furrowed his brow, a gnawing sense of foreboding creeping in. Your father is not dead, Sif exclaimed urgently. He has merely fallen into Odin's sleep. Loki deceived you. He usurped the throne. And now Asgard is under his control. Impossible, Thor murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Why would Loki do such a thing? Now is not the time for such questions. Vandal pressed. We must return swiftly and stop Loki. What has Loki done? Thor inquired, his need for the truth palpable. Hogun's expression turned grave. He has secretly summoned the frost giants to Asgard, disrupting your Ascension Day, and even attempted to. Before Hogun could finish his sentence, a beam of light, more brilliant than before, descended from the heavens and landed not far away. With a resounding roar, the earth trembled violently as a colossal metallic figure emerged from the radiance. Towering and formidable, it was clad in silver armor, with a mask that glowed ominously red, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Chapter 93. The tornado destroys the parking lot. The destroyer. Sif's expression shifted dramatically as she gasped in astonishment. Why was the destroyer here? It should only be wielded by the Allfather's eternal spear. With the king in slumber, who could possibly be controlling it? At that moment, she abruptly fell silent. The answer was painfully obvious. Loki had actually dispatched the destroyer. Vostag could hardly believe it. What was Loki planning? The destroyer's armor slowly lifted its head, its gaze fixated on Thor. Could it not be more apparent? Loki must be terrified of Thor returning to claim the throne, hence sending the destroyer to eliminate him. Sif roared with fury. For Asgard, the four warriors of the Celestial Palace exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they charged toward the destroyer, engaging in fierce combat. Yet, their attacks were akin to mere tickles to the destroyer. Each swing of its immense arms carried devastating force, and with every opening of its visor, scorching flames erupted, obliterating everything in the vicinity. The Celestial Warriors found themselves retreating step by step, utterly overmatched. Thor watched as his friends were overwhelmed by the destroyer, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He understood that he must take action. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to grasp Odin's true intent. Jane, take care of yourself, he said softly, his gaze tender. He walked resolutely toward the destroyer, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Loki, I know you are watching, Thor shouted, directing his challenge. Come at me. Do not harm my friends. If you seek my life, then come and claim it. Just spare the others. He opened his arms, bravely confronting the destroyer's armor. Thor, Jane cried out in anguish. She desperately wanted to stop him but felt utterly powerless. Hermione, I beg you, save him. Jane turned to Hermione, her eyes brimming with hope. Hermione regarded Thor with a calm demeanor. The time is not yet ripe, she replied softly. Loki seemed stirred by Thor's declaration, and finally, the destroyer halted, the two locking eyes across the vast expanse of stars. After a long silence, the destroyer turned away. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Suddenly, the destroyer swung back with a fierce strike, its immense force sending Thor hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, gravely injured. Thor. Jane could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Mjolnir, which had lain quietly in the meteor crater, began to tremble. It soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, flying toward Thor and landing in his grasp. Countless dazzling bolts of lightning erupted from the hammer. Thor slowly opened his eyes, his wounds visibly mending at an astonishing rate. He rose to his feet, gripping the hammer tightly, as the armor materialized from the void, enveloping him. With a single command, he donned his battle attire. Thunder crackled, and the winds howled. In that instant, the god of thunder had returned. Hermione gazed upon the scene, unable to suppress her inner critique. Indeed, it seems that he is truly the favored son. That old rascal Odin merely wishes for Thor to undergo some trials on Earth, to mature a bit. He never truly considered changing his successor. Whether it is Thor's willingness for self-sacrifice that grants him the right to wield the hammer once more, or the brink of death from which he can recover his powers upon the triggering of a single condition. Yet, a glint of coldness flickered in Hermione's eyes. Odin, while your schemes are astute, Earth is not a public lavatory that you can enter and exit at your whim. Jane's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart overwhelmed. Thor, surrounded by flickering lightning and howling winds, appeared as if a deity had descended. She had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. Her fears and worries gradually transformed into an inexplicable exhilaration. Daisy and Dr. Selvig were equally astonished, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. What is happening? Sensing the commotion, Coulson rushed over with several agents, his gaze fixed in shock upon the transformed Thor. The destroyer armor, sent by Loki, pursued Thor relentlessly. And in his moment of near demise, he unleashed the father technique to reclaim his godly powers, heralding the impending climax of the ultimate confrontation. Hermione succinctly summarized the entire situation. Coulson was somewhat speechless. Is this a scene from a passionate action film? He turned to Hermione, inquiring, the destroyer armor? What is that? A form of magical weaponry, Hermione succinctly explained, crafted personally by Odin, possessing immense destructive power. You may consider it akin to Tony's Iron Man Suit Pro Plus Max Ultra version. Coulson instantly understood. Boom. The destroyer armor suddenly emitted a scorching pillar of fire, directed towards Jane and the others. Be careful, Thor exclaimed in alarm, wishing to assist, yet it was already too late. In a moment of dire urgency, Hermione waved her wand. An astounding spectacle unfolded. An invisible barrier appeared before Jane Foster and the others, blocking the fiery onslaught. The pillar of fire collided with the barrier, swiftly absorbed as if drawn by a dragon. Immediately thereafter, Hermione pointed her wand at the destroyer armor. Flame reversal. A thicker column of fire erupted from the tip of her wand. The flames roared as they surged toward the destroyer armor, engulfing it. However, as the flames dissipated, the armor remained unscathed. It appeared impervious to fire. Stay back, Hermione instructed Coulson and the others. Then, with a flicker, she apparat beside Thor. Thor looked at Hermione. His eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Hermione. You saved Jane. Let us set that aside for now, Hermione interrupted. We must first deal with this predicament. She raised her wand, aiming at the destroyer armor. Shatter to pieces. Shatter to pieces. Shatter to pieces. 3 brilliant beams of white light shot forth from the tip of her wand, striking the destroyer armor. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the destroyer armor was marred by extensive cracks, with numerous metallic fragments cascading down. However, these damages were not severe, and the broken areas were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Hermione gazed at the destroyer armor, her eyes glinting with a hint of wonder. Truly, what splendid magical material this is. She could not help but exclaim. If only she could acquire it, dismantle it, and conduct her research. With a renewed determination, she waved her wand. Incarcerus. An invisible force instantly ensnared the destroyer armor. The body of the destroyer stiffened abruptly, suspended in midair by an unseen power. Rising higher and higher, it struggled fiercely, unable to break free from its bindings. Now Thor, Hermione called out to him. She resolved to maintain control, offering the opportunity for a finishing blow to Thor. After all, this entity was not a living being. She lacked the means for a decisive strike and preferred to leave it to the mighty Mjolnir. Seeing the situation, Thor did not hesitate and soared into the sky. He raised Mjolnir high, summoning lightning. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. Bolts of lightning danced through the clouds, resembling silver serpents. Thor swung his hammer with the grace of a helicopter, his figure suspended in the air. A fierce wind howled, centering around him and forming a colossal tornado. The whirlwind, intertwined with lightning, was a sight to behold. The townsfolk hastily retreated into their homes, trembling in fear. They had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Feeling as though the apocalypse was nigh. Drink! Thor roared as he dove down with tremendous force, crashing into the destroyer, which was temporarily restrained by Hermione's spell. Watching Thor's actions, Hermione felt her lips twitch involuntarily. This scene, how to describe it? Thor, Mjolnir, thunder, tornado, and the downward strike. Was this not the very embodiment of the god of thunder descending with a cataclysmic tempest to obliterate a parking lot on Earth? The damage was secondary. The dramatic effect was undeniably spectacular. With a resounding crash, Thor collided fiercely with the destroyer armor, sending both plummeting towards the ground. The immense impact reverberated through the earth itself. Chapter 94. Betrayal. The sound of metal splintering echoed through the air. The destroyer armor lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of scrap. Hermione watched as Thor wielded Mjolnir, unleashing the god of thunder's might, and summoned a whirlwind to obliterate the parking lot. As the destroyer armor met its demise, both Thor and the remnants landed with a thud. 1,000 thoughts swirled in Hermione's mind, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Gazing at the debris strewn across the ground, her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. She understood that Odin, that old trickster, had long since adjusted the destroyer's power, rendering it a juvenile-friendly version. Otherwise, Thor's current strength would have never sufficed for victory. Perhaps if the god of war were to intervene, the outcome would differ. It could be said that Odin had orchestrated this entire scenario out of jealousy for Thor. With this in mind, Hermione thought to herself that it was only fair to collect some interest. She waved her wand, beginning to sift through the scattered remnants of the destroyer. These were high-quality magical materials, and she could not allow them to go to waste. Jane, Darcy, and Dr. Selvig remained entranced by the cataclysmic battle that had just unfolded, struggling to regain their composure. They realized they had glimpsed another realm, one filled with magic and divine power. Their gazes towards Hermione were imbued with curiosity and reverence. Thor observed Hermione, who was diligently gathering scraps, an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he refrained from commenting and instead approached Jane, offering her quiet consolation. Meanwhile, Sif watched the two with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Once Hermione had collected the remnants, She returned to her companions and disrupted the solemn atmosphere. What are your plans now? She inquired. I intend to return to Asgard. Thor replied resolutely, determined to thwart Loki. I'll accompany you, Hermione stated. Thor looked at her, taken aback. You wish to join me? Of course, Hermione shrugged. I've never visited Asgard. It would be a shame not to seize the opportunity for some adventure. Adventure. The four warriors exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. They were headed into battle, not a leisurely outing for children. Yet recalling Hermione's prowess in confronting the destroyer, they collectively chose to remain silent. Is this truly the realm of the strong? Thor did not decline her offer. He recognized Hermione's formidable strength and the potential assistance she could provide. Heimdall, Thor bellowed. Take us back. Moments later, a magnificent beam of light erupted in the sky, enveloping Thor, Hermione, and the four warriors. As the radiance faded, their figures vanished from sight. In Asgard, Loki beheld the ruined destroyer armor, his countenance devoid of anger. A sly smile crept upon his lips, as if everything was unfolding according to his grand design. As the light dissipated, Hermione and Thor materialized in Asgard. Before them lay an expanse of resplendent architecture, soaring towards the heavens, exuding an aura of majesty. The air was thick with an energy unlike anything on Earth. This is Asgard. Hermione marveled, her eyes alight with wonder. Though she hailed from another world, it was her first foray into an extraterrestrial realm. Strictly speaking, Asgard is not a planet, but rather a vast landmass adrift in the cosmic void. Heimdall, Thor, lacking the inclination to appreciate the scenery, hastened towards the control console of the Rainbow Bridge. There, he found Heimdall weakly leaning against the console. Thor turned to the four valiant warriors of the realm, instructing them to take Heimdall for treatment, while he took charge of the situation. Let us proceed, he declared to Hermione. With Thor wielding his hammer and Hermione seated in her Cyberpunk 2077 vehicle, they sped forth and soon arrived at Odin's sleeping quarters. Inside the chamber, chaos reigned. Odin lay motionless upon his bed, ensnared in a deep slumber. Queen Frigga leaned against the wall, rendered immobile. A towering frost giant, with skin of icy blue, brandished a colossal ice blade, poised to strike Odin. It was Laufey, the king of the frost giants. How could this old wretch endure such patience? Hermione mused internally. He could have ended Odin's slumber at any moment, yet he chose to wait until the blade was at his throat, all in the name of teaching his son. A true testament to his obstinacy. Remember, you will perish at the hands of Laufey. Just as Laufey reveled in his triumph, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. Loki remained silent, his gaze frigid as he lifted the eternal spear, aiming it at Laufey. A brilliant beam of energy shot forth from the spear's tip, piercing through Laufey in an instant. Ah! Laufey screamed, his body propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Stunned by the betrayal from an ally, he gazed at Loki in disbelief, his eyes aflame with shock and indignation. How could you before he could finish? Another beam of light struck, and Laufey's form was reduced to mere wisps of smoke, dissipating into the air. Goodness, Hermione gasped in astonishment. Loki, being Laufey's son, had been discovered by Odin during the war against the frost giants, who then brought him to Asgard and adopted him, even employing magic to conceal Loki's frost giant appearance, making him indistinguishable from the Asgardians. Loki had always believed himself to be Odin's biological son until recently, when he uncovered the truth. Yet, he still chose to betray Laufey for Odin's sake, while Elbu merely wielded a halberd to slay his foster father. Loki had taken it a step further with the eternal spear, ruthlessly killing his own progenitor. A truly formidable character. Loki, Thor's voice suddenly thundered, as he burst into the chamber, just in time to witness Loki slaying Laufey. The frost giant invasion was thwarted by my hand, saving our father, Loki calmly asserted. Turning to face Thor, do you truly believe I would trust you? Thor roared, you treacherous fiend. He pointed an accusatory finger at Loki, loudly unveiling his machinations. You lured the frost giants here, sending the destroyer to kill me and my companions for the sake of your claim to the throne. Frigga, now regaining her mobility, watched the conflict between Thor and Loki, uncertain of whom to believe. In a decisive move, Loki, uninterested in further dialogue, swung the eternal spear, unleashing an energy beam that sent Thor crashing to the ground. Thor fell heavily, struggling to rise. Loki disregarded him, turning to sprint towards the Bifrost's control room. There, Thor caught up with Loki, watching him stand before the control panel, his expression filled with urgency. What are you planning to do? Loki turned around, a hint of madness in his smile, pointing at the console with a chilling tone. I have calibrated the coordinates. The next step is to activate the Bifrost and utterly annihilate Jotunheim, exterminating all the frost giants. Why? Thor could not comprehend Loki's actions, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why would you do such a thing? For Asgard, Loki replied slowly, his gaze complex. I must prove to Father that I am stronger than you. I am the rightful king of Asgard. With that, he placed his hand on the activation mechanism. With a mere press, the Bifrost will unleash its full power, completely devastating Jotunheim. Loki regarded Thor with a hint of menace. So, you had better not make any rash moves. Thor took a deep breath, striving to appeal to their brotherly bond. Loki, we are brothers. We grew up together, played together, fought together. He reminisced, his voice imbued with sincerity. Have you forgotten? Loki appeared momentarily touched by Thor's words, his eyes flickering as his tone softened. Of course, I haven't forgotten. You were always so foolish as a child, falling for every prank I pulled. He began to engage in nostalgic banter, reminiscing about their youthful antics, a note of wistfulness in his voice. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within Thor. He believed he had swayed Loki and was about to continue persuading him when Loki abruptly interrupted. Enough, stop talking. A look of disgust suddenly crossed Loki's face. The earlier brotherly affection vanished. He glanced past Thor, his tone laced with mockery. This brotherhood talk makes even me feel nauseous. If you don't come soon, I'll run out of words. Thor paused, turning abruptly to see Hermione standing behind him. Apologies. I was chatting with the Queen and tending to your mother's injuries, and inadvertently arrived late. Upon Hermione's arrival, Thor felt a surge of elation, as if he had found a savior. Hermione, quickly stop Loki. He intends to destroy Jotunheim. He was skilled only in battle and unable to prevent Loki from activating the Bifrost, relying solely on words to sway him. But Hermione was different. Thor had witnessed her myriad of ingenious strategies and knew she would find a way to thwart Loki. Hermione nodded in understanding. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected event transpired. Disarm your weapon. Hermione suddenly raised her wand, a beam of red light shooting forth and striking Thor with precision. With a clang, Mjolnir slipped from the god of thunder's grasp, arcing gracefully through the air before landing at a distance. Without hesitation, Hermione swung her wand again. Invert the bell. An invisible force propelled Thor into the air, leaving him suspended upside down at a distance. Hermione, you, Thor exclaimed. A mixture of astonishment and fury coursing through him, utterly unprepared for Hermione's sudden assault. He gazed at her in disbelief, his eyes brimming with anger and confusion. Why? He struggled to reach the ground, yet the unseen magic held him fast in midair, rendering him immobile. You are exceedingly naive, Loki remarked, observing Thor's reaction with an increasingly exaggerated grin. Have you not yet realized? Long before your arrival, I had the capability to activate the Bifrost. Loki gestured toward the control console of the Bifrost, adding, yet I refrained from doing so. Do you know why? He paused dramatically, relishing the look of bewilderment and rage on Thor's face. Because. Loki suddenly raised his voice, pointing at Hermione. The destruction of Jotunheim was never my design. It was hers from the very beginning. Chapter 95. Destruction of Jotunheim. A few days prior, Hermione spoke slowly, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes. I want the Bifrost. Impossible. Loki immediately rejected, without a hint of hesitation. The Bifrost is the very foundation of Asgard, its might second only to Odin himself. Even Odin, at times, may not command the same fear as the Bifrost. He had summoned the frost giants not out of treachery, but to justify their annihilation. Moreover, even if he were to agree, Odin would never consent. Hermione was acutely aware that he would not acquiesce, even if he were willing. Such a colossal artifact could not be taken away. Rest assured, I do not intend to take the Bifrost. I merely wish to use it to destroy Jotunheim. Loki's smile gradually faded as disbelief washed over his features. A twinge of regret pierced his thoughts. He believed himself to be sufficiently mad. Yet this witch from Midgard appeared to be 100 times more insane than he. Hermione, seemingly perceptive of Loki's thoughts, offered a slight smile. No worries. You may take your time to ponder. She retrieved a crystal ball from her bosom and placed it before Loki. However, before you deliberate, it would be prudent to observe this. Loki gazed at the crystal ball, perplexed, only to find it enveloped in blankness. What is this? He inquired. Some intriguing imagery, Hermione replied. Drawing forth a multitude of luminous white threads from her mind, she placed them within the crystal ball. Instantly, ripples emerged within the orb, and indistinct images began to take shape. Curiosity piqued, Loki watched as the images sharpened, and his countenance darkened. He beheld a sight that filled him with profound dread. Time reverted to the present. A most agreeable collaboration, Hermione remarked as she glided past Loki to the Bifrost control console, gently caressing its surface. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the console, and the Bifrost was instantly activated. A tremendous energy began to coalesce, swirling like a vortex, intensifying in brightness and velocity. A massive beam of prismatic light erupted from the center of the console, soaring towards the heavens, as if to pierce the very fabric of deep space. The target of this luminous column was none other than Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. No, Thor roared, scarcely able to comprehend the scene before him. Hermione, The Midgard sorceress he had only just met and who had aided him, was intent on annihilating Jotunheim? He summoned Mjolnir with fervor. The hammer sliced through the air, accompanied by a howling wind, returning to Thor's grasp, unleashing a surge of thunderous power that shattered the inverted bell jar effect. As Thor's feet struck the ground, his eyes blazed with fury, and he prepared to charge at Hermione to thwart her reckless endeavor. "Your adversary is me," Loki interjected, suddenly materializing before Thor, obstructing his path. "Loki, step aside," Thor bellowed, his voice thick with urgency and wrath. He had to prevent Hermione, or else Jotunheim would face utter devastation. "I will not allow you to pass," Loki stated coolly. The two individuals instantly became embroiled in a fierce clash. The God of Thunder's hammer collided with the eternal spear, unleashing a deafening roar as powerful waves of energy swept across the rainbow bridge. Meanwhile, Hermione remained utterly focused, deftly controlling the bridge. She continuously channeled her magical energy into the console, ensuring the stability of the vibrant pillars of light. She understood that if she could endure just a little longer, Jotunheim would be completely obliterated. Countless souls of frost giants would be harvested by her. A faint smile graced Hermione's lips. She had conducted experiments prior to this. During the act of slaughter, even from a great distance, as long as her magic was intertwined with the means employed, it could trigger the dark harvest. Regardless of the distance, she could collect soul energy. Currently, the only large-scale weapon she had the opportunity to wield was the Rainbow Bridge. Thus, from the very beginning, Hermione had conceived this plan, leveraging Loki's ambition, Thor's sense of justice, and the formidable power of the Rainbow Bridge to ultimately achieve the present situation. Bang! Loki was ultimately no match for Thor, gradually succumbing to defeat, until he was finally struck and sent crashing to the ground. The hammer of the thunder god pressed against Loki's chest, rendering him immobile. "Useless Loki," Hermione muttered scornfully. This fool, wielding both the eternal spear and the frost box, couldn't even hold on for a moment longer. Truly, a hopeless case. And that helmet. Hermione couldn't help but scoff. Those exaggerated, curling horns resembled a fawn. Utterly grotesque. As Hermione continued to channel her magical energy into the Rainbow Bridge's control console, she unleashed a flurry of spells to prevent Thor from approaching. "Hermione, why are you doing this? Aren't you supposed to be a partner of justice?" Thor could not comprehend. Just a short while ago, Hermione had assisted him. How had she suddenly transformed into a demon intent on annihilating a world? "Justice partner? Do you take me for a hero?" Hermione dismissed him. "Save your breath. Bind him quickly." Thick magical ropes materialized from thin air, ensnaring Thor tightly. Hermione remained silent, solely focused on replenishing her magic. Thor could only watch, helplessly, as the vibrant pillars of light grew brighter and thicker. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He summoned Mjolnir, lightning swirling around him, radiating a blinding glow, as he forcefully burned through the magical ropes. With determination, he raised his hammer and struck down upon the Rainbow Bridge with all his might. He aimed to destroy the bridge and avert this catastrophe. Loki was left dumbfounded. He had thought he and Hermione were already mad enough, only to realize that Thor was the true lunatic. No, a fool. To sacrifice the very foundation of Asgard for a vendetta against a race. Was his mind filled solely with muscle? "Forgive me, Jane," Thor muttered, summoning every ounce of strength to strike down. 80, 80, 80. Hermione listened in exasperation. The one you should feel sorry for is not Jane Foster, far away on Earth, but all the innocent civilians of Asgard. This behavior resembles that of a great nation employing its ultimate weapon to obliterate the enemy island, only to have a general, who should be dedicated to the defense of his homeland, suddenly succumb to a fit of misguided benevolence, choosing to repay malice with kindness, utterly disregarding the recent assassination attempt on his home. As the formidable weapon is on the verge of launch, seemingly unstoppable, he foolishly destroys the very instrument meant to intimidate adversaries, all in the name of his absurd mercy. He remains oblivious to the perilous state his own citizens will face, surrounded by predatory foes after relinquishing such a powerful weapon. This is maddeningly abstract. Hermione finds herself at a loss for words. The thunderous roar of an explosion reverberates, and the Rainbow Bridge begins to crumble inch by inch. With a cataclysmic sound, the Rainbow Bridge is ultimately obliterated, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered across the void. Yet, it is too late. The overwhelming force has entirely consumed Jotunheim. Simultaneously, a notification from the magical tome echoes in Hermione's mind. Dark Harvest. Current soul energy, 105,927 points. Chapter 96. The Ancient One's Salvager, over 100,000. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Hermione's heart. This was far more than what she had painstakingly amassed before. It was an astonishing windfall. Indeed, wielding a formidable artifact like the Rainbow Bridge proved immensely gratifying. Alas, it was a one-time use. Even if it remained intact, Odin would never permit her to employ it again. Furthermore, the magical forces encapsulated within the Rainbow Bridge were far too potent to be mended by any ordinary repair spell. Nevertheless, to harvest such an abundance of soul energy was indeed worthwhile. This endeavor could be deemed a success. Next, she needed to contemplate how to address the aftermath. The shockwave from the explosion surged forth. Hermione waved her wand, conjuring a protective shield around herself. Meanwhile, the devastation unleashed by the Rainbow Bridge's explosion wreaked havoc on everything nearby, sending Loki and Thor hurtling through the air. Helplessly, they were drawn towards the spatial collapse instigated by the bridge. In a moment of dire urgency, a figure materialized out of thin air, Odin. He arrived just in time to seize Thor. Hermione flicked her wand, manifesting an invisible force that transformed into an orange-red whip, pulling Loki back from the brink of the spatial collapse. Why? Odin's voice was deep and authoritative, tinged with an unmistakable weariness. I accomplished it, Loki replied, gazing at Odin. For you, for everyone, to eliminate a great threat to Asgard. No, Odin slowly shook his head, his tone heavy with disappointment. He did not concur. Loki's eyes dimmed, casting a profound glance at Hermione, as if to say, you were right. He conjured forth the frost box and handed it to Hermione. This was also part of their agreement. In the next moment, he leaped without a trace of hesitation. Neither Odin nor Thor anticipated Loki's fierce resolve. By the time they comprehended the situation, it was far too late. They could only watch helplessly as Loki was consumed by the distorted void. Loki! Thor cried out in despair. He struggled to rush forward, but was halted by Odin. It's futile, it's already too late. Thor turned to Hermione. Why do you not intervene? If you were to act, with your extraordinary spatial magic, you could surely save Loki. Hermione scoffed softly. He clearly seeks his own demise. I could save him once, but not a second time. She paused, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Moreover, the spatial instability here is rife with turbulence. Even attempting to apparate would entail immense risk. Why should I endanger myself for someone so distant? Rather than questioning me, perhaps you should ponder why Loki would choose death over accompanying you. Thor was rendered speechless. He stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Hermione stifled a laugh. Saving him was out of the question, if Loki were not to descend. Who would provide her the means to cultivate in the Chitauri training chamber? Mages of Midgard, what purpose do you truly harbor in Asgard? Odin inquired, his voice low and imbued with an undeniable authority, evidently recognizing the magical whip from moments prior. Odin appears to have an unsettling inclination towards consuming humans. Hermione silently mocked in her heart. Loki had already articulated this notion earlier. Hermione remarked with a calm demeanor, however, he acts for Asgard, while I act for Earth. She paused briefly, adding, to eliminate a significant threat. After all, the frost giants had consistently been troublesome, having invaded Earth a millennium ago. For the safety of the planet, why should such a race be allowed to persist? They should have been eradicated long ago. Hermione's tone was devoid of emotion, as if stating an undeniable truth. Odin and Thor finally comprehended that Hermione was not malevolent. Rather, she was excessively righteous. However, her brand of righteousness diverged sharply from Odin's. Odin embodied compassion and benevolence, or at least, it appeared so, whereas she represented an extreme form of justice, solely concerned for Earth. Any entity posing a threat to the planet must be extinguished at its inception. After a moment of silence, Odin articulated, as a ruler, one must exhibit mercy. Yet, he was promptly interrupted by Hermione. You might as well peddle that notion to Thor, she retorted bluntly. Firstly, I am not a ruler. Secondly, during your early conquests of the 9 realms, you engaged in ample slaughter, and now you preach mercy? Moreover, even if mercy were warranted, it is not your version of mercy. If today you spare a frost giant testing your limits, tomorrow a dark elf, and the day after a fire giant, where does it end? Anyone could come to your domain to incite chaos, and whether they succeed or fail, they are not held accountable. Do you fancy yourself a godly Batman, adhering to a no-kill policy? Asgard will inevitably fall under your reign. It is no wonder Hela has turned against you. Hermione mercilessly exposed Odin's dark past. There stood Agape, though unaware of Hela's identity, he sensed that he had struck a nerve with his father based on the latter's expression. He felt an indignation towards Hermione's disrespect towards Odin, but found himself at a loss for words to counter her. Odin's countenance darkened further. After ruling for so long, it was the first time a young girl had so brazenly confronted him. Moreover, Hermione had invoked the name of Hela, the one person he least wished to discuss. Do you dare to wreak havoc in Asgard without contemplating the consequences? Odin's tone was icy. Yet, Hermione remained unfazed. What have I destroyed? She countered. On a personal level, I saved Thor and prevented brotherly bloodshed. On a broader scale, I eliminated an unstable menace for both Asgard and Earth. You should be thanking me. She gestured towards Thor. Moreover, the Bifrost was destroyed by your foolish son. How's that my concern? I'm not foolish. I acted to. Thor attempted to justify himself. Silence. Both Odin and Hermione rebuked in unison. Thor. Odin was left seething. unable to counter Hermione's impeccable and unassailable arguments. His fists clenched tightly, tension palpable. Observing Odin's expression of barely contained fury, Hermione discreetly swallowed and subtly stepped back. Alas, why is she still not here? Could it be that she intends to abandon me? Despite Hermione's rapid-fire retorts, exuding an air of confidence akin to a fierce specter, within her heart, anxiety churns. What if she fails to confront Odin? Though Odin may have only a few years left, his peak combat prowess remains undiminished. She is acutely aware that given the disparity between them, she might not even be able to withstand a mere confrontation with him. Just as tensions reached an unbearable crescendo, a portal shimmering with sparks materialized out of thin air, and a figure emerged from within. Adorned in a flowing yellow robe, his bald head gleamed brightly, and a subtle smile graced his features. At last, the weight in Hermione's heart began to lift. Odin's gaze shifted from Hermione to Ancient One, and their eyes locked. Odin's pupils constricted, his expression swiftly transforming from fierce to grave. "Supreme Sorceress, what brings you to Asgard?" Ancient One maintained her serene smile, as if nothing could disturb her inner peace. "Hermione, your actions have been rather excessive. I understand your intentions are for the Earth, yet some lines must not be crossed." Hermione shrugged. "I merely acted as I deemed necessary." She turned her gaze toward Odin. "Moreover, I do not believe I erred." With the arrival of a formidable ally, Hermione regained her composure. Odin scoffed. "You." Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Ancient One interjected. "Odin, I recognize your ire, but this is not the time for disputes." In hushed tones, only they could hear, Ancient One engaged in a clandestine exchange with Odin. Upon hearing her words, astonishment crossed Odin's face, and his gaze returned to Hermione, filled with uncertainty. "Are you suggesting that she is?" Odin's voice trembled, as if grappling with the incredulity of what he had just learned.